7 o'clock here on the show, and John's got some technical difficulties, so we'll check back in with him. What is the deal now, Dell? His computer updated, so now he can't find his stuff. He can't. His computer can't find his connection or something.
Well, here's the text I got at, by the way, 6:58, by the way, so not a lot of time to figure things out. It's on my side. My laptop updated last night, and now it can't find the equipment. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I told him to call our engineer, but I can't. I'm not an IT guy, and I certainly can't help him when I can't see what's going on. So
He should just do that connection through his phone.
I don't know. I don't know. We just don't have John because he can't connect because his computer updated.
All right. Well, we're here. We're here, and the Houston Astros are here. And it's not like the Astros are beating the brakes off of. They didn't beat the brakes off of a good team yesterday in the A's. The A's got off to a better start than expected, but now they're kind of A-ing out right now. I mean, they are a winning team away from home. They're actually 14-13. Not that they're home. They're not a team that plays in a real home anyway. So it's not like they have a real home. But the Astros won yesterday, and it was a beating. 11-1 was the final yesterday. And the thing that stands out, Hunter Brown had a strong performance yesterday, as expected. Went 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts, no walks. He had good command yesterday. But I think the thing that has at least me the most excited, and I would imagine a lot of other people, is going to be the play of Jose Altuve. After falling into a well for a little bit where they had to pull
Baby Jessica.
That's exactly who I was thinking of. Baby Jose, he fell into a well, and then they had to pull him out. They said, grab the bucket, grab the rope, Jose, grab the rope. And they started, and Alex Cintron started pulling the rope.
Most people think Cintron would have cut that rope, considering how they talk about him.
A lot of people, many people would say that. But instead, he pulled the rope, and he has been pulling a rope. And Jose Altuve with 2 home runs yesterday. And this has been a little bit of resurgence for Jose Altuve of late. Now, yesterday, the Astros had 4 home runs. You had Chaz had a double. So the Astros scored 9 runs in the first 4 innings, 4 in the second, and they were off and running. The Astros ended up with they scored on a double by McCormick, a double by Jeremy Pena. Then you had a homer by Altuve. You had 2 homers by Altuve. You had 1 by Christian Walker, and I'm leaving. And Pena. Wait, who else had the other home run? I think it was Pena had the other home run. I'm blanking out on who had the other home run. They had 4 home runs yesterday, but Jose Altuve's is the big takeaway. I would say here, Astros right. Yeah, Altuve 2, Christian Walker. And Jeremy Pena had a 7th. Jose Altuve hit his 8th home run. Now, over the last 5 games, Altuve, he was 4 for 4 yesterday. Jose Altuve has 10 hits in his last 17 at-bats. 10 hits in his last 17 at-bats with a couple of home runs. He has raised his batting average during that time where he's 10 of his last 17. He's raised his average from 238 to 272. So it's been substantial. His slugging percentage has gone from 335 to 417. So obviously this is quite a tear for Altuve as he looks like he's getting back to his old self, which is, I think, the most important thing here is we get Altuve back to being Altuve. So Astros win yesterday. Take a look at the standings. And the Astros right now are still a game and a half back behind Seattle, but you're starting to expand. It's turning into, it's still early, but it's turning into a 2-team division right now. Seattle and Houston. The Rangers are already 4.5 back at 27 and 29. The Angels are 25 and 29. They're 5.5 back. And the A's, who we were talking about as one of the surprise teams just 2 weeks ago, they're now 8 games back. And they are
what do you expect from an unhoused team?
Yeah, they are unhoused. They are unhoused. Um, and you don't want to feed them. Like if you see them, don't give them money.
Well,
Don't give them money with their sign on the thing. They made their own. They need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Okay, don't you just want to buy the food for them? You don't want to give them money, but don't you want to buy
that's
food
true.
for the
Yeah,
A's?
yeah. Give them.
You've done that
or make
before.
them a sandwich and hand the A's
Yeah,
sandwiches.
you've done that for people.
I've seen that, and I've also seen somebody take it and throw it on the ground.
Well, I don't know how.
That's a discern.
It's
That is
true.
disconcerting when you hand a team like the A's a sandwich because they say they're hungry and they got a sign that says they're hungry, and you hand them food and they throw it across the street.
That's what they did to Sacramento. The A's were unhoused.
Yep.
They needed a place to play and live, and the Sacramento's like, "Hey, we'll help you. Come on. All you have to do is acknowledge that you're in Sacramento." The A's like, "Get out of here. We're not in Sacramento. We're just the A's."
That's all it was. That's okay. We don't want your sandwich.
Get your ham on wheat out of here. We're the A's. We're just the A's. We don't want to be the Sacramento A's.
Yeah. Would you rather take a ham on wheat sandwich dry?
And that's what Sacramento's offering.
Or a granola bar?
I think I'd go with the granola bar.
I probably would too.
Yeah.
It depends on how hungry I was. But so the Astros now, the Astros and the Mariners are the two that are playing the best ball. The Astros now very quietly 19-10 at home. One of the better teams, actually.
Did the wives get less annoying? Is that what happened?
The wives have been, everyone's quiet. The kids are getting in bed when they're supposed to. The wives are just like, it's kind of it's a little different. Maybe certain wives are gone. I'm just speculating out loud. Like, what's the deal? Is it that these wives are so much better?
And do we have to give context to this?
Or is there girlfriends? Yeah, we probably do.
Yeah.
So over the last couple of years, the Astros have struggled badly at home. And so the thought, and it started with Reagan Swimbank, one of our listeners who also owns horses and who wants us to talk a lot of Kentucky Derby and things like that. His supposition was that maybe the Astros weren't playing well because the players didn't like being at home. Maybe the WAGs, wives and girlfriends, that's what WAGs means, were being annoying, or it was maybe the kids were being too loud.
A lot of stress.
They just couldn't concentrate on the game.
That's right.
And this is what the streets are saying.
Exactly.
And so it's not me. I'm obviously not saying that.
No,
the streets
your wife only adds to your life, doesn't take away.
Exactly. And so that was the thought, is that, okay, well, maybe, and John would always rally and rail against it. For some reason, that seems like something he would get on. That never made sense that John would be so anti that notion. It seems like that would be something he would get on board. Well, no, I know he doesn't. Well, he could distance himself with the Wendy thing. He could have just said that, not me, but I could see them.
Okay.
Yeah, not that he would say that himself.
It's a difficult line he would have to toe.
Well, so I think he would. You state simply that this is my, what is it? The when you have an opening statement, like the Pat McAfee show has.
Disclaimer.
What's that?
A disclaimer.
Where you try not to get in trouble. It's not. That really helped Pat McAfee. Now he's getting sued. And he's going to have to settle, and he's going to lose a lot of money. Or at least ESPN is. Disney is, one or the other. But anyway, the Astros run differential is actually tops in the division too, plus 34. But so that was a fun little thing to talk about for a while. But this year they're actually 19-10. They've got one of the best home records in all of the American League. And the Astros right now, have won 3 in a row. Like I said, run differential is third best in the American League. And they just very quietly have turned into a pretty decent team. I mean, they've got the third best record right now that's the wild card. Let me go to expanded. They've got, in the American League, they've got one of the better records. They're behind 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. They're tied for fifth best in the American League. I'll take it. Hunter Brown figured he would have a big game. But the Astros, Christian Walker, another home run, which is, I think this is who he's going to be. He's going to hit with some pop. He's got a 7th home run. Jeremy Pena also with his 7th home run. Jose Altuve, as I mentioned, with number 7 and number 8 yesterday. But he's going to hit with some, Christian's going to hit with some power. Oh, Reagan texted, the wives and babies have grown up. It's easier at home. So what he's saying is everyone, now it's been a 2 or 3 year run. So I guess the kids, I don't know how many kids you have, Reagan. I've had a lot. I've never seen a range of 3 years where everything's smooth with kids. It didn't exist in my house. There was never a 3-year run where after 3 years, the kids really chilled out and they were great. Not 15 to 18, not 3 to 6, not 2 to 5, nothing. So I don't know. I mean, I'm with you, Reagan. I feel like you're onto something. I didn't feel like this got enough play, but for some reason they're playing well at home and I'm happy with it. Also the story yesterday, and we'll see if we get John back after the break, but I can tell you, this is really kind of funny to me. And there's a few conversations I have here. Tyrese Halliburton put on just an unbelievable show. There were 78 points scored in the first quarter between Indiana and New York. Indiana with 43 points, but the Pacers just kept the pace. I mean, the Knicks stayed around, and the Knicks were scoring with them, but they just couldn't. The Pacers have been a pace team, no pun intended. They've been a high-paced team for a few years now, and right now they've got a team that looks like they're clearly the second best in these playoffs, and to Oklahoma City. And I'm telling you right now, Tyrese Halliburton, it's so ironic after it came out that he was voted the most overrated player by other NBA players.
To clean it up,
yeah,
it was only 13 dudes. So while it did happen, they only pulled 13.
Is that all it was?
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of guys. So
why was it only 13?
Maybe that's who the reporter could talk to at the time for the story.
Oh, it wasn't a league-wide poll.
No, he got to 13 guys and they gave
thoughts.
Okay. So it's probably maybe a team themselves who didn't like him. Who knows?
Well,
but it wasn't.
So I had a guy argue with me that, well, Lance, in actuality, he has been very inconsistent this year. And granted, I haven't paid complete attention to Tyrese Halliburton's game that close. But I'm just, you're going to tell me he was wildly inconsistent this year. I don't know. All I know yesterday is he put together one of the strongest triple doubles I've ever seen in the playoffs. He was 5 of 12 from the 3-point line, 11 of 23 from the field, but he had 12 rebounds and 15 assists and no turnovers. Tyrese Halliburton scored 32 points and then had 15 assists. 32 and 15 is a monster offensive performance, but you have no turnovers and you had 12 boards and 4 steals. Unbelievable performance. And I think Minnesota's cooked. I mean, I think New York's cooked. I think Minnesota's done. I think these 3-1s are going to lock in and it's going to be over. Oklahoma City, to me, will take it at 4-1. I think the Knicks will get one more, and then the Pacers will come back and finish them off in 6. But I mean, what is this doing for Tyrese Halliburton in terms of the way the rest of the league sees him, these playoffs? And then not just this series, obviously the whole playoff run.
I think there will be a healthy respect for him, but he won't get stamped unless he beats the Thunder. It's just how these narratives go. I think the Pacers were looked at as a nice story last year. Okay, you make the conference finals and you push the Celtics in a way that the games are close, which you couldn't get over top. They couldn't beat the Celtics in any game, but they forced the Celtics to work until they blew leads late.
I gotta say, it is strange to see. So he only averaged 18.6 points per game.
Yeah,
in the regular season.
He's an actual point guard as opposed to a lead.
Yeah,
guard.
He averaged 9.2 assists. But here's what's crazy to me, and looking at Tyrese Halliburton, I mean, he's averaging less than 20 points a game for the playoffs, but that's it's a little tricky. I mean, here's this, against Milwaukee, 10 points, 21 points, 14 points, 17 points, 26 points. Garden variety. 22 against Cleveland, 22, 19, 4 in 30 minutes, 11, But since then, here's his last 5 games: 31 points in the closeout game against Cleveland, 31 against the Knicks, 14 against the Knicks, 20, and then 32 yesterday. So Halliburton, I guess, it's not been consistent all the way through domination, but when he plays well, but what he has done, though, actually, is in the fourth quarter of comeback games that they should have lost, he's put on these crazy performances.
He's had major moments in these playoffs that will raise his standing. I don't know how the players will look at him because maybe there's just some pettiness involved with him as far as how they consider him. But
and ultimately, it doesn't matter.
yeah, it doesn't matter. But as far as what fans think of him, beyond some of the jokes made on Twitter, his moments are moments that go viral, which matter more now than probably ever. You can look. Remember when he made that shot in MSG. Remember when he beat Giannis to the bucket to win that series. Things like that will matter for him as far as his how people regard him. And then the ultimate thing is if he can go win a title with the Pacers, something not many people thought imaginable, considering what the NBA had been over the last decade,
Right.
then it really puts him in a spot where you have to consider him one of those dudes because he'll have the playoff moments to back maybe what some of the nerds think about him as a player. I hear John rustling, so we'll get to him, I think, when we come back. But first, you should talk about Zadok Jewelry.
Let me talk about Zadok Jewelers. Zadok Jewelers, I told the story yesterday about looking for something for my wife. She's been my daughter's homeschool teacher since kindergarten, and my daughter's going to shout out to my daughter who tested her way in and went to tryouts and got into HSPVA. My little daughter's got a great voice and made it in for vocal. And my wife was the one driving her around to vocal lessons. My wife's the one teaching her. My wife has been the one who's taking her to her swim stuff. And so I want to get something special for her. And so obviously the first place I look is Zadok Jewelers. Look, there's 28,000 square feet is Zadok Jewelers. It's enormous. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But I just know this: when you're dealing with Zadok Jewelers, you're dealing with a company that has experts there in the building who can help you find exactly what you're looking for. You tell them what you want. I mean, obviously something as easy as, well, it's not, it shouldn't be easy, but it turns into being easy with an engagement ring. They're going to walk you through the process of what the hot designs are, the different designers, if that's what you're interested in. They can have something custom made. If you've got an idea, you can draw a picture of it, and they can, get it to their designers that are in-house. They can take family heirlooms, melt them down, and recreate something for you. But Zadok Jewelers already has everything in stock that you could possibly imagine for everyone's budget, and the quality is beyond reproach. So make sure that you head on down to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard for any special occasion, and I mean any special occasion. They've got you covered at Zadok.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I think my next life I'm going to be an engineer. I really do. I am a mechanical genius, if you want to know the truth. To be able to get through this and download the device manager for the Comrex, I am literally, I am a mechanical genius right now, okay? So proud of me. AD had to walk me through the whole thing, but it worked. My computer updated last night while you're sleeping. You want your computer to update? Yeah. And it just took everything out. So that's great. That's great. So here we are. My first segment. Did you guys talk about Jose Altuve?
We did. Jose Altuve, we said the A's are like a homeless person. Well, Dell said they're like homeless people begging for sandwiches.
You
I thought
initially
was
said they were without a home, and I said, are the A's unhoused? And you said yes.
Yeah. So, I mean,
kind of true.
It's kind of true. And then, and they were doing well for a while, and now they look like, although they are good on the road, they actually have a winning record on the road. So I pointed that out. They have a winning record on the road, but the Astros smashed them. But, the A's were a nice, fun little story for a little bit. And now it's like, just don't give them sandwiches. Or you can give them a sandwich. Don't give them money. That's what Dell said.
They want money.
Yeah, give them food. They're trying to get money.
The
with
city
their
of Sacramento, in our bit, the city of Sacramento tried to give them food, and the A's like, no, we don't want your name on us. Get that sandwich out of here. And they just want to be the A's. And all the A's want is money. We don't want food. We don't want you to give us something that might help us. Give us cash.
It sounds like, they are homeless, or what is the new word?
Unhoused. We say unhoused now. Yes.
We say unhoused now.
Yeah, but the Astros treated them poorly. They didn't. They looked at them and then they just drove off. Is what they basically did.
No, they when the unhoused A's said, "Hey, I don't want your sandwich," the Astros threw the sandwich in the face and then drove off.
Yeah,
by a score of 11 runs.
Now Jose Altuve would never ever do something like that. That's the problem is with this little scenario. Jose would never do it. But Johnny's 10 of his last 17. He's raised his slugging percentage from 338 to like 470, 427. Over the last 5 games. Altuve has raised his batting average almost 40 points over the last 5 games. He is red hot right now.
Well, and we were worried about him. Is this the beginning of the end? This last week, we're talking about, man, he's lost. He just looks terrible. And he did. He was awful. He looked awful. And then all of a sudden, he just is now on fire. He couldn't get the barrel of the bat on anything, and now that's all he's hitting. And he is just ridiculous right now how good he is. It's awesome to see, too, because he's such a great guy. Such a great guy. He's up to 272, over 700 OPS. He was in the doldrums, man. And Christian Walker is starting to hit some balls really hard now. This offense is woken up, bro. This offense is real now. Jeremy Pena at home. Did you see the numbers? And, oh, by the way, scoring with 2 outs, which they did again. They put up a 4 spot in the second inning after 2 outs. I don't know how many they ended up scoring after 2 outs last night, but it's over 45% of their runs are after 2 outs. That is ridiculous. That is, I can't imagine anybody's even close to that. I don't know if you can find that somewhere, that stat, Lance, but I don't even know that any other team would be even close. That over 45% of their runs would be scored after 2 outs. Because that's incredible.
That's impressive. I don't know how to find. I don't know where that's going to be a stats and info thing. So I don't know where to find that, but it's impressive. So Christian Walker's turning into a guy who's just going to hit a home run every once in a while. Jeremy Pena continues his resurgence.
He'll up his average. Christian Walker will up his average.
Yeah, I think we're probably in for a 230, 240 season. I don't think it's going to be great.
Well, he's a career 248 hitter, so I mean, yeah. He's 250, 258, 242, 244. He's off to such a slow start. 240 would be okay. He's at 213 right now, so 240 would be, he's got a lot of season left. I mean, there's still 2/3 of the season left. and he's starting to look much better than he was before. So I mean, this is what a 250 is about what he is. It's the pop, it's the pop that he comes up with that's going to be kind of a big deal for the team. All the way around, Jeremy Pena is having himself a hell of a year.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing a really good shortstop. That left side with Paredes and Pena, they haven't lost a step. As a matter of fact, they're probably better than they were last year because Jeremy wasn't very good defensively last year. So this is probably a better left side this year. And he is hitting. I mean, and at home, I think he's 20 he's hitting 20 of his last 22 at home. I think that's what they said last night, which is fantastic. And Cam Smith set one to the wall last night.
I forgot to mention him. Yeah, Cam had put a little charge into it also.
Yeah, he hit one to the wall, and then he also had the big double. And Chaz is actually starting to hit the ball a little bit, and he's starting to hit it with a little bit of authority. He had a 2-strike hit last night that was nice. Dubon is coming up with big hits. Whoever, I were talking about that last night, is over in the 9-hole is really, hey, please put me in the 9-hole, Skip, because that really has produced this year for the Astros. So now the offense is coming around. It's a lot of fun. And then Hunter Brown was just great. 8 strikeouts, no walks. He was on a mission. He's got Tampa on Sunday after they lit him up in that little bandbox.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like Tampa's chances on Sunday.
I don't either.
No, I like Hunter is, and the Zach Wheelers and the Tariq Zubals or Troubles or whatever.
Scooble, don't disrespect again.
Whatever.
You saw what happened last time.
Whatevs.
Scooble might be the best pitcher in baseball right now.
He probably is.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you what, our guy ain't far behind.
No, he's good. Yeah, I mean, actually, Paul Skeens has got great stuff, but he's not having one of the best years.
No.
Hunter Brown.
Well, it's hard when you're. You know what's really hard is when you're in a 1-0 game every time you pitch.
He's like Nolan Ryan from back in the day with the Astros.
Well, it kind of bit Hunter last night because Butler's at the plate and he's got down 2-0 to him, and he just goes, "Well, I'm going to throw strikes. We're up 7-0. Let me just throw strikes here," and Butler barreled up on it. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. You're concentrating every pitch in a 1-0 game, but you're just trying to throw strikes. Make sure that you don't walk anybody in a 7-0 game.
Mm-hmm.
So that bit Hunter for the 1 run he gave up anyway. But no, another beautiful. I just love watching that dude pitch. He's awesome. And did you happen to see the interview with Fromber
during the game?
No,
I didn't see it.
They interviewed him during
what
the game.
What inning was it?
It was early.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't check in until like.
Yeah. It was. I think it might have been the second, or I don't know. I don't know what inning it was, but it was early in the game, and he was actually. It was good. Todd and they needed an interpreter, but it was good. Fromber's solid, and it's going to be nice to, have Fromber here this year, and then goodbye, and wish him well, and then we'll move on because that's what we do. Because that's exactly what we do all the time. It would be nice if Fromber could stick around for a little while, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, it would help you if you could keep multiple good pitchers when you have this many injuries. I mean, Fromber doesn't. I don't even want to say it out loud, but I'll say it out loud. I don't care. Fromber doesn't get arm injuries. I mean, Fromber doesn't have UCL injuries all the time. Wouldn't it be nice to keep a pitcher who doesn't have Tommy Johns?
That would be really nice to have that. But
it'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Or deal him for other players. And I'm certainly not above dealing Fromber. I mean, if Fromber, and I love Fromber, but look, the deal is you're going to have to, you kind of see what's going on right now. You can't just look at what the record is. At some point, you're either going to lose him or you're going to deal him, and you're going to get something back from him. You're either going to trade him in like a lease with no value back, or you're going to trade him in like it was a purchase and you're going to get value back. Those are your two options.
Well, you're not when you're in the hunt. There's
well, that's
chance.
The problem is yes.
Yeah, there's zero chance that they trade him.
No.
Zero.
And you probably can't. You probably can't trade him. Like
no.
It's slowly turning into a two-team division right now. That can change, but No, the other three teams are starting to drift away a little bit.
Well, goodbye, Texas. I
Yeah.
mean,
Goodbye, Angels, Texas, and A's.
Yeah. Well, the Angels and A's weren't going to do anything anyway.
No.
I mean, but it's Texas. It should be a 3-team division, and it's just not. We're just the Astros and the Mariners are just better. You see what Cal Raleigh's doing for the Mariners?
He's banging it.
Yeah.
Have you looked at?
He's got more homers than Judge.
So go look at have you looked at the Major League Baseball? My buddy Rob from the neighborhood pointed this out to me. Have you looked at the home run list, the leaders in home runs for Major League Baseball?
I have not.
It's kind of a crazy list. I'll give you an example right now. Here's the home run leaders in Major League Baseball. Now at the top, you have very recognizable big names.
Shohei.
But you got Shohei Ohtani, but then it's Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Corbin Carroll, Eugenio Suarez, Taylor Ward, Logan O'Hoppe, Saya Suzuki, Pete Crow Armstrong. These look like the names feel like they were just made up for a Major League Baseball video game that didn't have licensing from MLB. James Wood, Fernando Tatis Jr., Spencer Torkelson. I mean, Torkelson's up there. Matt Olson, Devers, Kyle Tucker, Trent Grisham, Brent Rooker, Riley Green.
Yeah,
it's not a murder name full of murderers row players.
Well, there's a lot of names you just don't know because they're relatively new. Yeah. I mean, Cal Raleigh doing what he's doing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, playing, catching and hitting hitting like this.
Yeah, we'll see how long that can hold up.
Yeah, yeah. So you got see if you can't sweep tonight. What is this called? A 2-game sweep? Is there any name for that?
A 2-game sweep? No, there's not a name for it.
There's no name for a 2-game sweep.
I think it's called a tiger. I think it's called a scooble.
It's a scooble?
When you get swept in 2 games, I think it's called a scooble.
You got Lance McCullers against
It's called
Severino
a trouble.
On the mound today. Lance looked good his last outing. Let's see if he can't keep it up. Breaking it here in less than 15 minutes, about 10 minutes from now. We'll be talking NIL with a guy who wrote a really nice piece on it.
Yeah.
That'll happen at 45.
Did you get to read that?
8:00.
It's a really good.
It was?
Oh, he'll join us at 8:00.
8
I
o'clock.
wrote in the wrong spot, but it'll be 8:00.
Yeah.
Okay, 8:00. All right, that's when we're going to talk to Noah Henderson. But first, we're going to talk about Craig DeSurf.
Yeah, Craig DeSurf. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to get a car deal done. We're actually going from a lease for my wife. She's putting a lot of miles on, headed to Kingwood. So it makes more sense for us to get out of the lease and go with a purchase. So she was test driving. We went in and test drove 3 different vehicles. When we got there, they already had 3 cars pulled up. I gave them an idea of what we wanted. We're going from a 7-seater to a 5-seater. And Sonny was awesome over there. Sonny and Rick Drenner. We came in at what time was it? It was like 7:40 on Friday or 7:30. And Sonny stayed with us the whole time we were there. Everyone else, he's like turning the lights off. We were the last ones in there. And she drove 3 different vehicles, one from Chevy, one from Buick, and one from GMC. And she is going to make up her decision. My wife is, but I think what she wants to do is get a different interior than they have and a different exterior color. So they're going to do a dealer trade where they trade with another dealership. They actually trade one of their vehicles. They trade for a vehicle to be named later. It's actually like a trade. And they just do what Craig even reached out to me and said, listen, whatever it takes, we'll just make sure that you guys are happy. We just want to make sure you're happy. Here's the thing. He does that with everyone. It's not just me or us. It's literally everyone. You can talk to anyone who's bought a car from Angleton there at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. That's 100% the person who he is. And so when you have a car buying experience like that, it makes it so easy to enjoy the process and enjoy that new car. And that's what they're going to do for you. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Make sure that you head to the website, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, or just drive out to Angleton, take your test drives and make your purchase, because trade-in value is exceptional right now with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell, 713-780-3776. The Pacers took a 3-1 lead last night in that series. It is about over, and they head back to New York, and they got 3 games left, and Indiana just looks like the better basketball team. Stafford is here, and he wants to talk about that series. What do you say, Stafford?
What's up, y'all? Good morning, man. The Pacers, man. So, former Houston Rockets legend really changed how I saw the Pacers. Because as Lance was saying earlier, how they're such a fast-paced team. When you think about fast-paced teams, you think about them as finesse. But Patrick Beverly, I saw a clip. Yeah, I called him Rockets legend, but I was joking. But I saw a clip on him talking about the Pacers, man, a few weeks ago, and talking about like just the level of physicality that they play with and how they really beat down teams along with the pace that they play at. And so I just, man, I wouldn't sleep on them against the Thunder, and I think they have the coaching edge against the Thunder, at least experience-wise. Rick Carlisle has won a championship, so man, I think the Pacers are still looking at them do what they do, and right now, and I think they're still kind of underrated, man. I would be surprised if they won it.
They are underrated, but I still don't think anyone's beaten. I just think Oklahoma City at any given time can just – they feel like that, like when Golden State, when you used to have a bad quarter and Golden State would just roll you and you were done. That's what Oklahoma City feels like. It feels like – and they're not – they don't have a – I mean, we say they don't have a Steph, but they got a guy who's filling it up over 30 points a game. Why is SGA, just because he doesn't shoot from the logo, he's not Steph Curry? He scores like Steph Curry. And I know this, they're a very efficient offensive team. Like, I think Oklahoma City doesn't have the superstar caliber player, so people don't really realize how good they are. That is a good freaking team.
Yeah. Jalen Williams has stepped up and been he has stepped up, and if you got to have 2 guys, they got 2 guys.
They got 2 guys, yeah.
I think Chet's a kind of a a distant third.
Yeah, I do too.
He's even less.
But they got good fourths and fifths.
I mean, Jalen Williams, holy crap. That dude has been money. Yeah, you look at their roster and you just go, this is the best team in basketball, really? And, yeah, I mean, the way that Dort and the way that Caruso played defense and, Chet's blocking shots, I mean, I think that's so underrated with that Oklahoma City team. The scoring is great and everything else, but that defense, and they play like their hair's on fire all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot of fun. That team is really, really good. But the Pacers, man, Jay Williams wanted to fight you this morning on ESPN if you didn't think that Halliburton was a superstar. He said if he's not a superstar, do not talk to me about basketball because you do not know anything. Okay, Jay, settle down a little bit. I know you're trying to get with Stephen A every day, but settle down a little bit. And, he is. Tyrese Halliburton is a superstar. And I know most overrated player, whatever. That title's leaving him now, isn't it? That has got to leave him.
Yeah, it's funny.
But
you know what's funny, John? I was kind of doing this in real time a little bit. How many points a game do you think Halliburton's averaging in this postseason?
18 to 20.
Yeah, 19 points a game.
Yeah.
He scored over 30, but it's because he had a 4, he had a 10, he had an 11.
But
he's got like 5 30-point games. He's got incredible fourth quarter finishes.
He's like 10 for his last 11 in game-winning shots.
Yeah, and his how
are you underrated if you're doing that?
He had one of the best triple doubles I've seen in the playoffs yesterday. Like his triple double.
How about with no turnovers?
Yeah, 15 assists and no turnovers with 32 points and 14 rebounds and 12 rebounds and 4 steals.
Yeah,
I mean, he had one of the best triple doubles I've seen. It was absolutely incredible. And and
meanwhile, Siakam's throwing in 30.
Oh, Pat McAfee is wearing a shirt that says "overrate that" at the Indiana Pacers game.
Yeah.
Finally, we get a Pat McAfee sighting.
Did you see what he said before the game?
No, I just see he's saying something.
Oh no, he's yelling out Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and Timothy Chalamet, and he's, hey, look, they're here, and everybody's booing him. And he said, let's send their ass back to New York with a bleeping loss. Or he was.
Well, he's a wrestling guy.
Yeah, he is a wrestling guy.
I mean, he's more wrestling guy than punter.
Yeah, right. He is. He's got himself.
No, now, I mean, listen, it's about time we saw him. Like, I almost never see him or the Kelseys.
We don't see him too much.
Him, Kelsey, Stephen A. Smith, and Ryan Clark. I almost never see any of those guys. I can't. There's nowhere for me to go to not see Ryan Clark, Jason Kelsey more than Travis Kelce. I see the Kelseys and Pat McAfee and Stephen A. Smith way more than I see like Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah,
I see them way more on my stuff than a Taylor Swift. I mean,
when you're entering draft season, you see them more than you see your kids.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But Halliburton was shooting. But John, some of Halliburton's shots were absolutely bananas yesterday. Like, this guy is playing with 0% fear.
When you talk about Steph, he's got that kind of range.
Yeah, he does have really.
He was filling it up from 30.
But a lot of guys have crazy range though in the NBA now.
Well, that's this game.
Like Naz Reid was shooting
we
like.
got Noah at the top of the hour. We got to get to him.
It.
So let's break now and try to catch up here on breaks. I'm talking about Texas Card House. Listen, if you like to play poker, Texas Card House is the premier place now, 24/7. You get to either location. You want a late game, you want an early morning game, you want a middle of the night game, you want an afternoon game, whatever it is. Texas Card House is here for you. Join. You can become a member monthly, or you can and listen. They don't kill you on time. They don't draw from the pots. All right, you pay for your seat on time. And it's awesome. And it's just, I think it's the most well-run that we've seen here in quite a while. Okay. It is a premier place for you to get your poker on. They've got the Poker Atlas deal going on right now with $300,000 is on the line right now, and we're in the middle of it right now. You got Hijack Poker where you can play at home, and you can download the app. And if you can't, use a credit card to put money in, you can go up to one of the Texas Card House locations and put money in that way. Look, you're looking for poker. I'm telling you, the premier place right now, TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me ask you what you think about this, Del. We're going to talk a lot of college football with Noah Henderson in just a minute about the NIL, but let's talk about what's going on with the SEC. They support the 5 and plus 11. So thank you, SEC, for coming down with that. They are talking about eliminating the SEC championship game.
Yeah, they have several different things on their mind because the coaches are the ones who would love the 5 versus 11, 5 plus 11, the 5 conference champions, and then just 11 at largest, which they think would benefit them, being the SEC, and they're probably right.
Yeah, they don't want to limit it to 4, right?
Yeah, the administrators are the ones who seem to side with the more automatic bids and then less at largest.
Why play the SEC championship game when both teams are in?
Yeah, what you're referring to is they would have an automatic champion, and then obviously like everyone else, and then they'd have a play-in, which means more money. So like 2 versus, I don't forget how it would set up. Number 1 would get in automatically, and then they'd have a play-in Saturday, where the teams who played each other, the winners would get in automatically, and then the losers would be up for at largest potentially. They would. That's another model. They have so many things up in there because I haven't decided on anything, but they just like to have a double header on that day.
Why they've already got I mean, they're already in. If 4 are already in, why play the SEC championship game? Because those 2 teams are going to be in.
Right. I mean, that's
Right.
you can only
And
play
then
so many
2
games.
more are going to be in. What do you need to play? What do you need playing?
Well, I don't think. Do they still want to play the SEC title game? Plus
they're
the
talking
2
about
play-ins?
eliminating it.
They but they want money. You know what's crazy is of course the SEC is for this because it's more money for their conference.
Yeah, they want to reward.
We talk about players being greedy all the time. Let's just be real about this. It
Yeah.
started with coaches and agents jacking up colleges and holding them hostage. That's where it started.
Right.
And then the conferences themselves have been just completely
they're greedy. We know they're greedy.
Yeah,
They're greedy.
but the
Well,
conferences
here's the
have
problem
been
with
picky.
it though is the ESPN pays a lot of money for those championships.
Well, and it's like they became greedy once the TV money came in because the conferences, the Big Ten and especially SEC are pig city. They're just as hoggy.
So I'm a bit confused. I know we got to go. So the SEC title game would go away. Whoever was
talking about it.
Yeah, in this scenario, whoever was number 1, however they would decide that in the regular season, would get in automatically. That would be their champion, and then they would play a couple of play-in games, which were TV events, made for TV events, so they don't lose the revenue from playing the SEC title game. They'd get actually more because they have 2 games on the schedule.
What are those? Like, are they the border teams? They're on the bubble.
I thought
if you're ranked 15th in the country or 17th in the country, I try to play a game.
No, I thought I saw where it'd be if they were going to stick with the automatic qualifiers, multiple automatic qualifiers from a conference. Those 2 games would decide 2 of them. Like it would be a semifinal playing, but it wouldn't be a real semifinal because they would have to play a final.
I don't think they're gonna. Yeah,
that's one of their. They would like to have those 2 teams play or 4 teams play as this major event for the SEC, where the winners automatically get in, and then the losers are in line for that large spot.
So the SEC just decides who they're sending, because what if the committee says, well, that's not the 2 teams we want?
Yeah, they would like to have full control.
Yeah, they get this is who we're sending to your little tournament.
Yes, and you'll be happy to take them.
Yeah,
that's the vibes.
Yes, wow. Because if you win it, do you have to play in the play-in? If you're the best team,
no, I think if you're the best team in the SEC, however they decide that in the regular season, you don't have to participate.
You'll have to just ask the SEC.
Yeah, they'll tell you, John. Stop asking me questions.
The SEC will tell you what you're going to have to do. Just listen to what they tell you. Everyone just shut up. If you don't want them to leave, just shut your dirty mouth and let the SEC tell you what's going to happen, okay? It's none of your business.
Right. An SEC play-in game. Wow.
2 of them.
2 of them. 2 of them. But the top
basically don't even play you don't even need to play a schedule anymore.
That might be what it is. The top 2 teams aren't involved. And
then
3 versus 6 the 3 versus 6 would play each other, and then the winners would get in.
I mean, the SEC is basically just setting it up to where they have their own, like, they don't have to play anyone anymore other than them.
Yeah.
4 and 5.
They want to keep their blood clean.
Yeah. And then the losers of those games would still be eligible for a large spot. We can talk about this with Noah in a couple of minutes.
We'll talk about a lot with Noah Henderson next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's our guy Billy Brown. Our guy Billy Brown has really helped us. Our guy Billy Brown will really help you. If you have any kind of plumbing issue, 281-488-6238. You have to have that number in your phone. Don't be the guy that's like, oh, my, we have a plumbing emergency. And who do we call? Let me tweet John and Lance and see what? No. Have it in your phone. Be a responsible person. 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Lance, you got it in your phone, right?
Yeah, I've got it in the phone because you don't it says Billy Brown, but I've got Aqueduct Plumbing Company as well. And I've had the same guy come out to my house for 3 different things over 5 years. And I love that because he comes out, he knows us. It's quick, it's efficient, it's transparent. I don't know. There's just something about having the same guys who know your home and know what's been done before. There's just something about that I like. I like the fact they don't have a bunch of turnover. They got great plumbers, and Billy Brown says, hey, we've got great guys. We're going to keep them. We're going to pay them well, and we're going to make sure that we have the best for our clients, and that's what they have. And it's a company you can trust. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We are efforting. That's the word, efforting. Noah Henderson. Hopefully he'll be able to join us here. He wrote a really good piece on, it's the prisoner dilemma. Okay, so we can set that up while Noah's not here. You two guys, they pull a heist, they get arrested. Okay, if neither of them tells, then it's going to be hard to prove, and maybe they'll get.
They work together for best outcome.
Well, right. So
it gets to individual personality.
Right. Maybe they'll get a light sentence because it's going to be harder to prove or whatever. If one gives up on the other one, If one gives up on the other one, okay, Noah's here.
Yeah,
good.
Noah's here, so he can describe.
One prisoner gives up on the other one, then that guy is going to go down, but the guy who gave him up is probably going to walk.
There's actually game shows like this on. I saw one the other day where this lady, I guess, ended up with $12,000 because she said she wanted to equally split, but other people didn't. So anyway, joining us now. Go ahead.
Friend or foe, Noah Henderson's joining us right now. He's a professor at Loyola University in Chicago, and he also writes for SI.com. And I'm looking at your picture, Noah. I didn't have any professors that looked this young when I went to school. All right. Is this like Lance, my radio partner? And NFL.com, he uses like a picture from like 20 years ago.
I don't usually know.
Is this from 20 years ago, Noah?
No, sir. I am actually recently 27. I've gotten pretty lucky. Got some opportunities young, and yes, I am definitely the youngest of my peers when it comes to being a professor.
Yeah, but you're not
great.
just a professor, you're involved in the NIL space as well. So you're pretty well versed in what's going on right now across college football.
Yeah, he advises companies, schools, collectives on name, image, and likeness, best practices. Wow. Noah is out there working it. Nice job, Noah. We really appreciate it.
What were you doing when you were 27, John?
I was bartending. I was not doing what Noah's doing. I was not busy in the business world. I was busy in the club world, if you want to know the
That's
truth.
what I figured.
Yeah. So Noah, let's talk a little bit about this, the name, image, and likeness. The problem that seems to be arising is these different states are coming up with rules that will differ from the national norm or what the NCAA is trying to do. And if these states do this and come up with rules that say, "Hey, West Virginia and Oregon, hey, we're going to do it different. You can't put a limit on NIL. We're not going to have a salary cap." Then the whole thing could be in the crapper, right?
Yeah, I think that you nailed it, right? The NCAA, through this House v. NCAA giant settlement that's been going on, it has been looking to somehow reel in the landscape of college football, college basketball that we've kind of accepted as the new normal, where schools like Florida, Ohio State are going to be spending north of $20 million on a roster and finding some way to promote, some form of competitive parity within these Power Four schools. The same stuff that you see within the NFL and NBA, those salary caps that, allow a team like the Indiana Pacers to compete with the New York Knicks, right? Vastly different markets, to have some form of competitive parity. Now, for smaller schools like Rice, they're still going to be struggling a bit to maybe meet that top end threshold of athlete payment. But yeah, you're right. I think that states like West Virginia and Oregon are crafting state laws now that effectively act like a shield. So as soon as the NCAA was able to get a bit of headway and, creating what effectively is a salary cap, right? $20.5 million across an entire athletic department for each school. These states are now finding ways to kind of circumvent that, make sure the NCAA can't really see what they're paying their athletes. The NCAA can't penalize a school, and I'd never want to see an athlete get penalized, but penalize an athlete, right, for accepting money that goes beyond what is or has been set forth in this big settlement with the revenue sharing cap. And the issue, and I heard you talking about the prisoner dilemma, is that, once West Virginia, and they've already had their bill formally, adopted by the state, the governor signed it, right? If those schools then begin paying their athletes more, right, it's not going to end there, right? Every other state is going to, otherwise that they're going to be at a huge competitive disadvantage. So finding ways to maybe stop states from taking those actions is what a lot of people are thinking about right now.
Before we get into prisoner dilemma as it pertains to, you can explain it from a game theory standpoint, and we can talk about how it pertains to SEC and Big Ten compared to the rest of college football. One of the things I struggle with is, I do think what would be best for college sports would be unionization, allowing the players to unionize. It would actually benefit, I think, in a way, collegiate sports, because there would be standards, there would be collectively bargained agreements. I think it would be clean, the cleanest. I know in the past it was a bad word, but really this is way worse than not having something collectively bargained between the two sides. But I think the biggest problem I have with making comparisons between the 3/4 major sports and then collegiate sports is that they're not functioning off the same collectively bargained. Well, number one, they're not unionized, so they don't have the same collectively bargained TV deals. There's not the same amount of money going from one conference to the next. There's wildly different levels of competitiveness from team to team, conference to conference. So, because it's so big and so different, you can't really, it's hard, and there's so few games, relatively speaking, it's hard to make a comparison with college football with any of the other major pro sports to gain that parity, which would be best for the overall sport, because it's so, it's just so different from the other pro sports in terms of how it's built.
100%. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head here of why we're in these problems to begin with, right? I think that that is the biggest hurdle because, if we watch pro sports, everything that we see on the TV, really outside the field of play is due to the players' union and their relationship with the NFL. Because, right, all of those practices that we sometimes take for granted, right? Getting traded, being drafted, right? That doesn't happen if you are an accountant, right? You're not going to be traded from PwC to KPMG, right? That's because there's a CBA, and that allows you to do things that would otherwise be illegal in many contexts, or illegal is the wrong word, but violating antitrust law, right? So college sports, athletes are not employees, therefore they can't unionize. And, I'm sympathetic to your, thought process here that unionization would fix a lot. It also does come with its own complications to Title IX. It challenges international student athletes who would now need to acquire some form of work visa and not a student visa. So, yes, I think ultimately down the line, unionization for probably men's and women's basketball and football makes sense, and non-revenue sports probably can, play as more of a club model than it currently does today. But yeah, that's the real sticking point here, is that athletes aren't employees and can't unionize. So concepts we're used to can't just readily apply from the pro context to the, I don't even want to call it amateur context anymore, to the college context.
Yeah, and it's even more than that too, Noah. I mean, the players today are living in a different world than players 5 years ago did. And how long are these collective bargaining agreements going to go? Because it could be obsolete. But it's so fleeting. Everybody, I hope that we get back to the point where you play 5 years and not like the 12 years now the kids are playing in college athletics. And my experience is different than yours in just 4 years or 5 years.
Yeah, I think that collective bargaining could fix that in an instant, right? Collective bargaining would be the solution to fixing all that, where that's just a term of you playing in the league, is that you have 5 years play 4. That, the way it used to be when I played, it was, you could 5 years play 4. Maybe if you had a red shirt, that gets a little squirrely, but there's, all of those issues go away with collective bargaining. I think the NCAA has actually had a couple victories in terms of D2 guys who are trying to extend their eligibility in football and some baseball cases. So I think that not all hope is lost. We're not going to have 30-year-olds playing in the NCAA. I think that that's a bit overblown, but that's also something that's being fought over really heavily right now.
Let's get it. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to get into prisoner dilemma because it gets to. So I'm big into the collective, doing what's for the greater good. I believe in greater good personally. That's how I was brought up by my parents. And I believe that that leads to best results when you care about the greater good for people. But society has become much more me oriented. I want you to take that with me saying that. I want you to get to the idea, the game theory of prisoner's dilemma and how that pertains to college football as we know it today.
Yeah. So the prisoner dilemma, right, is the concept that if me and you have to make a decision, right, and we could use that friend or foe example that you kind of alluded to earlier, there's $10,000 sitting on a table. And if I go into a room and say, hey, I want to be your friend, and you then walk into that room after me and say, you want to be my friend, we'll split that money and we'll each get $5,000. The issue is I don't know if I can trust you. So rationally, instead of leaving with $0, I might say, I don't want to be your friend, give it all to me. and then I walk home with $10,000 at the risk of you doing the same and leaving me with nothing. And that's a very kind of basic example of the prisoner's dilemma. But ultimately, if I cannot be sure that you are going to act as my friend, right, I, in good faith, a rational actor, would not choose to cooperate with you. Now, in leagues like the NBA and NFL, who have these collective bargaining agreements, they are contractually forced to be each other's friends, right? The New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers are contractually forced to split the revenues of all nationally broadcast TV games equally, right? And there's a lot of reasons behind that to support the league, but right, contractually, they're forced to be friends. That doesn't necessarily exist within the college landscape, a little bit at the conference level. But we're seeing this now, not really from conferences or schools themselves, but from state legislatures who are, 90% of the time it's someone from a Power 4 school or multiple Power 4 schools from their state in their ear of what they want in a bill, are looking to gain competitive advantage, right? West Virginia wants to eliminate investigations into their athletes because they know that, Texas could do the same or Virginia could do the same. So they want to beat them to the punch or just make sure that they're prioritizing themselves and not playing at a disadvantage. We saw this with that investigation stuff. We saw it even a little bit before. There was a wave that I think 5 different states across the country all submitted state laws that removed state income tax from NIL earnings, which, to some, to fans, this is great. Now if we sign Carson Beck for $4 million, it doesn't really make sense because he's in Florida and there's no state income tax there. But right, if you sign a player for that much money, that's a big recruiting pitch. Hey, we can save you, 6%. Your offer becomes higher. So Illinois, Georgia, all of these states started eliminating state tax on NIL earnings simply because someone else could have, and they wanted to remain competitive.
Okay, so would federal legislation eliminate the state's ability to step in and make an unfair field?
I would say yes. Federal legislation preempts state legislation with minor exceptions. The federal government 100% has the ability to step in and implement some regulation over NIL. I think for most people, that's kind of the hope, is that the federal government can come in and put some sensible guardrails. Really, really strong athlete advocates are a little bit weary of this because, at the end of the day, any sort of antitrust exemption, which is what federal regulation would be, does in some way harm the total earning abilities of athletes, right? Even the salary cap, right? If we say, the NCAA's number of 20.5 is the one we want to roll with, a school like Texas or a school like Tennessee could, probably stand to shell out $30+ million a year. So some athletes would be burdened by the fact that there's still a ceiling on how much they could make. But in terms of stopping this patchwork of state laws and, different levels of competitiveness and different rules that schools within the same conference are playing under, federal legislation could solve a lot of those issues.
Yeah, I talked to an NBA executive who told me he was almost matter of fact by it. He said, well, the model is not designed to benefit anybody other than basketball and football. And so there are going to be some other programs that have, sports go by the wayside. Certain sports are going to get canceled. That's just the way it's going to end up being. They'll be careful not to eliminate women's sports because you're going to catch a Title IX case. But his whole thing was it's just going to have to lead to a very distinct tiers where tier 1 is going to be so much bigger than anything else. But he said that's really the only way this can work is you're going to have tier 1. It's going to have to be like a professional league where you have a professional league and then you have feeder leagues underneath it. And I thought and he was just very matter of fact. He said that's the only way economically this is going to make sense because the smaller schools it's not financially viable for them because they don't make the same TV revenue. Like they don't have the same revenue coming in, so they can't play by the same rules that the big dogs play by.
No, and that's, I've had similar conversations with mid-major conference executives, right, who are saying that revenue sharing is such a laughable concept for us because, it's not really revenue sharing, right? A lot of these programs, not necessarily football or basketball, are operating at a loss, right? This isn't
Right.
revenue. This is donor dollars that are, being funded into the university's athletic fund, which, technically, yes, that is revenue for the school, but, it's not, it is so distinct, right? The difference between Rice and Houston is so, there's such a giant discrepancy in how much money is coming in for the broadcasting rights of those games that it's not the same. It's the same sport, technically the same league, but it is, as far as SBS is concerned, but it's very distinct in terms of facilities. It's very distinct in terms of, eventual compensation once revenue sharing comes in, right? It's I don't know, any G5 school who's really preparing to pay up to $20.5 million across an athletics department. They don't have the money to do that. And now it's, compensation used to be binary, right? It was, you're a walk-on or you're a scholarship athlete. And recruiting was kind of predicated on this. This is only going to serve to really, at least in my opinion, separate the haves and have-nots when, you can offer players substantially more money than, lower ranked schools who might be closer to home or better academic fits or whatever benefits they used to be able to provide to distinguish themselves.
Noah Henderson, SI writer, professor at Loyola, and NIL expert. Quickly, how does this all, and are we going to get an NIL that makes some sense here soon?
Yeah, I think that there's some case law that's going to stop these wonky state laws. I think that federal law, Ted Cruz has been really strongly pushing it. So I think, yes, give it a year, give it 2 years, but we'll have stability soon.
Well, if Ted Cruz is in charge of it, it's a loser. Okay.
At least if it's in a state
Every
in
game
Texas.
he goes to, his team loses. So, dang it. Put somebody else in charge of it. Noah, thanks, man. We appreciate your time. Congratulations on your early success. Keep it going. I'm sure we're going to hear from Noah Henderson in the future. Noah, thanks for joining us.
Yep, thanks for having me on. Great chatting.
All right, that's Noah Henderson. NILExpertSI.com is where you can find his work. Or if you go to Loyola University, you can find his work there. He's a professor, 27 years old professor. How about that?
Mm-hmm. That's what I couldn't believe when he said his age.
A professor.
No, I was reading his bio, and he was like, in 2000 when I was, in 2000 when I was, or 2002 when I was 4 years old, and I'm like, what? I started watching game shows, and I'm like, wait a minute. This makes him 27 years old. And you see his picture, and it looks 27. Yeah, he's a professor, but yeah, it's a complicated thing. It's like he talked about. I've had these same conversations where I was made aware that it's yeah. I talked to Major Applewhite, who's at South Alabama. He's like, man, it's rough for us, Lance, because we're not making money. Like our money comes in and it funds all the programs, and now with the revenue share, we're down $300,000 a year. So we're having to go to donors to try to make that up just so we can break even. And so, and his whole thing is, look, we just can't play by the same rules the Power Four. We don't make enough money to play by those same revenue share models.
All right, let's talk about, instead of that, let's talk about Craig DeServe. John Daspit.
Yeah, let's talk about John Daspit. John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer here in the city of Houston. He's the biggest. He's the best. Files, gets the highest settlements. It's really simple. John puts in the work. At Daspit Law, they leave no stone unturned. They want to make sure that everything is accounted for, so that when it comes time for your medical attention, everything is paid for. And that includes physical therapy, things that may last into, several years, maybe even for the rest of your life. I ran into a guy with a knee injury, And when I was over at Plex doing some rehab stuff, and he's a listener of the show, and man, he got in a car wreck and he was badly injured. The leg, like it was never going to be better. And all I could think of was, man, I hope he got a good settlement, because not only is this going to all have to get paid for, the pain and suffering for the rest of his year, I hope it was accounted for properly. And John Daspit and his lawyers certainly put that into play. They think about the time that you're going to miss from work, whether it's short-term or long-term, that money gets accounted for in your settlement. Just give them a call. They've got free consultation available 24/7. They speak Spanish as well. You can chat on the actual website at daspitlaw.com, or give them a call at 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW to see all the areas of practice where they can help you. Go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So I'm looking at, I was doing my research for News of the Weird, the 10 hot movies to see this summer. Let me see if you can get, if you see a common theme. Karate Kid. Ballerina, which is in the John Wick family. Jurassic World Rebirth. Superman. The Fantastic Four.
Lazy.
How lazy is Hollywood
All
now?
remakes.
All remakes.
Tell Wendy to tell
Can
them
we
to stop
have an
doing this
original
stuff.
thought?
No, because people don't go see those movies. That's why Sinners was such a big deal, and that was still a vampire movie. But even
Well, Sinners isn't it? Is that a follow up on a different
no,
movie?
what I'm saying is people were so excited about that one because it was original. But even then, it was genre and vampire. So people don't care for original story. It doesn't sell. People might watch them at home, but to actually go see an original movie, Hollywood may have problems, but they know. Until people prove,
No, they're taking lowest hanging
until
fruit.
people prove that they're willing to go see these movies, and maybe Sinners is the start because it outperformed what people expected. They're just gonna, and particularly it's the summer, by the way. This is the summer. Summer's the time for these things.
So I was reading about this. There's so much pressure now to earn your money back quickly, because the international market's not what it used to be. Is that now movie house, the financiers, they're not taking chances on independent movies anymore. Not like they were. Like you gotta, and so now it's kind of the dumbing down, like just everything. You just make it dumb.
Yeah.
And so it's just, all right, let's just do Marvels and that'll make our money back. Whatever makes your money back the easiest and fastest, that's what they're doing.
But you're naming all the blockbusters, and of course Mission Impossible just came out.
Another
one. Now, at least it's the same dude making the same type of movie over and over again.
It's
not
safe.
It's not a remake. It's just Tom Cruise in a series that continues, so people are fine with that. But it's safe, and they know it'll make their money. People don't want to take risk, and until the viewing public is willing to go see those things, we're just going to get them. And like I said, the summer is a time for these things. Like when I was a kid in the summer, you get the IP. I remember watching Jurassic Park, and now it was the original idea back then, but it was still based off a book that had sold. So people thought, hey, let's do the dinosaur thing. But Independence Day, all those things, they all come back, but it's also, it's blockbuster time. And how do you get kids into the theaters? You give them dinosaurs, you give them Marvel, you give them aliens, and they'll go watch it. This is the time to entertain the kids and get their parents there with them. So I don't think it's changing.
I always look for A24. Like it's one of the only, I don't know, it's maybe not independent, but it's one of the only, like, it's one of the most recognizable. I see A24, I know I may have something with a little edge to it, something that may be a little bit different. That's I don't know, what are they? Is it I don't know what A24 is. It a movie? What's it considered?
I think it's just a production house. I don't know exactly what.
Yeah,
you know,
I talked to a production house. I talked to Eric Layden the other day, who told me, John, that in LA, he goes, because LA has been so slow. I don't think I've talked about this on the air. So slow for tax breaks and they haven't given tax breaks, that everything is left. That like when he was on the production studio at Fox, on the Fox lot, there was nothing. He was there for a 911. He filmed a TV show 911, and he said his work is like really dried up, and LA's not even the place anymore. They spent $1 billion to Netflix open something up in Albuquerque for $1 billion for, to do their own filming. They basically said, screw you, LA.
Austin is going to become the place. Yeah.
Austin, and he said Albuquerque, Austin, anywhere that has financial, some tax breaks for the people making the movies, making the TV shows too.
Who was the guy in Shazam? He was the lead of Shazam. Not Kazam, not Shaq's movie. Shazam.
Zachary Levi? Or Levy?
He's left L.A. He said he couldn't get any work because he came out in favor of Trump. And he said no one would hire him in L.A.
Well, Eric can't get any work because there is no work in L.A., he said. He didn't come out in favor of anything.
That's so crazy because there's so many platforms and so many things that have to be produced
But
now.
they're not due. But you don't have to live in L.A. Eric said so many of the tryouts and so many of the reads now, you can do it through Zoom.
Yeah.
Like, so you can live in it. So he moved to La Jolla with his family. He thought it's nicer than LA. It's not the same issues that they have to deal with. And, But he said their whole industry is a real mess. And I thought it would be easier with all the streaming stuff, but he said it's really not. Like, that was the thought. It was going to be easier with streaming, but he said the lifeblood is still television, is network television, and all network television is doing is declining. But he said that's the dream, is to get a TV show on network television that lasts 3, 4, 5 seasons, because you have residuals. That's where you can feel more comfortable as a working actor. But those things are drying up too.
Crazy business. Crazy business. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
I mean, it's a vampire movie. I don't know if I can go see a vampire movie.
You haven't seen any of the trailers for it? Like, in the trailers, they reveal that vampires are.
I know, but I thought somebody was just sinning.
He's talking about Sinners, the movie. Yeah, the movie that made millions more than they expected. I told the trailers.
Never really been into vampire stuff.
The trailer, the promos.
They're so white.
Are what do you mean?
I saw
vampires are white.
Well, all the movies, not
movie.
in this one. The initial vampires white, then people who aren't white get turned to vampires. Maybe that's a message to everyone.
They got like powers.
I don't. Well, I mean, I watched Lost Boys when it came out, and then Gary Oldman's conversation or interview with the vampire, or Tom Cruise, whoever was in that. And I was falling asleep during that one. That one
South.
sucked.
The music's great in it. It's set
in the South. This sounds just like the HBO vampire show that was in Louisiana.
It's not like that. It's
no,
like
I know, but where was the Louisiana?
True Blood is what you're talking about. This one's set in Mississippi.
Is it a love story?
No. Well, I mean, there's love in it.
Dell called it Black True Blood.
No, I didn't call it that. I just said True Blood. I said it's like if HBO, you asked me about it, I said if HBO did a prestigious Sunday night TV show about vampires, this would be it.
It would be it. It's gotten, I've heard good things about it.
Well, no one thought you were going to watch it, John.
I don't want it.
Yeah, no kidding. No one thought you would.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
No one's surprised by this particular slant.
You're nothing else to do. Go watch it, John.
Vampires are stupid. They don't exist.
So what?
Abraham Lincoln was not a vampire.
And neither was. And Thorin Oakenshield doesn't exist. So you don't have anything to stand on. Stop it with your cartoon stuff.
Nerd.
Yeah. What's he talking about? He was a fan of the nerdiest thing ever. He read The Hobbit. Cut it out.
I know.
Thorin Oakenshield.
And it's not even the good. By the way, it's not even the
good. So
greedy. It's not even the best Tolkien story.
This John would have literally smothered that young John to death with a pillow if he'd have known he could get out of this Thorin Oakenshield stuff.
I love them.
He's a nerdy hipster too, because it's not even Lord of the Rings. He quotes The Hobbit, not even Lord of the Rings.
Right. I am Gandalf, and Gandalf
See?
me. By the beard of Durin, I wish I had Gandalf here. Curse him for the choice of you.
It's not even the one that people care about.
Okay, let's look at. Okay, so here is 9 interesting schedule features, and let me see if you agree. Okay, the Patriots. Are you interested in Diggs going back to Buffalo in Week 5?
I'm more interested in Diggs's party boat with Cardi
How
B.
about that?
I know you've seen that.
I saw that. Boy, oh boy, he was surrounded. It's good to
Daddy, and they're all calling him Daddy, but Cardi B's on the boat with them, so she obviously doesn't care.
Yeah.
I don't know if the main thing was Stephon Diggs. But that is an interesting, like, from a football standpoint, if Diggs can turn off the tail chasing, if he can turn that off and turn on the football, he offers a lot to Drake May, I guess. I think he's going to get pretty frustrated. Frankly, I don't think they're on his level, meaning you've got to be on a certain level right now for Steph Diggs to not get frustrated. And I don't think Drake May's on that level right now.
Eagles and Packers play in Week 10. The tush pushers against the people who tried to stop it. Maybe they'll have a couple extra tush pushes in there. Ben Johnson goes back to the Lions in Week 2.
That'll be a good one.
How about the Bears against the Cowboys in Week 3? Matt Eberflus is the Cowboys DC now.
Who cares?
Mike Vrabel and the Patriots.
I think the Cowboys are done. I think the Cowboys are done. I think we're done with the Cowboys.
I do too.
Right? I like, in all seriousness, the Dak thing's played out. Too bad. You're stuck with a bad contract. There's only so much he can do. He's a good, not great quarterback. You've got, I think you've got a defensive end who's as interested in doing podcasts as he is in rushing a passer. I think you're done. I think Dallas is done being a thing.
I agree.
It's Washington now. It's Philadelphia.
Yep.
Those are the two in the division, and Dallas is just like, oh,
They're there.
that's a cute little team. That's fine.
And yet they get the first game, and they get all these. They got 12.
Johnny, gotta let this
national-
one go, man. The Cowboys will be in your life until you decide to stop caring
Yeah.
about football.
Yeah.
It'll be a thing.
I didn't.
Well,
think
just
about
like the Knicks are,
Yeah.
but the Knicks for years and
Never
years
gonna
were non-factors. They're not,
Yeah.
you have to deal with it.
That's all.
Just like the Lakers, non-factors now, but you have to deal with it all the time.
They put this in here in this list. The Jaguars and Texans haven't played since the Azeez Al-Shaair hit that ended Trevor Lawrence's season and incited a bench-clearing brawl. They play in week 3.
I mean, bench clearing's a little strong. It was like 2 offensive linemen and Azeez. None of the Texans.
Yeah, it was all on their side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on their sideline. Expect some pregame shenanigans and first drive tone setting. Agreed?
I don't know.
Feels unlikely.
Not D'Amico Ryan's team is not going to have pregame shenanigans. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Azeez is kind of his own guy. We already know they don't have any control over Azeez.
The Jaguars have a new staff. So it's not even like Doug Peterson's going to be. Remember what he did to her? It's Liam Cohen's there, and I don't know if Liam Cohen has that juice to rile them up. I think that's overblown. Unless there's a big hit early, but I don't think so.
These two teams have been going. They've been scrappy for years.
Yeah, but do we
since
think
the
a
beginning.
fight's going to break out because
No,
of what
I don't
happened
know about
last year?
Well, I don't know. Somebody might take a cheap shot at Azeez.
Well, the thing you do is you hit the other quarterback. What is hitting Azeez going to do?
Yeah.
You're going to take out a linebacker you probably be better off having on the field if you're the opponent?
That's true. 11 jobs with question marks. The first one is Mike McDaniel. Al, is this it for Mike McDaniel?
Could be.
It could be. I mean, if it's a bad year, he made the playoffs his first 2 years. His quarterback, who gets hurt quite a bit, missed time, and they still were thin. They're on the last week of the season, had a chance to make the playoffs. I think he needs to win a playoff game. If he doesn't, the heat will be there. I just think health, which is not just a Tua thing. Their defensive ends weren't healthy all last year. He got punished because his team wasn't healthy. I think the owner feels pretty good about him, but he does need to probably win a playoff game. He hasn't done that yet.
Colts GM Chris Ballard.
He's
I
in
would think
trouble.
his job is on the line. Yeah.
You never know. Well, so what's his name? Loved him. Chris had a real hard conversation where he was like good with. He told the owner, "Hey, if you need to do something, you do something. I totally understand." And Jim Irsay was like, "Nope, I believe in you." And this is at the end of the last year. Like Chris is accountable. And the owner said, "Nope, I believe in you. We're sticking it out. We're going to keep doing this." And Jim Irsay, as we know, is no longer with us, died last week. And now his daughter is going to run the team. Now, his daughter has been there for years and years in the building. Ballard has a good relationship with her. But the reality is, and that's my guy. It's a godfather of one of my kids. But the reality is, being professional here, you look at the tenure, he's got a playoff appearance one time since 2017. I think there's a reason for it. And Andrew Luck quitting put them in an almost impossible situation. But this is a results-driven league. And if they don't make the playoffs, I think Ballard and Shane Steichen are both probably gone. That's my read based on the way the fan base is reacting right now. So yeah, I think he needs a big year, and having Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson as the two guys to try to save you that's tough action there.
Texans wide receiver 2. A job up in the air.
Yeah.
Who will have the second most catches? Higgins, Noel, Kirk, Dalton Schultz.
Man, that is a really hard one. Because I think Higgins is going to find it's hard for him to get open in the NFL early on. I think Jalen Noel will have no problems getting open. But is a slot receiver going to have, is he going to have the second most catches? Dalton Schultz is a known quantity. And then you mentioned Christian Kirk. He's never played, but he's a pro. He knows what he's doing. Man, but he's hurt a lot. That's a hard question. On paper, you'd think it's Higgins maybe. But like I said, I think Higgins is going to have a hard time getting open. I think and Jalen Noel, Chris. You know what? I'm going to say Dalton Schultz.
Who I'm going
to say he gets in the 60s.
I'm going to say
Catches.
Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
I'm going to say Jaden Higgins. I think Jaden's going to step up and be
Dalton
really,
Schultz
really
had
good.
53 catches last year. He had 59 before. I think what we're looking at is a 65 catch season this year for him. And I think
Dalton Schultz?
and I think the clear leader, I think Nico Collins is going to have an all-pro 1,400, 13 touchdowns, 1,400 receptions. I think he's going to have a monster year.
I think CJ's going to look to Higgins. I think there's going to be a lot of coverage. There's going to be a lot of
who had the second
coverage.
Who had the
Nico.
most catches? Who had the most catches last year for the Houston Texans?
Most catches last year for the Houston Texans? Nico?
That's correct. Nico Collins was 68 catches, 99 targets. Who had the second most catches?
Second most catches would have been, I think Diggs was still second.
Dalton Schultz.
Was he?
53. Then Tank at 51. Then Stephon Diggs only played 8 games, 47. I mean, he would have been easy. Frankly, he probably would have been the number one leader in catches had he not been injured. But is Higgins Stephon Diggs? I don't know.
He can be.
I don't know because he's a much different type of wide receiver. He's not that kind of route runner. He's more intermediate and vertical. So, but he catches, but he's good with contested catches. So that's good because I think he's going to be contested.
Well, it's funny. Neither of us picked Christian Kirk. So,
I mean, he's always hurt. I don't know. Jalen Noel, to me, if all things work out the way they should, or they could, Jalen Noel could have a big impact right away. The same way Tank Dell had one in year one, Jalen Noel could have that in year one also. This dude is really fast. He separates easy. Jalen Noel could end up having a big impact on the Houston Texans right away. But he's a rookie, so you just never know what you're going to get. And will CJ Stroud, kind of vibe with him early on? Like that's the unknown. Will CJ believe in him early? You can't have early drops with CJ, or CJ could get a little hesitant to throw.
Yep. All right. Let's go to Underdog and pick who we like, higher or lower.
You go higher or lower with Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has a lot of different things. They have WNBA as well. And for a lot of people, they were really piling on with Caitlin Clark stuff, higher or lower on the Caitlin Clark stuff. But you can are you not going higher with Angel Reese rebounds? How are you not going higher with Angel Reese rebounds? Now, maybe lower on made shots. Okay, that's fine. But if you're watching those games, or if you say, you know what, I want to have a little something to watch, something to make this game exciting for me. Let me go to Underdog because I know there's WNBA stuff there. Some of the numbers may be a little soft as well. You may be able to take advantage of it and go higher or lower in the Pick'em Challenge here. You can tie that up with NBA action that you're watching from the playoffs. You can certainly do that as well. Baseball, you've got total, you've got hits on plus, 0.5 higher or lower. You've got total bases 1.5 right now. Jose Altuve's on a heater. You could start playing higher on a lot of Jose Altuve stuff, and you would have really been raking it in over the last 5 games. You pick anywhere between 2 and 7 players. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. You can start with as low as $1 that you are risking, but you can make a lot of money when you pick multiple picks right on higher or lower with the statistics. Now is a great time to jump in with NBA playoffs as well. So make sure that you use promo code Lance in your initial deposit because you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash back, but you must use promo code Lance. And you also must be 18 years or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number you want to get in here. Our Astros won 11-1.
Love Altuve. Instead of the F word, I say the L word. Love Altuve.
4 for 4 with 2 homers, 3 RBIs. He's up to 272. That little fella is just. Day game today, they're facing Luis Severino.
Mm-hmm.
Lance McCullers against Luis Severino.
Over. I thought you. Yeah.
Severino is pretty good, but I think they've hit Severino. Okay,
They have.
Yeah. So I don't know.
What do you not know?
Well, I'm in this thing where you got to pick a guy to get a hit.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeremy Pena is so on fire at home that I'm thinking I might have to take Jeremy Pena in this one, or Jose Altuve because he's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Those two. What do you think? Who you got?
I'm staying with Tuve.
You like Tuve?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Tuve too.
He's really hot. As a matter of fact, let's hear from the as you call him, little fella. I call him the greatest Astro that's ever played the game. But Jose Altuve was asked, after the game yesterday, they talked to Jose Altuve about, as Dell said, pulling him out of a well like baby Jessica earlier in the show. I just think he was just getting his game back, getting his legs back. So Alex Cintron.
Yeah, that's ugly.
I didn't say. He said pulling him out of a well, and I said like baby Jessica.
Yeah, that's what,
and he was like, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it. And Alex Cintron's he's fixing things like he always does. And here's Jose Altuve talking about the big comeback.
Yeah, I've been, last 2 weeks coming early and hit early with Cintron and the guys and try to, find a good swing. And, it takes time, I think you got to work hard every day. It's a long season, so, yeah.
Is there anything different that you're doing now than maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that's kind of led to those results?
Yeah, probably focus on one pitch to hit versus try to cover, everything. You ended up chasing too much, and I think that was a problem, and we're slowly getting better at that.
Did you want that fifth at bat, try to get that fifth hit?
No. Okay, so it's interesting he said that. I was listening to trying to remember the hitter I was listening to who said who was talking about the fact that his whole thing was looking fastball. He said, I look fastball all the time. He said, because if you get in a guessing game, you lose your aggression. He said, if you're sitting fastball, you can respond quicker to you can respond easier to off-speed stuff as opposed to looking off speed and responding to a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And he said, if you only think of one pitch, you're only looking for one pitch, his whole thing was subconsciously if you're only looking for one pitch, you have a tendency to widen out and react to different pitches. When you're focusing on, as Altuve talked about, thinking about all the coverage of a bunch of different pitches, then your mind is scattered and you're not focused, you're not aggressive at the plate. So that's interesting. That's the first time I heard him mention. I heard him talking about Cintron, but changing the way he approaches the game. See, that's what a hitting coach is supposed to do. The idea that just players just do, no, it's changing thought process. It's changing, how you approach the game mentally. It can be just a simple change like that can have an enormous impact. And so good for Cintron and good for Jose Altuve for getting something figured out like that. Because it's made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he said he's been in the K. Yeah, he's really been working hard, trying to get his swing back. Altuve is it's like a lot like Bagwell. I mean, it's so unorthodox the way that they hit. Altuve is all motion, moving all the time, and, he'll hit a bad ball pitcher and everything else. Bagwell's his stance was so weird and so different from anybody else that he's got to find his own. Both those guys, they got to find their own groove. And Jose Altuve is in one now. He's on the jag. Jose Altuve is on the jag right now. And it's the good kind, not the kind where you're wasted and you're found in a gutter somewhere. Not that kind of jag. Okay, it's the good jag where you're hitting home runs and helping your team to 11-1 wins. I'm scared of taking Altuve today because when the Astros put up an 11 spot, they usually have 2 hits the next day. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. It's what they do. So I don't know. I got Altuve right now. I might take. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my little guy, Altuve. He's 11 for 37 lifetime against Luis Severino. So, and he's got a homer against him. So let's go. Let's go, Tuve. I got you today. I got you, babe. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Let's catch up on breaks, and don't you go anywhere. Quick one here, and we'll hit you on the other side. 713-780-3776. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. See if you agree with this. The NFL Football Power Index. Eagles are number 1, FPI rankings. Eagles are number 1. The Chiefs are number 2, Ravens 3. I think the Chiefs are heading down. I think the Ravens are probably – the Ravens and Bills, I think this year are going to play for the AFC. I think the Chiefs are
I could see that. I think the Chiefs' time is – you hate to say it, but once Gronk was not the same or got old and was injured, Tom Brady and the Patriots had a decline. I think that Patrick Mahomes is going to, of course they got Kelsey started playing better in the playoffs, but I don't think he has a lot left relative to the Kelsey we used to see. I think he can still dial it up from time to time, but so much of what he did is just based on improv anyway. It's not really about route running, route acumen. He even said he just runs whatever routes he wants to based on the defense, and his quarterback is on the same page with him. So that's hard to, he can't really rely on technique and stuff like that because that's not really his game. So once he doesn't have the same quickness to get open, I think he's going to be in some trouble. I think it's, the Bengals, but if they don't have Trey Hendrickson, which they may not have Trey Hendrickson, I don't know if the Bengals have a shot really. They can score a bunch of points, but they were one of the worst pass rush teams in the league, and they had Trey Hendrickson, who was really good. They had nobody else rushing a passer.
Yeah.
So you start adding it up, and who are the teams? I mean, you got Ravens, not the Steelers, not the, in the AFC South, I guess Chargers could make a step up. The Texans could make a run up. I don't see the Raiders doing anything.
Well, it's Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, and Bengals. I think are just outside that, but they've got a chance. Yeah, Bengals got a chance. Anytime they got all those weapons.
Shouldn't the Texans be right there with the Bengals?
Texans are not right there with any of them.
Why would the Texans? The Bengals weren't even there last year. Why would the Texans not be ahead of the Bengals? And they're not missing their best defensive player.
The Bengals came on really strong at the end.
The Bengals have no Trey Hendrickson this year.
No, right.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know what that's. We don't know yet. I don't know that he's going to give up a paycheck. I doubt that.
Yeah, we'll see. And then listen. They got the Eagles. Lions are second. Okay, Commanders third.
Let's see how I got a feeling the Lions are in some trouble. They lost both their coordinators, and I think Ben Johnson was a major component in the comeback story of Jared Goff. Let's see what happens with no Ben Johnson.
Commanders are obviously on the upswing. Then they've got the Packers, and then they've got the Rams. I'm going to tell you this. I think the Rams are playing in the NFC Championship this year. I think the Rams are highly underrated. The Rams are, with the addition of Devontae Adams, they've got that defensive front. They've got the quarterback. They've got the running game. I think the Rams are highly underrated here. The Rams could be playing the Eagles or the Commanders in the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Texans, they got the Texans behind. Here's who they got the Texans behind okay, it goes Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Bills, Commanders, Bengals, Packers, Chargers, Rams, 49ers, Broncos, Texans. And the Texans proved last year they're better than the Chargers.
They got them behind the Chargers and Broncos. See, the Chargers I could see the Chargers making a move. I mean, the Texans beat them up, but the Chargers were the favorite in that game. Actually, I can't remember if they were the favorite. It was a very close.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It was very close.
But beat their ass.
Yeah. Well, they did in the second half.
Yeah.
Remember, it took that little wonky snap that almost turned into a safety, and CJ made a play, and then all of a sudden it changed.
How many interceptions did they have?
Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
4. It took the worst game of Herbert's career, basically. I don't think that's a typical game. Let me put it this way. That's an outlier game. I think that's a pretty good game between those two teams. But I'm also not discounting the Texans. I mean, I think the Texans are better than the Broncos. Let's see what happens with Bo Nix. The idea that Bo Nix is not going to have any issues his second season, it's rare for guys who come out quick the first year not to have some issues the second year. So I'm not ready to just, well, Bo Nix, everything's great with Bo Nix. Well, how about our guy has a better year this year? How about CJ Stroud actually comes back and has a better year? I think that should be the favorite, not CJ continues a decline. I don't think that's the favorite.
Well, I mean, and rightfully so. I know Nick Caserio ain't worried about that offensive line.
No,
everybody else is. We know that.
We're not worried, so you should.
Everybody else is. And I'm going to tell you, I'm one of them. I'm worried about that.
Chargers were a 2.5-point favorite in Houston last year.
And they got their ass handed to them.
Open 2.5, stayed 2.5. Final score 32-12.
You know, this is just, I mean, nobody takes any chances. Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Bills, Commanders. I mean, it's just like, and then all the crappy teams, the worst teams, Saints, then the Titans, Browns, Jets, Panthers,
but who do
Giants.
you see? Like, where do you see the?
Who's going to take a step up?
Yeah, who do you see?
Teams always do.
Well, I know, but
it's
pick
never
one.
the same.
I know,
it's
pick
never
one.
the same.
Pick one.
I'm going to pick one right now.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Ravens take a step up.
See, it's easy to say, but then you start realizing none of those teams, it's that way for a reason. If I had to pick one, I'd say Falcons.
You think the Falcons take a step up?
I think Falcons, if I'm picking one of those, if I'm forced to, pick one because my editor says pick one, then I'm saying, all right, I'll go Falcons. Got a lot of offensive talent.
I'm going to say Raiders. I'm going to say Raiders.
That's fine, too. That's a good one. I think that's the Raiders. Some people call them the Falcons of the AFC.
I don't remember anybody saying that, but okay.
Yeah.
No, I think with Pete and Gino, I think that they got the running game with Genti now. I watch the Raiders. They're going to be sneaky. They're going to be sneaky. They might sneak into like 6 wins or something, 6 or 7 wins. That'll be sneaky wins, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real sneaky wins. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a little disrespectful to the Texans at 13. The Chargers got to prove something to me.
I think so too,
and the Packers too.
Isn't it amazing? we went from seeing the Texans as the hot team that everyone couldn't stop talking about last year to now it's, the headphones are on. He's about to try to say, "What about the Dolphins?" But now
I've never said something like that.
But now the Texans are like an afterthought. That quick. That's good though. That's good.
Well, because it's what the Texans do.
I got
everybody who has a high expectation. Every year you have high expectations for the Texans. They disappoint.
Yeah.
Every year.
I told you my NFL research packet that came with the schedule release stuff. The Texans weren't even mentioned, like top wide receiver versus cornerback matchups this year. Texans not even mentioned. Not even mentioned. The top quarterback matchups this year. Texans not even mentioned. They didn't get mentioned with anything.
Yeah, had to evict that squatter from top 10 quarterback neighborhood. Get that squatter out of here until proven otherwise. Let's go.
I'd like to. I said so much last year that I kind of have to
you need to relax.
I kind of have to sit this out a little bit.
You had that man top 5 at a minimum, just talking quarterback rich, and then look what happened. Your bubble burst.
I had to sit this one out a little bit.
The bubble burst. Your CJ stock was what? More like, well, what was the thing that happened during the pandemic? What was that thing? Oh, it was like GameStop stock.
Oh, it was not a meme stock.
It was GameStop.
CJ was not a GameStop or AMC.
I don't know.
GameStop was the one that that's just showed how you could game the stock market if a bunch of people got together.
That's what you were doing.
And it just shows that the stock market's kind of a joke. It's just a matter of they found a bunch of people who are short in the stock and they said, hey, if we all got together, we could start a I watched a documentary. It's really fascinating. We can start an avalanche downhill. And then people made so much money on GameStop. Who's buying video games anymore?
You tried to trick us. That was your version of it with CJ.
He is not a meme stock. He's a legitimate he's DraftKings stock. Okay. He's just been the market inequalities. There's how the DraftKings stock was hurt by the favorites all winning this year. The favorites all winning hurt DraftKings stock. Well, but that's all fixable. We just need some dogs to win. So, we need Indiana versus
So
Minnesota.
Nick Caley is the underdog who will win, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just
That's
telling
right.
you that the
It's
stock
a
is
good place.
strong. There's a lot of good.
It's a good play.
It's a good play. It's a
Yeah.
long-term. CJ
Well, how about
Stroud is a
this?
long-term stock. Just hold on to it and don't
Understood.
keep trying to mess around with it.
Understood.
How about this? This is Ben Solak. He's all kinds of notes on the schedule in the league. And he says the Texans have made consecutive AFC division rounds, but we don't talk about them like we talk about the Ravens or Bills. I think that's
So
wrong.
you can trust Ben.
What?
The Texans
to what he's
defense can get burned in its aggressive style. See all
Wait,
games against
what?
Lamar Jackson. But over the past 2 seasons, it showed up in key postseason moments and against top opponents more often than not.
That's right.
Texans offense disappointed last season, but the potential for an immediate bounce back is there under a new coaching staff. ESPN bet has the Texans the 6th best odds to win the AFC.
Thank you.
They're behind
Wait,
the Bengals and
6
Chargers.
best? That's not great.
Which just doesn't reflect reality of those 3 teams over the past few seasons. I'm buying Houston.
What does last year have to do with? He keeps referencing 2 seasons ago, and then he talks about the coaching staff that has changed. So why would the coaching staff on offense that's changed have any reflection of what happened in the previous
the players
2 years?
are still here, though.
Yeah, but he credited the new coaching staff as a bounce back, but he doesn't know. And by the way, Cole Popovich was here, by the way.
Yeah, but by the way, the bad plays were called.
Yeah. Cole Popovich was like, I bet he was sitting in his house like, this guy sucks. I would do something totally different.
Did you hear? Apparently, Strasser, there was a lot. Who was it? Aaron Wilson.
And Aaron knows things. And stuff like that.
Aaron said, man, the locker room, that offensive line room was bad. I mean, everybody would go to Popovich to, for help and whatnot. And it was just like, Strasser was just it was not a good room. Strasser had a lot of.
And Aaron's tight with a lot of those offensive linemen, including Laramie Tunsil. But I think the offensive linemen, from what I understood, they didn't act professionally all the time. So, you can't just be a bunch of locker room lawyers either. It's still a team, even if you don't love the coach is going to be gone. You make some well-placed comments and he'll be gone. But he also didn't do his job. I mean, just in all honesty, Strausser's job is to pick up twists, and the guys didn't get it done. And while the players, first guy out is the head coach, second one's out of the players. Well, just so happened that they brought a bunch of players in to compete with the ones that they have there, and they changed head coach. Now, is it a guy? Is it the new? I'm not head coach. Is the new offensive line coach the assistant to the old offensive line coach? Yes, he is. But that doesn't mean that they have the same coaching styles. It doesn't mean that they even are going to coach the same thing. It doesn't mean their communication. A lot of it's just communication. Number 1, do you know what you're doing? Number 2, can you teach technique? Number 3, do you know how to battle against defensive coordinators? And then lastly, do you communicate well so that players will take in your coaching? And I don't know that part it can't be worse. I don't know that part with Popovich, but it can't be worse. That offensive line never got better as the year went on. Not once.
And you said the players are the same. Well, CJ and Joe Mixon remain, but we got new starters everywhere. At wide receiver, slot, and outside.
Yeah.
Offensive line as well.
Well, you're hoping you improve.
Well, yeah, left tackle for sure is new.
Yeah.
And actually right guard is for sure new. So 2 of the for sure.
So about half the starters have changed from last year. And you just hope. And by the way, offensive line less talented.
Well,
we'll see if power friendship helps.
4 of them have changed.
Well, you got 2 new receivers. If you say your 3 wide receivers set,
2 offensive linemen.
2 offensive linemen.
That's 4 of the 11
right now. We'll see how many. Yeah, so 4 out of the 11. And
but it could be 5 out of the 11.
More.
Yeah, it could end up being 5 out of 11 if another offensive lineman takes over. I don't know who it would be, though. I don't think there will be a new center. I don't think there will be a new left guard. I think Juice and it'll either be Juice and Howard or it'll be Juice and Patterson. And then, either Fisher hits the bench. There's an outside chance we see both Fisher and Howard. And we could see only 4 new starters. Fisher, he's still a new starter. I mean, you don't have Laramie Tunsil. So no matter who plays, it's a new starter. So, yeah. There's a chance it could be as bad on the offensive line. There is a chance that it could be the pass protection could be as bad because they're simply not quick enough mentally inside with instincts and recognition, and then they're not talented enough. There is that problem. We may be dealing with something that a coach can't fix, and that Nick Caserio's got to fix.
Unconcerned. Not concerned
Nick's
at
not
all.
concerned. And if Nick's not concerned, you shouldn't be
Fix?
concerned.
What do you mean? It's already it wasn't broken.
How about the guy asked that question and we just want to know the first pick wasn't an offensive lineman. Why?
Poor
and
guy.
Everyone claps.
Poor guy was running for his life.
I understand that that's what you guys, are really worried about. And I can just tell you, me and D'Amico, that we're not worried about it, so you shouldn't be worried about it.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh.
Everything sounds good then.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about the Golden Nugget. I am a big fan. Big fan. And for good reason. We're going to be there June 9th and 10th. We want you to come hang out with us while we're there. We celebrating the NBA Finals that week, so we want you to hang out with us. And, you can bet on all the games right there because you got the DraftKings Sportsbook. The DraftKings Sportsbook has made a huge difference, okay? Because, you could go to Lake Charles before, but, there's no sports gambling there. Well, now there's sports gambling. Not only is there sports gambling, but it is a great place to watch games, to get your bet on for games. It is awesome. It's a great sports book. You got that, and you got everything else that you got at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. There's nothing that you don't have. If you're going to go to Vegas, you say, well, it's different. It's not different. Everything they've got in Vegas, you've got at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Now that you got the sports book, you got poker, you got golf, you've got swimming. You got the pool, you've got restaurants, you've got nightclub, you've got concert venue. What are you looking for? It's so much easier to get to, so much cheaper to get to. The hotel is beautiful. I'm telling you, you'll see. We had a caller call in and said, man, the rooms are just unbelievable. They're unbelievable. So you're looking for a great way to get your gamble on. It's so much easier to go to Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Tell them you heard it here. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, since Astros Future put this out, since April 18th, Cam Smith, 292 batting average. Kyle Tucker, 266.
Dana Brown dub.
Cam Smith, 803 OPS. Kyle Tucker, 862.
Okay.
Cam Smith, 135 WRC plus, and Kyle Tucker, 139 WRC plus.
Many people say that is the most important of the plus stuff.
What is WRC plus?
What's that? It's a metric we use.
Runs created
plus.
Does it include the eating of popcorn in the metrics?
It's one of the things that we as numbers people look at, Del. We do it while we eat popcorn.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's skinny pop, so it's okay for diets.
It's not a question of your diet. It's a question of your professionalism.
Oh, I thought you were saying
on the air.
Hey,
let's do this Jock Landale thing because I got a little problem with it. I mean, he kind of clarified it, but I don't think he started this thing well. Jock Landale was on whose podcast was it, Del? Was it
some Australian dude? I'll look it up.
The Pivot.
No, he was not with Ryan Clark. Hey, Jock, what do you think of Caitlin Clark? I'll look it up, but it was one of his brethren, I believe, an Australian podcast.
I said to myself, as a man, I need to learn more about Australia.
Yeah, but Jock has a white wife, so he can't answer the Caitlin Clark question.
Well, he can answer questions about Caitlin Clark. Not Angel Reese.
Yeah, but not Angel. Right.
Yes. All
right, so
it'd be funny if he does have a black wife.
Jock does have?
No, go ahead. Yes, he was asked about.
It's possible.
I don't know Jock Landale's love life.
You don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea who he's married or not married to. But I do know he was asked about losing playing time to Steven Adams.
Like you were doing your thing when you were acquired. Well, what happens there? Like, how do you not get court time? Is how I'll start.
Look, I'll say that there's a lot of politics involved in the NBA. It's not always as straight cut as people probably think. And Steve coming back from major injury this year, the general consensus amongst the team was let's give him time to get himself right and see if we can get him back to being who Steve Adams is. And to his credit, he put in a lot of work. Like this guy is.
He looks like an animal.
Dude, he's wild with how much he works. So you see that kind of come together in the playoffs and him playing as well as he did, and you kind of sit back and in my case, like being, I like to think like being a humble guy and being an Australian and giving credit where credit's due. There were times through the year where it was hard and it was frustrating, and I thought that perhaps I was kind of the better option at times. But when you really sit back and you look at the playoffs, you're like, all right, it made sense, and that was good for the boys. So good for the team.
Yeah, it started poorly, but it ended okay.
Well,
there's a lot of politics
not really.
involved.
I thought I was a better option.
He said, but when you when you sat back and looked at it through the playoffs, they made, you get it, and it was best for the team.
And anytime you're talking about yourself, you're going to be like, hey, I should be out there.
Yeah. I didn't,
Yeah, I'm not going to, but politics?
Yeah, well, that's the part I didn't think was made a lot of sense.
There's no politics involved. Steven Adams was a better. Steven Adams has been when you break down Steven Adams defensively and not only that, but offensively, what they've done and his offensive rebounds and what it means to a team. There's no politics involved. Steven Adams.
No, that was
a beast this year.
Well, the politics I would imagine him saying is they acquired him last year. His contract suggests he should play. So much like Cam Whitmore's like that, doesn't matter what I do. Maybe he thought to himself, he was supposed to play here. He wasn't ready last year. His contract is one where they're going to play him and give him a shot. That's what he talked about. Well, it was understood that Steven was going to get time to work himself back into it. And his contention was at points, while that was going on, I felt like I was the better option.
Is that politics, though? I
Well,
don't know.
Not politics.
I don't think he used the right
Listen,
word.
that's not politics. Steven Adams got more money in the league because Steven Adams has had a better because Steven Adams is a better player.
Steven Adams is also
there's no
has more pelts
politics
on the wall.
involved.
If you're
He's got a better track record.
If you're
than
Jock
Landale
and you watch a guy who was recovering from an injury, and you say to yourself, at the moment, while I'm watching this guy work back, I'm better. Now, it turns out Steven Adams' pedigree showed that he was better, but from his point of view, while they're giving this guy spot minutes because the contract, they traded for him, they have to justify the acquisition, whether he's right or wrong. I can see where that mindset is. I'm healthy, I should be playing. You shouldn't be giving this guy trial minutes to get himself back in shape when I can
John,
play.
you continue to embarrass yourself. Because Jock Landale averaged 4.8 points a game to Steven Adams 3.9. So now
Boom.
what?
There
so
it
now
is.
what?
Now what?
You know why? Politics. He was averaging 4.8. Let that man play. And what did he do when he got minutes at the end of the year? 6, 11, 8, 11, way above his average.
Steven Adams ain't scoring at that rate.
No, not at this clip.
What are we talking about?
10, 11, 6, 11, 8, 11. Like, let's look at Steven Adams.
I think I call him Buckets Landale.
Okay, don't talk about data dredging. Holy crap!
I'm just reading stats.
Oh, your on-off numbers. Look how good Steven Adams is. Can he put points on the board?
Can he put points on the board?
No.
You know how many times he scored in double digits this year? 3, 4, 5, 6 times total. What a joke. The politics are out of control with the
you
Rockets.
can set a screen. Whatever.
Politics out of control.
You said the NBA is about politics?
9 times Jock Landale double digits.
Thank you.
That's
in limited opportunities.
Limited opportunities. How about the fact that he, by the end, he's like, yeah, in the playoffs.
Yeah, he worked his way through it.
He did work his way back.
He was just telling you about his emotions. The man was expressing himself. And then he said, hey, you know what? It was
he
best
thinks
for the
he
team.
should play. He's wrong.
But he believes it.
By the way, did you know Steven Adams? Did you know his name is not Steven Adams? It is Steven Adams eventually, but it's Steven Funaki Paea He Ofa Ki Loa Adams. And here's the real thing. What most of you don't understand, because you're not really up on this like I am, it's a New Zealand-Australian thing.
You think it's a rivalry?
It's, yeah, clearly, because I watched Flight of the Conchords. I know that Australians look down on New Zealanders. So this is just one of these things where he's embarrassed because he got beat out by a New Zealander. That's all that was. And he was upset because a New Zealander beat him out. Yeah, I mean, it's more of a classist thing.
Understood.
Yeah.
Not about basketball so much.
It's not about basketball. He's looking down on New Zealanders, and that's fine. That's what he's used to doing.
Doesn't think a Kiwi should be able to take his job?
But he did. And then he even said, maybe, I like to think that because I'm Australian, I'm open-minded. I see things clearly. I'm humble because I'm Australian. Tell to the shark, Greg Norman. He's not humble.
All right. We got time, or you want to break, and then we'll do Terry Bradshaw on the other side?
Bradshaw, dude.
Let's go to break.
All right, we'll break, and then we'll hear from Terry Bradshaw what he thinks about the Steelers. He's got some thoughts about the Steelers because, he's Terry Bradshaw and Aaron Rodgers. But first, we're talking about Zadok.
We're talking about Zadok Jewelers' ability to turn you into a star. And what are you doing? Nothing. You're just going to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, or you're going to Zadok.com, and you're finding exactly what it is that you think your wife, girlfriend, fiance, whoever it is going to absolutely love. And there's a lot to choose from. I mean, there's a lot. And I'm going to discuss the Rolex Oyster Perpetual. This is one of the watches that they have in stock right now. They've got a location in Austin. They've got a location in Houston. The Houston location is one of the biggest and best around the entire state. So people come in, especially for their watches. They buy, they sell, they trade. If you're in the luxury watch game, if that's something that, some people collect sneakers, some people collect cars, some people are going to collect, watches, luxury watches. And if you love a luxury watch, you already know all about Zadok Jewelers. They have unique timepieces because they're a boutique location for so many of the top designers around the world, and they've got the best watches from around the world right there in that shop. at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. The Rolex Oyster Perpetual is right there. It's a range of symbols, universal and classic style. It offers that essential day-to-day functions. And most importantly, they want to buy, sell, and trade with you. So if you've already got a watch that you say, you know what, I'm going to use this toward the purchase of a new one, they'll trade with you. They'll buy it from you. That's your spot. That's going to be your spot right there. If you love luxury watches for men or women, you cannot beat the selection they have at Zadig Jewelers. Go to Zadig Jewelers for any of the gifts for her, but especially for those gifts for you. You know what? Treat yourself to a luxury watch from Zadig Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's our final segment. Del, what did we miss so far?
What did we miss? The Edmonton Oilers are a game away from making it back to the Stanley Cup Finals, so it could be a rematch of last year's that went 7. Panthers got a chance to close out the Hurricane, I believe, tonight. What else did we miss? We talked the college football stuff.
Well, the WNBA found that they have no evidence of racial slurs being hurled at Angel Reese.
Cannot verify those comments at all.
At all. Nobody. Nothing.
After interview, we have investigated the report of racist fan behavior in the vicinity of the court during the May 17th, 2025 game. Based on information gathered today, including from relevant fans, team and arena staff, as well as audio and video review of the game, we have not substantiated it. No provable instances, it looks like. Now, Lance made a prediction that you would get to it. He goes, what's the likelihood of John bringing it up? And we're trying to figure out, just happened during the break, where did this originate from? Was it a
I initially thought
Sky
it was
player?
Angel Reese, but then I'm not sure
what's the origin point
who
of this?
brought it up to the WNBA. I don't know.
I don't.
It wasn't the head coach, because the head coach for the Sky said,
it.
I didn't even hear anything.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from.
I don't
honestly
know where it came from either. I originally thought it came from Angel, but I don't know.
That's what I originally thought, but I don't know if it did actually.
I don't either.
Yeah, she was asked about it yesterday. She said she just focused on their game. They went on to they got their first win last night.
It doesn't do any good to anybody. It's bad for the. It's a when you make a claim that's unsubstantiated, and there's a lot of people. I thought it was very harmful. I remember when who was the guy from Clemson? Was it Clemson that accused the North Carolina? No. Or did he accuse somebody from Utah? He accused somebody of Utah from using the M-word back in the early 2000s.
Was it a basketball game?
Njai? Was it Mamadou
that was a
Njai?
North Carolina player, right?
Yeah. I can't remember, and it ended up being false. And it's just such a. It's so bad when what's his name? Because that that claim can kill a guy's career completely. And for Myles Garrett to throw that out there on Mason Rudolph was really no players from Cleveland nobody substantiated it from anywhere on the field. Black, white, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, officials, nobody. It's just it just should not be tolerated. It really shouldn't be tolerated. And if anyone from the Sky threw that out there like that, just willy-nilly, just trying to deflect, that's really that's poor judgment, really poor judgment. It reflects poorly on a fan base unnecessarily. And I think it's a shame. It's a shame if it was not true and somebody just said that just to, I just think it does way more damage than just because people just get tired of it and they stop believing when things like that happen.
Yeah, it was Maktar Njai from UNC. He alleged that Britton Johnson, a white player from Utah, used a racial slur. Johnson denied it. Rick Majerus, remember him, supported Johnson, and then Njai later recanted. That wasn't even the first time Njai suggested that someone did do that to him.
He did it more than once?
He said it happened in a previous game against Maryland. Once again, that claim was never confirmed.
Yeah.
So some people are saying, this is now some people, I mean AI. The situation might have been complicated by Johnson's mispronunciation of Njai's name. I don't know. I don't know how. I appreciate the thought AI to shoot someone some bail there, but I don't think you get from Njai to the word he accused Johnson of saying. It's very hard to do that unless you did it purposefully, and I don't think that happened. So credit to AI for trying, I guess. I don't know.
Some people say.
Some people.
It's searching the internet.
Yeah. I don't think that's what happened.
No. Well, good for if it didn't happen. I'm glad the WNBA did their research. You have to, and they came out with their conclusion. They weren't afraid to come out and say, look, this is what we found, because this is a fan, like, it really comes out for a whole fan base. It makes a whole fan base look bad. So you can't have that happening. Like, you can't have somebody casting dispersions. If it's true, then whoever is the fan, you get rid of that fan. If it's not true, then you got to say, look, we can't substantiate this. There's nothing there. And there's so many video. There's so much audio and video now that if there was something, you're typically going to catch it. So I don't know. It's a shame that league has to deal with that kind of crap, because it's not, it's bad for that league. Honestly, they're they got a chance to really grow and grow and grow, and they can't help but shoot themselves in the foot now all the time.
But we do know that there's a lot of racists in Indiana. So, I mean,
sure, right? I guess. I don't. Have you met a racist in Indiana, John? Have you spent time in Indiana ever?
I have.
My sister lives there. My nieces live there.
You run into a lot of racists when you're in there?
I haven't, but
Yeah.
I mostly am in the.
Oh yeah, you always.
I'm mostly in
Oh,
the.
yeah?
I'm mostly in the dome, and I'm mostly eating at, Basbo's Pizza and places like going
Eating
and having
shrimp cocktail?
drinks somewhere. Yeah, that old overrated place.
Oh.
I'm mostly in my room watching Netflix shows, so no one says racist stuff to me when I'm watching Netflix
But
shows.
when you land in Indianapolis, you don't sense
They
the
don't-
racism?
You don't see people out there as you
Well,
walk down
not at you.
to baggage claim and they're screaming racial slurs
Well,
at
not to
people at the
you,
baggage
Lance.
claim.
Sometimes
No, but I
they
could
do.
hear it if that was happening. I've never seen that. No,
Sometimes they do.
I've never seen
I'm glad you cleared that up because I just assumed as soon as you landed in Indianapolis, you just felt the racism everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not how that's worked for me. I haven't heard it
you're
or
not
seen
attuned. You walk through life with privilege, so you
it.
don't
Right,
know.
right. So I haven't seen. Yeah, that's true.
You
That's
go around
true.
saying things like this.
Ich bin der Klon und Stein. Congratulations. You hadn't played it for like a month and a half, maybe a month, and you finally found a way to get it back.
So we can't really trust your recollection of what's going on. All you hear in your head is that sound.
All right, let's play the Terry Bradshaw. Here's Terry Bradshaw. I think it's a radio show. Here's Terry Bradshaw talking about the Steelers going after Aaron Rodgers.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's
that
not
guy
the
needs
Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go,
Thank
go
you.
somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
Courtesy of 103.7 The Buzz.
Chew on bark. I mean, honestly, it's not that. Was there more to it? I think I read something where he said some more stuff.
Well,
but
we get to the host ask him another question, but that was the headline. He said it's a joke, chewing some bark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's right. Is he right? I don't know. I mean,
does he want to watch his beloved Steelers run Mason Rudolph out there?
Does he want to watch him run Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, I think they'd be better off. He may not like the thought of it, but the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers are a better team than they are with Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph wasn't starting in Tennessee until Will Levis proved to be terrible, so he got some reps. But we know what Mason Rudolph is. He's like a second or third string quarterback who probably, we just talked about it with the Myles Garrett thing. He's just a guy who will probably remain on rosters because he doesn't cause trouble. No one's paying attention to him, and he'll be great in the room. But as far as an actual starter, haven't Steeler fans been through enough?
Yeah, you're not gonna. It is true that, like, what are you gonna do with what? It's a 1 year. It's just it is a but it's still better than it's still a year where you got TJ Watt in his prime. You're at least trying to give yourself. I get it. You don't have any other answer at quarterback. They obviously didn't like Shador enough to draft him in the first 3 rounds. So what are you going to do? Like, they're trying to give themselves a chance to win right now, and I get it. But if you're Terry Bradshaw, is the juice worth the squeeze? This guy has Pittsburgh Steelers in his heart. Do you think Aaron Rodgers considers himself bigger than the game? I'm sure it doesn't sit well with a lot of Steelers. I'm sure most veteran Steelers are not big fans of Aaron Rodgers, to be honest with you.
I would agree. That is a reasonable approach in May. But September, whatever, week 2, when Mason Rudolph's out there giving you no chance to win, you're not going to like it.
No, you're going to like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
more.
you're going to. So I get it. Why you don't want that guy around? Why can't he just say, I want to be a Steeler and let's move on? But this is a long play for the Steelers. I understand waiting because it's him and who's the other guy there? There's another an NPC quarterback there. I don't remember who the other guy is.
For the Steelers?
Yeah, who's the guy behind Mason Rudolph right now?
It's bad.
Yeah. That's why they're stuck waiting on Rodgers.
If Mason Rudolph is the guy ahead of you, then the next option is bad.
Hold on. The next quarterback, you're right. It's Will Howard and Skylar Thompson.
Oh
my God. That's not even a functional, like, all 3 of those guys should be fighting for a QB3 spot in the league.
Yeah.
Will Howard. Will Howard
I couldn't have been less impressed at the he had one of the worst combines I've ever seen.
Oh my God,
booed
wide open people. Well, he's being booed because there's a bunch of
Michigan fans.
There's a bunch of Big Ten fans. It wasn't really fair. A lot of the quarterbacks weren't very happy about it, but that he was getting booed like that by, an open. I guarantee you the league is not happy that fans were booing one of the participants. They could not have been happy. But with that said, he was just missing. There's no coverage. And he was way off with many throws. It was one of the worst performances I've seen in a combine.
Yeah, they're going to be much better off with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, it's easy for you to say Terry Bradshaw because you're sitting in a booth. Mike Tomlin's getting the Steelers fans. They gotta watch that all year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Aaron Rodgers probably a very annoying person to be around, and you'd rather not deal with him. But that's a lot of nice words in May. You want to watch 8 weeks of them going back and forth between Mason Rudolph and then having a conversation. Should Will Howard play? Is he ready? Oh, Skylar Thompson's played in the NFL. Let's start him. No. Who wants that? As an NFL fan rooting for your team, the likelihood that Skylar Thompson might start for you this year.
I don't even want that, and I might run across one.
Yeah, you might want to watch.
Steeler games.
You might want to watch Steelers Ravens. Oh, that's a great rivalry. Maybe we'll have a good game because those two teams are hard hitting. But Skylar Thompson's the quarterback. No, I'm out. I'd rather watch whatever else is on. And you know the Steelers are going to have enough primetime games, right? So we're going to be forced to watch them. And do you want to look at Will Howard play quarterback in the NFL? No.
I mean, no.
I don't need that in my life.
But
I don't need that in my life.
Because I don't have to watch the XFL if I don't want to. Get them over there.
You want to put them in the UFL?
Yes.
Hey,
Are they UFL or XFL?
It's UFL.
No, it's UFL, yeah.
Will Howard, you got Brahma written all over you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's got.
He
can
really
take Kellen Mond's job.
Is that where Kellen Mond is?
I think he
no
might
one
be.
knows.
I think he might be. In this instance, I believe you. No one knows. I usually
impossible to
fight
know.
you on this. I think no one knows.
It's impossible to know where Kellen Mond is. It's impossible to know. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I got my shot yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I'm in LA. How did I get my shot? Well, because they gave me shots to go. How about that? If you're somebody who travels a lot, they got the solution for you. I might go with the pellets. They're time released. You know, they put them in here, I think over here by your hip, and you just wait, and every 6 months or so you have to go and get it, and they time release inside your body. It's awesome. So that you're going to, especially if you travel a lot, you can't get on a right schedule for your testosterone. Listen, your testosterone is awfully important. I don't know if you put enough into it, because when you're getting older, you're going to get heavier. It's going to be harder to lose weight. It's going to be harder to focus. It's going to be harder to work. It's harder stamina, sex, everything. All of these things. Your testosterone level is awfully important. And you know what? You may be younger and say, I was relatively young, and I was like, I went to the doctor, and he's like, man, your testosterone level is low, bro. You need some testosterone. I was like, oh, totally sweet. And I felt much better. If you haven't checked yours out, absolutely free to go to Game Day Men's Health. They've got labs on the site, and they got solutions for you. Peptides, it doesn't matter. Whatever your goals are, Game Day Men's Health will help you reach those goals. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's awesome. I love what they do. You'll love what they do. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Winnipeg man is suing his ex, claiming she ghosted him after winning $5 million with a lottery ticket he argues belonged to him.
Oh, that he has a claim.
It is not true love. It is not.
That's a claim right there.
That is kind of a claim. I mean, don't you think you could just split it? I mean, she got everybody's so greedy.
Yep.
You know, we were talking about this with Noah Henderson. I mean, what, $2.5 million ain't enough for you?
Well,
you got to ghost him.
And then they're going to tax him. He'll turn to about 1.25. And she's like,
well,
it's 2.5.
In Canada, it's about 400,000.
Yeah. Well, I just know that. Well, there you go. Then that's why she took off. Too bad. So sad. That's what she said. But he's got a case. He's got a point.
He does have a point. I mean,
how is he going to prove it, though?
Did you see the Albany CBS anchor who went into labor on the set?
No.
Yeah. Her water broke in the newsroom, and she went out and did the newscast while she was in labor.
That's balling right there.
I mean, Nicole never did that.
No.
Nicole never did the news when she was in labor.
Never.
Big deal. Big deal, anyway. It is a big deal. Have you ever had a baby on a news set, Del?
Big deal.
If you were having a baby, Del, would you come in and produce the show?
There's nothing better than Gilbert saying big deal.
If I was having a baby, I wouldn't come in and produce the show if I had a cough.
So it's a big deal anyway. Why are you saying big deal anyway?
I mean, it's not because of me. I mean, I'm not built for it at all, but that's not me either. Gilbert doesn't think it's a big deal.
Big deal.
Oh, you had a baby on set. Whatever.
I didn't remember the laugh. I didn't remember the laugh at the
I
end of it.
thought he said big deal anyway.
Well, he said multiple times. He said big deal anyway.
He has said
sometimes he's just said big deal.
Big deal.
An ex-Harvard Medical School morgue manager admits his role in the theft of human remains. This happens. Is it more like if you're with dead people all the time, are you more likely to just commit theft and
you're bored.
Other crimes because you don't have anybody to be accountable to because they're all dead?
I think that's it. I think dead people I think people who are around dead people just think, I can get away with pretty much anything. Let's just be real here.
They're dead, right?
Yep.
But morgue people, there's more and more stories about the awfulness that they are.
Well, like I said, there's a lot of boredom steps in, and they just say, what can I get away with? Your mind starts to wander.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how much it pays. So
it's probably not great.
Probably not great. And you got to be around dead people. I should get a little something for that. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
Yeah. You guys have done karaoke before. Have you ever done it naked?
Nope.
There's a Merseyside. Merseyside as an only naturalist community. Clothes aren't a requirement. They have a program of summer events, and karaoke is one of them. Do you guys want to go sing naked?
Just a bunch of Everton fans. You said Merseyside?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's in England. So just a bunch of Everton fans.
Merseyside, yeah, it could be Liverpool fans. You don't know.
That's an Everton fan thing to do.
Probably.
So Lance might do it.
Lance might. Lance, do you want to go?
I'm not a
watch
Scouser.
Everton.
I'm not a Scouser, but I hope to be amongst the Scousers next year when the new place opens.
That's the name for Everton. That's what they call themselves.
So what?
Scousers.
Well, that's just northern. Those are people.
Those are people.
Yeah, Scousers. It's an accent that you hear. The Scousers are what you think of when you hear the Scouse
Peaky
accent.
Blinders?
Almost, you think it's like you think it's Irish, but it's not Irish.
That
it's
said in
Scouse.
Liverpool? Is Peaky Blinders in Liverpool?
Oh, you know what? I don't know.
But yeah, Lance wants to.
The Scouse accent is you can get in a rabbit hole just watching Scouse accents.
You want to be the English version of a Clipper fan over there, right? Rooting on Everton. That's what you want to do?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, hang out. So when he's not here for probably a week and a half, that's where he'll be, being a Clipper fan in England.
A Scouser. That's what he's going to be.
Yeah.
A Scouser.
Let us know so we can try to
Yeah, we want to
root you on as you
Yeah,
go on
and
your
I don't
trip.
believe you want to
go-
root me on. I don't
Yeah.
believe
Yeah,
that
if you're
for
going to
one
go
second.
do that, then go sing naked.
I don't think that's what we're doing as Everton fans. We're simply trying to get to the top of the. We're simply want to get above mid-table. That's all we're trying to do.
Correct yourself. Top of the table. What are you
Top
talking
of the
about?
I said mid-table.
Yeah, correct yourself.
That's
You
fine.
started with top, and then you
Yeah, but
realized.
I changed. That's fine.
Like, is that like Everton? It's like Rice trying to win the
it's not that
national
bad.
No, it's not
championship?
that bad.
Everton cares, so it wouldn't be like Rice.
We're more like Boise State or Penn State.
No, you're not that either because they've had big successes. Penn
I know.
State, no chance.
We're more
Penn
like
State.
we're more like
You're more like San Diego
we're like
State.
Baylor.
Nah, no. You're more like
No.
San
Yeah,
Diego.
we're like Baylor.
No, because Baylor can.
We're like Baylor ever since
Baylor
we're like
won the
SMU
Big
ever since
12.
we got David Moyes back. We're like
Baylor
SMU.
won the Big
You're not
12.
like SMU. You're more like San Diego State. You know, competitive. They care enough, but they're never going to win anything. They're San Diego State. That's what you
Yeah.
are.
We're more like South Carolina.
No, you're not like South
No,
Carolina.
you're not South
A lot
Carolina.
of talent. We just got to bring it all together.
Not a chance.
Well, South Carolina never does anything, though. They're more like Arkansas. They're in a big
We're not
league,
even
big
Arkansas.
conference, and they don't do
wishes.
anything.
We're not even
They're
Arkansas.
like actually, you're more like Georgia Tech.
Yeah, we're kind of Georgia Tech.
Or
You
I mean,
can
I've said we're
Forest.
the Texans.
You can rise up and cause people some trouble, but at the end of the day, Georgia's actually the big school in the state, much like Liverpool's the big school, team in the city. They're more like Georgia
It's
Tech.
kind of like that, honestly.
Yeah.
You can give a good battle every now and again. Look, Georgia Tech had Georgia on the ropes this past year. You'll have Liverpool on the ropes. You'll beat them from time to time, but really, at the end of the day, you're Georgia Tech. They're Georgia. That's how it'll be.
Well, you're really a negative person today.
I'm just trying to.
You're really coming after me personally. It feels like
I'm not.
today.
I'm talking about your team, not
The
you.
way you're saying it, though,
But
hurts.
you know it's true.
The way you're saying it hurts,
John.
But at the end of the day, you'll always be Georgia Tech.
It hurts because he knows it's true.
Well, but people
Partially,
like Georgia Tech.
Yeah,
Georgia Tech people like Georgia
Yeah,
Tech.
he loves Everton.
Everton is not reviled.
But he deludes
not-
himself into thinking that there's a chance
We
that
got a new owner, and we got David Moyes. And you know what? Actually, next year could be our year.
he deludes
There's
himself.
always Leicester City.
Yeah, you keep referencing Leicester City. He deludes himself into thinking they can rise above their station. They
Yeah,
never
no.
will.
Never. No, you're Everton.
It
Just
is
beat-
like yeah,
know.
I mean it's rise above the stations exact. It's like a caste system.
Yeah.
In India, you can only go so high.
Or in England at the time.
Or in England at the time, yeah. You're only
Yeah,
so
but
high.
listen, Georgia Tech this year, the
And we're not
ACC
posh.
sucks. Haynes King could take him to. You never know.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true, Dale. You never know.
It's Haynes King. I know. There's
You
a
don't
level.
know.
I do
Only
know.
we're playing in the SEC.
Yeah,
Georgia Tech's playing in the
he's not-
SEC. In
yeah,
this
they're
one.
not playing in MLS.
Yeah, they're not Vanderbilt. I'm telling you, they're Arkansas. Arkansas's been there since
Yeah, that's
'92.
fine. That's
hasn't
fine with
won
me.
anything.
Yep,
You
we're
won
Arkansas.
nothing.
You heard it, Dell. We're Arkansas.
He wishes they were Arkansas.
Terrible. All right, we're done.
Tarkovsky was considered the top center back in the world last year. By the way.
Here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, I'm talking right now about East River 9. I'm talking about how cool it is. I'm talking about crawfish boils on the weekend, live music on the weekends. I'm talking about night golf. They've got lights out there. So I'm talking about you having a corporate membership where you can bring your clients, where you can bring your own employees, where your employees could use it with their families, where they could use the pickleball courts. You can get a corporate membership for that. Where you can just get better at golf. They've got a driving range. Where they got a bar where you can watch all the games. You got you can watch golf all the time. Bar, restaurant. It's all of those things. East River 9 is pretty cool. It really, really is. And especially if you don't have time to play during the day and you want to play, it's a great way to run around. A great place to have a first date, okay, where you can go there and you walk, and it's about an hour and a half. It's not a 4-hour round. It's so many benefits. East River 9, really cool. You're looking for a great place. Get a corporate membership, and take care of your people. EastRiver9.com. That's East River with the number 9.com.
Welcome into the show. Guess who's back? Not Jose Altuve. We'll get to him. Sean Mapes is back, everybody. Sean Mapes, after pulling what we commonly know as a Palillo, scheduling vacation time over what would be a long weekend anyway, and we all credit him for that. It was well done, but he's back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this start to the show isn't a condemnation of what you did. It is a recognition of your good work to get an extra day in the middle, so it doesn't cost you a day.
Yeah,
and
it's a free day.
Yeah,
and there for everybody.
And that's right. And your work week is a 3-day week.
That's the secret sauce right there.
It's special, man.
It made it a lot. It was hard, but it made it a little bit easier getting out of bed this morning. Knowing it's Wednesday.
Knowing it's Wednesday. So you get yourself calibrated and realize your week is almost over before it began. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, we're good
Tomorrow's
to go.
hump day for me.
Cue the camel. But we are here and happy to have Sean back. I'm one of those people who just knows someone's out, doesn't really ask where he is. It's none of my business. I mean, if Sean wanted to tell people where he was going, or if it was just a staycation, he would have told us. Will Paul ask you where you were, or does he already know?
I think he knows off the air, but it was also almost a week ago, so he might have forgotten. And he also went out of town over the weekend.
Oh yeah,
because he was out Friday.
If you say so. Yeah, I think he was out Friday because I think B-Mac and Joe did the show last week.
But I was just, doing my thing, shutting down the entity, looking for the cruciform key.
A lot of people believe you were trying to scheme up a way to win a title. Not me. That was Lance's thought. He goes, what? He's gone again? Signing day? It was a lot of
spring portal.
Yeah, a lot of CFB references from Lance Zierlein, who now has an interest because I keep telling him about what's going on in our dynasty. But the other guy who's back, if he ever left, is Altuve. Altuve, once again, had a big day. Had 4 hits. Didn't get the 5th. The talk from people, he's never had a 5-hit day. Will he stay in? Espada was like, nah, we're good. DeCenzo came in for him. But that is now, I believe, 5 multi-hit games in the last 7. That batting average is climbing. And he is more recognizable to the guy we are used to than the guy we had seen the OPS for the first time since, since early May. It's above 700. So Altuve getting it going, had a couple home runs last night. We'll play some sound from him. He talked about what he's doing to kind of simplify his approach and also the work he's putting in. So he got it going. And I know the bats were the story with the 11 runs scored. But for me, having Hunter Brown out there is nice. Just knowing he's going to come out there. Yes, last start aside, he's going to settle things down. If you were in the middle of a losing streak, or maybe extend a winning streak, if that were the circumstance, because just a really nice outing, a nice bounce back from him, considering what happened in Tampa, and we attribute some of that to the ballpark itself. We know they're playing, the Rays are playing their home games in the Yankees minor league home. So some of those flyouts that should have been flyouts turned into home runs, and the exasperation on Hunter Brown's face kind of showcase what he thought of those pitches and what he thought the results should have been. But no such problems in Daikin last night as he went 6. He did give up a run. He can't fault him at all. Just one of those dudes who you're going to be leaning on and talking about, and beyond what is to come in the future as far as contract stuff. Just nice to know that guy is around. You're going to have an ace for several years now. I think he's ascended to that level since the early parts of 2024. So very impressed by him going out there and putting his stamp on the game and allowing the bats to support him, and you get an easy win. That was nice. You got an early game today. It's not even a getaway game. It's just a 2-game series. The Astros have the Rays coming in, but it's an early one today for the Astros as they try to close out a 2-game series with the A's with another win and try to get to 30 wins on the year. The A's, who are much better at home, on the road than they are at home, The Astros actually are bucking their recent trend of not playing well. Is it simply the fact that Minute Maid, the name itself, was a curse? Now that it's Daikin, things have turned, or maybe it's just all the new bodies, or maybe there's no rhyme or reason. I'm going to go with that. There's no rhyme or reason for why they struggled at home or why they're better now. Just was an odd circumstance or coincidence, I'm going to say.
Or there's a lot of season left for them
to fall back.
Be like, oh yeah, I forgot we hate
suck here.
Yeah, because kids.
You think that came up this morning. The person who originated that particular line of thinking say, well, the kids are older, so they're less of an annoyance. So that's why now they're better. The kids are not as annoying as they were last year and this year. The kids have matured, and so the fathers have more time to focus on their craft at home. Either way, I don't know why it is, but it's a welcome sight to see the team. And, if you're a fan and you go out there, some people may go to 10 to 15 games a year. Maybe they only go to 1 or 2. It's just how things play out, depending on your where you are financially, or maybe even simply your interest in the Astros. You don't want to go out there with and know there's a better than 55 to 60% chance your team's going to lose. That's now, are people tracking that? Unlikely, but the vibes are, it used to be, at least the last 2 years, you go out there, there's a real chance you're going to see the Astros lose. Now, that's different. You go out there, you're probably going to see them win 19-10 on the year, and certainly have a real shot to go to 20-10. You got McCullers today, and then against Severino. So Severino certainly has a history with the Astros, considering his time with the Yankees, and of course Lance trying to still regain the form when he was at his best. Up and down for him. The one awful one that stands out, mostly because of the aftermath and how people you probably wouldn't even call fans reacted to it. But he was better in this last start. Hopefully he gets even better. Maybe Lance goes 5 today. We will see. Maybe is that the next goal, to see if Lance McCullers can get through 5 innings. I think he was 4 1/3 in his last start. So let's see as he progresses what he can do. Yeah, he was 4 1/3 in his last outing. So I think the goal for me is to see if Lance can get to 5. Of course, the results may vary. I hope it goes well. And of course, if he's going 5 innings, considering where he is in his recovery, he's probably having a pretty good day. So we'll see what happens there. The lineup should be a strong one. Normally on these days, when you think of a afternoon start, the Astros are leaving town, so you'll get the getaway day game or lineup, getaway day game lineup. You hopefully, considering they're just going to be sleeping in their own beds tonight, and this is more about the A's getting out of here, that you'll see a strong lineup in support of McCullers, because the lineup that we've seen recently would support getting them out there one more time. Credits to Chas for driving in a run early. I mean, Yainer was moving. It was a 2-out situation, and Yainer scored from first. It was a misplay in the outfield, but you saw Yainer get around the bases and score, and then after that, it was pretty much just an avalanche as the Astros took apart the A's last night. So, like that. All right. If you want to get in on the show, you certainly can. 713-780-3776. When we come back, we'll hear from Jose Altuve on his change in approach and what it has meant, and we've seen the results. A lot to get to from Jock Landale talking. I didn't know Jock Landale had a spot on or at least in the podcast sphere. He does if it's an Australian interviewing him. So the podcast is called Tommy Talks. And I think he interviewed Lando when he was in Phoenix, so they have a bit of a relationship. So Lando's comfortable talking to him, and he talked about losing his job to Steven Adams. So we'll get to that. He also talked about the future and what people around the Rockets think of Amen Thompson. So we'll hear from him there. And I posed this question to you, Sean, without much research, considering what Lando spoke about in regards to losing minutes to Steven Adams. When's the last time Jock Landale believed he was the best player on his team? Considering his Considering his status as an NBA player, as a backup big to third big, when's the last time Jock Landale was the best player on his team? Do you think it goes back? That
I won't do
keep
any
it in the tuck.
I won't do any research.
I'll look it up. You don't do the research. You think in your head, considering what he is,
considering he played in Australia, so he didn't have the path we're used to traditionally.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Did he play in college?
I will look that up for you to give you a frame of reference. So you think about it. We'll save that for when we play the sound. He did play at college. He played at St. Mary's.
Of course he did.
So that's a
West
West Coast Conference. Of course he played at St. Where's Patty? Who played there?
Dellavedova
played
Patty
there.
Mills, like every Australian.
All the Australians go there, unless your name is Ben Simmons. Somehow he wound up at LSU, although there's a story there that makes sense. But yeah, from Melbourne, played at St. Mary's. So if you think right now to yourself, just think about St. Mary's and the type of players they would get from 2014 to 18, and really, since we know they were actually a basketball school, could he possibly have been the best player? He was undrafted, so that's a little more background. Could he have possibly been the best player on his college team at any point, or do we have to go back to when he was playing in Australia for that to have happened? Because he played in Europe for a little bit before he got into the NBA. So you think about that. We'll play that Landell sound and then have Sean's answer. With that, we'll talk about what happened in the NBA last night, as Halliburton's on my screen currently. And he is a guy who wouldn't even say polarizing. I just think people aren't even really sure what to think of him at this point, because his team continues to perform. All the stats tell you that's a really good player, and yet some people want to push back on it. And that goes beyond the 13 players who called him overrated, maybe even less than that. But that's where that stems from. It wasn't a giant sample size that called him overrated in The Athletic. And all he's done since that point is pretty much lead the Pacers to one game away from the NBA Finals. So we'll get into that, some other things as well, as college football playoff stuff continues to make the rounds. It's me and Sean till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we got at least one person chiming in on the last time Lando was the best player on his team. He wasn't complimentary, so we'll get to that. But first, let's talk about Mr. Astro, best Astro ever. And he's picking up his play. And he was asked about it last night, Jose Altuve, after the game, after their win against the Athletics. This is Jose Altuve discussing his turnaround.
Yeah, I've been, last 2 weeks coming early and hit early with Cintron and the guys and try to, find a good swing. And, it takes time, I think you got to work hard every day. It's a long season, so, yeah.
Is there anything different that you're doing now than maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that's kind of led to some of these results?
Yeah, probably focus on one pitch to hit versus try to cover, everything. You ended up chasing too much, and I think that was the problem, and we're slowly getting better at it.
Did you want that fifth at bat? Try to get that fifth hit?
That was Brian McTaggart at the very end. He may have wanted it, but Joe Espada didn't care that much about that. Come on out. You've done what you need to do. As I said in the first segment, DeCinzo took over for him. But a simpler approach from Altuve. And if that's what it takes, we welcome it. The two home runs last night, the 5 multi-hit games in the last 7. He's getting it going. And Christian Walker hit another home run. So I talked to Joe yesterday. He was filling in for Sean. He is one of the hosts of Inside the Icebox. He does that show or podcast with Jeremy Branham. It airs from 6 to 7 on Thursdays. And also you can hear it in podcast form. I asked Joe what was more important, because a lot of people were saying, and we're very excited for Christian Walker to hit that home run not yesterday, but 2 games ago, the walk-off. And I asked Joe, what was bigger, the home run or the fact that he had 5 hits in the last 2 days, or at least the last 2 games at that point? And Joe said the 5 hits. And I certainly agreed, because sure, it's a great moment. It is big for Christian Walker. You want to be known, at least when it comes to your teammates, as someone who can step up and show up in big moments. And for some people, depending on the night, you've seen a lot of Christian Walker bad at bats, and that's all you know him for when you are a Astro fan and didn't pay much attention to him in other spots. You're just going out to the games and, our first baseman stinks. Is that guy ever going to do anything? And if you go out to the game against the final game of the series against the Mariners, you watch him hit a home run, you go, okay, love to have him. But liking the fact that he is getting on base more. It has simply been a struggle for him. So you're looking at his last couple of games, and you see some of the reasons why they wanted him here. Certainly was looked at to be an improvement over the previous first baseman combo of Abreu and Singleton. So Christian Walker, another home run. Good for him, and good for the team. And Okert came in, and Whitley, they close it out. Whitley thankfully made it through without any issues. We know that has been a concern, and Okert continues to be a really good pitcher for the Astros, as those 2 pitched scoreless innings in the 3 that they were out there combined after Hunter Brown went 6 and only gave up a run. So there it is. Astros 29-25 got a game this afternoon against the A's to close out that 2-game series. Let's get to this. Let's get to at least the initial less inflammatory thing from Jock Landale. As I said, he was on a podcast called Tommy Talks, an Australian podcaster. So he was asked a lot about this year for the Rockets. He was very complimentary of Amen Thompson. We'll hear that first, and then we'll get to the fun part where he called it politics. He pointed to politics for a reason he wasn't playing, but he did big up Steven Adams for his play in the playoffs. Let's start with the Amen Thompson stuff. Amen Thompson looked at as an untouchable. Let's hear at least what one of his teammates thinks and what the people around the organization think as well.
Amen Thompson's going to be an all-star next year. And if he's not an all-star next year, that's on him.
How many years has he been around for now?
2. That was his second year.
He'd be pushing for that most improved player award as well, wouldn't he, next year?
For sure.
You can see he's about to just explode.
Well, you forget that he only started starting, I think, when Jabari Smith Jr. went down with an injury, like 60 games into the year or 50 games into the year. So from there, he just blossomed. And it was like, oh my God. Like, we knew that he was good, but I don't think anyone was like, holy shit. A lot of us at the end of last season were like, this dude's the future of the program.
Yeah, wow.
And then to see that kind of come to fruition, we were like, yeah, like this dude's something else.
Bloke.
Unbelievable guy. And again, I do not compliment this guy to his face. I love to hang shit on him and Thompson, and he knows it too. Like, we do this thing every time, you know, we go to give each other a high five, we pull our hands away at the last minute.
All right, that's enough. I did not realize he cursed a couple times. You wouldn't have heard it if you were listening on regular radio, but hey, streamers, internet people, you got something there. That's Jock Landale with Tommy Talks. And Sean, you smirked, I think, initially because of the accents. Do you think less of the commentary when it's Australians talking basketball?
No, it's just when the second voice comes in there, he's like, so he was in his second year. Or it's just like a different
version,
a different Australian accent.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I'm not normally when I'm listening to something and there's an Australian accent, there's only one. There's only one guy talking with
you don't normally hear a conversation between two Australians. You're not watching a lot of Australian TV that makes it to America.
No. Steve Irwin's only, he's just talking to the camera and he's standing next to a crocodile. There's not a second person being like, that's a big one, isn't it?
So I'm trying to look at the Tommy Talks world, because that's what the podcast was called. Apparently,
is he Jock Landale's Ahmad Rashad?
I don't know that. Maybe, but Tommy Talks is not a specific name for one guy. It's a lot of guys called, you know what? Maybe it's just a lot of guys who aren't very creative, so they all name their podcast Tommy Talks according to AI. Because AI is not going to give me an in-depth view. It just tells me that a lot of podcasts are named Tommy Talks. Guys, come on. What are we doing here?
Everyone named Tommy is like, Tommy Talks.
Yeah, I think this one is by maybe a Tom Sheridan, because I'm looking at Australian stuff around his podcast. So I'm assuming that's him. Either way, it was Tommy with Jock, and Jock was very complimentary of Ahmed Thompson. Now, here's the one that you may take issue with, depending on if you like the cleanup. And speaking of cleanup, this one doesn't have any cursing in it. This is Jock Landale when asked about his role. We know at times he was the second big because of Steven Adams' unavailability. Sometimes Jock Landale didn't get off the bench. It's just how a NBA role player's life will go. There's fluctuations in your minutes, and as Steven Adams emerged as someone they could depend on, particularly in the playoffs when they weren't back-to-backs, you weren't going to see a lot of Landale in consequential situations. He talked about the frustration here, and he started off a little shaky for going by, hey, don't start any trouble. You can be the judge of whether he cleaned it up enough. Here's Landale.
Like you were doing your thing when you were required. Well, what happens there? Like, how do you not get court time is how I'll start.
Look, I'll say that there's a lot of politics involved in the NBA. It's not always as straight cut as people probably think. And Steve coming back from major injury this year, the general consensus amongst the team was, let's give him time to get himself right and see if we can get him back to being who Steve Adams is. And to his credit, he put in a lot of work. Like, this guy is.
He looks like an animal,
dude. He's wild with how much he works. So you see that kind of come together in the playoffs and him playing as well as he did. And you kind of sit back and in my case, like being, I like to think like being a humble guy and being Australian and giving credit where credit's due. There were times through the year where it was hard and it was frustrating, and I thought that perhaps I was kind of the better option at times. But when you really sit back and you look at the playoffs, you're like, all right, like it made sense, and that was good for the boys. So good for the team.
So a little bit earlier. Oh, all right, Jock. Didn't know you had that in you, and then he cleaned it up. Hey, best for the team. Steven Adams, so on and so forth. Did drop. Hey, I'm Australian and humble. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, that's pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Playing to the crowd. You know us Australians.
Yeah.
Also humble.
Humble, all the things. We deal with dangerous creatures. It's part of our lives. Just throwing all the cliches you'd like for that. So there it is. So that led me to think about Jock Landale. Look, every player has an ego, but you just assume that the second/third big on an NBA roster is like, they know their place. They know their minutes are sporadic. They're used to it, but he thought he should have played. And I was thinking about this earlier, talking to John and Lance about it and shooting him some bail. Like, you know what? Steven Adams was working his way back into the rotation. Jock Landale at points probably thought to himself, I'm healthy. I can play. I should be the one getting these minutes. Why are we just giving minutes to Steven Adams to work himself back into shape when I could provide more? And of course, it all worked out for the Rockets as they were great in keeping Steven Adams on that return to play plan. And by the time the playoffs rolled around, he was ready to go. He contributed big minutes in a playoff series where they needed him, and Jock Landale barely played. So I asked you the question in the first segment, Sean, gave you some time to think about it, and you didn't do the research. That makes it more fun. I did the research, so I have the answers. And before you answer the question of when's the last time Jock Landale was the best player on his own team, here is what KJ says. Landale's sorry ass was playing 16U AAU the last time he was the best player on his team. I would say, KJ, you're wrong on that because I've done the research. Sean, when's the last time you think Jock Landale was the best player on his own team?
So he did play in college.
He did.
I just have to think that it's his last college year, even though there might have just been like someone else, there might have been another guy on his college team that was also good, but lock me in as whatever his last college year was.
I would say you are wrong. He was
on the Spurs?
No.
As a rookie.
Well, those were some bad Spurs teams, so probably no.
No, they still had DeMar DeRozan.
Like I said, they weren't great, but he wasn't good. He was an NBL Grand Final MVP in 2021. He was the MVP of a final series in Australian basketball.
Wait, did he leave the NBA for a year?
No, he worked his way to the NBA after spending time in Europe and then back to Australia. He did not start off as an NBA player after getting out of college. He went to Europe and then went back to his home country, where he starred for Melbourne United and was the finals MVP.
What year?
2021.
Wow.
2021. So
that's very recent.
Yes. He helped them in a 3-0 sweep in that best of 5, and he won the finals MVP. So even if he wasn't the best player on the team overall,
I should have thought Australian national team too.
He was the best player in a series, and a title was won by the team.
Okay, but was this a Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown type of scenario, or
I don't know that. Okay. I didn't get deep into Melbourne United's 2021 season and who was best, but I just know that year he was the finals MVP. Also, if we want to go back, since that doesn't say he was the best player on the team, it's just a 3-game series where he was great. Let's go back to 2018, his final year in college, where you may say I was right on this. Do you know? Well, you don't know, because why would you be doing research?
No.
He was the West Coast Conference Player of the Year.
What was his averages?
While I look that up, I'm gonna give you something else. He was so good at St. Mary's, they retired his number.
Wow.
The number 34.
Wow. St. Mary's is Australian college for basketball.
Patty
players.
Mills, Matthew Dellavedova.
Yeah. So, and that did cross my mind of what if he played with Patty Mills or something? But that, because I also just realized I don't really know how old Jock Landale is or how long he's been in the NBA.
He is 29 years old.
Okay.
And he led his team in scoring for his Australian team, so he's probably the best player on that team too. But he was the West Coast Conference Player of the Year. He had his number 34 retired, so he's looking up at Hakeem. Whatever.
Only reason I'm not wearing that.
Yeah, because of you. But I did it too.
Some
No one.
old
He goes. No one can wear 34 at St. Mary's.
Yeah.
Do
you think that's what he thinks when he shakes hands with Hakeem?
Yeah, I did.
Both of us.
Yeah,
34.
both 34s. No one can wear that
Tip
number.
of the cap.
Or
do you think he was like, hey, listen?
Or maybe he says
I can carry on the legacy of number 34.
Do you think he tried to pull a
Abdul Carter?
Abdul Carter with Hakeem and go, look? Well, think about it. Hey, I'm just asking. I mean, doesn't hurt to
Then he
ask.
asks Calvin Murphy, then he asks every other retired. He just looks up there and goes, I want that one. Abdul Carter.
Nah, I see. Yeah. He did ask Phil Simms too. Phil Simms agreed until to the
Chris Simms was like,
I don't know if I want to put it on Chris. I think I put it on Matt Simms. Matt Simms got involved. Dad, no, that's your number. So yeah, Jock Landale was a great player at one point.
I mean, of course he was, because he's an NBA player. Like,
sure.
everyone...
Well, that is kind of the point. While we're going to crush Jock Landale for daring to think he should be playing over Steven Adams, all these guys at some point were great. That's why they're in the league.
At least in college. At least in college.
But he was great as a professional, but in Australia.
Yeah, but all these guys, it's like, you can just go, when's the last time this guy was the best player? That's why half the 6-man scoring type, that's why they have the mentality they have, is because their entire life.
They've been getting buckets their entire life.
I'm like the all-time leading scorer in whatever, Atlanta basketball. Just in the city of Atlanta, whatever district I played in, I was the all-time leading scorer.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, now I have to come off the... Okay, all right.
Which is always funny.
So Cam Whitmore is the way he is.
Well, we do this for a living, so of course we're criticizing players, and I understand how ridiculous it is for me to be like, that player sucks. It's part of the job. But realistically, in real life, anyone who's trashing anyone who's in the NBA would get destroyed and embarrassed. But we don't think about that. We judge them relative to who they're playing against. So we will go, you know what? Julius Randle's trash in the playoffs.
Yeah, because I'm not talking about me having to guard Julius Randle.
Exactly. But
I'm talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder.
But this is why I get I get why Jock Landale thinks he should have played, and I get why players are like, shut up,
the
Twitter.
First 20 years of his life, he was the best player on every court he walked.
He played at a pretty accomplished, sure, a small school comparatively, but a pretty accomplished basketball program, and they retired his number. That's how good he was. And now we're like, you think you should play over Steven Adams? Of course he probably thinks he should play over Steven Adams.
Yeah. Also, is there some New Zealand, Australia beef there?
That was brought up this morning too. I'm not sure, but he did make sure to credit Steven Adams in that clip. So
don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Yeah. Now that was the clip itself about him and Steven Adams, as far as his playing time, was longer, but so we played about a minute of it. So it wound from politics to I should have played.
I thought you meant
no. He didn't get into tariffs or anything. He went Australian-America relations,
or just New Zealand.
Yeah, he didn't get
politics.
He didn't get into the Kiwis versus the Australian and the Aussies and the back
Prime
and forth.
Minister wrote a letter to Ime Udoka saying that Steven Adams should play.
No, the only people who write letters about things like this are the Rockets to the league when they think they're getting screwed in a Warrior series. But I think he did enough to clean up whatever people might have been upset with earlier. Unless you're a giant Steven Adams fans and you say, how dare he even suggest?
I wonder what Steven Adams stats.
Well, he certainly had the clip. He certainly did. All right, we'll go to break. While that was at least fun for me, we'll come back with some bad news. We've got bad Astros news, and it's something that was predictable, but now it's confirmed. It's on their Twitter. They confirmed an injury and a surgery, so we'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right. Willie P called in. We'll get to him here. If you want to follow, you can. 713-780-3776. A lot of drama in our dynasty right now. People making moves with the playoffs underway. All right. Willie P, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Can't complain. The rain gave me a unexpected off day, so that's pretty cool. So anyways, I was busy last week with work, and so I didn't get to listen to any of your shows live. So over the weekend, I was listening, and I heard Thursday's show, and I had to rewind it because I can't believe, bro, I have a bone to pick with you. You spent a whole segment talking about Julius Randle.
I know.
And
I feel bad and dumb, actually.
and it's funny because my pops listens to the show. Shout out, pops. And he called me and he said, you know, your boy Dell's slipping. I said, why? He said, because here's the thing. We have a group chat, a family group chat. So me, my dad, my brothers, cousins. And literally since like 2015, I don't even know how long back. But anyway, I always said that Julius Randle falls into a category of players can't win a chip with. And that goes with like DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, just players in that mold where, like, for them to get their man, the rest of the team has to suffer. I mean, you saw what happened in Game 1. He had a great Game 1 versus OKC, but they still lost. You know, it took Ant out of the game, and as did it took the rest of the players out of the game. And so I get that he was doing good, but you have to look at Julius Randle how we look at NFL players in a contract year. This dude is eligible to sign a contract in the off season, and so of course he's going to be out here playing his best. But at the same time, you can see that one, they're not winning with him, and two, it's just he's not what the Rockets need. He's not what the Rockets need. Like, the Rockets should stay far away from that dude. I don't want to say he's a cancer, but you're not going to win with him. And if you want a ball stopper, like we had that for 10 years with James, we don't need that with Julius Randle, especially with him getting up there in age. But yeah, anyways, I had to get on you about that because I was just like, I can't believe we wasted a whole segment on that dude. But anyway,
I waste whole
you guys
segments on plenty. Don't worry.
You know what? I don't know, man. There's not too much worse than you can waste a segment on than Julius Randle. I'll be honest, that dude. I mean, come on, let's be real.
Look, I think even in the segment I said this Julius Randle I don't recognize. The one I remember is the one for the Knicks in the playoffs who stunk, and I never would want him on my team. And I said I do think I mentioned it was a contract year, which may have played a part. So I did throw in the caveats because I'm aware. I'm aware of what Julius Randle is. I normally wouldn't even give him one compliment, but the way he had played through the first two series was like, oh, this is not the level of performance we normally got from him.
But with that, you said the first two series. Okay, who did they play in the first round? Who did Minnesota play in the first round?
They played the Lakers.
Okay, the Lakers. Well, you know what? I mean, me and you and Sean could probably look good for Minnesota versus the Lakers in the first round. Let's be honest. And then in the second round, they played a Golden State that didn't have Steph Curry, and Jimmy pooped the bed. You know, he was straight cheeks, booty butt cheeks, as my brother likes to say. So with that being said, it's like, what are we really getting? You know what I mean? I know some GM out there is going to give him stupid money, but I hope it's not the Rockets. But anyways, that's all I have to say, guys. Love the show as always. Y'all have a great day. Sean A. Mix. What it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
That's why you lost the Europa Cup final to Tottenham. See, I let him get off there before I dropped that on him.
That was
all that Julius Randle call out, and you guys couldn't even beat Tottenham in the Europa Cup final. Congratulations. Thanks to Willie P. Calls in. Love when he calls in. And shout out to Willie P's dad. Look, I'm not proud of my Julius Randle thing, and he made me look awful immediately after that clip went out. He listened to it in podcast form. It was a social media clip of me talking, and it went on YouTube, me talking about Julius Randle. And he had been good. I know it's the Lakers.
I would have protected you.
I know it's the Lakers. And look, I wasn't saying they have to trade for him, but I was thinking about Pascal Siakam. Pascal Siakam, now former champion, was in Toronto, kind of wasting away. And the Pacers made a trade, and they weren't what they were until they acquired him. Sure, Halliburton was ascending, but they acquired him last year and made a run to the finals, Western or Eastern Conference Finals, and they are a game, or at least a win away from making it. So I was thinking, if you're not acquiring a superstar, is there a player out there like Pascal Siakam who is going? You're gonna have to pay a lot of money to, but isn't, I guess you would say, the best player on a contender that you could acquire? And I thought to myself, who fits the bill? It's not a great free agency market. You're going to have to acquire someone in a trade, most likely if you're going to improve your team dramatically. So I thought to myself, can Julius Randle be to a team what Pascal Siakam is? And, through the first 10 games of the playoffs, Julius Randle had played well. And honestly, through 4 games in this series, he's had 2 good ones. Now, I guess you would say 3 good halves, because the second half of of game 1 against OKC was non-existent. But he played well in the game 3 win when they blew him out. So, sure, a better opponent, and he stunk on Monday, and he stunk last Thursday. Look, it's not my favorite thing to credit Julius Randle. Hey, sometimes you try stuff. I'm just trying stuff. Could he be an option? Unlikely, because the Rockets certainly shouldn't be paying Julius Randle what he's going to ask for when he opts out of his player option. We'll see what he does tonight, because the Thunder are 1 win away from going to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012? Yeah. With James, who Willie P mentioned, Kevin Durant, and also Russell Westbrook. So a new iteration of them. They got a game 5 at home. We'll see if they can get it done. Shea, Jalen, and Chet, which for whatever reason, the morning show is hesitant to put Chet in the quote unquote big 3. He is the 3rd player on that team. I mean, maybe you don't want to call him a big 3. Maybe you don't think Chet is good enough to require that type of designation. But he's the 3rd guy.
Yeah.
He's their 3rd guy.
He's just skinny.
Yeah, he knocked down big shots in game 4.
Made a key block.
He is a very important part of that team. I get it. It looks like one strong right will cave his chest in. I understand all that stuff. But as far as how they're built, Chet has to play well. And when he does, they're pretty much, obviously you combine it with Jalen Williams and Shea, they're pretty much unbeatable. And you throw in the defensive aspects of it all. So whether we buy into the big 3 stuff at all for any team anymore, but if we're doing the thing when we have to give a group of people a big 3, he's the 3rd. He is firmly behind the first 2, but he's I don't want to say Chris Bosh. I don't want to do that. It's insulting to Chris Bosh, but he is the top 5 pick, and he's actually the highest pick of them all. To be honest with you,
the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, he's the highest pick of them all. So whatever you think of his spindly chest and legs and limbs and all that other stuff people downgrade him for, I think he's firmly cemented as part of their top 3 guys as they try to go win a title.
Bill Cartwright would have backed him under the basket.
Cool. Bill Cartwright would have got his ankles broken on the perimeter by Chet. Bill Cartwright wouldn't even venture out there, and Chet would have had to open practice threes because Bill Cartwright wouldn't understand that this 7-foot dude is going to shoot jumpers.
Well, it looks like Abraham Lincoln. What's this cosplayer doing out here?
What are you doing? Shouldn't you be in the Ford Theater? So there it is.
But yeah, no, he's 100% part of the big 3. Yeah. Like, just by evidence of when they make the finals, like, look at all the promo material. If there's 3 OKC players, it's going to be those 3 guys.
Yeah, I don't think Case.
Who would be the Caruso?
Is Dort or Case Wallace supplanting Chet? No, he's not. Those 2 aren't. So there it is. Biases aside, Chet is very important to what they do, and he has had really big moments in this series, and his biggest moments were in the final stretches of that game 4 win in Minnesota, which effectively kind of ended that series, unless the Thunder are going to repeat their own history and lose 3-1 in the conference finals.
Oh,
lose a lead when they're up 3-1 in the conference finals.
It's the last time they're in the conference finals.
Well, they blew it, so
Wow.
they're going to try to avoid that. Difference is they would have home court advantage as opposed to against Golden State, which led to the demise of the Thunder because we know Kevin Durant was out the door that summer. So we'll go to break with that. Got called out by Willie P. I accept it. The Julius Randle thing's probably not going to age well. Sometimes you're just talking, and I know we had a social media thing to do, so it happened. AJ was like, "All right, man, sure."
I would not have pulled that clip for social media.
Well,
just to protect you.
I don't mind. Look, I don't mind it.
Just I know how that was going to age. And,
Well, it is what it is.
Could you try that again with Laurie Marketing instead?
No, I refuse.
Because at least Laurie Marketing can't have a stinker 2 days from now.
That's true. We have to wait till October for him to invalidate my opinion on something. Either way, we'll see if Julius Randle will make me look even dumber. It's very likely he will. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back with hour 2. Welcome to hour 2, and I was distracted by Willie P, so I didn't pay off the news that broke. I will mention that Julius Randle could get a bucket against Draymond. No other Rocket could. Just saying. But beyond the back and forth between me and Willie P, Renell Blanco hit the horn. Sean,
Is this horn worthy?
hit the horn. While we all knew this was going to happen, as soon as we heard elbow discomfort, or did they call it something else? What did they call it first?
Soreness.
Soreness. But we knew discomfort could have been the word they
They're
used.
synonyms.
And then we heard inflammation, and then we heard second opinion. All a formula to tell us that Renell Blanco was going to be gone for a considerable amount of time, and that has been confirmed. He's going to have elbow surgery. We say goodbye to Renell Blanco. Another Astros arm on the pyre, because if you're a starter and you pitch for the Astros, at some point, sometime, you're going to have a significant arm injury, unless your name is Framber Hunter Brown, and you're going to miss a lot of time. And the grim stuff continues, because considering how long it takes for an Astros starter to come back, and Sean pointed it out, that the lockout looks like an almost inevitability. Could we have seen the last of Renell Blanco as an Astro? Because he's gone for this year. He's likely gone for next year. And then if 2027 is lockout time, we're talking about a guy who maybe would pitch again. Well, we were making the assumption the lockout will be for the entire year. Either way. But we're still talking about a guy who will be 33 years old or so when he's actually likely, or at least could, come back from this elbow. And it sucks, because he was a good story last year for a team who had struggled early, and then he had struggled early this year and has found his way back. Looked like at least he could be a 3 or 4 in the rotation, and now we don't know when we'll see him again. So Renell Blanco, elbow surgery. I think they termed it elbow surgery. They didn't call it Tommy John. They just called it elbow surgery.
Yeah, I think it was elbow surgery out for the 2025 season.
Yeah. So maybe it isn't Tommy John. It's something else going on with his elbow. So maybe his recovery won't be as bad. But here's the official release from the Astros. Renell Blanco will undergo right elbow surgery next week, which will sideline him for the remainder of the 2025 season. He is anticipated to return during the 2026 season. I bet he is anticipated to return.
Yeah.
And you can anticipate all you want.
When was Lance McCullers anticipated to return?
Yeah, see, there's the rub. That's much like when Casario said, I'm not concerned about the offensive line. Oh, well, the last time you weren't concerned, it was a disaster. So when the
it was the day after the Jets game and no one was concerned.
Yeah. So when the Astros tell you he's anticipated, whatever that means, I don't know what doctor said it. I'm not sure why they would ever put a timeline on anything. But maybe it isn't Tommy John. Maybe it's something else, which might mean he could be back next year. I hope so.
I think, like them calling it soreness,
they're going to eventually come around to calling it Tommy John.
I just would assume.
Or maybe.
I mean, I always want to avoid being like the most pessimistic when it comes to Astros injury updates.
Doesn't seem like you do.
No, but like if you are, you're just right more.
Yeah.
you're just right more. What's the worst possible thing that could happen? Probably that. That is what's currently happening. I mean, Yordan Alvarez, we're just waiting, still waiting on Yordan.
Yeah.
He missed all of his bobblehead nights in the last week or so.
Joe Espada said when Yordan tells us he's ready, he'll be ready. So I guess they're just waiting on him.
When Yordan quits being soft.
Well, that is your turn of his words, but.
Or he has a fracture in his hand and we don't know, like Kyle Tucker last year. We don't know.
Normally, I would say cut it out, but history suggests that's possible.
It literally happened last year.
History suggests that is possible, that they could have told us one thing about an injury to one of their stars, and it turns out it was far worse, and he misses more time than they could have imagined, I guess, because, I don't know, the initial machine was broken. Whatever it is, Renell Blanco is going to have elbow surgery, not called Tommy John. Is that some small grace there? I don't know.
I feel so much better.
Yeah.
He's going to be out all this year, but still.
And anticipate, and by the way, no timetable as far as when he'd be back in 2026 is very early for that. He hasn't even had surgery yet. But there's a real scenario where it's like, hey, a couple step backs, and now why not just hold him out to 2027? Feels like we're
Luis
down
Garcia
down that path.
Says hello.
Yeah, Luis Garcia. If he does come back, we're talking about August now. And of course, because everyone knows it is what it is, even an Astros account from France has laid it out. Javier, Tommy John. Luis Garcia, Tommy John. JP France. Did he have Tommy John, or did he have a different thing? But either way, Hayden Wesneski, Tommy John. And then we got Spencer Arrighetti, who we're still waiting on. I think he's out of his cast now. So, of course, rehab and whatever. Yeah. And then Ronel Blanco added to the list.
Sacre bleu.
Bleu.
That was France.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Hashtag sacre bleu.
They would be furious at your pronunciation of their words. Either way, it means we're now down to Fromber, Hunter Brown, Gusto, and Colton Gordon, and then that other guy they brought up.
I was gonna say Fromber, Hunter Brown, and the Space Cowboys.
Yeah, some combination of Space Cowboys will be filling in, and then with Lance McCullers.
Oh, and Lance McCullers, honorary Space Cowboy.
Yeah,
for rehab.
He did spend some time down there. Corpus as well. We some way somehow they will make it work, and the Ronel Blanco news was expected. It just is now confirmed.
Yeah, we'll worry about Colton Gordon and Ryan Gusto's elbows exploding next year. It'll happen next year.
Is there a shelf life if your name's not Fromber and Hunter Brown on number starts before the elbow goes here
for
in
this
town?
Astros?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. Is it about what do you think? Is 15 the danger zone?
I think the human body is resilient enough to put up a fight when it's being exposed to whatever inhumane pitching instruction they're getting for an entire year. It's that when you take a break and your body's like,
and then you have to
do it again 3 months later, and then it's like, oh my God.
So we would expect
April next year.
But Wesneski didn't even get the year. He was pitching for the Cubs.
That's true.
And then he immediately got indoctrinated into the Astros way of life, and his elbow was gone.
Built different.
Well, the other guys are like Bane.
Yeah,
they were born in the darkness.
Maybe that's why Hunter Brown's okay.
Yeah, I was born in
this is just pitching.
Yeah, I was born. Well, to be fair, think about it. Maybe you're right. As far as guys when they became professionals, well, we know Javier as time in Houston, but he was pitching other places before he got here.
Yeah, Luis Garcia.
Yeah, same. So, and those guys took a while before the arms went.
Yeah.
So maybe
people forget it took a while for their arms to explode.
And then when they went, they just never came back. So Hunter Brown, maybe because he was from the jump as a professional in Astro. He's built up a tolerance to the way they do things, so we don't have to worry about him. And Fromber maybe just a medical miracle. Is that where we are? If you're not
they do the equivalent of the gymnast wearing small shoes.
Yeah.
That's what they did to Hunter Brown's UCL.
Yeah. Somehow, some way he's been able to survive. And Hunter Brown's just counting the days until he signs a free agent deal someplace else. He's just hoping. He's just hoping he can get through it. And Fromber, almost there, buddy. You're almost there. You got how many more starts does Fromber have before he makes it through this
15, 20?
This battleground, and he's out of here. He can get paid and doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
Oof, locked in my $200 million. Boom.
Yeah. Took what they gave.
Doing the Shawshank.
He takes what the Astros gave him, uses it to go get a bag, and he thanks whoever he prays to that he made it through with his elbow intact. The other guy's not so lucky. So,
but hey, Astros, only what? Game and a half out of the division?
Still chasing the Mariners down, and because they're the Mariners, I expect them to overtake them and keep that lead when it matters. But as it stands, they're going to be doing it without several projected starters.
Without 60% of their rotation.
Jeez. But much like the pitchers themselves, we're kind of born into this, considering since they got great, we've been born into this. We're used to it.
I think we're just winding down the Astros barrage of starting pitching injuries, and we're pivoting towards daily updates on the guys coming back who got hurt 18 months ago. So we're now pivoting towards, How's Christian Javier? He's coming along. Oh, okay. Luis Garcia throwing a bullpen session. Oh, okay. Is it off flat ground? Is it off a mound? I know that makes a difference. So we're getting close to these guys are just coming back any day now for 4 weeks.
Yeah, we're at that point of the discussion about those guys. And then, I mean, let's look till late 2026 for this Wesneski conversation. Maybe. There it is. Ronel Blanco confirmed. Done for the year. We'll see what the recovery period is like. Don't have high hopes if we just go by history. But we move on from that and we bid you adieu. Another French word to Ronel Blanco. Tip your cap as well to Ronel Blanco for what he was able to accomplish.
We'll always talk about your 2024 and 2025 seasons of randomly being the second or third most dependable Astros starter, literally out of nowhere.
Absolutely out of nowhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't get through 2 seasons to cash in at some point.
No, but I'll gather around my grandkids and be like, man,
maybe
Ronel Blanco for those like 35 starts.
Or maybe you just start up a season on the show and make sure he wins the Cy Young to honor him. Yeah. I guess not. Just heard it from Sean. Nah, not worth it. He'll rather make up a scenario where he's talking to his hypothetical grandkids about it than actually use Ronel Blanco in the game.
Because that way his name will live on in history as opposed to like a video game that I'll delete in 6 months.
Because 26 is going to come out. You got to play that. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will we'll talk some NBA conference finals. I mentioned Thunder, Minnesota tonight, and the conversations always are about who is a superstar. Stephen A. Smith refuses to give Halliburton that title. I don't think it's important because how often are we using the term superstar in conversations about these guys? But whatever. He needs to be more consistent before I call him a superstar. Whatever. That's Stephen A. Smith's tone about it. But I did find what Kendrick Perkins said interesting. If you missed it, we'll play what Kendrick Perkins thinks you need to be considered the face of the league. While Charles Barkley, on the other hand, thinks ESPN should stop having the conversation, period. So we'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean and I are both giant fans of college football. Maybe you are too. And a lot of the times, the coach is generally a solidly married man with kids. It's good for the pictures. It's good for the social media. Your coach is a family man. The wife's at his side, and it's just part of the lore when you bring a guy in, because you want to know that he's solid. It's a thing people believe, if you're solidly in a relationship, in a marriage, that you can focus on football. Just ask Lane Kiffin about that. The rumors about Lane Kiffin, who apparently now is back with the estranged wife, if you go by social media. But either way, when you want to hire a head coach, just look at it. Think of all the major head coaches and think of how many of them are single. Across the NFL as well. Who are all the single guys? It's part of the deal. It feels like programs want married guys as their head coach. I did not know it played a part in how the NBA might want their face of the league to behave, but I think about it, and let me allow Perk to tell you what is required to be the face of the league. Yeah, you can win titles. Yeah, you can be a great player, but you also have to have some of this. Here's Perk on what makes a great face of the league.
Here's the bigger picture, right? You got to check the boxes when you're the face of the league. Yes, we know you got to have your signature shoe. You're going to be in commercials. You're going to have the highlights. You got to have the game. But you know what else you got to have? You got to be a role model, right? And things outside the lines matter. Now, if you go down the list of all the faces of the league in the history of the game, you look at Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaq, LeBron, Steph. What did they all have in common? While they was playing in the league, they all were family men. They all were married with kids. And if you think that don't play a role as far as the role model, this is facts. This is not something that I'm making. Hold on. But this is not something that I'm making up. Now, what happened to them after they retired? That's their business. But while they are playing or was playing, they were family men, married with kids.
Well, let's say this. First of all,
Magic Johnson,
be fair here.
While he was married, I don't know how many people would have said Magic Johnson if they know what time he was on, would go married man, family man. I mean, legally he was, but Magic was on a different time. Magic liked the party. If I'm just going by Perk's assessment, Larry Bird was married from 1975 to 1976. That's even before he became a Celtic. So Larry Bird, according to Wiki, was married before he got to Indiana State, and then was married for a year at Indiana State, and then got divorced, and then didn't get married until 1989. So he spent quite a bit of his time playing the field. Larry Bird was a 3-time NBA champion before he got married again. He also was a 2-time Finals MVP and was one of the faces of the league. So while Perk elicited the thoughts of Larry Bird as a family man, there's no evidence to suggest that Larry Bird was a family man during the time when he was at his best. He was still the face of the league. So maybe something else superseded being a family man. Being a white star, maybe that helped. I don't know. So I appreciate the thought, but you can kind of peel that back and break it down pretty quickly if you just, have any sense of how the internet works. But shout out to Perk for trying.
Listen, you got to talk about something.
You got to. And I appreciate
we're doing Tyrese Halliburton. Is he a superstar or not? When he's
doing
one win away.
Stephen A's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. They're doing that. Like apparently you got to talk about something. You just cannot talk about the game.
Basketball. Yeah. If we're going to have the dumb face of the game conversation, I appreciate it going this route. At least this is funny. At least
because I don't think he could have picked like you mentioned Bird, you mentioned Magic. I mean, I don't want to say anything about Kobe.
There are some things there. Yes.
But MJ divorced.
I don't know. but did that happen after his career was
Oh,
over?
okay. Okay.
You know, he had a guy who couldn't have been thrown out of the league for a couple years for some issues he might have had. Family man, but
You saw Space Jam.
but he had a wife and kids. Is this a direct attack on Anthony Edwards?
Yes.
It has to be, right?
That's all it is.
He is.
It's you played below your standard, so now we're gonna be like, why aren't you married, 22-year-old?
23. You can't be the face of the league if you're not married at 23 years old.
Because let's peel it back one more layer. That's what he's saying. Is that he cannot be the face of the league until he's in a committed, loving relationship at 23 years old.
Yes. Now, Anthony Edwards, his non-basketball life is very public because sometimes the women he has been with have made his, let's say, made his indiscretions public on social media and other places. So we know more than we probably should.
That's also something that Bird, Magic, MJ,
Didn't have to
Kobe,
deal with.
Shaq,
Yeah.
LeBron at the start of his career didn't have to deal with.
We know about those things in hindsight. Maybe some people at the time did. I'm sure reporters did, and you just didn't discuss it. It wasn't the game at the time to do that. We found out about Magic and what he was on afterwards, just a parting that he was involved in. But I think it would have taken just a random Google to figure out that you're off on this, Perk.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Patrick Dumont thing, talking about we want guys that have like a work ethic mentality, and he included like 3 guys that like their major knock was that they didn't have a work ethic mentality. Where it's like, I get you're just listing great players, like that's all Perk was doing. So just listing players of the faces of the league and saying, Anthony Edwards, you aren't this guy. I would say that you aren't this guy because at 23 years old, you're not that good. You're not as good as Bird, Magic, LeBron, MJ. I would have gone in that direction, not in the you're not married.
Yeah, man.
Same thing with what's her face? Becky Hammon with the
he's too small.
He's too short. I would have gone with he's not good enough, but okay.
Well, he's too short for the Pacers series, so maybe she's right.
I would also say he's not better than Tyrese Halliburton. So
people wouldn't have said that coming into the series, though. It just turns out, at least for this series and this team and the 2 teams playing each other, Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers, at least so far, far better than the Knicks. So they both have blown leads. The Knicks one more memorable, but the Pacers are one blown 20-point lead away from sweeping the Knicks. And of course, the Knicks will say, hey, we are one blown 14-point lead with like 3.5 minutes ago from being very much in the series. That's how it's played out. Yeah. We haven't talked much about the game yesterday, mostly because we got distracted by some Astro news and Willie P and the fact that Perkins said the funniest thing I've ever heard him say, even though he wasn't trying to be funny.
That's most of Perk on TV.
He's never trying to be funny for the most part, but he's still funny. But this tops it all. Magic Johnson, family man. But maybe to the general public he was. But you can't, now that you know the inside, maybe don't reference Magic Johnson.
Yeah, but that's true about everything. Like, we just know so much more about everything that all these people do.
It's true. Now, Steph is the one where you're like, okay, you mentioned Steph, can't fight that one.
Yeah.
That's one where
that's where you should have stopped.
Yeah.
You should be a family man like Steph Curry.
And LeBron.
Yeah.
I mean, the Diddy party stuff aside.
Hey. He was
alleged.
there
You're
to
right.
mingle.
You're right. He was at parties or around, but maybe he left before all this other stuff happened. You're right.
Just had some hors d'oeuvres and left.
I don't have any evidence of that. I just know he spent time with Diddy, but we don't know that he was doing anything illicit. So that is a perfect time to say, hey, thanks. Thanks for calling me. Thanks for getting my attention. I clean that up. We will hear from Barkley on the other side because Charles Barkley,
family man. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know if that's true either. Charles Barkley, I'm going to disagree with him now before you even hear it, because if he and his suggestions are what ESPN follow, I never would have got that Perk clip. So we'll hear from Charles Barkley on this conversation and then actually get into the basketball last night, because the Pacers kind of dominated the Knicks. They got a little wobbly, but they had that game in hand for the most part. And now we're looking at the Indiana Pacers. one win away from making the finals. But we'll hear from Chuck, and then talk some actual basketball when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right. So we heard from Perk, and Chuck and he have had issues this year. Chuck was insulting of Perk, and Perk pretty much said, "I'll fight you." So after we've heard from Perk and what is required to be the face of the league, here's Charles Barkley's stance on that whole conversation.
Beat the hell out of them. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to win the championship, and anybody want to bet me any amount of money, come to my damn house because I can afford it. OKC is the best team in the NBA. I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking it.
Frankly, I don't even think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the face of the league. That's determined by the people who watch and care. Like, if they don't accept him, he won't. I mean, the NBA could try. The NBA could put him out there. But if the public goes, nah, then he's not the face of the league. So,
Yeah, Jason Tatum says hello.
Yeah, so Jason Tatum won the title, didn't win the MVP of the finals, but it was the best player on a title team, and no one was like, "We want Jason Tatum to be the face of the league." So, as much as I appreciate it's not as funny as what Perk said. As much as I appreciate it's earned on the court stuff, that doesn't matter if we don't like. And I say the we as the general we, if we don't like who is the best player. LeBron's the face of the league because people gravitated to him. Steph, same. But you know what? Kevin Durant, great player. You know what? Not the face of the league. People didn't gravitate towards Kevin Durant the same. I think we know he hurt some of that by going to Golden State. I think people liked him just fine in OKC. But appreciate it, not Shaq. It was Charles. Appreciate it, Charles. But it ain't determined by simply who's great. It is part of it because we like winners. But if people don't like Shea and his style of play, he ain't ever going to be the face of the league. If people consider him a foul baiter, an unethical hooper, he won't gain that title, this mythical title. What happened not to LeBron? What happened to James Harden? Was an MVP candidate for years. Great player. And you know what? The general NBA public was like, nah, not him. We'd rather, and of course he never won the title, so we didn't get that final stamp to see if it would happen. But I can guess. If James and the Rockets had won a title, you know what people would say? Great player, but he's not for me, for a lot of people. James was like the personal superstar in this town because of what he accomplished. Great player. But James's play didn't like translate into people going, you know what? I love the way the Rockets play.
Yeah, it would have been the year that the Rockets stole one.
It would have been that
because the Warriors and Cavs played every year for 5 years.
So they would have interjected themselves and got one, but it would have changed James from perpetual, I don't want to say loser, but
choke artist.
It's tough, but maybe fair. It would have changed the perception of him in that regard. But as far as the guy that everyone's lining up to see night after night and people want to talk about, nah.
I will say, though, you talked about it a little bit with the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. People are you have Doris Burke being like, he's
foul merchant.
People call him a foul merchant.
I'm
not saying he is, but people are
in
calling
the conference finals, calling the MVP a foul merchant.
Yes, you have. We mentioned Jason Tatum, how he checks a lot of the boxes, and people are just
he plays for a legacy franchise. The best player on that team
made the playoffs and deep playoff runs every year of his career.
We've seen him his entire career in these moments, and he finally got over top. It should be the hero arc, right?
Yeah.
He got knocked down by LeBron when LeBron was in there. He somehow, some way lost to a Jimmy Butler-led team and then lost to the Warriors in the finals. And finally they got over the hump. And you know what? Everyone's like, nah, not him.
Yeah.
We don't want him.
Tyrese Halliburton. People are just like, nah. Like, people are coming around, but we're having the is he a superstar? They call him the most overrated. That it's all that stuff. Anthony Edwards is the only one that people are
willing to hey, if you could just win it, if you win it, and we're almost there anyway because you're the son of Michael Jordan. Look at the similarities, all those things.
It's him and Wembanyama are the two that people are just like, I'm cool. I'm cool with this guy.
But everyone else has
that's
a gauntlet they have to go through.
Under 35 years old, we're just like, no thanks.
Not you. I'd rather not.
Jokic gets a pass, but Jokic also so obviously doesn't want to be the face of the league. Just wants to play basketball and ride horses.
Sure. And almost his lack of interest in all of it makes him people are like, you know what? I'm good with him.
Yeah. I guess Giannis would be in the conversation, but I would say this isn't all on Giannis. Actually, I would say kind of only a little bit's on Giannis. Got to make it out of the first round.
Yeah.
Once in a 3-year span.
That needs to happen.
Got to do it. Hopefully it's next year.
Too many upsets in the last couple of years, and maybe that's one of the reasons he may ask out, something he still has not asked to do yet. Let's get to Tyrone. He wants to talk about face of the league. What's up, Tyrone?
Hey guys, Tyrone from League City. I'm good with there's not being a face of the league right now. The fact that we're debating or trying to deliberate or decide says a lot. And what I believe what Chuck was saying, the point I like was that when Chuck was saying that earn it, when Michael Jordan was winning his 6 rings, he was also dominating dunk contests. Larry Bird was winning 3-point contests. Magic Johnson, Spike Lee, they don't have that figure, and we're trying to force it. And so I think just enjoy the youth until somebody can get of age or something can come along, because we're talking about Joker. Nah, we're talking about foreign people. Nah, we're talking about American-born people. Nah, it's a little diluted now. None of those guys are entering dunk contests. The Dominique Wilkins, the Michael Jordan, the Kobe Bryant, all those people were winning at everything they did. And then you throw Spike Lee in there and the commercials and the Space Jams. You know, I'm okay with it not being a face of the league right now, and then just joy seeing the next young person come up and do well. And one more thing, our guy in your backyard, League City, Texas, Clear Spring Chargers are in the state finals against Waco this Saturday, 4 p.m. Softball made history.
Congratulations, Tyrone, formerly known as Gary, and others. Appreciated. Good luck to Clear Springs as they try to go for a state title. Good luck to your daughter as well. I remember that conversation we had a couple weeks ago. I would agree about not having a face of the league, and I don't mind it. You know what? I just like watching games. In fact, I'm more interested in the conversations around it than actually having the conversation about who the face of the league is.
Yeah,
that doesn't matter to me at all.
The face of the league is LeBron James.
Until he decides,
it's LeBron and stuff.
Until they decide they don't want to do this anymore, they will remain the face of the league, the faces of the league. And then I guess we can try to anoint somebody, or the people overall will just tell you, I want to see more of that guy and that guy and that guy. Put them in the commercials, put them in prime time. And that'll tell you it's not going to be someone who takes it over just because they're good. That's not how it works. Certainly not anymore.
Yeah, I think especially not anymore.
As the kids would say, who has that aura?
Yeah,
and
who does have that
and
aura?
do you think does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his mid-range jumper, does that get people excited? Probably not. He doesn't fly through the air with the greatest of ease, all that stuff. As that one man in a store would say, he's not that guy, pal.
Yeah, he is not that
He's
guy.
not that guy. Great player, doesn't take away from what he is. But as far as you win and you get it, no, that's not how it works.
I think the answer is like if Wembanyama just makes the playoffs a couple of times and is as good as he looks to be in spots, like it'll be him. I don't really. It's not, to me. It's not a huge long-term problem unless Wembanyama gets hurt all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that. So Michael Jordan, and I was not there. This is based off of the documentary and a little bit of just like knowing about what's happened in Michael Jordan's career. I think Michael Jordan was the face of the league like before he actually won a title.
He was cool.
Yeah, I think that's something that just cannot happen anymore. Is that people? I think in the documentary, in the what was it, Last Dance documentary, there's a scene after I think he won the first title where people are like, "There he is, the greatest player ever." I was like, imagine if that happened today. A guy wins one title at. By the way, this is after Bird and Magic and
Isaiah,
Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. A guy wins one title, and the general consensus is like, that's the best.
That's the guy. That would never happen. Not in the way we take in sports today. It would never happen.
He did it relatively young, but 27 years old.
He was an older. He was starting his prime, and what we once considered when you're prime against now. Like we said, if you're 23 and not winning it,
you're
a bum. So yeah. It takes more than simply winning.
Like people have to want to like you.
Yeah,
that is
six. Well, he had the shot in the finals, in excuse me, not the NBA finals, the championship game at North Carolina.
Yeah,
he does have that, and
the Elo shot.
I don't need to.
Dunk
I don't need to run down all of Jordan's accomplishments.
Yeah. Hey guys, if you don't know about Michael Jordan, watch Little Ass.
He had a lot of moments even before he won his first title against a broken down Lakers team. See, that's how you start
some Gatorade commercials.
That's how you start taking apart Michael's legacy.
Oh yeah,
that Lakers team, old Magic. Vlade Divac was the starting center. Whatever. You start ripping it apart just like we do to everyone else.
Oh, you scored on Byron Scott. Cool.
Yeah, the Pistons were broken down and tired. Of course you beat them. You couldn't beat them when they were good. See how it works, everyone? Michael would have caught it too in today's game. Just be aware. For everyone who loves Michael Jordan, I understand it. He was the best player when I was a kid, so I get all that stuff. If Michael Jordan played today, they would rip him apart too. They would rip apart his first title. Oh, Isaiah was broken down. Larry Bird had the bad back. What if Larry Bird was healthy? Would you have gotten through the East then?
What if Lynn Bias didn't die?
All the things people would have reached for. So no one's immune to it today. It's very unfair to compare anyone's trajectory today to back then because they're never going to get the same grace. We were a more polite society back then somehow, some way when it came to our athletes.
Well, I think it was also just like the guy who was like, Michael Jordan sucks was just like the guy that you knew,
the Celtic fan
in your town.
Sure.
You know,
it's true. That's true.
It wasn't like 10,000 retweets on Michael Jordan actually sucks.
It wasn't someone who had a national platform.
Yeah.
To tell you that Michael Jordan sucks. It's not how it would go down. Oh yeah, we still didn't talk about the games. I'm looking at John Halliburton on screen right now, and his son, while he may not be a superstar according to some, he is the best player in a conference finals, and that's probably more important than some dumb label. As he was great yesterday. The 30+ points, triple double with no turnovers. He controls that game, and while he did put up a big point total, he's a real point guard, man. There's not a lot of those guys left who can be as impactful passing the ball, and really, even if you're not getting the assists, setting up offense, being what people have now termed the hockey assist when it comes to the NBA, where you make a pass that leads to the shot because another guy gets the assist. He's that guy. He's pretty much unique in today's game. Not a lot like him. So much so that Chris Paul may be of interest to the Trailblazers to mentor Scoot Henderson. He was in San Antonio to mentor Stephon Castle. Don't need that so much with De'Aaron Fox there now. But the lack of the pure point guard may keep Chris Paul employed. And maybe he's in the Pacific Northwest. Apparently Joe Cronin, their GM, has some interest there just because you can't find guys like him and now Tyrese Halliburton anymore. Guys who can control the game without even taking many shots. Guards aren't built that way. That's not how they're supposed to get theirs in the game today. Look, Dylan Harper's your top guard prospect in the draft, and he's more scorer, lead guard type than point guard, and maybe he will find some of those point guard attributes, but his main objective is to go score the bucket, score the basketball. And that's how guys are now. But Tyrese is different. And if you're watching that series and the pace that they play at, look, he's in situations where you think a turnover is going to happen just because of how he plays and the pace of how the Pacers run their offense. And somehow, some way, he takes care of the ball quite a bit. Jalen Brunson struggled in that fourth quarter, which has been kind of unique for him through these playoffs. We're here, man. We're gonna get who was at the game yesterday? It was Brad Miller was there. That's who we're getting. The level of celebrity.
George Hill was also there.
Well, if we're doing the comps, Tim Thomas and the like in New York.
Yeah.
I mean,
Raymond Felton.
Comparable.
J.R. Smith.
Certainly comparable. I'll leave Patrick Ewing out of it. Don't want to throw him in that group. But yeah, while we're going to get George Hill and Brad Miller sitting courtside.
OKC might bring out the big guns. Have Nick Collison.
They had Chris Paul there for a game.
Oh yeah.
So maybe they bring back Chris Paul.
I saw someone. It was a picture. I think it was Carmelo Anthony, Amari Stoudemire, J.R. Smith at a game, and someone was like, "Why isn't this happening at OKC with Durant, Westbrook, and Harden?"
Gee, I wonder why.
They're like, because two of the three guys were in the playoffs this year.
And Russell Westbrook just got beat by OKC. You think he's going to show up at the game and honor them after losing to them? And yeah, all those guys are active. That's a retired players thing, not a guy who is maybe a top 10 player in history. And then you got James Harden and Russell Westbrook. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment here to go. Interesting show. Thank you to Tyrone for calling in. Don't think his name's Tyrone, but do think he's a proud dad. And a shout out to Clear Springs as they try to go win a state title. All right, we got time for your calls if you want to get in. 713-780-3776. We'll close out the show when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Joe Espada has confirmed that it is Tommy John surgery for Ronel Blanco. Reporters got to ask him questions. Astros got an early game today, so he's available earlier than normal, and let us know. Despite the lack of clarity in the initial release that the Astros gave to everyone, if you've simply looked them up on social media, Twitter specifically, he's out with Tommy John, which means any distant remote hope that he could be back next year, off the table for me, despite what that tweet said. Let's see whenever a potential lockout ends in 2027 if Ronel Blanco is able to come back. But 2026, nah. Continuing our French theme again, we bid adieu to a swell guy, Ronel Blanco, until the distant future.
Yeah, because part of it is not just that the Astros shroud everything in mystery, and it seems like it takes a while for them to come to a diagnosis. It also seems like the rehab always takes a little bit longer than they say it will.
You never ever really know, despite you think they'd be consulting doctors to give us a real timeline.
It's so funny how they try to do this, where they try to like, don't tell them anything, keep every door open, whatever, and it only makes them look like more and more morons every single time.
You're not the CIA where an agent can just disappear. That guy actually has to be public at some point, and then we will find out when he comes back. You don't have to shroud it in mystery, because at some point the guy will pitch again or never pitch again. And when he does, then the timeline is complete. But this is how they operate. It does not hamper their on-field success. It's just a weird way of going about things. It's very like hockey and Patriots like for them. Hockey, they never tell you anything about an injury, particularly in the playoffs. And the Patriots were shrouded in mystery for their own, inside reasons that they thought would help them with competitive advantages. The Astros, no need for it. We know this pitcher is going to be gone for a long time.
Yeah, maybe it's also like a football thing where it's like you have to put out an injury report, and there's also like 16 games, so like there's less of a whatever amorphous like, well, we don't know. It's like it'll either be 4 weeks or 3 weeks. Like that's just kind of how most of these things work. Where in baseball, it's like could be an extra couple weeks, and that's 10 games that they're missing. So I think that's some of it, but also, yeah, like they try to do the like keep him in the dark. We don't know. Hey, and then positive talk everything of like he's progressing well, but he still won't be back for 2 months. But hey, he's been progressing well for these 2 months. Like they really should just hey, listen, it'll be at least a year, probably more.
When we know, you'll know.
Yeah,
I would even be fine with that,
because they do this thing of they did it with Christian Javier and Luis Garcia, where it's like, well, maybe they come back next season. It's like, no, there's no chance they do. Like we know how long Tommy John takes for every other team to come back from, and you guys promise that it'll be shorter, which is wrong, and then the actual rehab takes longer than everyone else does. Like it's bad on both ends that you're over promising and under delivering every single time. Every single time.
It's an awful combo.
Or your best player, you say is gonna only miss like the weekend, and then eventually put him on a 10-day IL. And then he actually misses 3 months because there's a fracture, not a bone bruise, like you guys said, for 3 months. Like someone needs to sit them down and be like, you realize this makes you look like absolute morons, right?
The fact that they're a good baseball team kind of papers over that, where people won't care.
The second that they're back-to-back missed playoffs, people are just be like, what the hell is this?
If that particular way of doing things continue, it'll be highlighted. But as it stands now, just keep winning baseball games, and people won't care. Just because that process is wacky doesn't mean your on-field product has to be. And we'll see what they do today. Speaking of guys who take forever to come back, Lance McCullers on the mound today against Severino. See if he can pitch well and get the Astros, or help the Astros get another win. That music means we are done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
You want my dead mom's clothes?
No.
I missed it while I was gone.
I'm sure you did. I'm no longer explaining what that means. You'd have to call in about it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Altuve drills one to center field. Back Denzel Clark near the wall. Jumps up. It's gone again. 2 for Altuve. His second 2-home run game in the homestand. And the Astros lead 9-0. Jose Altuve having himself a homestand.
I'm gonna put a smile on my face.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, May 28th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You heard the voice guy say how you can get aboard the old-fashioned way, the new-fashioned way on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the gram at ESPN 975. Live on TikTok. We're so modern these days. We got Sean Mapes back from vacation. Sean, hello. How you doing, bud? You got the Astros 90s hat on. It's probably the Astros best hat. How you doing?
Doing good. I'm glad all I had to do was give them the silent treat, shun them, turn my back to them like I'm a Yankees fan. And because there was not a ton of Astros watching going on my vacation.
Same.
And hey, everything's fixed.
We came back, and all of a sudden, whoa, they're scoring.
Hey.
Things are great.
Thanks, Christian Walker.
We appreciate it. Christian Walker hit a home run. Yesterday, we were saying maybe a little premature to say he's officially an Astro. But listen, guys, before we dive into last night's game, it's time for me to confess something. A lot of people that listen to this show, you have been wondering about the official answer to this question for not just months, for years. You have been wondering about this, and it's been a singular focus, and we've always been coy about it. We've never been too transparent about it, but it's time for me to tell you something. And listen, for all the people who tune in for a date update, I've also got something for you. It's tough. It's tough to come out of the closet, guys. It really is. You know, I've got my family to think about. I've got my parents, my sibling, my cat. There's a lot at stake here. But it's time for me to make a confession. This is the way that I lean. This is what I like. I like it. I like it when the Houston Astros win baseball games 11-1. I had to admit it. I had to come clean. I had to confess. I like it when the Astros win 11-1. Okay? Are you going to shame me for that? Are you going to come after me for that? It's the only kind of baseball I like. That's my preference. Out of the closet, I like it when the Astros win 11-1. Honestly, that's really the only time I like when the Astros win. You know? It's like a fetish that you might have on one of those websites. It's a thing that you're looking for. You're going all the way to page 73, and you're like, this is what I like. This is what I like. I like it when the Astros win 11-1. That's my preference. Oh, God, it feels so good to come clean with that. I have been dying to say this for the longest time, but yeah, that's me. But it's time to get serious because there is a confession that I also have to make. Okay? Another confession. And a lot of people have been wondering about this, but yes, I do like it when Jose Altuve hits 2 home runs in the same game. But let's get serious. There's something else I got to admit. You know, all you people are wondering whether or not I'm in the closet. I'm out of the closet as believing that Hunter Brown is the ace of the Houston Astros because he won it 6 innings and he had 8 strikeouts. Looked really good. But I know what you guys are wondering. And yes, it's true. When Jeremy Pena hits a home run, I sing Jeremy Pena by myself at home, sometimes to my cat. But all right, it's time for me to tell you what's really going on. When Christian Walker homers, I start to think that maybe he won't be Jose Abreu. And it's a nice last 3 games. But I got to tell you something. When the Astros hit 4 doubles, I really enjoy it. 13 hits, 3 for 5 with runners in scoring position and just 4 left on base. Thank you for letting me confess that I like Astros baseball when they win by a lot of runs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. This is a safe space. I'm so thankful for this audience for allowing me to confess that I like it when the Astros win by 10 runs.
I'm very happy for you, Paul. It's very, very brave of you.
It's my truth
to do. Yeah. It's a little, I just don't.
Oh, wait, where are we going with this?
I'm not coming at you with anything.
Okay.
I just want to ask questions because I don't know some answers to some things regarding this.
Whoa. We're going to get personal here?
I just would like just one follow-up question. Again, I'm not demeaning your way of life. I'm just asking a question to help me understand.
Okay.
Did the Astros score too many runs?
Oh, crap. You know what? We do ask this a lot.
Almost every time they score 11 runs.
In fact, every single time they score 11 runs. Well, we did see a small amount of offense over the weekend, and you could argue that an 11-run performance by the Astros, where they also have 4 doubles and 4 home runs for this season, might be a rare occurrence, both in the past and going forward. So I suppose, Sean, we will find out the answer to that this afternoon.
Very fast. In an hour, we'll find out if they scored too many runs last night. It's a quick turnaround.
It's a very quick turnaround, and Lance McCullers is on the hill, and you never know what you're going to get with Lance McCullers. Our box of chocolates. Hopefully not another elbow injury, because good God, the Astros just can't get a break on the injury front. We'll talk about Ronel Blanco in just a moment. I do have a solution. This is something I stumbled across while on, I think, MLB Reddit. I know we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel for content. It's late May after all. But I think there's a solution for the Astros and maybe being a little bit more consistent as an offense, getting their hitting going. And I don't think anyone's brought this one up before. This is, I think, a fantastic solution. I'll explain what it is and how it will help the Astros score a lot of runs, which I'm out of the closet as admitting I like it when the Astros score a lot of runs. How can they do this on a more consistent basis? I will tell you on the other side. Sean Mapes is back. It is the full gang, a Paul Gallant show on a Wednesday on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Pena golfs one towards the corner and left. Soderstrom to the wall. Hits the top of the wall, and it's gone. A home run. Jeremy Pena, his 7th of the year, makes it 4-0 Astros. Shout out to the Space City Home Network microphones. That was a satisfying sound. Whatever that was, that plink when Pena hit that home run. For those who don't know, Jeremy Pena is of Dominican descent. Well, why does that matter? Well, the Astros have a lot of guys from the Dominican Republic on their team. And look, the Astros scored 11 runs yesterday. You love it. But you always wonder if they're going to be able to do that back-to-back nights, especially with a quick turnaround. So the Astros play this afternoon with Lance McCullers on the hill. How do they get more consistent at the plate? We have been wondering about the Astros hitting coach, Alex Cintrone. There's a guy who wants to extend his services as a hitting coach. And this guy's arguably one of the best hitters in baseball history. It really depends on how you feel about performance-enhancing drug allegations. But per Hector Gomez, who is a baseball reporter, Manny Ramirez, Manny being Manny Ramirez, wants a job as a hitting coach. He said this through Hector Gomez, quote, "I am confident I can help any team significantly improve their offense." I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? Manny Ramirez as a hitting coach. Now, Manny was always a bit of a diva as a player. Would Manny as a coach be not a diva? I actually do not know the answer to that question. As somebody grew up rooting for that guy when he joined the Boston Red Sox back in, what was it, 03? Yeah, there were some moments with Manny where you were like, what the hell are you doing, dude? And also some moments off the field where, like the time he shoved an elderly person, where you're wondering, hey, what's your deal, man? But Manny Ramirez, Astros hitting coach, it could work out. Now, I'm always a little bit skeptical when I ask artificial intelligence a question online these days, because I feel like when it comes to sports, they lie. But per Google AI, the Houston Astros have, get this, 108 players from the Dominican Republic. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's the entire roster or their entire history. But
it could be either their entire history or their entire farm system. I have no idea.
Right, Sean, because
that seems like a lot, though.
It does seem like a ton. Now, there are a bunch of Dominican Summer League players that they have. The DSL Astros are a minor league affiliate of them. Also, the Astros had, I think, 6 players on the Dominican Republic World Baseball Classic roster for this one coming up. Brian Abreu, Ronel Blanco. I don't know about that anymore.
Yeah.
Christian Javier. I don't know about that one either. Rafael Montero, Hector Neris no longer on the Astros, and Jeremy Pena. So again, artificial intelligence,
spotty.
Very spotty when it comes to sports. Honestly, makes you wonder, hey, they're focusing on other things to perhaps take us out, and they're going to give us the wrong information about our cake as we try to eat it. But Manny Ramirez, Astros hitting coach. He's looking for work. Why not? Why not?
Yainer Diaz, also Dominican.
There we go.
They have 2 pitching coaches. I'm not saying that Alex Cintrone should lose his job, but how about another hitting coach? What if you just kept adding guys? Hey, Randy Johnson, what are you doing? You want to be another pitching coach for the Astros?
A Spanish-speaking hitting coach who had 500-plus home runs, all the pelts on the wall. All I'm saying is, why not?
Could do worse.
You could do worse. In fact, the Astros have to look at themselves in the mirror because they are doing worse on the training staff and medical staff front. Ronel Blanco is going to get Tommy John surgery. That's what we found out today. And look, the communication from the Astros, I don't really care about that from an injury perspective as long as they fix these guys. But why is this happening? And I get it.
There's a lot of Tommy John surgeries that are taking place across baseball these days. It's a problem. I don't know what the root cause of it is, but the Astros, while they get the most out of their pitchers, I mean, good God. So Hayden Wesneski out for the year. Ronel Blanco out for the year. Luis Garcia and Christian Javier are trying to recover from that. Lance McCullers, how many surgeries has he had? Forrest Whitley's finally back. How many has he had? We're at the point now with the Astros and Tommy John surgeries where I honestly can't keep track of all of them. So, is it time for the Astros to get honest with themselves and do something about the training staff and the medical staff? Because at this point, I really don't know what it would take for them to actually change it, try to make it better. You would think that they would announce something saying, yeah, we're making some changes in our medical staff or training staff. Nope. We're still trying to figure out what the hell's going on with Yordan Alvarez. So, look, communication, it's not the communication that's the problem. But whatever the Astros are doing, there's a lot of Tommy John surgeries going on. And it feels like it's more Tommy John surgeries with important major league players than anywhere else. Should we do something about that? Just a thought. Just a question.
Yeah, it's the, I guess, abundance of elbow issues that these guys have, where it seems like if you pitch a year with the Astros, chances are your elbow is going to explode the next year. Shout out to Hayden Wesneski for speed running that, making like 3 starts with the Astros before his elbow explodes. But I think it's partially a messaging problem, but it's a messaging problem that is made worse when you also have the issue of the injury, not just how often these guys get hurt, but how long it seems that they come back. And I think some of that does have to do with the messaging, because it seems like with all these guys, hitters, pitchers, they overpromise and they underdeliver so consistently that they say, hey, this guy, 10-day IL, but if he had to, Kyle Tucker could probably play this weekend. Oops, actually, he's out for 3 months. It just goes. I mean, you're seeing it right now with Yordan.
I have no idea what's going on with him.
And you could even say the messaging with Yordan's a little bit of a problem, because Joe Espada the last 2 days has basically just said, hey, when Yordan feels good, he's in the lineup. Waiting on we think he's healthy. We're waiting on Yordan to say he's healthy.
It makes me wonder if they've actually asked him, hey, how you doing, buddy? I mean, that's how bad it is. And it's been a problem always with Yordan. It's not just Joe Espada. I mean, we had the same issue with Dusty Baker, who didn't know what hand was injured, but there's something going on this front. And I feel like a head should roll. It would make me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, how long? I mean, it's at least the 3 years since this isn't a full year, but I'm willing to call it on 2025, the 3 years since they've won the title. Every year we have this with at least one guy, if not several guys every year, where it's a guessing game as to when they'll come back and how long they're hurt, what their injury even is. Like you're saying with Yordan's hands, where it is just makes them look like such a clown show organization.
It does, and they're not.
And they're not.
And there's bad luck, obviously, that's involved with this too, But something's wrong, clearly. It's not all bad luck, and it's not all the trend of baseball of all these guys who are throwing balls with ridiculous spin rates, as brought up by Clutch City. That's part of it for sure. This is a sport-wide problem, but it feels like for the Astros, it's bigger. And now you're at a point where you already needed a lefty bat or two at the trade deadline. Now you have to make a trade for a pitcher for need. And what are you giving up to get that guy? Because right now, I mean, you're looking at Lance McCullers and thinking to yourself, this guy's going to have to give us a lot of innings this season. And are you going to wait for the possibility of Christian Javier returning or the possibility of Luis Garcia returning? Do you rush them to come back? Who knows how long Spencer Arrighetti's going to be out with the thumb? He's going to need a ramp-up period. So it's Ryan Gusto and it's Colton Gordon and who's the other guy?
Yeah, no, it's Fromber, it's Fromber, it's Hunter Brown, it's I'll just pencil him in for max 4 innings, Lance McCullers, and it's the Space Cowboys. Like it is just that is their starting rotation. Is I'm sorry, Ryan Gusto, but you're a Space Cowboy. Like it's a little unfair because he's been solid. He's been all right for what you thought you would need from him, but now you're going to need a lot more from him, from Gordon, AJ Bluebaugh. Probably
he might be back.
Makes another appearance. No, I'm with you. This team
What's Blair Henley doing?
Selling insurance.
Hey, Joe.
He's actually one of the interns.
That's
working for him.
He's what are we talking about? No, come on. He's not. You're being Joe George right now. That's not nice.
No, but for the second straight year, it looks like they need at least a Yusei Kikuchi trade. They need to make a trade for a guy of that caliber, a rental arm at just to get you to the end of September. And I don't know if they can move this fast because right now the AL is still so jumbled up that there's not a ton of teams that are like obviously out of it looking to deal arms. So you might have to wait. It might have to be this is the rotation until at least Spencer Arrighetti comes back. And how funny is it that Spencer Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco, when they're down, we're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
The rocks of this rotation of Arrighetti and Blanco, where at the start of last season, we didn't know who any of these guys were.
Right. Brandon Walter was the guy whose name I was trying to think of. I mean,
you could have given me 10,000 guesses.
Here are some names. Some of these guys you're going to see soon. Is it Logan Van Way? Is it Nick Robertson? Is it Nick Hernandez? Is it Luis Contreras? Is it Jason Alexander? Like I don't even know.
Jason, I loved him.
No, not George from
a little old
from Seinfeld, but that's where you're at. So this is concerning. I would like to see the Astros make some changes there. If they're not going to add an Astros hitting coach, then do something else. Someone texted in that Lance Berkman helps out from time to time. Okay, cool. Why not Manny Ramirez too? You know?
Yeah. I mean, Jeff Bagwell famously helps out. Not just with building the roster, but also with
hitters.
When his signing goes horribly wrong.
But hey, I'll give Bagwell this. Like I trust Bagwell as a coach. I feel like would be able to provide some insight. As a front office guy, get out.
Exactly. Get out I think he knows way more about hitting than he does about negotiating contracts with Rafael Montero.
A couple of texts. 832 Astros need to find a new conditioning strength coach and new doctors. From the 281, they need a new strength and conditioning coach. All right, we're all in agreement on this.
Yeah, something like you said it right. Like just something has to change.
Right.
Like you just can't keep doing this because it's
Head
more than just a messaging problem.
Right, exactly. The messaging problem is part of it.
It's bad, but
it's more than that too.
Yeah.
So I need a head on a spike, or I need outside counsel. You know, I need second opinions, or I need second opinions that become first opinions.
Yeah, can that second opinion just become our first opinion?
Right, we're next man up. We're what's your 40-man roster for your training staff and medical staff? Also, the last segment, I came out of the closet, guys, as someone who appreciates the Astros scoring 11 runs. A couple of comments. You like it when the Astros are knocking balls with their big wood? Duh.
Yeah.
Duh. Another texter. I thought you were really coming out of the closet. Now you got to go back to hiding for the next few years. Well, I have been. I have never admitted that I like it when the Astros win 11-1. I've never admitted that. So that's my truth. Your truth. 713-780-3776 to call into text, and you can come out of the closet today if you want. If you like it when the Astros win 11-1, it's okay. You can let us know, okay? On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Up next, Soft Boys. Who has been soft in the world of sports? Is the United States of America setting itself up for failure in the World Cup? That and a whole lot more. This is going to be a fun episode of Soft Boys. Who's been soft? You can nominate your own softies. Next, stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
That ball's drilled deep to left field, headed towards the train, and it's off the community leaderboard. Christian Walker with a home run in back-to-back games. He makes it 11-1 Astros.
So Walker 1 for 4 last night, following up on his home run on Sunday, 3 hits, and his 2-hit performance on Saturday. So trending in the right direction. I need to see more consistencies, though, before I'm saying he's a Houston Astro. There was a lot of that over the weekend, and we talked about that yesterday. A couple of texts in regard to the Astros offensive explosion. I came out of the closet earlier in the show. I like it when the Astros win 11-1. Well, a texter says, Paul, I, for one, don't like it when the Astros win 11-1 because the next game they only score 1 run. Been happening for a few years now. Yes, Sean Mapes was the first one to note this way back when we started observing that when the Astros score a lot, then they scored nothing the next day.
Yeah,
it was very weird.
And it was like they would get like 1 hit. Like,
yeah,
it was like they were completely just drained of all offense.
Yeah, it was like the refractory period. What?
It's going to be a short refractory period.
A lot shorter
today because it's like what, 13 hours?
You know what'll help you with that? Rise Health.
Yeah,
get the RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975, 20% off your first order. All right. You know what's the opposite of what happens with Rise? Soft boys. Hit it. So the World Cup is next year, 2026. And the United States, you're hoping they will finally go further than they've ever gone before, especially seeing as it's in our backyard. Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. are hosting it. So you'd think that the U.S. would be doing everything they possibly can to show up in this tournament. But this is pretty soft. Christian Pulisic, their best player, is not going to be on the roster for the essentially dress rehearsal for the World Cup, the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup, which is the North American, or is it all of America? I forget, but it's the North American soccer tournament. So wait, he's not going to play? What? Why? And apparently he's missed a few. Pulisic didn't play in 2024 Copa America. He didn't play in the WCQ Nations League. All right, you're playing the World Cup at home, and for whatever reason, Pulisic is getting load management. Makes 0 sense to me. 0 cents. Anyway, I think that's a little bit soft.
Yeah, U.S. isn't good enough to be pulling this as a soccer nation.
No.
And dare I say, Christian Pulisic, probably not good enough to be doing, like, you're not Messi, dude.
No, you're not.
You're not Ronaldo who gets the call out of the minor tournaments.
I wonder if it's choice, but if it's his choice, but this is weird. And
yeah, this team needs to figure stuff out.
They've been disappointing the last 2 years.
Yeah. And at the very least, you need them to go through like the training camp that goes, before this tournament starts. Like, even just having that practice time would be nice.
Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? A texter says the NBA and the Bucks are soft for getting Tyrese Halliburton's dad banned for 9 games because Giannis's brothers stayed in people's face even when he wasn't playing. Interesting. Is that something that we could look forward to if he were on the Houston Rockets this year?
I want the Goon Squad.
He's got his own Goon Squad, just like the Jokic brothers. That would be fun. I like that if that's the case. But it was pretty soft that they banned Tyrese Halliburton's dad only to bring him back for last night. And then Halliburton plays the best game maybe that he's ever played. It was awesome last night.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the John Halliburton thing, like, hey, listen, he was out of line with how he behaved in game 1, or not game 1 of the round 1.
Right. The closeout game.
Dude, does he really need to be suspended?
No, honestly, we should just let Giannis beat him up. Guess what? Problem corrects
A,
itself.
Giannis beating him up, problems resolved. B, I think the solution was sitting in front of us the entire time. Just give him a suite. I don't know, like
don't let him sit courtside.
That's what they did. That's what they did last night. Like, oh yeah, just put him up in the rafters in a room.
Soft Boys continues. Buffalo Bills, soft. So they got Hard Knocks, and they don't want Hard Knocks. Sean McDermott. I don't know. Cameras and microphones in our meeting. It's going to be a challenge. Soft. Congratulations to the Bills on their Super Bowl victory, by the way. Oh, wait. They haven't won one. Patriots are coming. The Pats are coming, kid. The Pats are coming. Watch out. We got Mike Vrabel, dude. Yeah, that's right. Bills fans already complaining about the Patriots' easy schedule later in the year. Yeah. We're back, dude. We're so back. Come on. Oh, it's going to affect their preparation. No, it's not. Hard Knocks doesn't show anything anymore. Antonio Brown tried to kill Mike Mayock, GM of the Raiders, once. They didn't even show it. What are you talking about? They're not going to show a damn thing. The only Hard Knocks that shows anything is the offseason Hard Knocks, and that showed a lot of behind the scenes for the New York Giants, and I'm surprised that they were comfortable with all of that being leaked out and then doing a follow-up on it this year. Bills, come on. You need all the attention you could get, right? Like you're America's darling. Everyone loves the Bills. Oh, Bills Mafia. They throw phallic devices on the field. They're so cute. They get hammered and fall through tables. As someone who went on a date with a Bills fan, a couple of dates during the fall, they are absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Like, spill wine all over your shirt, try to put your shirt in the washing machine, even though like it needs to go to a dry cleaner, and then get mad at you for getting mad at them for doing all of those things. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Soft Boys continues. Joe Burrow's complaining about, oh, we gotta play the Ravens in primetime on the road again. Like, come on. And the NFL's actually being soft as well, because the NFL, they're saying, yeah, Joe Burrow's got a point. No. Bengals, figure it out. Sometimes the cookie crumbles that way. Oh, a lot of international games, and we got to play the Ravens to get on the road. Nah, screw it. What? It's that much more difficult to play in prime time against the Ravens than it is in the day? Bizarre. I don't get that. Oh, we might lose on national TV. Oh no. Why does it matter what time the game is played? When the game is played?
Yeah.
Where I can understand, Sean, but when? The time of the game? Oh, it's past my bedtime. Come on, Joe.
And like the Wednesday thing that we did last year. Like that I'll like, okay, if you want to complain about playing on Thursdays and Wednesdays and whatever. Cool. Even like Mondays, I'm like, I get it's kind of a short week, but it's not that short.
No, not that short. Long week leading up to it.
Yeah, but the whole we don't want to play primetime stuff, like especially in the NFL, where it's just like, guys, it's not going to be that much crazier of a crowd. Like maybe the once in a blue moon when a team hasn't had one for a while, like a Lions game last year or 2 years ago, where they haven't played on Monday night since Barry Sanders was on the team, and it's like, okay, I get why that might be a raucous crowd. For a team like the Ravens and the Steelers that play in these things 4 times a year, like what are we doing?
Yeah. So I think pipe down, Joe. I like Joe Burrow a lot. I didn't like that comment. More soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer had this to say after Alabama was left out of the college football playoff. You wonder what would have happened if other people would have played our schedule. Sir, you lost to 2 6-6 teams. You lost to Vanderbilt. You lost to Oklahoma, a bad Oklahoma team. Stop. Oh, our schedule's so tough. Well, those games were easy, and you lost them both. And what happens if you win one of them? Probably in. What happens if you win both of them? You're definitely in. What people do against our schedule? You're in the SEC. There's a lot of other schools in the SEC that are facing the exact same schedule. Stop. Nick Saban is ashamed of you for saying this.
Yeah, no, I mean, not making the 12-team playoff in year one of your Alabama tenure is like, that's tough. I get why you're excuse making, because Nick Saban would have made the 12-team playoff, I think, every year after his first one.
Yeah.
And he made the 14 playoff basically every year after his fourth one. So, or after his first one. So yeah, this is just, again, more people need to be able to call out like, hey, you lost to Vanderbilt, dude.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
like, what are you talking about?
I hope that Bear Bryant,
a lot of teams played Vanderbilt. They'll beat them.
Arguably the greatest coach of all time in Alabama history. I think Nick Saban's probably better, but hey, whatever. Bear Bryant, head coach of Bama back in the day, famous for not letting his players drink water. I hope that the ghost of Bear Bryant haunts Kalen DeBoer to the point where he can't drink water. Like he has to have something.
Like he has rabies? Like he's scared of it?
No, like it's old school water. Yeah. So back in the day,
hose water.
Pilgrims and like in the 1600s, people only drank beer because the water was poison and they might get like mud butt or die of dysentery.
Yeah.
So I feel like Kalen DeBoer should only be allowed to drink alcohol until very watered down beer.
Until he beats Vanderbilt.
It was like 2% alcohol. Yeah, until he beats Vanderbilt or these other teams. He's just going to be dehydrated. He might get a little bit of a gut. On that front. Who else has been soft in the world of sports? Spencer Strider, pitcher. He attempted to have Philadelphia Philly fans tossed from a game for heckling him after he threw at Bryce Harper. Intentionally, unintentionally, I don't know, but rather consistent from Spencer Strider. Like, what are we doing here? Oh, they're heckling me after I hit their favorite player. He's got a right elbow contusion and had to leave the game. Like, yeah, they're going to heckle you, dude. It's Philadelphia. Get used to it. No wonder the Braves, except for that one time, generally don't do anything in the fall. More soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? This is wild. And I encourage you to watch this. Samford and Mercer were playing each other in a college baseball elimination game. Samford's Michael Gupton hit a 2-run homer to give Samford a 5-1 lead in the 6th inning. As he hits said home run, he essentially celebrates on a level that I don't think I've ever seen at the college baseball level. I think he was talking trash to every single player on Mercer as he was going around the bases. And it got so crazy that the mother of Mercer's shortstop climbed on top of the dugout and was yelling, and every single player on Mercer left the field, and they were not going to play the remainder of the game. They shoved the Samford play. Like, they left the bench. One player on Mercer got ejected for shoving a guy after the home run was done. And then the entire team, Mercer got off the field, and they weren't going to come back and finish this game that they were down 5-1 because of this celebration. I mean, I get the sour feelings. You're down 5-1, but still plenty of game left. Just because this guy's, doing the DMX or the suck it dance as he's going around the bases. I don't think that's any reason to say like, oh, we're not going to play the rest of the game. It's the playoffs, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you can be mad.
You can throw at him next time he's at bat.
I was going to say this pairs very well with the Spencer Strider story of like 2 ways to not handle this is to walk off the field. Like, what are we doing?
Ridiculous. More soft boys. This guy, not soft. The not soft guy of the week. Give him some complimentary Rise, RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975, 20% off your first order.
On the house.
Yeah, on the house. I think we should give it to him. Guys, this is one of the best broadcast moments you'll ever hear in AHL, which is minor league hockey history. This Canadian broadcaster who is named Brandon Astle. No. Astle. Like ASTLE. Nope. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
He is the play-by-play man for the Abbotsford Canucks. And I guess in the middle of the broadcast of a AHL playoff game, he got attacked on air by a random fan.
Got some Yahoo chap chirping at me from behind. Get out of here. What was he doing? Security. Try that again.
This is the most Canadian thing I've ever heard. This is Yahoo.
Yeah, this is the beginning. It's so funny.
Try that again, bud. Try that again.
Security.
There's more of this broadcaster, Brandon Astle of the Abbotsford Canucks.
I'm fired up. He threw my chair at me. Hit me right in the back of the leg. Like, what was he doing here? Unreal. Have another beer.
Have another beer. I want to watch some Letterkenny after this. Oh, how are you now? What are you doing here, bud? Hey, hey, guy, back off.
Did we get a butt in that?
No, but we Yahoo.
Spiritually, we got
This Yahoo over here. Love it. So there you go. That's soft, boys. That's who's been soft in the world of sports. But Brandon Astle of the Abbotsford Canucks, not soft. Oh, he was fighting that guy off while calling the game.
Yeah, while calling. I mean, also 2-0 in the first. A minute left in the first. This was very early in this game. Yahoo.
This Yahoo
was chirping this minor league hockey playoff game. Did people do this at Space Cowboys games when they were making their magical run last year?
I don't think so.
Okay.
There's a lot of focus on the first half championship.
They kept it classy.
The second half championship and the all-in-all championship. Oh, look, it's JJ Watt on the Pat McAfee Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Let's just roll on through. Last night in the NBA, we saw the Indiana Pacers put the Knicks on the verge of elimination. And I am so excited for how this series, once the Knicks are officially eliminated, this upcoming final series, likely between the Pacers and the Thunder, I am so excited for the discourse. I cannot wait. Because I think we're about to bring back some good, old-fashioned elite talk. Oh, it's my favorite kind of talk. For those who don't remember, back in around 2011 and 2012, this is right as I was first starting in the sports talk radio industry, there was this obsession over whether or not a quarterback was considered elite. Is Matt Schaub elite? Houston Texans quarterback at the time. Is Joe Flacco elite? It got pretty insufferable, but if you really leaned into it, you could make it fun. And I think we're about to get that if the New York Knicks are dead and if Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves are dead. Last night, the Pacers got an incredible performance out of Tyrese Halliburton. The numbers, a triple-double, 30-plus point game with clutch shot after clutch shot. Tyrese Halliburton had 32, 12, and 15. 12 boards, 15 assists. He was awesome. And now it looks like, especially with Karl Anthony Towns getting banged up, like the Pacers are probably going to win the very next game. But aren't you excited for, is Tyrese Halliburton a superstar discourse? Aren't you so pumped for it? I can't wait. And you're going to have it too with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Oklahoma City for a Midwest NBA championship. That'll probably have rather low ratings. No offense to OKC, no offense to Indiana. I'm all here for it. Is Tyrese Halliburton a superstar? I mean, we've already seen it today. Stephen A. Smith, I do declare Tyrese Halliburton is not a superstar. That was a great Stephen A. Smith impersonation. I just made him into a Southern lawyer for some reason. Just roll with it here.
Similar energy, I'd say.
100%. Maybe more Johnny Cochran energy than Southern lawyer energy. But whatever the case, I enjoy Stephen A. Smith. And there he is, the master takesman himself, getting energetic this morning saying that Tyrese Halliburton is not a superstar. By the way, he's right. Why is there such pushback to this? You know who's also not a superstar? Jalen Brunson. You know who's also not a superstar? Jason Tatum. You know who's also not a superstar? Lots of players in the NBA. Lots of them. I don't know what determines if a guy is or isn't, but here's the thing. We know. We know.
Yeah. It goes back to the elite quarterback conversation from over a decade ago.
I know. Almost 15 years now.
Where all the guys that you had to ask the question, chances are the answer is no. Like no one in 2011 was going like, is Tom Brady an elite quarterback? Like everyone knew. Everyone knew the answer is yes. So if you have to ask, chances are it's no. And I mean, there's a reason we're not going, is Shea Gilgeous-Alexander a superstar? It's like, yeah, because we all know the answer is yes. We all know. So, yeah, I think this with face of the league conversation is going to be fun.
Oh, God, yeah, you're right. You're right. Because
People
that'll happen too.
Yeah, people complaining about that, the fact it's OKC and Indiana, even though it's like, I don't know, these two teams play like fun basketball. It's like, just because these games aren't taking place in New York or LA, like we're supposed to be less excited. Like that, the more and more that we get, like I guess less and less dependent on like the old fashioned media and the old fashioned way of doing things. It is, and honestly, it happened with Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, where it's like, hey, yeah, no one really cared that they were a small market team back then.
No,
Everyone
they were
was
fun.
like, this team's fun and
they were
awesome.
cool. And look, the Thunder, not as fun as you would think. Loaded with young talent, not as fun as you would think. They're defensive oriented, and then they got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who attacks a lot, but certainly flops a lot too. For Indiana, you have a fast-paced team that I don't think matches up well against Oklahoma City, but I'm already looking ahead to this because the Knicks defensively, they're just not consistently good enough, no matter how good Jalen Brunson is in clutch moments, and no matter how good Karl Anthony Towns can be for stretches of a game.
Yeah, the Knicks are just like a little too plodding to keep up with the Pacers. Like you see it last night, the Knicks have to like work hard and get switches on switches, and Brunson has to drive it and pivot and pump fake to get a shot off, get a layup. Cool. They cut it to 11 or whatever. And then the Pacers take the ball of the basket, push the ball up the court, and they score in 5 seconds. And you're just like, it's so much easier and so much faster for the Pacers to get a shot. And having them try to do that against the best defense in the NBA and one of the best defenses in recent memory in the NBA against the OKC Thunder, like that will be fun to watch them, especially it's two teams that can run up and down the court while they do it.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
But they're not, it's not the Lakers. So.
Right. People aren't going to talk about that. So. It's not the Knicks. People aren't going to talk about
that. How often the Knicks are in the finals? It's going to be weird for America.
It's so funny. It's so funny. I'll enjoy Stephen A. Smith crying about it and every single Knicks fan crying about it. Congratulations to their championship that they won in the second round against a team that was missing its best player. I mean, congratulations. It was really impressive. Everyone takes you seriously. A tip of the hat. You beat my Celtics. Congrats. It's the greatest win the Knicks will ever have, probably, going forward. Like, this was your chance. You blew it. You blew it. But it's fine. It's fine. It's cute what you did, little tap on the head to the New York Mets, okay? Great job by them. But the discourse the next couple of weeks. Is Shea Gilgeous-Alexander a superstar? Why are there so many Canadian superstars and un-American superstars? Is Tyrese Halliburton a superstar? Just get ready. Sean Mason behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
That ball's hit pretty well to left. Stoner's trouble. Watch this one go! Altuve with his third home run of the homestand and hit number 10 in this same homestand. He makes it 5-0 Astros.
Let me rephrase. 251 hits now in 189 games as Altuve does it again, having himself a homestand.
Altuve is on a roll. He had another home run a little bit later in a 4-hit performance. So you like seeing that. I came out of the closet earlier in today's show. No, as a person who appreciates a 11-1 win by the Astros. I like when the Astros beat the other team by 10 runs. That's my favorite kind of Astros baseball. Pitchers duels, pass. Dramatic games, pass. I want the game done in the 5th inning so I can go and do something else, especially if they're playing a team that's literally homeless. The Athletics are the ultimate slump buster, always have been for the Astros, and I appreciate them. And sure, beating up on the homeless, frowned upon, right? You don't punch down, but I'm cool with the Astros doing it. So we'll see if the Astros can keep this offense going this afternoon. They wrap up this 2-game set against the A's with Lance McCullers on the hill in a matter of moments. The bad news for the Astros today, and we talked about this earlier, is that Ronel Blanco will have surgery on his right elbow and miss the remainder of the 2025 season. He was on the injured list last week with inflammation in his elbow. He looked to get a second opinion after, I think, a rather rough beginning to the season and a bad spring training. He was rounding into form. He joins Hayden Wisniewski as an Astros pitcher on the opening day rotation that needs season-ending Tommy John surgery. Spencer Arrighetti still out. Luis Garcia, Christian Javier recovering from Tommy John surgery. Lance McCullers finally back out from Tommy John surgery. I mean, if we're looking for the bright side here, the Astros bullpen has been nailed, but now you are going to have to ask more from them because it's unfair to expect the many Astros pitchers that they're throwing out there because they have to. Ryan, what's his name? Jeez. Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon, and the other guy,
Brandon Walter.
Brandon Walter. Thanks, Sean. Sorry, it's tough. There's too many names. There's too many injuries. You're asking a lot out of those guys, which means you're going to be asking a whole lot out of the bullpen. The Astros offense better get it together because who knows when Yordan Alvarez is going to come back. Really, right now, the offense is going to have to power them for a couple of weeks. You've already put, I think, too much of a workload on the bullpen. So this is what the Astros are and are going to have to be probably until late July. And we'll see. That's all I can say. Interesting news today in the National Football League involving an ex-Houston Texan. Stephon Diggs, remember him? Solid first half of the season. I don't think the Texans offense quite lived up to the hype that an offense with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs was expected to do. Well, I could have 3,000-yard wide receivers, but, I mean, obviously some injury complications. Stephon Diggs tore his ACL halfway through the year, and then Tank Dell had that awful thing happen to his knee later in the season. But Stephon Diggs is now a member of the New England Patriots, and Stephon Diggs is probably, of all the players on the New England Patriots, the guy that has the most unfair expectations on him. The Patriots haven't had a good wide receiver in a really long time. So this isn't great. This little tidbit. Stephon Diggs was not present for Wednesday's voluntary organized team activity. It's the offseason, right? It's voluntary. Not a big deal that he's not there, but when you're Mike Vrabel, the new head coach of the New England Patriots, and you're trying to reinstill a sense of order and responsibility, it does not help that a video of Stephon Diggs went viral where he's on a boat flashing an unidentified pink substance while surrounded by 3 women. Mike Vrabel was asked about this afternoon before practice, if the video is something the team needs to look into. Here's what he said, quote, "It's something we're aware of, and obviously we want to make great decisions on and off the field. Any conversations that I've had with Stefan will remain between him and I and the club." He confirmed he's been in communication with Diggs, and the NFL declined comment. Now, listen, I don't know much about much. You know, I'm just a simple sports talk show host. I am not as cool as Stefan Diggs, a person that went viral a few years ago because every single one of his Minnesota Vikings teammates were of the belief that he would be the worst person possible to date your sister. Seems like he has himself a good old time.
I'm a great guy.
That's Stefan
I'm actually
Diggs.
a great guy.
That's Stefan Diggs at the end of that video after every single one of his teammates said, "I don't want my sister dating Diggs."
But nobody want me to date his sister.
I thought was dating Cardi B. I thought. But hey, maybe they're just having some fun. But he's on this boat. There's 3 women. 2 of them I feel like he would be interested in. One of them, not so much. Back off, lady.
We invited you because you're friends with the other ones.
Back off, lady, was the one who held on to the powder the longest, or substance, whatever it was.
Pink substance.
She might have been on the boat because she was able to bring the substance. Because I doesn't seem like Stefan Diggs' type. Let's just say that. But Diggs has the bag of the pink substance in his hand for a moment, and then this woman walks away with it. Who is the bitch that decided to record this? Honestly, who is the a-hole that's on this boat that she probably cannot afford recording a video of a NFL wide receiver with a bag of pink powder in his hand? Yeah, I'm going to call her a bitch. What a stupid bitch. This is not me defending Stefan Diggs or the use of drugs. I'm just saying, why would you post this? Why would you send this around? Are you trying to get some money from TMZ or something like that? Absolutely terrible. I don't know what it is.
I don't think it's from TMZ because normally TMZ has like the watermark on the video.
That's true. She didn't even make money off of it. She just posted this.
Crystal clear. Let me make sure I don't have my sound on while
I don't think it's pink nerds. I don't think that it's candy. Okay.
Fun dip.
I don't think it's Fun Dip. Okay. It could be perhaps used as Fun Dip, like certain substances.
Very, very Fun Dip.
I'm told very Fun Dip. Yes, Sean. It could be very Fun Dip. This is one of those things where you got to trust the people around you. And if you're a high profile player, it sucks to have somebody that's just leaking out things that you might not have actually taken. Because I bet he's going to get tested by the NFL. He's going to get a drug test. And he might be facing some sort of suspension for substances of abuse.
I mean,
we don't know that he took it, but he's definitely going to get tested now. What, the NFL's not going to? They're not going to do that?
Yeah, especially because he's on the Patriots, you know. They're still trying to...
He'll probably get suspended a year. He'll probably get suspended a year.
Will he get suspended more than Tom Brady?
He'll definitely get suspended longer than Ben Roethlisberger, which is always the one that I bring up. So, listen, Stefan Diggs, he was a good teammate when he was here. He's having some fun this offseason. Probably should be at the voluntary OTAs with a new head coach and a young quarterback. But I imagine he's going to end up getting a drug test in the very near future. And whoever shared this video sucks. You just suck. You know, I'm not defending Stefan Diggs here, but I am of the belief that if you want to take something, assuming that you've dotted your I's, crossed your T's, go ahead and do it. Okay? That's how I am. Not my business at all. But now it's everyone's business because this person posted the video of it.
Can't have fun on Memorial Day weekend anymore.
Yeah. Stefan probably does have to tone it down a little bit, I will say.
He was at a lot of NBA games. He was out and about a lot.
He's having himself a good old time. Credit to him. He's got a ton of money.
It is the off season.
And he does seem to keep everything, for the most part, away from very messiness. Very like there's no Tyreek Hill, there's no Antonio Brown situations going on.
Okay. Yes, I'll agree with that.
But yeah, I might be time for smaller get-togethers and a closer circle.
Or what's the those bags that comedians do at their stand-up shows?
Ooh, so zip up the phone.
Yeah, when you go on the boat, like, hey, I'll have a phone guy. You just have to turn in your phone to get on the boat. Maybe that's what we do going forward, Stefan. I'll even volunteer to be the boat guy or the phone guy on the boat. I'll just put it in his baggie with your name on it. You'll get it when we dock. All right.
I'm with you there, but these, if you're one of these Insta thoughts,
and
I am going to judge that you got to show that you're on the boat, you're in high demand. You're trying to make it so that your demand goes up because it seems like there's a heavy supply in demand of you, and you're flaunting what you've got. I'm on a boat. I know red pepper. I'm having a time. Like this is just what everyone is these days.
Like the chick who takes the bag from Stefan Diggs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's so greedy when she takes it too. She's like, "That's mine."
Snatches it from him.
No. I mean, so listen. I'm sorry to be mean again. There is a chance it is food, just given who took it from her. What, Sean? She's fat. Like what? Let's be honest here. She is.
Yes, and normally people on the powdery substances aren't of that.
She's just
ilk.
It's just pink powdered sugar. No, Key from LA, it's not that. I don't even know what that is. What is Molly? What is that?
No, I don't know the names of any of these women.
It's not a woman in a bag.
Yeah, I don't know any of these women.
It's
all
not
right?
an
I don't
Irish
know their name.
Yeah, Molly. Like what are we talking about here? Anyway, this is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm actually I stand behind Stefan Diggs.
I 100% stand with.
It's not just because I'm a Patriots fan. He is an ex-Texan. He's a Texan legend.
He is a Texan legend.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. All right, coming up next, we've reached a new era of sports talk. And I think I'm here for it, but wow, the revolution has been a very, very, very bloody one in the last couple of days. What is that? You'll hear it. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the new era of sports talk? We are in the apology era. Yeah. So, a very insufferable WNBA story that had nothing to do with basketball has officially concluded, unless Ryan Clark's posted another video about it. Remember that there was an investigation that was being done by the WNBA and the Indiana Fever into a fan who was allegedly making monkey noises as Angel Reese was shooting free throws, except for it turns out that this fan was doing the same kind of laugh that some random streamer's doing. Well, the WNBA brought a lot of heat on themselves because the WNBA and the Fever put out a statement saying we are investigating claims of racism at a game. We have a zero tolerance policy, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was out there with takes on it because no one wants to talk about the actual WNBA basketball. They all want to grift off the race war that, unfortunately, poor Caitlin Clark and poor Angel Reese happened to be at the center of through no fault of their own. I feel bad for both of them. Both of them. It sucks for them. This is stupid. The discourse is stupid. So then the WNBA and the Indiana Fever put out a statement yesterday after their investigation. And guess what? It turns out they could not corroborate the claims of racist fan behavior. WNBA said, we've investigated the report based on information gathered to date, including from relevant fans, team, and arena staff, as well as audio and review of the game. We have not substantiated it. The Indiana Fever also put out a statement in response to the WNBA's recently concluded investigation. We appreciate the swift and thorough process undertaken by the WNBA to substantiate these allegations, which were not substantiated. At Gainbridge Fieldhouse, we are committed to providing the best possible basketball experience for players and fans where hate speech has absolutely no place. Blah, 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 blah. They should never have announced anything. It was all based off of a hoax online. And in doing the investigations and in putting the statements out, before actually doing some research into this incident, they put Caitlin Clark in a bad spot where she had to condone something that didn't happen. She put Caitlin Clark's fans in a bad spot, and they put Angel Reese in a bad spot because Angel Reese didn't even ask for this. She was asked about it after the game. She said, I don't know, essentially. And look, I think that Reese has often come off as an a-hole and is perhaps one of the reasons that she gets so much backlash is because of this seeming desire to be the villain, but not all the time the villain. A villain who wants to be liked. It doesn't really work out. Ask LeBron James when he first joined the Miami Heat. Like, she's brought some of this on herself. However, it didn't bring this on herself. But it led to all sorts of takes. And guess what? We're seeing all sorts of apologies. This is the era of sports talk that we're in. The apology era. You know, whether it was Ryan Clark's 33 videos over the weekend where he was apologizing with 6 or 7 different camera angles on him, looking like he was about to cry, or this apology. This came courtesy of ESPN's Shanae Ogwumeki, who had this to say after those statements that said, yeah, nothing really happened that we could substantiate came out from both the WNBA and the Fever.
Hey, everybody. I'm sure you've seen the WNBA statement on the investigation. And I want to address this with the same energy I did the first time, because if you really know me, I always try my absolute best to uplift the WNBA, to celebrate the amazing players, the coaches, and of course the fans. That is something that is at the core of everything that I do. But if you know me, you know I'm not afraid to say I can do better. I am sorry that my message was in the heat of the moment, because when I initially spoke on the topic, it really came from a place of care. It was based on firsthand conversations with people very close to the situation who raised real concerns, and they told me what they had experienced. And I felt like it was important and it was necessary to acknowledge those allegations and also voice those experiences. Now, in the process, however,
Oh my God.
I totally recognize that it may have impacted fans in a way that I did not intend, and I am sorry. I'm also happy that the WNBA treated the matter with the utmost seriousness, followed through with the investigation, and I understand that having a platform comes with a responsibility, and I do not take that lightly.
This is sports talk. She doesn't take it lightly. This is what sports talk is going to be, guys. This is the summer of the apology. I mean, we're going to see some more. We've seen some bad takes out there over the last couple of days. And Kendrick Perkins, like, it really seems like he's asking for an opportunity to have a public apology. We talked about these comments yesterday. Here is what Kendrick Perkins had to say about Anthony Edwards not living up to the billing as a superstar and what he needs to do to, I guess, figure it out.
Here's the bigger picture, right? You got to check the boxes when you're the face of the league. Yes, we know you got to have your signature shoe. You're going to be in commercials. You're going to have the highlights. You got to have the game. But you know what else you got to have? You got to be a role model, right? And things outside the lines matter. Now, if you go down the list of all the faces of the league in the history of the game, you look at Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaq, LeBron, Steph. What did they all have in common? While they was playing in the league, they all were family men. They all were married with kids. And if you think that don't play a role in far as the role model, this is facts. This is not something that I'm making.
I mean, so stupid, right? I mean, Magic Johnson, family man. Kobe Bryant, family man. Michael Jordan, family man. I have no judgment on any of those things, but you're saying, oh, Anthony Edwards, he needs to hunker down.
He's also 23 years old.
Right. So what? He has a kid. Like, he needs to hunker down. So get this. I was wondering if there would be an apology for this. And guess what? There was. Kendrick Perkins apologized. He posted this on X less than an hour ago. Anthony Edwards is one of my favorite players in the league, if not my favorite player. I apologize privately, so I'm apologizing publicly to the young king for my comments on First Take yesterday. My bad, young fella. I was not taking a personal shot at you, but I could see how it could have been taken that way. And he doesn't tag him in it at all. Everyone is apologizing now. This is what sports talk radio is. It's apologizing. It's you say something because you were talking out of your ass. You're trying to blow up and get aggregated, and then you're apologizing. This is what it is. This is all I've seen for the last 3 days. Every day I go on X, Ryan Clark apologized for something, and he's just milking it. You know, he's just squeezing those you-know-whats, those udders. He's going and going and going. I got to apologize. I got to build my brand by apologizing. What are we doing? Is this all we're doing? Just apologizing? It's hilarious, but it's sad. I remember when people in sports talk had balls. Now we're apologizing for everything, and the corporate overlords are making people apologize for everything. It's pathetic and sad. People are trying to get attention, then they get attention, and then, oh, I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry for the thing that I did on the internet that people got mad at me for. I'm sorry about that. At least Ryan Clark was only half-assed apologizing. You know, he was also like saying along the way, like Robert Griffin III is a dumbass. Like he was implying it heavily.
I stand by what I said.
Right,
but
like,
I apologize.
Listen, I shouldn't have said his wife can't weigh in. Or excuse me, I shouldn't have said that he can't weigh in on this because his wife is white. By the way, here's my biracial child. Weird, just bring it up. Here are all my family member names as well, so you can look them up online and come after them, you troll sons of biscuits. It's hilarious. This is what we're at. So maybe this is what we got to do going forward. This is the summer of the apology. Every single day, we've got to find something to apologize for. Write it down. I've seen enough of it over the last couple of days where I am just getting a bit of a pants tent over it. I think it's hilarious. How are there this many apologies for stupid stuff? All of this, the apology from Chinio Guikame and Ryan Clark's 300,000 apologies, these all came from Caitlin Clark shoving Angel Reese a little hard. A little hard. That's where it all came from. And everyone's apologizing left and right and left. I'm here for it. Ironically, yes, but I'm here for it. This is the summer of the apologies. This is the apology era of sports talk radio. What were the errors in the WWE, WWF? Like the no holds bar era or what? Yeah, that's where we're at with sports talk radio now. The apology era. It sounds like a Taylor Swift album, for Christ's sake. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So tell me what I got to apologize for. 713-780-3776 to call, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, and I'm going to show my versatility during the summer of apology. I will apologize for things that I don't even need to apologize for. Just challenge me to apologize for something. We are going to be Catholic Guilt Radio, baby. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. By the way, challenge me to apologize for something, and I will. A bunch of people immediately texted in, Paul, can you apologize for talking about the WNBA? I am sorry. I'm using the WNBA to make a larger point that everyone is apologizing for everything in sports talk these days. And it's kind of funny, but that is correct. And you know my opinion on the WNBA. It's actually physical, but I have no interest in watching it, especially because all of the discourse about watching it is the most insufferable BS ever. It's grifters to the right, grifters to the left, white grifters, black grifters. It's just effing awful. And the sport's not good enough to make me able to watch it and put all of that crap to the side, further to the side. So I apologize for talking about it as long as I did. Some people said it was 2 segments. No, I'm just saying everyone's apologizing. Ryan Clark's podcast apologized for something else, by the way. They apologized for something I guess they said about Bill Belichick. I know. I actually watched it and listened to it. This is 10-minute drill. It's sort of NFL related. I have no idea what they were apologizing for. I guess they might have made a joke about Bill Belichick and his girlfriend who's 50 years younger than him. And you know what? Guys, that's in bounds. You don't need to apologize for it. It is funny. Bill doesn't care, but it is funny. It's 50 years. Good God.
Yeah.
Not even judging. It's just, whoa, Bill Belichick.
And
dating a 24-year-old who might be crazy.
And Ryan Clark was on one of the NFL talk show. I forgot what it was called, but the one with Chad Johnson and Chris Long last season that also had Bill Belichick on it.
Yes.
And
he showed up in whiteface once.
Oh yeah.
And apparently they had this apology. They were apologizing for something, and they started talking about like when whiteface is allowed, when Drewski does it, and when blackface is allowed, which is when Robert Downey Jr. does it.
Yeah, basically do it well.
Yeah.
It's the gist.
But apparently they were apologizing to Bill Belichick before they got into a conversation of when blackface and whiteface are allowed. And they don't have a problem with blackface, it seems like. The pivoting in a different direction.
Yeah, it's just a whole bunch, and it's same thing with Perk. It's same thing with all the First Take. Everyone on First Take except for Stephen A.
Stephen A. Smith is the only person who never apologizes, although I think he's apologized.
Yeah, he
before.
walks stuff back, but normally he does that on his side show that he does.
Yes.
Where he's running for office, basically.
I apologize for not being your president.
Yeah, exactly. I apologize for not primarying last year.
I apologize for not beating Kamala Harris.
It's all just like this race to say the most like extreme eyeball catching thing. And it's like, when you do that, you're going to overstep. And then when you work for ESPN or you work for a major company or you're Ryan Clark, then like you're going to have to walk it back.
Yeah. Well, do you think, let's stick with the apologies. Do you think that Terry Bradshaw, Steelers legend, NFL on Fox analyst, do you think that he's going to apologize for these comments that he made on a radio station in Arkansas?
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
He does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
I like the laugh track they got on that show.
Yeah, and the bell.
The bell, too?
This is a great show. Terry Bradshaw has nothing to apologize for.
Nope.
I think if you are Terry Bradshaw and you're making appearances on apparently in person, or at least it sounded like in person, and Arkansas sports radio, I think that's international waters. You can say Terry Bradshaw can say whatever he wants on sports radio.
Yeah.
Especially the smaller the market.
He's like a poor man's Charles Barkley, who also doesn't have to apologize for anything ever.
No. Yes. Yes, I agree with you.
He's been dumping on San Antonio for 2 decades. And
yes, he calls them fat.
Yeah.
He gets on he gets on national TV and says they eat churros and they're fat women.
Big old women in San Antonio. Right. I mean, he goes after them. He dumps on Galveston as a beach, which, by the way, totally fair in my book. And by the way, I'm with you, Sean. I hope Terry Bradshaw doesn't apologize for this. I think that Aaron Rodgers, honestly, might have to apologize to the city of New Orleans. He was on some podcast called the I Don't Care with Mike Stud, and I'm just kidding. It's Mike Stud. Mike Stud's more famous than me. I've never heard of him. Whatever. He's getting Aaron Rodgers on. This is a live podcast where they're taking questions from the crowd, and this Saints fan asked him a question.
Our free agent now. Would you ever consider playing for the Saints and making us great again? Because,
No.
That's the answer.
That's the answer.
All right, next question.
I played there a couple times, but no. The answer is no. I'm too old. I don't want to live in Louisiana.
Oh!
Sorry.
Apparently, the Saints are 32 of 32 teams going into the season in the NFL. So I do understand it to a degree, but I don't want to live in Louisiana. The sportsman paradise? The home of the LaBerge? The Golden Nugget? Lake Charles? NOLA? Death Valley? What the hell, man?
Yeah. I didn't know being too old to live in Louisiana was a thing.
I didn't either. It seems like the perfect place to get old. Just slip into a bottle and begin gambling.
Wake up, have some hurricanes.
Yeah.
Drink.
Go on the swamps and stuff,
Chill out.
Hell yeah. So yeah, I wonder if the next podcast appearance that Aaron Rodgers does, if he apologizes to Louisiana.
He did say sorry at the end of that clip.
Did?
That's not a full apology.
But man,
he did say the word sorry.
That was pretty vicious towards Louisiana. More from Aaron Rodgers, and I think he should have to apologize for just subjecting us to this crap.
Will you retire a Packer if the opportunity arises?
I've thought about that, and I don't understand what the reason for that is. At the same time, I grew up a Niner fan, and most of my favorite players retired as a Niner. Jerry Rice, who went to 3 other teams, really, he came back and retired as a Niner. So I understand the cool thing about it, but if I didn't do it, would that make a difference in how I'm viewed in the Packers' eyes? When I retire in 4 years, I'm going to go into the Packer Hall of Fame. May or may not get my number retired. Whether I do it or not, that's fine. But in 4 years, I'll be in the Packer Hall of Fame.
If they don't, that's crazy.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of love from me and how I feel about the team. If I do or if I don't think it should make a difference. I'm not sure yet. If they approach me about it, I probably would.
Just shut up. You're not gonna come back if they ask you. I mean, how desperate are you to be liked by the team that you played for and only won 1 Super Bowl with, by the way, put on this pedestal that he was? More MVPs than Tom Brady. Seriously? What? Unbelievable. Whatever. He just cares so much about what everyone thinks about him while trying to act like he doesn't care what people think about him. Yeah, I might, but I might not. Oh, it's just the worst.
If they ask me, then maybe.
I hope whatever team he plays for this season goes 0-17. I really do. I'm tired of it.
It is
nothing
funny.
to do with his off the field takes. Like, honestly, I agree with some of his off the field takes. I'm just, every single breath that comes out of his mouth oozes with douche.
I was gonna say, though, the funny part is that he puts himself out there, and you'd think that he's gonna put himself out there, have some controversial opinions, and half the people are gonna love him, half the people are gonna hate him, and just the way he delivers, literally everything he says, it just makes everyone just go,
yeah. You're right.
Forget this, dude.
You could agree with everything he
America.
said. Yeah. Agree with everything he said. Oh, this guy sucks. That's the first thought that's going in your head, even if you agree with everything he says.
Because I do agree with the retiring as a whatever, signing the 1-day contract to retire a Texan or whatever. I'm just who cares? We all know that JJ Watt didn't retire a Texan. He didn't do it. I don't care if they had a special day or whatever. He played his last game as the Arizona Cardinal. No one cares. That should not matter at all. Andre Johnson didn't play his last game as a Texan. Don't care. The idea that's I'm going to sign a 1-day contract, so I retire. What? Who cares? You should have to play if you sign a 1-day contract.
I agree. Yeah, you should have to play.
I don't care how old you are. You should have to put on the pads.
Go through one practice or something.
No
red jersey.
Active roster. You have to be one of the 45 that dress.
Yeah, he should have to be
Case Keenum.
Or Billingsley in the movie Friday Night Lights, Bull in the Ring, or Riggins hungover.
Yeah.
Off of ayahuasca, tree bark, Bull in the Ring. From the 832, Liberal Paul showing his ass talking about Aaron Rodgers. First off, that's a first. Haven't been called that in a while. Second, listen, I even agree with some of the stuff he says. He still sucks. He just sucks. Yeah. He sucks. Would you want to hang out with that guy? Everything. It's just, I'm better than it. Every single word that comes out of his mouth, I'm better than it. Great quarterback. And maybe behind the scenes, a good guy. I don't know. All I know is my judgment of him is based entirely off of his delivery. And his delivery sucks. It sucks. And the only way that I'd put up with it is if he was paying all of the bills. If he was paying the bills, I'd be his best friend. He could buy me off for sure. Again, I am not a rich man. I am not a cultured man. And if Aaron Rodgers is taking me on expensive vacations and stuff like that, I will bite my tongue so hard, it'll bleed. Hell, it might even fall off, and I'll just stop talking altogether. But the way he delivers everything sucks, and he should apologize to all of us for that. Honestly, a little self-reflection would do him good. Maybe change the delivery up, huh? I'll do your PR. I'm very affordable, also inexperienced.
Hey,
Gotta start somewhere.
Hasn't stopped Jordan Hudson.
That's true. That's so true. You know what? I think I would be better than Jordan Hudson.
Yeah, you probably would.
Bill
be
Belichick?
a little bit better.
Hey, I got you, bro. Sean Mason behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Buckle up, Rockets fans, because you're in for something big. Though, if this is not paid off, I do want an apology from this person. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. You know what sucks? When your fella stops working the way it's supposed to. I think everyone's had a couple of moments like that, right? Well, you're getting older. You don't want moments like that to happen. You got a special night coming and you're concerned that he ain't going to work. Go to risehealth.com. Talk to a board-certified physician for about 5 minutes or so. And guess what? After that board-certified physician talks with you, you're going to be good to go to get something revolutionary. The Rise Reds Max. They are rapid, enhanced, dissolving strips combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin. You put it under your tongue, boom! You're going to be good to go. Dissolves in seconds. Ready to go in 5 minutes. You don't need any food in your stomach, or you don't need to drink water. Like, it's discreet. You can do this real quickly. Just put it under your tongue. Give it a couple of minutes, and yeah, you're going to be working overtime. You go to Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. You use promo code 975. You'll get 20% off your first order. It's worth it, guys. 20% off. Rise, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975. Your rise up, your rise up, your rise up down there with Rise Health. Go get it today.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Shams Charania was on the Pat McAfee show. He is ESPN's lead NBA reporter, essentially an information trader. I don't think he's very good on TV, but he dropped this big headline on yesterday's show. And if you're a Rockets fan, buckle up. We might be about to have liftoff.
Am I accurate in saying this is going to be an active summer for the NBA?
Pat, this is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason of I don't want to say all time. We just came off a trade deadline. I think it was the craziest of all time. I think this offseason might be the most craziest ever because I think there's so many.
Most craziest ever.
Right.
MCE. Most craziest ever, dude.
Most craziest ever. Probably grammar police is like it's craziest ever.
No, you got your point across. It's the most craziest ever.
Because I think what you have right now is you have the parity in the league.
Sucks.
It's so thin right now. Like as far as the thin line of what you can win a championship or you might be falling into the lottery. And I think the ability to go out there and improve your team and get there to championship level, I think that's on the minds of everyone around the league. So how can you elevate your team?
Most craziest ever offseason.
I feel like that should be the quote. Most craziest ever.
It should be the most craziest ever. I honestly did not know. I saw the clip. We played the clip. I thought he cleaned it up a little bit better. The guy is just not good on TV. He's just not good on TV. Some of us have the gift. Me. Whether it's on Fox 26 or Channel 11. Or occasionally Channel 2. Or back in the day on Cube 57. I am a TV star. It's fine. Not everybody in the game can do it the way that I do. You know? Shams Charania, he don't have it. And am I jealous of the amount of success that he has by literally licking and kissing agents all over the NBA so that he can get that breaking news report? Yeah, I am. Must be nice to be a kiss ass.
I'm actually not jealous because I know what he has to do.
Oh, yeah. I forgot because Adrian Wojnarowski made it seem like his job was the most difficult thing in the world, as did Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
It's like you professionally kiss ass for first access to information.
I don't want to have to do that. Hey, Drew Rosenhaus, how's your day?
I would do it.
Hey.
Listen, if the money.
David Mulligetta, how's it going?
Now, a lot of people will probably think, Paul, you never shut up. And you often share unfiltered thoughts that you should probably keep to yourself, which is true. But again, if you paid me the right amount, I would be such a good boy.
I would love Paul trying to do a TV hit while also trying to like protect sources.
Yeah.
And also like fluff a client, like where you're like, I don't know. Julius Randle, sure, he only scored 5 points last game in a do or die game, but he could opt out and command $40 million a year.
I'll be the biggest Peter Schrager there is. I will fluff everything. I don't understand Peter Schrager.
I was talking to Pete Carroll, and man, he loves this Las Vegas Raiders team.
Yeah, it's like they don't have a quarterback, Pete. What are you talking about? It's stuff like that. He seems like a nice guy. So at the very least, he's got that going. But yeah, I would fluff, but it's going to be the most craziest offseason ever. You excited about that?
I mean, how could you not be excited for the most craziest ever? Now, there was one like a decade ago where the second best player in the league, maybe third best player in the league, joined a 73-9 team that lost in Game 7 of the finals.
Yeah,
that happened pretty recently. So
also, Luka Doncic just got traded for $3 to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, so
I'm kidding. Anthony Davis is a future Hall of Famer, but you get what I'm saying.
I most craziest ever is a stretch. It's also again poor grammar, but I think just it will be a crazy offseason. I'm willing to buy that just by what we know already is like there's going to be some big names on the move from Durant, one of the Celtics guys, at least maybe two of the Celtics core members that won a championship 12 months ago. And then you're gonna have you're gonna be waiting for Giannis and who knows who else, like another star. Zion's always kind of like maybe could be moved. So I think that there will be craziness, but most craziest ever's, I don't know. That's a bit much.
I think what he's hinting at is that the Celtics might break up, that the Timberwolves might break up. Those are two things that just because of the finances, you're going to probably see some moves.
They might just let Julius Randle walk.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe they try to move Rudy Gobert as well, because that contract, that big extension they gave him actually makes it a little bit easier for them to move him. It theoretically could be Giannis going elsewhere. It could be LeBron retiring. Like, there's a lot of things that theoretically could happen in this most craziest offseason ever. Here's all I know. For the Rockets, Fred VanVleet is expected to stay, which I like. Also, Bill Simmons, noted Celtics honk, put out a trade that a lot of people liked that wouldn't involve that much to go and get Jaylen Brown. And that trade, pretty interesting, because this is something where if you take a look at what they would actually have to give up, it's this. Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday, which I don't know I want Drew Holiday, for Fred VanVleet, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, and the 10th overall pick. I mean, I don't know what Drew Holiday is going to be going forward. He was actually rather disappointing in that series for the Celtics against the Knicks. But I'll take Jaylen Brown. And if I don't have to give up Jalen Green or Alperen Şengün or Amen Thompson to get him, why would we say no here?
Yeah. Really, the taking Drew Holiday is like that's what gets you a little bit of a discount on the Jaylen Brown part, where if you're doing the Celtics the favor of taking on Drew Holiday, then you get a little bit of discount on Brown. And for Holiday, I agree that he was disappointing, but I think in a smaller kind of role, I don't know, he could be a little bit Fred VanVleet-ish, and his job would be easier than Fred's last year because Fred only had Şengün and one game of Jalen Green in the Warrior series. And this hypothetical Rockets team after this trade would have Şengün, Jalen Green, and Jaylen Brown helping out at point guard, who's probably a little overstretched in what he's having to do.
I'm with you there. I think the only holdup is Eason. I don't know if it's for me as much as it's for the Rockets.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to trade somebody. You're going to have to trade somebody you like.
And I listen, I think Tari Eason has a lot of potential, and Ime Udoka's obviously compared him to Kawhi Leonard. He also was as bad as Jalen Green in that series. I thought he really struggled. It was sloppy, and I get that he's going through a lot. I know his dad passed away, and that his mom is perhaps writing checks that he can't cash against the Golden State Warriors, which adds a little extra pressure. But I would be willing to move on from Tari Eason. This is the real question: is to what you're saying, Sean. 100%, they're going to have to move on from somebody at some point. Do they know that? Or do they think that they're just going to continue on this path of, no, we're only going to give you crap? And listen, it's possible because Rafael Stone is a Daryl Morey disciple. He was down the hall from him. I think he was unqualified when he got the gig. To his credit, he's done a pretty good job as GM, to the point where I'm even willing to extend an olive branch, even if he's really being insufferable when being asked about lineups with Jalen Green on the court being worse for the Rockets. I'm willing to extend the olive branch, but I wonder if he thinks that he has to win every single trade in the same way that Daryl Morey did. Yeah. And if he's capable of making deals like that, I can't even possibly lose. I can't even set myself up for losing.
Yeah. I don't want, it's the whole, you see it with Tyrese Haliburton a little bit. He's kind of an example of this, is I don't want to trade a Haliburton for Sabonis because I don't want, 3-4 years after a trade to look like a moron. And the now fired Sacramento GM. Now fired Sacramento GM made a lot of other bad decisions, but
I forgot about that one, though. Good God.
Yeah, but that's the fear when you're trading one of these young guys. I would say the good thing with the Rockets is that they have enough of a young core to where they don't, if they roll, if they run things back with, let's just say, all the young guys, maybe they have to make some moves around the edges. But if they roll things back with Şengün, Green, Smith, Eason, Thompson, that's fine. Like that is fine to say, hey, we believe in continuity, whatever. That is like a believable path to go down and something that's pretty easy to sell. That will make it in some ways easier to to negotiate in a star trade, because you have the ability to be like, no thanks, we're good. We're the 2 seed last year, hang up. But it also makes things harder because you do value all these guys because they're pretty good.
Yeah. Very interesting to see what will happen in the most craziest offseason in NBA history. Per Shams Charania. That's Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. He said it. We use generally.
We're quoting him.
We're quoting him. Can we judge? Because I would say grammatically I'm often probably as bad. Whatever. I'm entertaining when I talk. Shams, you got to work on the delivery. Because if the delivery is good enough, you can just talk and say complete gibberish. But if you have that dramatic voice, it adds layers to what you're saying. Anyway, up next, more details about Stephon Diggs and his love boat that he was on. Once a Viking, always a Viking, huh? And on top of that, Texans OTAs kicked off today. Anything interesting happen? We'll stick around and find out as the quest for a championship starts today. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Houston Texans OTAs kicked off today. Off-season training activities. They are voluntary for what it's worth, but for the most part, pretty good attendance for the Texans today. And get this, today, May 28th, 2025, this is the Texans starting offensive line from left to right. Left tackle, newly signed Cam Robinson. Left guard, newly signed Laken Tomlinson. Center, newly signed Jake Andrews. Right guard, I thought he was a right tackle only. Titus Howard. Right tackle, Blake Fisher. Now, for context's sake, D'Amico Ryan said there's going to be a lot of mixing and matching on the Texans' offensive line. But that's what it was for day one. If I'm not mistaken, the way that Texans do OTAs is that there are about 9 practices and 1 per week will be made available to the media. So what we see this day is not necessarily what we see if we were able to go the rest of the days this OTA. But that's the first thing that we saw. If it's the same next time around, then perhaps that's the direction that they're going on the offensive line. Here are the guys who did not participate today. Joe Mixon, Christian Harris. That's a little concerning, Christian Harris. Dealing with whatever he's been dealing with for such a long time. Justin Watson, Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, Damian Pierce, Daniil Hunter, and CJ Gardner Johnson. Also, CJ Stroud took snaps, but he did not throw. So there you go.
So it's a mix of kind of older players and guys. Like we know Joe Mixon is dealing with some sort of leg injury. He was in a walking boot. Not that it like super matters for, when they kick things off in September, but just that he's missing OTAs. Damian Pierce, I don't know why he's missing time though. Christian Harris, like you said, doesn't make you feel good just with how his last season went. But everyone else, you can kind of nod along and go, well, all right.
Yeah.
Like Daniil Hunter probably doesn't need to be in shorts in the practice bubble doing stuff.
Here's the thing. No one needs to do anything. If you watch these practices, it's such a waste of time to go out there. And listen, you get to talk with players for the first time. You get to catch up with them, sources, all that stuff. And for the people who do it for their job, hey, all the power in the world to you. Just not a lot's happening for these. It's training camp. Those are the practices that really matter. But they had their first practice of OTAs. What else happened today at Texans OTAs? Sean found some highlights for us. Get this. Nico Collins spoke to the media.
Yeah.
And he had this to say about Texans' second round pick and the first pick of their 2025 draft class, Jaden Higgins. And I quote, "That boy nice," end quote. Whoa. Also,
steal of the draft.
Might be. Hey, guess what?
I can see why they guaranteed his contract.
That's true. First fully guaranteed contract for a second round pick in NFL history. Also, get this. Hear about this? You see this? Nico Collins wants to be an Olympian. I don't think Nico Collins would be great at flag football.
Yeah, the more I thought about it, it really, or it could be. Like, I seriously doubt there's a cornerback in the world not from America that could guard.
I mean, that would
Nico
be awesome.
Collins. But thinking about how flag football gets played, you do want smaller guys.
I think he would get called for flag guarding several times. I think he would get a personal foul for running somebody over.
Yeah.
And also, you never know if Nico Collins is going to smack a bitch. right?
Yeah, like
that
Tyreek Stevens,
like that dumbass corner on the Bears who screwed up the Hail Mary against the Commanders. Yeah, he slapped him right in the face, which was awesome. By
There's
the
a
way,
lot of slapping going on in that Chicago Bears Texans game, more than I think we gave it credit for in the moment.
Azeez Al-Shaair punched a guy, didn't get suspended,
Killed a guy.
yeah,
like
right.
the Anchorman scene.
No, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Azeez Al-Shaair getting away with just punching a guy on the sideline was awesome. I love Azeez Al-Shaair.
Oh, he's the best. Yeah, I think that I have a question about flag football, and I probably will. The closer we get to the Olympics, I'll probably be asking you a lot of questions about flag football because I only ever remember playing it for field day in junior high and high school. So I don't know what the actual rules on the books are. Stiff arms, are those?
No, illegal. Very illegal. Flag guarding
sucks.
Yeah, it does. It does. And honestly, there's a different style that you're supposed to run with in flag football and do this little hip wiggle thing when you're running through
I've seen that.
traffic. Yeah, I hate it. I couldn't figure out how to do it. We actually had a practice for my team that was awful. That I was on with DJ. We were not good. We were not. The level of competition might have been good, but I wasn't getting on the field, and I was getting a little bit annoyed that I wasn't getting on the field, especially to play off. It's whatever. It's fine. I'm white after all. I must not be good at football, but. The last game I played, there was almost a fight. And I was like, okay, I'm 36. I'm 36. This is ridiculous. Like, I wasn't even involved. I was just like observing it. And I'm like, okay.
All right.
Anyway, what else as far as Texans,
back to tackle football.
Texans OTAs.
Although they didn't tackle anybody today.
No tackling. And they practiced inside. Soft.
Yeah.
The elements.
Yeah. No, can't play in the rain. All right.
No, you can't. Up next, some interesting details about what Stephon Diggs did on that boat. Just some extra details. Patriots aren't happy about it. Former Texan, now Patriots receiver Stephon Diggs had a boat incident. What that was, you'll hear on the other side. Stay put. It's the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Stephon Diggs, former Houston Texans wide receiver, now at the New England Patriots, may be in hot water after a video went viral of him on, I guess, his official girlfriend, Cardi B's boat. He is sitting on this boat. A couple of women, 1, 2, 3, are all standing around him. And there's Ja Rule music in the background. You know that one song? Oh, yeah, baby. I don't know what the words are, but you know what Ja Rule sounds like, give or take.
I gotcha.
And this is something else. As Stephon Diggs is sitting on the bow of the boat with these 3 women standing around him, Diggs is heard asking the women, "What's my name?" They then call him Daddy before he passes what looks like a small Ziploc bag to one of the women with unknown contents. By the way, one of these women, rather greedy, and gotta say, not that surprising, given that she's fat. Just saying, okay? I'm just saying. I'm not trying to fat shame here. I'm just saying there were 3 people sitting around Stephon Diggs waiting for him to give them this plastic bag, which could have been candy. It could have been.
Could have been anything.
Could have been anything. It was pink.
Medicine.
Powder.
Crushed up medicine.
It could have. It should have maybe that too. I don't know. All I know is he made, before he gave this bag over, these women call him Daddy, and then he passes it over. Mike Vrabel was asked about this. What a way to kick off Patriots OTAs.
Welcome back to head coaching, Mike Vrabel.
Welcome back to head coaching. And by the way, welcome to Foxborough, where this stuff never happened when Bill Belichick was running the show. He said this: obviously, we want to make great decisions on and off the field, and we're hoping that our time here on the field today, when you don't have a script and we're on the call periods, that we're making great decisions. So the message will be the same for all of the players. Try to make great decisions. Any conversations I've had with Stephon will remain between him and I. Really, the only conversation that needs to be had is Cardi B needs to talk to her friends and say, "Yo, what the hell was that? Why you're coming on my boat? It was Cardi's boat, apparently. You're coming on my boat, and you're posting video of my man, an athlete, with something that athletes generally get tested for, even if he didn't do it." And you know what? I believe Stephon Diggs did not do it. He has yet to weigh in on it, but listen, played for the Texans.
Yeah.
Only been on winning teams with the Vikings and the Bills. Did act like he had it really bad in all those places. Sometimes gets a little bit upset about the situation, but he's a perfectionist. And now he's with the organization that was closest to perfect in the 21st century. And I don't think he did anything here.
No, there's no evidence that he did anything.
And I think snitches get stitches and loose lips sink ships. And that ship was sunk for everybody.
That one lady almost sunk the ship, but because of her loose lips. Because of her loose lips, not because of any other reason.
That girl, of the 3 that are with him, go watch the video. You'll see it when you see it. That girl, the bigger one. And again, I get it. I'm not trying to weight shame, but like she's like grabbing his neck, like clawing at him to get this bag. Like all you had to do was say "Daddy" to Stephon, and he would have given it to you.
I do have some questions. Now knowing that it's Cardi B's boat, who are these people? Like that, it almost makes it more like, wait, what are these random 3 women doing? Not the fact that they're hey, listen, I don't know anything about Cardi
Could be
B.
an open relationship.
Yeah, I have no idea about their relationship. Just like, how do these women end up on this boat and record and it being recorded? I'd imagine that she's a big star.
Yeah.
If it was just NFL star Stephon Diggs, I can kind of see how this happens because there's definitely different levels to stardom. You know,
Cardi B at the top.
I would have thought, yeah, They're just basically pretty, about as high as you can go as far as like a musician can go without going to like all-time legend
Like
status.
Taylor Swift, right?
Yeah.
Like that's there's only a few musicians
Yeah.
that are, and
Not
maybe
just
Cardi B's not
higher.
Cardi B anymore, but yeah, Cardi B. I mean, Cardi B was like at the top for what, like 2 years or so.
Yeah. And the idea that there's just someone filming him with this plastic bag is crazy to me. That if you get invited to a pop star's boat, like, hey, again, keep the phone away. Just whatever you see, that's a story for you to tell your friends years later, or maybe when you get home.
Yeah, when you get home, you don't need to. Everyone needs to film everything. It's really pathetic. As I bought kind of bad. As of how that, oh my god, Daddy, he's so handsome. Oh my god, I'm so popular, and there are so many of us on the boat that there wasn't even any space to sit. And the boat actually, a couple of moments where we were a little low in the water because of this one fat bitch. This one fat bitch was on the front of the boat. And we kept on having the Mecca stand in the middle because it was a little choppy water, and it looked like we were gonna sink because of this one lady who also was really aggro, trying to get the candy. The candy. I don't have any of the candy. I don't have any of it. Anyway, so that's the update on Stephon Diggs' Love Boat. Once a Viking, always a Viking. Hell yeah. You know? Wild men of the sea.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember
There was the Love Cruise way back in the day.
Yeah, the Love Boat.
Love Boat, right. With Dante Culpepper amongst Fred Smoot.
Yeah, Fred Smoot.
Amongst others.
Among others.
Yeah.
Many others. Many others.
Dude. Anyway. So
remember when all he needed was like directions to get around Houston? He was so wholesome when he was with
He
the
was
Texans.
so wholesome. He was they almost brought him into the light, and then the football gods tore his ACL. He was about to go to the summit to see Joel Osteen, and now here he is on a boat.
Him and CJ Stroud are going to church
with
now,
the wayward
look at him.
Patriots. Yeah. Patriots. Clown show organization? Huh? I don't know. Also, an OTA watch. I guess who didn't show up to OTAs today? Now, he doesn't play for the Texans anymore either. But to the shock of no one, team makes it all the way to the NFC Championship game and gets a left tackle to be the leader of their offensive line, a tackle who says it's going to be different. There's going to be no more penalties. There's going to be more focus. Laremy Tunsil did not show up for the first day of OTAs. Laremy Tunsil, dude, has a lot of power. For a guy with no agent, for a guy who continuously gets the best possible contract for himself, and who almost never has to show up to practice, Laremy Tunsil has a lot of power for an NFL player. I respect his power. I respect his truth. Tip of the hat to both. That's your problem, Washington.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
Yeah.
He was a good dude. I never had an issue with him personally. I always felt he was a little bit too aloof with the, there's a lot of false starts going on, a lot of penalties. Yeah, well, like they're calling this game weird. Well, Laremy, you've always been false starting because you always get a head start.
Yeah.
Like you've been doing this for years. That annoyed me. But, I mean, he was always their best offensive lineman. This is what you got to deal with in addition to his talent on the field. And I imagine there could be some moments early on in the year where Commanders fans will learn very quickly that is his bad habit. False starting.
You would think that, like, hey, new squad, looking to make a good first impression. Day one, I practice. And then day two, I don't. But day one, I do, just to put my best foot forward. No, or not.
They're still in the honeymoon phase in Washington.
I guess
So I mean, listen, they just got a rookie quarterback. This is the best that things have ever been.
They're last year's Texans.
Right. Except for they actually made it to a conference championship game.
Well,
And the rookie quarterback wasn't, at any moment in time looking like it was too big for him. But that is a Commander problem now. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Later on, before we close out the show, we will have a deep steel blue pill for you or a battle red pill for you. We haven't decided what quite pill to give to you at this moment in time, because maybe a battle red pill will end up being a deep steel blue pill. We've also got Washed Watch Wednesday coming up. Cameron has a thought on Laramie Tunsil on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Cameron, what's up?
Hey, man, so I just don't understand the hype around Laramie Tunsil. He has been talented, sure, but the flags killed this guy, and I don't understand why we give him so much credit, because he kills the offensive drive every time he starts. And they talk about him as if he's a top 5, top 10 tackle in the league. But how can you do that when you're constantly hurting your team? I never understood it. I never will. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Love the show. Thanks for having me.
It's an interesting question, because this is one of those things where the only people who can really know how good Laramie Tunsil is are people that understand offensive line play very, very well, that watch the film, that study it, that compare guys. You know who would be good talking about offensive linemen? Who's good? Who isn't? Lance Zierlein. I'd also say John Harris with the Texans. In town, as far as guys who never played, like, those are the only people that I would listen to talking about offensive line play and feel like they know what they're talking about. There are also some ex-players. I'd point to Seth, where I'd say the exact same thing about that. But it is one of those tricky things where there is a accepted, widely held truth that no one's really able to disprove other than by bringing up all the penalties. And Cameron is right. There were a lot of penalties. But do all those penalties make you a bad player? I think it was time for a fresh start for Laramie Tunsil. I feel like the Texans needed to not necessarily flush out, but let some guys who have been here a while that perhaps weren't entirely 100% with the program go somewhere else. And the Commanders are looking at Tunsil as like a veteran presence that's going to help get him over the finish line. He was not that here. He just wasn't. Not everybody can be that guy. I think Laramie Tunsil is very focused on Laramie Tunsil, and I have no issue with that. I know some people do, but hey, guy's good at getting himself paid. Guys, from what I understand, great at playing tackle. But that's the interesting part, that last part. We all believe he's great at tackle because everyone says he's great at tackle, specifically those who actually study offensive line play. So we just accept it because, what, am I going to go watch every single left tackle in the NFL, every single rep that they do, and then power rank for myself? Because that's all you got to go off of. There's no numbers. Shoot, we don't even have a best offensive lineman of the year award until, I guess, this coming season. There's going to be the Deion Dawkins Offensive Line Award. This was just announced this week.
Yeah, and one thing that helps you, helps us, non-offensive line watchers, or at least we watch them. I just don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the assignment is. I don't know what's a good rep, what's getting beat, and what's not really. Like, there's sometimes where it looks like a guy gets beat, and then, like you said, one of these people normally online will point out, like, actually, he didn't get beat here. Like, this isn't his fault. And I think one part that helps you realize or recognize that Tunsil is well respected and is thought of as being really good is that every 3 years when his contract is up, he gets a top of the line left tackle money.
Yeah, he does.
Every single time.
Every single time. So clearly, you're right, Sean. That's the best way to look at it. The league, or at least the Texans, clearly felt that way about him. And the Commanders, they didn't trade a ton because there's no first-round picks given up, but they did give up high volume of picks to go get him. So that is a commonly held truth that is tough to both prove and disprove about Tunsil. And I guess when enough people agree with something, it becomes the truth, even if it isn't necessarily true that he's one of the best tackles in the game. But I'm of the belief that he is one of the best tackles in the game. So that's a very confusing answer for you, Cameron. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I cannot believe the disrespect that the Houston Texans are getting right now. And we've got a Washed Watch Wednesday. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Astros are down 3-2 to the Athletics after 5 innings. Lance McCullers, 10 strikeouts today through 5 innings for what it's worth. So that's nice to see. It's a damn good performance. Of course, did allow a home run, has allowed 3 runs, has allowed in total 5 hits. The Astros not getting a lot today. And as we said earlier in the show, this is a thing that happens. When they score a lot of runs, they usually don't follow it up with more runs the next day. So they trail 3-2, still plenty of time. The A's bullpen is atrocious, from what I understand. They're starting pitching pretty good. It's Luis Severino, who from both Sean and I got he's still pitching when we saw that he was on the mound.
Yeah, normally reserved to guys that are in their, I would say, high 30s, upper 30s, not someone in their low 30s, 31 years old. But yeah, Severino got that's where he is now from both of us.
He did. I'm curious if Lance, and we'll see in a couple of seconds, I'm curious if Lance comes out for the 6th inning because he's thrown 87 pitches already.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, 10 strikeouts, pretty good performance. I almost wanted to walk away with, he gave up 3 runs, but he had 10 strikeouts. So 10 strikeouts, that's impressive, no matter if you dislike Lance McCullers or not, especially considering the guy hasn't pitched in forever and had that rough start a couple of starts ago where he got the death threats.
Yeah. I think this you'd sign up for every start for the rest of the season if you just got it written down on paper. 5 innings, 3 earned runs. I'll take that, especially where the Astros rotation and where the Astros rotation is health wise and experience wise beyond him, Brown, and Fromber. Getting a competent 5 innings is kind of what this team needs.
It's that time, guys.
McCullers back out there, by the way.
He's back out for the 6th. Okay.
Yeah, wow.
Lance McCullers no longer washed. It's time for a little thing that we like to call on a Wednesday, Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed in the world of sports? The Astros training and medical staff washed. Ronel Blanco, the latest Houston Astro to need Tommy John surgery. He's out for the year. That was announced earlier today. Hayden Wesneski already having that surgery this offseason. I'm not sure if the surgery's officially happened yet, but he's going to get it. Christian Javier, Luis Garcia recovering from it. You got JP France recovering from shoulder surgery. You've got Yordan Alvarez out for who effing knows how long. The Astros training staff and medical staff, it is washed if it wasn't already washed. Something needs to change. I need either a head on a spike to show me that you're trying, or I need a new hire to show me that you're trying. This ain't cutting it.
Yeah, I would even settle for the spring trading Brian McTaggart or Chandler Rome piece of how the Astros head trainer has, completely changed things, or the Astros' new outlook on player strength and conditioning and their health and ready to play. It's like, what's it called? Status. How they determined that. I'd be okay. I'm okay with the here's how we took a look at things and changed things.
Yeah. Anything. Open your books a little more. Open your kimono a little more. That's all. And just do something. That's where I'm at with that. Do something.
Do something.
Do something
different. Not this.
That's it. That's all. Also washed. How about the Atlanta Braves grounds crew? So the Braves' Austin Riley has 5 errors in the last 15 games. And man, the Braves have been really soft over
the last 24 hours with Spencer Strider trying to get Phillies fans ejected from a game because they were heckling him after he plunked Bryce Harper on the elbow. Harper had to leave the game. But the Braves manager is basically blaming the grounds crew for the struggles of Austin Riley in the field. Again, 5 errors in 15 games. Gotta say, a grounds crew as a reason for struggles. Never thought of that, but Snitker, manager of the Braves, said the Braves grounds crew about this. I don't think it's all on Austin Riley, if you want to know the truth. And I guess the implication was that it's the grounds crew. So that's pretty pathetic.
No, yeah, that's crazy. I guess you want to kind of protect your guy, like just for Brian Snitker's point of view, like you want to protect your guy, you want to protect Austin Riley, but like to do so, you have to throw the grounds crew under the bus.
Person making maybe $50,000 a year and maybe not even insured under the bus. Like, that's ridiculous to me. I'm actually curious as to what a groundskeeper makes for baseball.
Are all of his errors at home? Because that could also be, I mean, if we're talking about 5 and 15 games, was it a 15-game homestand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. I don't know off the top of my head. All I know is 5 errors in 15 games. I think 4 of the errors have taken place at the Braves' new stadium.
Pretty close.
Still, that's pretty bad. 5 errors in 15 days is a lot. That's like Rafael Devers bad.
Yeah, that's like Yip's territory of just can this guy still field?
So I'm going to say Austin Riley is washed and not the Braves grounds crew. We stand with you.
Yeah, as a show, we're pointing the finger at Austin Riley.
The NCAA washed. SEC's leaving in a couple of years. I think 2028, 2029, they're out. And in the meantime, they're looking for a 5+11 model where the 5 highest ranking conference champions and 11 at-large bids make the college football playoff. The 5 highest ranked conference champions. I guess that allows for the at-large bid from a non-Power 5 conference to potentially get in. But
that's how they always like throw the bone for like, hey, we'll let Boise State in.
But only if they have a Boise State last year kind of year or old school Boise State kind of year. It really feels like Boise State's the only team that even has the chance to make it in as a mid-major.
Well, yeah, because all the, think about the recent, I guess, college football, like party crashers or the guys that are the teams that would be high up in the rankings and would get screwed over. I mean, if it's not Boise State, it's UCF and Cincinnati, who are both in the Big 12 now. So like all the teams that were the perennial, the Cinderella stories are just in power conferences now. They're not in the most powerful of the power conferences, but they are in the Big 12. They're in the ACC. They're in the, I guess no one's in the Pac-12 for one more year, then they're going to be in the Pac-12. But there are less like American athletic teams that are making a run. Houston with Tom Herman, they're a really good American athletics school. They're so good that they became a Big 12 school.
Yep. And then the goalpost got moved, and now the SEC's taking their ball and leaving, and they might get left at the cold again.
Yeah. I mean, the SEC, like, of course, the SEC thinks this is a good proposal. Of course they do.
Another tidbit for Washed Watch Wednesday. X is washed.
Oh, no.
Just got the bill for the blue check mark that I am paying for. And I don't care if this makes me sound like a whiny Big J journalist. To not tell somebody about a 100% price increase, kind of an FU. I had been paying like $19.95 for X a month. And I am now, I just got the bill. $40. Whoa. Oof. Holy crap.
Between them and Fubo, you're just getting...
Dude, I'm getting railroaded. This is insane. Like, I would be completely off the grid if I did not have this job. Someone was like, you used like a construction worker complaining about having to buy equipment. No, I used to have a blue check mark because I didn't, because I was basically someone who broke a couple of stories. Like, that's how I got it. Like, I earned it. Now I got to pay for it. And now I got to pay $40 a month for it so that people can actually see my posts.
Yeah, it's like if hammers were free for for construction workers.
That's what someone commented that to me.
Yesterday.
And I was like, hey, listen, hammers were free for me. Now they're not. It sucks. Anyway, that's Watch Wednesday.
Yeah.
Up next, Texans disrespect, and we remember a couple of legends in garbage time. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
What a performance by Lance McCullers today. Last chance to dance for the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 6 innings, 102 pitches. Sure, 5 hits, a homer, a walk, and 3 earned runs. But he finishes the day with 12 strikeouts. Damn, dog. Oh, I wish we had Jeremy Booth in today, huh?
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Listen, they're going to need him to do that a lot. If Ronel Blanco's out for the year, he is going to have to be that guy. Can he? Can he stay healthy? You're always a little skeptical on that front. But good for Lance McCullers. I mean, it's one thing to not have been able to pitch for a couple of years. It's another thing to your second trip back. You get shelled in the first inning. Everyone's out on you. You get death threats. And then you go out and you do this. And I get it. It's the Athletics. They're not very good. They've been really struggling of late after a decent start to the year. But that's a great performance by Lance McCullers. So shout out to him.
Yeah. I mean, you can't you can't take it for granted with Lance McCullers, because like we said, this is gonna have to be what he does or some version of this for a while now. And you just hope that in a game where he goes 6 innings, gives up 3 runs, that you score more than 2. That would be nice if you could win this good start that you got from Lance McCullers. But unfortunately, they scored 11 runs yesterday, so they can't score more than 2 today, apparently, unless Jake Myers hits a home run right now.
Allegedly, per se 69 says, so now we are celebrating a loss. No, we're celebrating a good Lance McCullers performance. Lance did his job today. 3 runs allowed over 6 innings. I will take that every single time from an Astros starting pitcher.
We're
every single time
analyzing individual's performance, not the team's here.
12 strikeouts. 12 strikeouts is really impressive. Like, is Frommer capable of that? Has Frommer ever had 12? Probably has in one of the games where he went the distance, at least 10. But
it was the first time for McCullers since like the middle of 2022.
Yeah, this is what we expect out of Hunter Brown, based off of what he's done the last year, which has been the best pitcher other than Paul Skeens in baseball. So this is a great performance. And even if they don't end up winning today, I am pretty happy about that. Now, again, offense, wake up. It's the bottom of the 6th inning, 2 outs, 2 guys on. We will save the Texans disrespect for tomorrow. It might be a rather Texans heavy show tomorrow with all the big tidbits from OTAs to respond to. But let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. We lost the legends. We lost someone that's been a huge part of my heart as I try to pump myself up for flag football games, the 4th of July, Memorial Day, Veterans Day. If I'm out there and I'm celebrating, I want to hear this song by Rick Derringer, who passed away a couple of days ago at the age of 77. I'm not talking about, rock and roll, hoochie coo, or some of his other songs like Hang On, Sloopy, Come On, Let's Go. It's this song above all others that makes me feel like a real American. Oh, yeah! Should I rip off this shirt? Should I go Hulkmania? What are they going to do when the Hulk comes for you, brother? I mean, I think this is maybe one of the greatest American songs that there is, right up there with Toby Keith's Bootin' Your Ass. I know that's not the words. I know that's not the song name. R.I.P. to Toby Keith. Along with Lee Greenwood's Proud to Be an American. I listened to this on the way into work today. It gets later in the song, and there's this background singer that's just is shrilly screaming at the top of his or her lungs, like, American! It's good. Anyway, R.I.P. to Rick Derringer. That's sad news. We could just play this the rest of the show. And I don't understand very long. There we go.
There's so many pictures of Hulk Hogan in this video.
You have to watch
this 14-year-old music video.
You have
it's
to
not
watch
a real music video.
You have to watch the music video.
It's basically a PowerPoint presentation that I would have made in high school.
It's so goofy. It's so good. Anyway, so that is Real American by Rick Derringer. Let's keep going. And we got to pour one out for another guy. Now, I never watched the TV show Duck Dynasty, and I will admit I do not know much about from Duck Dynasty. Paul Robertson? Phil.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to Phil Robertson. So stop laughing, man. I'm just trying to do a tribute there. But Phil Robertson also passed away. And for those who don't know, Phil Robertson was the starting quarterback at Louisiana Tech ahead of Terry Bradshaw. When he arrived at Tech in 1966, Terry Bradshaw, everyone was really excited about him. And Robertson, who had been the starter for 2 years at La Tech, decided not to play in 1968, which paved the way for Terry Bradshaw to have a bloodless coup to the top of the depth chart at Louisiana Tech.
Yeah. And Phil Robertson went on to create, not create the concept, but create duck calls and make the little wooden and now plastic things that you use when you're hunting ducks. And he became a multimillionaire. So
his own TV show.
Arguably one of the most successful quarterback duos in college football history.
Damn. No, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. In terms of versatility.
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw is an analyst. I mean, he's always been fun. He can almost get away with saying whatever he wants. And on top of that, won 4 Super Bowls. And yeah, Duck Dynasty, Steelers Dynasty, Steel Curtain Dynasty. Now, I would say this is the defense more than Terry Bradshaw. But Bradshaw, a big part of that. Yeah. Fun guy. So, yeah, you're right, Sean. That's a great point. By the way, Sean, I think we now know why you were out the last couple of days. A Jeep was found stuck on the Metro Rail tracks in downtown Houston. It had to be lifted away by a crane. Sean, what the hell are you doing, man?
I was getting back home. I was trying to get back home after consulting with Christian Walker, trying to fix a swing in the.
Yeah.
Watch out for those Metro Rail tracks.
You come back from Jeep weekend.
And, still
Crystal
had all
Beach.
the substances in my body.
Now, I will say this, actually. I know it's not Sean's Jeep because Sean's Jeep is a different color. And I don't want to, this is going to sound Jeep racist, but
whoa,
I'm just saying,
Careful.
did not look like Sean's Jeep. So there you go. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, and Twitchers. And of course, to the crane that saved Sean Mapes' Jeep.
The reason I'm here
Houston.
today, not yesterday.
It's incredible. And downtown Houston is tricky. Those train tracks, if you drive on them, you're screwed. Like, you can't get off. So that guy had to be taken off with a crane. Anyway, subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple and on Spotify if you haven't already. Killer Bees are up next. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm AJ behind the glass. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots going on in the world of sports today in the city of Houston. OTAs have begun. We'll talk about the OTAs in 15 minutes, maybe wall-to-wall coverage of OTAs. We might be doing a little OTA play-by-play. We're just going to pull up like random videos that media members took and give you a play-by-play of what's going on. Nico Collins ran a 7-yard hook and made a fantastic catch. I think he's a top 5 receiver in the NFL.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I you know what? He's got a shot to be.
I'm kidding. CJ Stroud is doing simulated throws because
Nico's
something
got a
is.
shot to be.
I mean, but it was a joke. Like, I wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't. I'm not sitting here making a proclamation. He might be. You're right. He might be. Maybe that's a conversation to have. I'd probably have him just outside of the top 5. It was more making light of OTA play-by-play.
You know, your former coworkers and people are.
Who is that?
Stutzy and all that.
Yeah, they're
just
excited. It's their Christmas.
searching for what did we say that we called it
Christmas.
before? The Big Six with the score with the extra point, 7 of them.
Pick six
with
the extra point.
With the extra point.
Pick six.
Yeah,
maybe we'll dust that off and bring it back and just steal other people's OTA notes. Because I mean, lots of big deals. I mean, we'll get to some of it. Some of it is interesting, no doubt about that. But CJ Stroud not throwing it. We'll get to all of it. Oh, look at Woody Marks. Woody Marks ran a 3-yard out from the backfield. Really good stuff from. I think he's the truth. I think Jaden Higgins today caught a 7-yard out against air. Rookie of the year, Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
Ariante Ursary with what he showed today, day 1 voluntary OTAs. I think he's going to be the best offensive lineman in this draft. Ariante Ursary.
They evidently thought very highly of him. You saw that story?
The Patriots trade?
Yeah.
Or the lack of trade?
Moving up. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
They got their guy. Got him anyway.
They got their guy. Yeah, so we'll talk plenty. Wall-to-wall coverage of OTAs, I think. Probably not, although that would make the suits very happy. But we'll get into some of the OTA stuff because there are some interesting things coming out of OTAs. We'll talk Astros game, short series against the A's, too. Game 2, 6:05 tonight. Astros and A's. Lance McCullers will be on the mound looking to sweep the Oakland Minnow, whatever we're calling them, Athletics. That game at 6:05. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. A little preview radio, I guess.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. Sounds like we got plenty of stuff to talk about today.
We will talk about game 1, though, yesterday. You want to start with the offense or the pitching?
Well, I mean, I think both are worthy of talking about. We talked about Hunter Brown last night, and he wanted to bounce back from the.
So the pitching. We'll go there.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, you're
sorry,
already,
I couldn't help myself.
You're spicy.
You put it on a tee. You put it on a tee.
You know, Hunter Brown had great stuff, and he's obviously still been on a heater, and he has been pitching really, really well, and had a little bit of a hiccup in Tampa. But overall, I mean, that was another great start. The only blemish, he gets behind in the count. He's got to groove a couple of fastballs. The first one was on the edge. The second one was right down Main Street, and they didn't miss it. And you look at the overall performances that he's giving you time and time again, and now Frommer getting right. And the top 2 of your rotation are, guys that you can rely on, which is fantastic for a team that's making up ground and playing more winning baseball.
I hate the new Astros.com. It is so bad. I can't navigate it the way that I want to navigate it.
Are you on MLB.com or just the Astros?
I went to Astros.com. I'm trying to pull up yesterday's box score, and it's taking me to like some random game against the A's. Like it's in progress right now. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for yesterday's game. I thought he was really good. Like this A's offense. I like this A's offense. Like they have some pieces. They're not like great, obviously, but Lawrence Butler's good. Rooker's good. That rookie that they got, Wilson, that dude hits everything.
Yeah, and
he's the betting favorite to win the AL Rookie of the Year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and he's settling in the big leagues in terms of like defense and other things as well. But look, you can't knock the fact that he's hitting the baseball. He's hitting over 350. Yeah. I mean, he's a stud. I like their roster. I told you guys this before the season. I thought they were going to be a 500 type ball club. I thought they were really turning it around. But I like a lot of the pieces they have on this team. They're obviously not a playoff team yet, but they finally are showing signs of life that they're building something.
For me, there's too many holes offensively, and their pitching is a long way to go. I think with their pitching staff. The point I'm making though is that this is an offense that can do some damage. Like, you have to be on your P's and Q's as a pitcher to have a good night against the Oakland A's offensively. Yes, I said Oakland. What are you going to do? Sue me? And Hunter Brown didn't have a good start against Tampa. And yes, Williamsport, small ballpark. He didn't have a good start. He had his worst start of the year. Hopefully it's his worst start of the year. For him to bounce back and pitch well, I thought was really encouraging. You give up just 1 run, you strike out 8. You could have won another inning too, because Espada pulled him with 88 pitches. I liked when Espada pulled him though. It was a blowout game.
Yeah.
You don't need to add the workload for Hunter Brown. And what if Brown gives up 2 runs there and has to sit on that for a turn through the rotation? What if you have to go out and get him because he gets to 105 pitches? I liked when Espada pulled him. I thought it was a really good decision by Espada. But I mean, kind of what you've come to expect for Hunter Brown. And also, like, we don't really look at stats too much pre-June, maybe even July. Hunter Brown, 7th win of the year, is now tied for the American League lead.
Yeah, don't look now on the power rankings for on MLB.com for pitchers, but he's number 1.
I don't like that.
They're starting to recognize what, sometimes gets lost in the shuffle when you got Scoobles and other guys that people are talking about. But people are starting to recognize more and more that this guy is consistently going to be one of the best pitchers in the American League, and he's showing it. I thought it was the right time to pull him too, because they were talking on the broadcast as well that they want to bring him back on Sunday and they want to make sure he finishes off the homestand. And you didn't have to go too far with them, so I was for pulling them out when they did.
Yeah,
and it was another good outing for them.
If it's a 2-1 game, you leave them in,
right?
But it was 9-1 at that point. Yeah, you pull them out like that. That was a good decision by Espada, probably a routine decision by Espada too. Like, we don't need to overpraise it. I think it was a pretty routine decision by the Astros skipper. But Hunter Brown, really good, 7th win, and then the bullpen again. Like, Stephen Okert, I'm pretty sure is related to Josh Hader. They have a lot of. He's his older cousin. Like, they look the same. Like, the only difference is that Okert looks a little older. Like, they have long hair. Yeah. They're both as white as they get. They're both lefties that throw from similar arm angles. Now, Hader's stuff is better than Okert's, no doubt about it. But Okert's numbers have been very good too.
Yeah, he has been.
So, like, that's cool to see Okert pitch well. The bullpen pitch well. Whitley comes on 2 shutout innings. Okay, the ghost of Forrest Whitley might be real. Forrest Whitley's appeared in 6 big league games. In those 6 big league games, he's only given up an earned run once. And that's a little bit of cherry picking because there was one outing where he gave up 2 unearned runs. But in 5 of his 6 big league appearances, he has not given up an earned run. In 4 of his 6 big league appearances, he's not given up a run, period. So I think we're starting to see some of the promise that Forrest Whitley has, and his stuff is nasty.
Yeah, I mean, look, his fastball is top notch, and you just got to make sure that he's got control of his secondary pitches. He had to kind of blow up previously on his last appearance, but he came back, bounced back, looked good last night. Look, you got to find a spot for him too. Right now, just having him do mop-up duty is fine as he kind of gets more confidence and gets some more innings under his belt, because you've got guys in this bullpen that have been kicking ass and taking names. Mm-hmm. So you're not in a rush to find a high leverage spot for him right away. And that's probably best for all parties involved.
That's the thing. Like, he can be your lowest leverage pitcher in the bullpen, and he probably is. Either he or Bennett Sousa.
Yeah.
Like, those are your 2 lowest leverage guys, because I think Sean Dubin's role is a little unique. Like, he'll give you a little bit of length. Yeah. But I think that they have Dubin higher on the pecking order than they do Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley might be their lowest leverage reliever. It's him or Sousa.
Yeah, probably right now. And I mean, yes, that can change. And yes, his fastball is so dominant that if he does get comfortable and he does get a secondary pitch that works, there's no doubt that he can climb the ladder. But right now, that's a hell of a good bonus to have, that your least leverage pitcher is a guy that can throw 95 plus. And can, mow some guys down when you need them to.
What do you think his ceiling is?
His absolute ceiling to me would be either an 8th inning or 9th inning guy that, similar to like a poor man's version of what they have right now. Like, his absolute ceiling would be a guy that, again, if he has some kind of a pitch that gets hitters off balance off that fastball, he could be either a setup guy or he could be a closer.
Hard agree. Like, he has closer stuff.
Yep. Sure.
His issue is going to be the command. Like, if he can command it consistently, he has upper echelon back of the bullpen stuff. I completely agree. Offensively, storyline here was Jose Altuve with a double dong game. 2 dongs for Jose Altuve. Nice to see the little engine that could have a continuous hot streak.
I mean, when you look at just what he's done over the last 20, what they say, he's 12 for his last 22, something like that. He's raking the baseball. I know people wanted to see him get a chance to get, for the first time, 5 hits in a game, but I'll live with the fact that he's riding a hot streak and a heater and got 4 for 4 and can rest getting ready for a day game today, rather than force him back out there
Evening.
going, go what?
Evening game.
Right.
6:05.
Yeah, I see you're getting a lot of love on that too, all over the responses. But I'm fine with taking him out when they did too. I'm fine with resting as many guys as you could early last night.
So, you weren't banging the table for him to get the 5th at bat?
It's ridiculous how many that 40 was he at 44 hit games?
Yeah, I think it was 44.
Unbelievable.
It's fluky.
Yeah, but that's a hell of a stat to have.
I
But
listened to Pena in the post game, and Pena's like, he still don't have a 5-hit game because Pena has 1.
he has one.
Pena
And
has
Springer has
one.
a 6.
He has a 6-hit game.
Yeah.
Springer did.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
So you didn't care that they lifted him?
Nah.
Yeah, I didn't really care. Now, whose decision do you think it was?
I bet you Joe asked him.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think that's one where you just do that without a conversation.
Especially Joe.
I don't.
Dusty might have, not Joe.
And I don't exactly. And I don't think that Jose is the kind of guy that he's chasing stats like that where it's going to matter that much to him.
I don't know. I think he's chasing 3,000.
Oh, he's chasing that for sure. But I don't think. But I think once you got 4 hits and 4 knocks in a game, I think you could be fine with it. I don't think he's going to say that's a stat, because I saw a lot of the highlight shows are going, there's the one stat that he doesn't have yet that he needs to get on his resume is a 5-hit game. Who cares?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I think now it would be kind of neat, but I don't need to see it in an 11-1 game. And you know me, I don't like my players in blowout games because, like, let's go see him chase 5 hits and then all of a sudden he pulls his oblique and he's gone for 4 weeks. Worst case scenario. Yeah. Like, I didn't need to see it in an 11-1 game, but I do agree with you that it was a spot of asking Altuve. They asked Altuve about it in the post game too. And Altuve kind of like nothing burgered it. He kind of dodged the question, which makes me think that it was him saying, I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah,
because
that's who he is, though,
made the
right? I
decision.
mean, he's the guy that doesn't chase all the accolades and chase all the attention and basically just kind of dusts it off and goes to the next game. So I expected that for him. I didn't think that he would want to go out there and chase stats.
Walker, good to see that. Hopefully he doesn't get a hit in the hand and have to leave a game anytime soon. But Walker hitting a home run, second game in as many days. Second game in as many days.
Look,
What in as many days? Because they had the day off Monday. But 2 games in a row.
Second
2 games in a row.
Yeah, look, I think there's a guy that over the long haul has to get going for this team to have any other kind of success that we both think they can have. And the signs are there that even the one ball that the left fielder, he hit a laser right at someone yet again, where that everything is there to say that this guy is not going to be Abreu. He's going to snap out of it. He's going to be fine. But there's been a lot of signs of life during this homestand so far, and that's fantastic because, again, as you get healthier, get guys back, and have these guys that are supposed to be hitting like Walker, this team has a higher and higher ceiling, which leads me to believe that bigger and better things are definitely ahead for this squad.
Yeah, I don't think they've been anywhere near their offensive ceiling, and they haven't had Yordan.
Exactly. And we talk about the imbalance of the lineup with all the righties, and obviously they teed off on a lefty last night. But you're going to get a big lefty back when you get Yordan back. And then from there, it's just, what are they going to do? Are they going to make any moves to try and do something else? But you've got some pretty capable guys right now sitting on the bench for you with DeCenzo and Chaz because guys are hitting the baseball.
Yeah. I kind of want to see more Chaz.
I kind of don't. You know what? I don't disagree because, again, I was sitting there going, I was saying this the other day where you talk about a guy that's probably a little ticked off. He's just not getting a chance to show that he's back to form or do anything because there just isn't room for him to play. But when he plays, he gets some knocks.
And I know that he hits lefties better than he hits righties. So, it's a little selective here. But his on-base percentage this year is .354. He has never had a year where he's hit a .354 on base. 2 years ago, whenever he had his best year in 23, he was a .353 on base. He's getting on base at a good clip, like a good enough clip to where he should probably be getting more starts than he's been getting. Now, it does hurt him that they haven't faced many lefties because he probably would have more starts if they had the healthy amount of lefties that a team normally faces. but I wouldn't mind Chaz getting a little bit more run. The on base has been high. Now, he's not hitting for the power that he did a couple of years ago, but he's hitting for more power than he did last year. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind more Chaz McCormick. Pena had a cheapy home run into the boxes. And then Cam Smith with the fly out heard around the world. They were raving about the 105 off the bat, the 405 feet away from Cam Smith. But that was good to see. He drove the ball. He hit the ball very far. We know that he's capable of doing that. And then later in the game, he had the 2 RBI double too.
Nice hit there. The big thing with Cam is that he's figuring it out too.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's coming around. Like everybody's going to talk about, what, like you said, the bats, we barreled it up and whatever. It's a tough part to hit the ball out of center field, period. But it was funny too that Altuve and Pena seemed to be like giving each other crap about who got luckier on the Crawford box shot, and then Altuve just hits the no doubter. That was a power shot. It basically put the exclamation mark on it. But look, that's the kind of night that this entire offense could use to pick me up guys, to keep guys going like Altuve, and hopefully build even more momentum on, because again, they're sitting there hovering. Seattle got a win last night because your boy hit 2 bombs.
I didn't think they played last night.
Yeah, they played last night.
They played late?
The big
dumper?
The big dumper hit 2.
Did he really? He's been on fire.
He is. He leads the American League in home runs right now. Who would have thought that? So they won last night, but at the same time, this offense getting this kind of a game last night and putting up a double-digit affair is beautiful for a team that seems to be building momentum, getting healthier, and guys getting right.
I would agree. Beautiful. Anything else we didn't cover there that you have?
I think that was about it.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get a thought or two if you want on this one. Text line Astros are playing right now. Don't believe you. They're losing 3-2. I bet you $100 they're not losing 3-2. Did you say the Astros are playing at 6:05 tonight? I did. They are. They're playing right now. Astros down 3-2 in the 7th. No, they're not. I bet you my bank account $50 against your bank account that the Astros are not losing 3-2 right now. But maybe a little bit later we'll talk about we'll preview tonight's game. Will Lance McCullers have his stuff? Will Zach DeZinzo come up big if he's in the lineup? We'll discuss that stuff a little later, a little preview radio. We don't love doing preview radio, but we will every now and then.
Sure.
713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll discuss some quarterbacks around the NFL a little bit later. Did Joe Espada and his general manager, Dana Brown, did they throw Jordan under the bus with some comments yesterday from Joe, this morning from Dana? We'll discuss that. The enigma of Yordan Alvarez and that mysterious case with his hand. And then, like, Ronel Blanco's on the injury list, too. We have to kick that around, cash it or trash it a little bit later as well. 713-780-ESPN on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Coming up next, OTA talk. It's OTA season. Aren't we all excited? What was your favorite story today about voluntary OTAs? As you can tell, I'm fired up. Fired up. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Desert Stro says the Twitchers don't have bank accounts to make that bet with you, Branham. It's a good point.
Fact.
That is a good point. 713-780-ESPN. Texture says the game's tied at 3. They played 6:05, dude. He's sending us a picture of an old game. He sent us a screenshot of an old Astro Athletic game with looks like Clint Sterner's pitching for the A's. That's not. They play at 6:05, man. 713-780.
0-3 count on somebody yet?
I know what you did there. It's a little inside baseball. But,
yeah.
Texans OTAs. Voluntary OTA, by the way. They don't have to actually be here. If you were paid as a Houston Texan, would you show up to voluntary OTAs?
Yes. Yes, I would.
I think I would too.
I mean, look, and I think it's something about how you're raised and your work ethic and everything else. But when you're making ungodly amounts of money, and especially because particularly like the offense, like if you're working with a new offensive coordinator and you're working with a new offensive line coach or your position coach, whatever it is, I just think it can't hurt you. And especially if you had access to the facility and everything, they feed you every day, they give you rehab, they give you, the top line weight rooms and everything else to work with as well. I'd be there all the time.
You going there for the free meals, huh?
Hell yeah. I mean, why not?
They give you they're cooking for you too.
Like I was going to say, because I haven't been into the Texans facility like the Rockets, but when the Rockets hire one of the best chefs around and that he makes like several different meals every day that are there morning, noon, and night for these guys, or he'll make whatever you want by request. Yeah, I'll do that.
No, I would be there too. There were a few Texans that were not at OTAs though. Joe Mixon was not at OTAs, voluntary OTAs, but there is that report that he's in a walking boot.
Yeah, I saw that when people were reading into his tweets and everything else.
Yeah,
too.
for sure. Aaron Wilson reported he's in a walking boot.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. We talked about that you were out last
when I was
week.
out.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson has reported he is in a walking boot. Joe Mixon.
They don't know why.
I think they know why, but they haven't told us.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't told us. Christian Harris not there. Look, I don't want to sit here and make hot takes with voluntary OTA season. I don't think Christian Harris is going to play a lot next year. Like, they signed EJ Speed. It looks like Henry To'o is already ahead of Christian Harris on the depth chart. Yes, he was banged up and all that, but he came back. He was completely healthy and couldn't get on the field in the playoffs whenever you didn't have EJ Speed. I think EJ Speed's your linebacker 2. I think Henry To'o is linebacker 3. And if Christian Harris is around, I think he's linebacker 4.
I don't disagree with you, and it's simply because of the fact that at a certain point, you can't wait anymore, right? I mean, for all the guessing of what happened last year and all of the getting through everything that you had to deal with an injury that occurred, and then you're out there stretching, supposedly back now for the long haul, don't even get onto the field for actual practices, go down again, don't show up again till week 14?
Yeah.
And then limited in the action that you get there, and then kind of DNP the playoffs for the most part. You're like, okay, and now with this, and he's not there, I'm writing him off until he wants to come back and impress me, or they figure out and tell us exactly what's going on. Speed is a guy that I believe that they have a bunch of confidence in, and probably what's going on with Harris is a main reason why they brought him in too, for depth and the fact that the guy tackles all over the field.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got other linebackers that are capable that you mentioned. I believe that at a certain point, especially with a team that's as competitive as they plan on being, you just draw the line and say, hey, bro, when you're ready to play and you're healthy and everything, we'll see where we can fit you in. But at the meantime, we're moving on.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he'll be on the roster, but I think he's going to be buried on the depth chart.
For
like,
sure.
why else? Like, I don't think that EJ Speed is a depth piece. I really don't. I think EJ Speed, the moment that you sign him, you're committing to him at least being one of your top 3 linebackers. And I have a tough time thinking that EJ Speed's not a better football player than Henry To'o. No offense. And Henry To'o was a lot better last year than I thought he was capable of being. But EJ Speed's better.
Yeah, we talked about it in the fact that you look at a guy like To'o and say, look, he's a hyper-intelligent, instinctual football player, but maybe he's already ceilinged out in terms of what he can give you. And then he gives you what he did last year, and you're like, you know what? He's actually a guy that can be a meaningful piece on this defense. Maybe not a starter all the time, depending on other guys you bring in, but he's going to be a guy who play multiple. He can move around. You can do some things with him, and he's very, very capable in that position. So he impresses you. Harris, like I said, with all the question marks, and just isn't available, and he basically gets kind of just leapfrogged, and you move on from there. But I think that they've moved on from him in terms of, I agree, he's going to be on the roster. He was a high draft pick. There's still hope for him. I think D'Amico likes him, But I think at a certain point, you wait as long as you can and then you move on.
Yeah, look, AJ Speed signed for $3.5 million, which isn't like a ton of money. Like you can get away with $3.5 million being on your bench. But EJ Speed had 142 tackles last year.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the stats when he was with the Colts, and like you said, I'm just like, this is a dude that can be all over the field for you, and you know that, yeah, obviously with tackles, it's not like when we were talking about if one of your guys in your secondary is the guy that leads you in tackles. If a guy like that is all over the football field leading you in tackles, that's a player that you want on your football team, and especially because he doesn't have to be the main guy. You've got the main guy in the middle.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to monitor. The Christian Harris saga, which was apparent last year, and then didn't play once he was healthy. And then even 2 years ago, remember he didn't get on the field like the first 4 weeks, and then finally he did, and he played really well towards the back half of the year. But I wonder if he's not a swarm guy. I wonder if he's not swarmy, and he wasn't there today. Daniil Hunter was not there, which that's fine. He's a veteran. He can do whatever he wants. He drives like a cheap car and makes $38 million a year.
He drives a cheap car.
He does, yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
How do you know that?
They did a news report on him. How he's very frugal despite making tons of money.
So he's John Stockton and Jeff Van Gundy.
They were very frugal too, right?
Yeah,
I forget the car exactly, but it's a very like modest car.
Van Gundy, I believe. Well, Stockton drove an Escort, and I think Van Gundy drove a Honda Civic.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I thought Stockton drove a van.
I thought at least when he came into the league and for years he drove a Ford Escort.
Maybe it was late in his career.
Maybe after he got a family.
Yeah, or maybe I'm thinking Phillip Rivers, who had to have 2 vans to transport all of his
true.
kids.
Yeah.
He had so many kids, Phillip Rivers. But no, that's going on there. No Damian Pierce, according to Jonathan Alexander, which don't love that. Like, I wondered, one, I hope it's not an injury. 2, like Damian Pierce, man, like you should be around as much as you can be with the new scheme because you weren't very good in the last scheme.
Well, and that maybe just when you said that, the first thing that hit my mind was maybe he and his agent are already trying to just say, hey, if there's not room for me now that you got Woody and you've got guys on this roster, maybe they're hoping that there's a way that they can find a home for him somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. And then Nico Collins met with the media and said he wanted to win gold in flag football. Sorry, Nico.
I don't love that.
Sorry, you're not allowed to play flag football. You make too much money. You're a Houston Texan. I'm rooting for the Houston Texans. Yeah, I'll be rooting for the USA in flag football, but I don't want you to pull a Robert Edwards and ruin your career. So, Nico, if I'm Cal McNair, I'm telling Nico, not now because I don't want to hurt his feelings and get his hopes down. Whenever he's trying to make that decision or when it's time to make that decision, I'm Cal McNair. I'm being like, hey, sweetie Hannah, can you call Nico and tell him that he's not allowed to play the flag football?
I don't like the thought that if I was someone in an organization, I would not like the thought of one of my best players playing flag football. I know that it means something to win an Olympic gold medal, but I'm paying them a lot of money. And I don't want them to get hurt.
He can go coach. He can go coach the receivers, win the They give gold medals to the coaches too.
Do they really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because Rudy didn't get one for the Olympic team.
You sure?
Yeah.
How would you not get it if you're a coach?
Because you didn't play.
I thought coaches got him. I thought I saw him on the podium.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Now you can stand with the team and everything like that.
That's
but
weird.
I don't believe that they medal.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
You should get a medal if you're the coach.
I'll look it up, but I don't believe that they get a medal.
Do you think they should?
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely, they should.
And the one year Rudy took all the quote unquote scabs because all the NBA guys were holding out, and he had like Brad Miller as his center and all kinds of just.
He was a scab?
Washed up. Yeah, he had washed up guys that were just trying to fill roster spots, and he still wanted gold.
That's pretty good. That's good coaching.
No doubt.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. Rudy Tomjanovich. I noticed he's on Facebook. Is that the real Rudy T? Yeah. He keeps popping up on my people you should know.
He'll respond to things or send me a message every now and then.
That's kind of weird.
I
Rudy
like
T's
it.
on Facebook.
I like it. I mean, he really does. Like when we did that reunion thing for all the front office staff from the championship years, I asked him and I thought, he's got a couple of different houses now. And so he's kind of settled into a family life. I was like, he probably doesn't want to go. He not only went, but he actually wanted to speak to everybody and tell them how much he loved and appreciated them over the years. And he's just a genuinely good dude.
Yeah. I've talked to him a couple times at U of H games. He's I agree. It's Rudy T. And all of a sudden you think it's fake. You think it's a dupe, Astros are playing a texter. That's not true. Both your radio host sucks.
For us?
I don't know who he's talking about. I'm guessing he's talking about us, but yeah, Astro 605.
Here you go. No coaches generally do not receive Olympic medals
Bush
themselves. League. The IOC recognizes and awards medals only to athletes who compete and achieve podium finishes.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
What a corrupt body we have at the Olympics. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Maybe a bad body on the Texans quarterback. C.J. Stroud was at voluntary OTAs today, but did not throw the football at voluntary OTA camp today. Discuss that next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's our Mailbag Monday music.
But it's AJ.
And it's Wednesday.
So he's mixing some stuff up.
Although we did Mailbag Monday, Tuesday. AJ's kissing up. He's wearing his Houston Cougar hoodie.
Little Red Riding Hood's got the hood up, too.
Is it a little warm to wear a hoodie?
Well, it's because it was raining. That's why I wore it. It was raining like more so where I'm from, like Dickinson area. So.
Does that hoodie prevent? Is it waterproof?
No,
Feels like
I just threw one on.
I feel like it would be like act like a sponge.
True.
Soak everything. It'd be like it's a lot of cloth to get wet. Sometimes it is cold in the studio. I keep a hoodie here just in case it gets cold. So
it definitely can be an ice box.
Yeah. So every now and then I'll do that.
There for you.
Yep. You can listen to the Icebox every Thursday, 6 to 7. Text Ken in Galveston. Please lose the Astros at 6:05 garbage. It was funny 3 years ago. Love it now. It's kind of like listening to the best choir sing a song. Oh, thank you, Ken. 6:05, game 2, Astros A's today. What's that?
I feel like you might have edited that on the fly.
Don't ever let the truth get in the way of a good story. Apologize to Astro fans for what? What do we need to apologize to Astro fans for? 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. We'll entertain that conversation. What do we need to apologize to Astro fans for? Astros are playing. Go check. I'm looking. I looked at the TV guide. It says 6:05. Look at the old paper, too. You ever get the old paper TV guide?
The what?
The like the little magazine TV guide where it had the TV listings for the whole week?
We used to get it, yeah.
Yeah, they had like people on the cover. It used to be like a big deal.
Yep.
Probably what, early 90s maybe?
Was it still that going on then?
I mean, I remember it, and I would have been
if you remembered it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I remember like the Dr. Quinn medicine woman.
My folks used to use the newspaper.
What was
they
that?
had it in the one section.
But it wasn't in the newspaper TV guide.
Well, at home it was. In Wisconsin, they had like the entertainment section.
Oh.
Like sports and weather and everything like that. The entertainment section always had what's on TV today, and it was the whole lineup.
Oh, okay. So it's like kind of like the TV guide,
Yes.
but not the magazine TV guide.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder when that went away. I don't remember. What was that show that came on before or after Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman? Was like early edition, where like he would get the paper the day before. And
You told me about that. Yeah, that series.
It had the coach that was in Friday Night Lights, the TV show.
Yeah.
I forget his name. He was in Batman
Good actor.
too. Yeah, he's a good actor. I want to say it's like something Chandler. But yeah, he was the main character in that. Whatever. I think it was called Early Edition.
You guys told me about that show once before. I had not heard of it.
That's about as far back as my TV goes. Like that's my earliest memories of bad television, really. All right, 713-780-ESPN. CJ Stroud was at OTAs today. He was not throwing a football, though. D'Amico says they have a different schedule for everybody. Last year, we saw a bunch of CJ Stroud like content out there in the offseason, whether it was him like traveling, the seas, or it was him working out. We'd always heard stories of him bringing in receivers to work out. I remember last year in the Ravens game, he got hit and was like kind of flexing out his shoulder and was thrown on the sideline. And then I can't remember if it was after that game or after a game late in the year. They asked him about his shoulder, and he's like, well, everybody's hurt this time of year. Like kind of a cryptic answer was like, okay, his shoulder is hurt, but was never on an injury report. Is there any concern about CJ Stroud not throwing a football today?
Let me say this. I had zero concern about it until you started to tweet things about it. And then I was like, oh, come on, man. Please tell me that's not the case. Because then I started to think about it and go, like, this isn't the Astros medical staff, right? If there was something going on there, would they have already done something to fix it and alleviate whatever he's been feeling? And then again, I started thinking about maybe they did, and maybe he's mending.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like there was some history of some shoulder stuff last year, and he's now. If he had something wrong with the shoulder, though, I don't think he's there today. Like I don't think that they have him out in front of the media to where media can observe that he's not throwing a football. Like that is actually a silver lining to me. Like I actually look at that as a piece of encouragement. I think if he had something wrong with the shoulder, he wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, I don't think that you want to draw attention to any kind of subject like that, especially since if that would have been the case, you haven't been very forthcoming at all on what we probably deserve to know if the starting quarterback of the football team had something going on with his throwing shoulder.
I don't believe that there's anything here.
But then why isn't he throwing?
Well, if you believe D'Amico, it's because everybody has a different schedule. So hopefully he throws tomorrow or whatever.
Yeah, let's hope so, because otherwise, like you said, if they're there and you've got two rookie wide receivers and you've got Christian Kirk that's new to the entire organization. You've got and a couple other guys, Berrios and Chandler. You would think that he's working on timing with his guys. I know he was healthy enough to go fishing with David Mulgeta in Austin before camp opened.
Yeah.
But again, no reason for concern until I saw you tweet about it. I'm like, God, I hope he throws tomorrow.
It is not for me, it is not graduated to concern. Right now, I would label it curiosity.
It's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Keep an eye on for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But the furthest that I'm willing to go with it right now is curiosity. Why is he not throwing the football? He did get hurt last year. They didn't have him on an injury report, but he was in a post-game press conference saying, well, everybody's banged up right now, when asked about his shoulder. So I hope it's nothing, but those are the tea leaves that I have to put together because he's not throwing the football right now.
And I think that the next thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to either put it to bed or address it, because if he doesn't throw again tomorrow.
He was asked today. But like you said, he didn't he said everybody's on a different schedule.
Right. So if he doesn't throw again tomorrow, now what kind of schedule is he on? A rehab schedule?
Luis Garcia. Yeah. Oh, he does look in good shape, though. CJ does. He doesn't. I actually saw CJ Stroud on a boat on TikTok the other day.
That was the David Mulgeta fishing thing.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Did you see that video?
Yeah.
Where it was like the guy who roped off the boat?
Yeah, they were in Austin, and it was him and Mulgeta were going fishing.
That was Mulgeta?
Uh-huh.
Driving the boat?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
'cause
wondering
the
who
caption
that
even
was.
said that the caption was C.J. Stroud and his agent Dave Mulgeta went fishing in Austin.
And he was drinking like a little colorful drink. And now that I think about it, he was lifting his left arm. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he was lifting his left or right arm to drink, but yeah. Anyways, doesn't the NFL require them to report injuries, or is that only during the season? Only during the season. Now, if you do want, if, and this is a huge if, we're not saying it's the case, but if there was an injury last year, the Texans did not report an injury. It could be something that would get them in trouble. And the Patriots used to do it for
I was
years.
going to say Belichick's been notorious for that, and then they clamped down on it. So yeah, I mean, you hope that it's much ado about nothing, but again, here we are because it's OTAs that we're looking for storylines anyway. So that's something that until you put it to bed, people are going to focus on now.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not at all concerned, 10 being, oh my goodness, what is wrong with our Mihal? Where are you with CJ?
I'll go 3.5 for now.
I'm at a 3.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
now
at a
if
3.
he doesn't throw again tomorrow, that's going to go up.
Now it's on my radar.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
it
a
has
3,
to be.
but it's on my
It's
radar.
the most important player on your entire roster. It has to be.
Every day that he goes by without throwing,
That's right.
I'm going to tick it up a half point.
Yep.
So 3.5. Up
Yeah,
to 4.
this isn't Lance McCullers' level of excitement. This is, I'm going to get pretty concerned and excited if he's 2 days in a row of OTAs, he's not throwing at all.
Yeah, like it couldn't be some sort of major surgery. Like he wouldn't be like we would have heard about that. It'd probably be more
Like arthroscopic or clearing something out.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
but regardless, again, because he's your most important player and it would be on his throwing shoulder, that would be something that you would have concern about.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Texture sending us screenshots of old Astro A's games. What a weird thing to do. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What are the biggest voluntary OTA questions that exist for the Texans? 713-780-3776. What are yours? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Depends on who you are about going to voluntary OTAs. Did Aaron Rodgers do it? I think Rodgers did it a few times, right? He did do it with the Jets.
He did it
this
with
past year.
Well, he did the one where he had the unexcused absence and Salah made a big deal. He went to Egypt or something like that.
That was last year.
But the Packers, Favre and Rodgers, were notorious for skipping
really?
OTAs all the time.
Oh, really?
And then it was a problem because Rodgers was always coasting until training camp, and then they always got off to slow starts. But like my buddy said back to the Favre days that they made an issue of it with Favre. So to appease him and the media, he would be there. And they set up a bow and arrow range in the back of the training facility, and then he was shooting bow.
That's not a bad call.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind shooting a little bow. Maybe we'll do that here. We can put the bow over there, like where our producer's head's usually at, and then we can shoot it.
But doesn't it depend on the producer?
No, not for me.
I'm not shooting at AJ. I like
You're
AJ.
not shooting at AJ. You're shooting at the glass in front of AJ.
Well, it better be a suction cup arrow because otherwise it's
not going to be real.
Okay.
Not going to be real. You kidding me? Texture, I would never work for free.
It's called volunteer work, right?
Yeah, I guess you're working for a free meal, but not for money.
Well, because of the
I don't think
OTAs.
they don't get paid.
No, they don't get paid.
They don't
get paid to the first regular season game, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I think they get paid for preseason stuff.
I don't think so.
I think they do. No, I know that they do. I know that they get paid for preseason, but I don't. They might even get paid, like rookie minicamp. They get paid. They get paid like a stipend per day. But I don't know if that's the case for voluntary OTAs. But OTAs, they get paid. I mean, think about the guys who aren't making the roster. They're out there trying to make the team for free. No, they get paid.
Okay. It says NFL players are paid for training camp and preseason activities.
Yeah.
It's known as per diem. It's a weekly rate, not counting towards the salary cap or their actual salary figure.
And I think they all make the same.
Yeah. I think that's
like,
correct.
it doesn't matter if you're
you get your
first cut or the QB1.
You get your first actual contract payment week 1.
Yeah. But they have to get paid for being there. Did you guys watch Unsolved Mysteries? Best voice in television was Robert Stack. Rest in peace. I remember. I did watch Unsolved Mysteries.
I don't know that I remember his voice being anything special.
I actually went to high school with a brother and a sister who were kid actors in a couple of those Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah. Yeah. The brother was a year older than me and the daughter was my class. And I think they were like in 2 or 3 of Unsolved. They were child actors in Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, a really weird deal, but they were young. What's this other text? Oh, Key from LA. Will Davis Mills have a chance to compete for the starting quarterback position? Okay, Key from LA. Maybe in LA if he gets traded to the Rams.
Yeah. Who's
Maybe
their backup? Is this still Jimmy G?
Who is
Wasn't
their
Jimmy
backup?
G behind Stafford?
It might be. You know, I was going to say Mac Jones, but Mac Jones is with San Francisco.
Yeah.
I saw that today.
He
Made
went
me
from
think
what,
of that.
Jacksonville to San Francisco?
I think you're right. I think it is.
I think it's Jimmy G.
I think it is Garoppolo. Usually, you remember when Baker Mayfield was the backup quarterback in LA for like 2 games?
Yeah, but he actually came in that first game. Remember, he came in that first game with no playbook, no prep work, no nothing. He won a game for them. I want to say it was like on a Thursday night.
Isn't it crazy that he was an LA Ram?
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield was an LA Ram. It's crazy to me. I was thinking about that the other day. Garoppolo's on their roster and Stetson Bennett is on their roster. It's funny, too, because Bennett's older than Garoppolo.
Oh, nice.
He's an older guy. I think he might be older than Stafford, too. I'm kind of curious what the Rams offense looks like. Because Kyron Williams is good. They got rid of Cooper Kupp, but they brought in Devontae. They drafted that tight end pretty early from
they love
from
him
Oregon.
Too. They were
Ferguson
raving about his athleticism and how he fits.
And then like what McVay does with weapons, I can see Ferguson being good.
He might be good.
Good
I
as a
think a
rookie.
lot of it's going to rest on how much does Devontae have left in the tank.
Yeah, he was actually good last year.
He was underrated because of how bad the team was. His stats were decent.
Yeah, I want to say he finished like top 15 receivers in the NFL whenever you like just production, fantasy production. 713-780 ESPN. Here are the 5, I guess, biggest questions for Texans OTAs. This from Jonathan Alexander in the Houston Chronicle. How will the offensive line shake out? Which everybody and their mother was reporting today, different variations of the offensive line and what they saw. About what we expected for the Houston Texans. Like, their starting offensive line with the first one that they ran out, but they were also throwing out like a bunch of different variations. Like Ursery was playing left tackle and right tackle. I saw Fisher was with the curious thing to me was Titus Howard was playing right guard.
Yeah.
Which I assumed he would be the left guard.
I did too. And Fisher was primarily at right tackle.
Yeah, the first offensive line that they ran out was Cam Robinson at left tackle, which is no surprise there. Laken Tomlinson at left guard. The center was Jake Andrews.
I saw that.
Who came over from the Patriots. I think he was a waiver claim, wasn't he?
Yep.
The right guard was Titus Howard, and then the right tackle, the first offensive line that they ran out there, which how much weight does this have? I don't know. Blake Fisher at right tackle.
It's interesting. Again, it's OTAs.
Yeah.
So there's a whole hell of a lot of time and things to sort out. But again, when you're searching for a storyline, the Texans are probably going to live a little. You're right. Andrews at center was the most intriguing to me, as well as right guard. But at the same time, it's one day, and it's all going to change. I know that they've
Maybe
been high
not.
on Tomlinson too.
Like, what is a better chance of happening? What is a better chance of the starting offensive line? The first offensive line that they ran out there today, or the fifth offensive line they ran out there today?
Oh, just today alone?
So, I'm with you that it carries almost no value, but I think it carries some value.
See, I don't know. I think that, again, the fifth offensive line is something where they're just trying different combinations and with no rhyme or reason to it, saying we're going to start with this one, we're going to eventually get to this one. And it could very well be that the fifth one is the one that the guys are in their more natural positions. I don't know.
See, I'm a believer that they actually have a depth chart right now. They'll say that they don't. But why is Cam Robinson playing left tackle and Titus Howard's playing right guard and Blake Fisher? I firmly believe that these are their number ones. Now, a lot can change. I 100% agree with you. Like, we do the scales a lot on the shows, like degree of importance, 1 to 10. I think it's a 1, but that's more than 0.
Yeah.
That's more than 0.
No, and again, it'll be interesting because I agree with you that they have a depth chart. It's just funny because of the guys that they've been talking about. Was it Ladarius Henderson? Is like this under the radar guy that suddenly they're trying to pump up. But when you really start getting down to it, I'm sure that Ladarius Henderson is more like, the kind of guys that are the 6th and 7th receiver right now. He's way back on the depth chart as they try and figure out how good the veterans that they brought in are still going to be. Center to me is the most intriguing of all.
That caught me off guard, Jake Andrews. I think there's a better chance Ladarius Henderson gets cut than as a starter. Like, make the team probably the safe bet, but how so much gets talked about. Like, what was it, the season ticket holder event the other day where D'Amico was asked which veteran has been the most impressive to you, and he said Justin Watson. Watson was not there today. Like it doesn't, like, these little things are trivial and silly. When they're on the field, I think it actually matters.
That's when Nick was at that event, and then Nick, when he did one of his interviews on the Highway to Hell, he was all over Ladarius as the guy.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Robinson, Tomlinson, Andrews, Howard, and Fisher was the first offensive line they put out there today. Now, DJ Bieniemy did say that Jarrett Patterson rotated with the 1s at center. So, like, DJ Bieniemy is using depth chart words. And he said Ariante Ursary rotated with the 1s at right tackle. So, like, I think those are your 7 guys who are currently in the mix to be the starting offensive line for the Texans. But yes, a lot will change between now and week 1. Which receivers emerge? We'll save that conversation for a different day. I will say that the receiver room, I'm pretty bullish on the receiver room. I think you have a lot of talent there. Your top 4 is pretty dangerous. Nico, Kirk, and then the 2 rookies with Higgins and Knoll. And, like, maybe Mechie and Hutchinson, like, surprise us and are decent.
It'd be great. It'd be great because I agree that I think that there is a ton of talent in that room. And the fact that the 2 guys that were playing somewhat of a role for you the last couple of years are going to be fighting for roster spots. And we haven't even talked about guys they brought in, because I do think that there's something to some of the guys that they brought in as guys that could potentially be a weapon for this team this year. So I believe that, unlike in years past, we were like, it's one of the least talented receiver rooms right now in the league. I think that they have a ton of talent in the receiver room this year.
Yeah, I do too as well. Can the defense take another step? Asked Jonathan Alexander. I think they can. I think they can be a top 5 defense.
I think they already did. I think the fact, like we talked about, you bring in an EJ Speed, you drafted some depth in the secondary. I think that you brought back some guys that had significant seasons last year, and you still got the 2 guys on the edge. I think you bolstered the interior defensive line. So
last year they were 14th in points allowed.
I think they're better than that this year.
Oh, I think they could be top 5.
I was going to say top 10, but yeah.
Maybe I'm wearing the goggles. Maybe I'm wearing the Homer hat, but I think their defense is stacked, man. Like, their defense is pretty loaded. And then Will Anderson have a big year? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I think both those guys, Anderson and Hunter, are going to be Anderson and Hunter.
I will say that anything that happens at voluntary OTAs will not factor into Will Anderson having a big year, though. I'll make a stretch there. Hey, Astros won a baseball game. Astros came from behind to beat the A's today 5-3. They sweep the mini series, the 2-game mini series. Let's discuss what went on today. Big start for Lance McCullers, another step in the right direction. Zach DeZinzo with a big dong for the Astros as well. We'll discuss the Astros day game victory that started at 1:10 when we return. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros win a baseball game. They sweep the mini series. 2-game series are weird in Major League Baseball.
I don't like them at all.
Yeah, they're weird.
Like, it'd be one thing if the Astros were trying to get out of town as well, but they stay home after this. And it's a divisional opponent. I thought that was very odd.
Usually the schedule is to try to get the visiting team out, depending on what they have next. And they do go to Toronto. So I think that's why they didn't play a
Okay.
night game tonight.
Yeah. All
But
right.
2 games are weird. But the Astros get the job done. They beat Oakland today. They were trailing in this game 2-0 once upon a time. But tacked on a run in the 3rd, tacked on a run in the 4th to tie it. A's took their lead in the 5th, and then the Astros with a 3 spot in the 7th inning. They win. Yay. Astros are now 5 games above 500. The biggest margin above 500 they've had this season, and they pull within a game of the Seattle Mariners.
Look, I mean, I firmly believe this team is just going to get better and better. And we were talking about it earlier in the show before this one finished. But the fact is that this homestand has been huge for them right now to kind of get the offense turned around. The pitching has been phenomenal, and especially overcoming what they've had to deal with all the injuries. But overall, I mean, again, there was at the start of this homestand, people talking about what's Dana going to do? Is he going to go out and find a bat? What are they going to do? What do they need to do? They need to get healthy. And if they get healthy and these guys get right that haven't been, and the guys that have been overachieving continue to play the way Jake and Pena and guys are hitting the baseball, this lineup is pretty damn good. And the pitching staff has already proven that they are effective.
Mind if I get a little nitpicky with you?
Go.
I don't think Pena's overachieving.
I know. We had this conversation yesterday.
I don't think he's. I'll give you Myers. I'll give you Myers.
And you know how I feel about Jake anyway. But I mean, look, I got to see more Pena to believe that he can continue to do this and be this player as opposed to who he's been in the past. But I love what I've seen out of him.
I like Myers. I do think Myers is over exceeding expectation, though. I think he's overproducing. I look at Myers more of a 265, 270 hitter, like a 740 OPS guy, and he's producing higher than that. Pena flirting with 300 might be a little bit lofty as well. But the big story today, at least in my mind, Lance McCullers' stuff was nasty. He struck out 12. Lance McCullers struck out a dozen Major League Baseball hitters in 6 innings of work through 102 pitches. I don't know if this is even what I would call a step in the right direction. Like, this is what we want from Lance McCullers.
Yeah, look, I mean, ideally, you'd like to see a little bit more fast on the fastball.
I don't really care. If he gets 12 in 6 innings and only gives up 3 runs.
12 punchies with, regardless of what you call it, a hell of a lot of spin on a lot of pitches that were highly effective. And this is a guy that looks like he is right when you need him most going to be a guy that you can actually start to rely on. I mean, I said I needed to see 4 or 5 starts against major league hitters in consecutive games without missing any time. To start believing a little bit more and being a little bit more excited. This is the kind of outing that I did not expect. I don't care, how much progress he had been making to go from where he was not so long ago and blowing up at home and just not getting through 5 innings yet in any of his starts to do what he did today and put 12 strikeouts on top of it. That's impressive.
Aaron Little says McCullers is kind of back, y'all. Is he back? Is Lance McCullers 12 strikeouts in 6 innings?
But it's one game, Jeremy. It's one game. I mean, I think if you take his body of work so far this season and tell me, is he back? No. But because this is the latest game that he's pitched and it shows improvement, do I believe he's getting there? Yes.
His last start was the first game where I thought his stuff looked big league. Not the full game, like the middle innings of his outing. I think he pitched with 5 innings. And I thought 2nd through 4th inning, his stuff looked big league. Today, I mean, he was big league throughout. Like he also, like, the runs he gave up, like the exit velocities on the hits he gave up were not very high. I don't think anybody hit the ball harder than 100 miles per hour against him. So he hit, not only did he have swing and miss, but no one hit him hard. Like the walks with him is always something that is a concern of mine. He only walked 1 guy today.
Well, he got out of the first inning today, which was my first big sigh of relief because he had struggled at home just right from the jump to look comfortable. And his control was all over the place in his last couple of home starts. He found and located early, and he obviously had them chasing everything sweeping across the plate. And he was highly effective. And I think he had a better command of his repertoire that he's had since he's been back. So I think it's all progress in the right direction because you're never going to say it's all about, like, he has an above average breaking stuff. His spin rate is some of the best in the Major League Baseball. When he's locating it, he can be what he is today. Now, can he consistently locate all of his pitches? That's where he struggled previously. It looked like he wasn't struggling as much today. He got hit a couple of times. But overall, I was very, very pleased with what he was able to do. And then, like I said, I didn't expect 12 strikeouts.
5 hits in 6 innings.
That's good.
He allowed 6 base runners in 6 innings and punched out 12. I don't know why you're not more excited about this start.
Because it's the first really good one.
Yeah.
And I need to see more. Now, if he can come piggyback off what he just did and his next start, he's the same kind of competitive. And I don't expect him to get 12 more strikeouts.
No. It might be a
but
season high.
but if he keeps it to 3 runs or less again and gives you at least 6 innings and gives you a quality start, now I'll get a little bit more excited.
I'm pretty excited about it. Like
Sounds like
I wasn't sure we had 6 innings, 100+ pitches, 12 strikeout peak in Lance McCullers. Like, yeah, we need to see a full body of work and all that. Like, I'm not really disagreeing with that or arguing that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I thought of Lance McCullers' upside after 3 major arm surgeries has now been elevated. Like, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think Lance McCullers had this performance in him. And Ocho's saying, a big league team or big league hitters. This texture saying he pitched a great game, no doubt, but it's the A's. Let's see what his next game does before we say he's back. And that's fair. But if you just look at the A's lineup, Lawrence Butler's a big league hitter.
Mm-hmm.
This Jacob Wilson kid's going to win Rookie of the Year, hitting 353 with a 900 OPS. Brent Rooker's a big league hitter. Soderstrom's hitting 260 with a 770 OPS. Miguel Andujar's hitting 310 with a 757 OPS. Seth Langoliers is hitting has a 730 OPS. So those top 6 hitters are legitimate. Like they haven't, like their bottom of the order needs some work. Their bottom of the order ain't great. But Oakland's lineup that they ran out there today, their top 6 are worthy.
Yeah. No, look, and again, and I've been very, very adamant about this through the entire process with Lance McCullers. But am I encouraged? This is the most encouraged I've been, because you go back and look at all those other starts, and the one in Tampa wasn't bad. But you look at overall the last couple of starts, there's no reason for me to get excited. I mean, he couldn't get out of the first inning and had a complete just meltdown his first start here at home. And his command has not been great. And he just didn't even seem like he wanted to throw anything with spin on it as much as he did today. But if his arm is healthy and he has that kind of breaking pitches, then yeah, I'm going to be more excited.
The A's have the 7th best batting average in baseball. Looks like they have the 12th best OPS. They're a little worse at runs per game, but it's just a little bit below league average. So like don't call the A's the 4 A's offensively. They have a middle of the pack offense. The A's offense is better than the Astros offense. The A's average more runs per game than the Astros do.
I you know me, I believed in the A's. I believe that they have a lot of young talent. I believe that they're finally getting it right. I believe that the talent is there. So you're not going to get any argument from me. It's just that, again, I look at consistency, and I want to see more consistency from Lance to be like he was today.
Yeah, this moves his ceiling of what I thought he could be. I didn't think he had 6 innings, 3 runs, 12 punchies against anybody in his bag. And like he threw over 100 pitches too. And look, I don't expect Lance McCullers to go 6 innings, 100+ pitches, 12 strikeouts, 3 runs in every single one of his performances. But he has it in the bag. He has it in his arsenal. It gives you hope about a rotation that needs some hope right now after the Blanco news, after the Wisniewski news. Like I was unsure that Lance McCullers could be a contributing starter in your rotation. This start, it's like, okay, yeah, he could be that and more. And
look,
more.
I mean, that's the thing too. You're looking at it. He's a better option than maybe anybody other than Colton Gordon that you have right now. I don't think Blue Ball's already done as much to say that you're not going to rely on him. But I think if Arrighetti's starting to throw again and Arrighetti comes back, no matter what you've lost with Wisniewski and who you get back, and you lose Blanco, I think that Lance is going to be a key contributor to this rotation if he throws like he did today.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. The people want to opine. The Hive wants to opine about the greatness of Lance McCullers today. I'm also going to push blankers on something too about Lance. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. A lot of people are scoreboarding. Little Lance McCullers start. People excited. How could you not be? 12 punchies and 6 innings just allows the 3 runs.
I can tell you how you could not be.
How?
It's the first time he's gotten through 5 innings.
Yeah, but I mean, it elevates his ceiling. What he can be.
There's progress. You see, there's progress right in front of your eyes. I mean, you do what you haven't done before. You get to 100 pitches. You get through 5 innings. You keep your team in the ball game. You strike out 12 guys, which is the biggest eyebrow raising factor in all of this line score. But overall, that's what I was hoping to see more of, minus the strikeouts, than what I saw previous in all of his starts leading up to this game.
All right, here's the pushback I have for you.
Bring it.
Do you now love Lance McCullers?
No.
You don't love Lance yet.
No, look, I think he's a fine Houstonian. I think he's dedicated to the city. I love the fact that he has worked his tail off to get back, to give it one more go. But again, I told you what I told you, and I haven't wavered from it, that these are kind of like the milestones that I want to see before I start getting excited and or love Lance McCullers. I love the fact that what he did today shows a ton of progress to make me believe he can be a starting pitcher in this rotation. But if you just take his other 4 other starts besides this and put it up against this is the really good one, but okay, that's progress.
Shouldn't we give him a runway, though, since
we are.
Had flexor tendon surgery,
We're still throwing him out
brace,
there.
and Tommy John? No, I'm talking about in our opinions of him. Like, does he not get a discounted bad start rate because it's his first 4 outings in 2.5 years and he is coming off a major surgery?
I'm giving him the runway that also because of the fact that there are significant injuries to this rotation already, and you don't know when you're going to get any kind of other help back, and the minor league guys just seem to be minor league guys for the most part. I am giving him the runway that now he's showing me that he deserves more opportunities to start. I told you that, like, when he had the massive blow up, couldn't get out of the first inning, gave it 9 runs, that I was like, oh dear God, this is one. How many more times can you give him a leash to go out there? But the fact that he's getting better, and now the progress is significant with this start today, I can give him runway. I can give him the ball every 5th day and feel like he's going to give me a chance to win. So, yeah, there's progress and optimism, but I don't love him yet.
What's it going to take for you to love him?
I just told you. I mean, if he gives me a couple more of these starts where he's giving me 6 innings and keeping us in the ball game, and again, the icing on the cake is the K's, but just competitively continuing to do this kind of start, then yeah.
Texture says his ERA for the game was like 4.5. It wasn't like 4.5. It was 4.5. But I'll take it. I'll take every out. If Lance McCullers is a 4.5 ERA guy, give me that.
Yeah, because again, it's unrealistic for the people that are out there thinking he's going to be the old Lance McCullers. But if at least he has no kind of medical breakdowns and he can keep spinning the ball the way he spun it today, there is hope that he could be a very effective piece to this puzzle.
For me, it's seeing if he can make it through a season without getting hurt. That's fair. That's fair. Fair take. Texture, he has a whole dead man in that dead arm. Oh, he's getting organ donors in that right elbow. Hey, he's got he might have 4 or 5 different people in that right elbow, but those 4 or 5 people rose up today against the A's. A lot of texters are poo-pooing on the A's, but it was against the A's, says a texter. Another texter talking poorly about it's the Athletics. Slow your roll. I feel like a lot of people are not familiar that the A's have gotten much better offensively. There's 6 big leaguers in their lineup. They're not the 4A's anymore. They're the A's with some 4A players, but not all 4A players. Well, you just ran through the lineup. 6 of those dudes are legitimate. I'll take 6 of those guys in that lineup. Give me Lawrence Butler. Lawrence Butler's a stud. Give me this good. Wilson guy. Wilson can play second base for me.
The
Brent Rooker.
Yeah,
give me a little Brent Rooker. Miguel Andujar. I don't need Andujar. Seth Langoliers. I like Langoliers. I don't know if he makes this team, though. But 6 guys. They got 6 guys in that lineup that are pretty good. Don't poo-poo the Athletics. The Athletics can swing the bat a little bit.
Yeah, no, look, like I said, I think they're going in the right direction. They got a lot of young talent on that team. That's not like the White Sox. That's not a really bottom-of-the-barrel baseball team, the Rockies. That's a team that's on the uptick.
This is a legit. Is Lance McCullers back? 713-780 ESPN. Tell all those death threaders to shove those 12 Ks up there. You know what?
Okay.
Shove them up, those threats. 100 pitches, he'll be shut down for a month. Laughing emoji. It will be interesting to see his bounce back, how he bounces back for this. And now he's pitching in a 5-man rotation.
And that's kind of what I was saying. I got to see, him start after start. It has to be more in this direction than what I saw in the first 4. Because what I saw in the first 4 was a guy that didn't have command. He didn't have good control. He didn't have location, and he was getting touched up. This start shows me that there's hope.
The texter Lance McCullers is a number 4 pitcher, but we need him right now. If he's the number 4 pitcher for the Astros, that's a major win, considering what he's been through. And it's a major win for the Astros. It's a major win for Lance McCullers personally, and it's a major win for the Astros because they're starting to get some return on the dollar that they paid Lance McCullers.
And if you think about it, at the start of the year, I had 0 expectations. I don't think anybody else did because you thought that you already had a solid rotation. That was going to be guys that could get you where you needed to go. Now, because of the injuries, now it wasn't just, hey, 0 expectations and hope he can contribute in some way. Now you're leaning heavily on a guy that looks like he's going in the right direction to be able to kind of help you out when you need him most.
Israel has weighed in on the performance of Lance McCullers.
Oh, he has.
You want to take a guess on what Israel's thoughts were on Lance McCullers' start today?
He was moderately pleased.
No, he said, good game, Lance. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. I think this puts to rest the notion that Israel roots for the, whatever y'all always say about Israel.
Oh, it's what we say.
Yeah.
So he roots for the what?
The white guys, or not the white guys.
Okay.
Everybody calls Israel a racist because he roots for one specific.
Not everyone.
A lot of people do.
Lance pretty much called him out, and John backed him up on it.
He's rooting for a white guy here.
Okay,
he's giving compliments to a white guy. Can it help to put the rest of the notion?
Can it help? Yeah, sure.
That he's a race baiter and that he doesn't like white guys. I mean, he's rooting for a white guy. He's giving compliments to a white guy. He said, "Good game, Lance." Clap emoji. Clap emoji. Clap emoji. I think.
Way to go, Israel.
I think it could put it to rest. I think the false narrative is dead. Lance is always going to be a game-to-game pitcher for me. I'm always waiting for something. I think that's a fair point. Lance is capable of blow-ups, and I'm sure we'll have blow-ups in the future. He's not going to be this every start. 100-plus pitches is a lot in 6 innings as well. Yeah, I mean, Lance McCullers is always going to be a high pitch count guy. Like, he's not going to be throwing a bunch of complete games. He likes to nibble, and that's been the case whenever Lance McCullers was at his very best, was that he was 100 pitches in 5 or 6 innings. That's nothing new.
Yeah, no, look, again, my big thing is when he was missing badly in most of the starts leading up to this start.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I liked his approach. I liked the fact that his fastball was in on the hands when he needed it to be. He was locating it to kind of really offset hitters and their approach at the plate. And like I said, he was really locating the spinners, and it was effective.
If he can get through the summer healthy, I'll believe he's back. That's fair. That's a fair point. I don't know if you guys remember whenever I told you that my colors would show up sometime around the month of June, and then McCullers, not my colors. He spelled my colors though. Siri got him. And then last week I told y'all you'll see improvement from him every 2 starts. Look at you. Good call.
A lot of people that want their flowers.
Yeah. I mean, I've loved Lance in spring training. I admire him going to work for the Astros.
A lot of I told you so's coming out today. Let's just continue to see the positivity.
I mean, I think he's going to do this the rest of the year.
I'm not talking. I hope you're right.
At game today, so odd to see the Athletics as ATH on the scoreboard versus an actual city. It is very foreign. I don't love it.
No,
I don't like it.
And I even heard the radio guys on the way in talking about the fact that they are legitimately struggling to try and avoid saying Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't care. If I said it, I said it. What are you going to do about it?
Is that a crime?
I guess not.
It shouldn't be.
No, I mean, they're
in
Oakland
flux
forever
right now, right? Because legitimately, they're Vegas eventually.
Who's that Giants first baseman that he slipped up and said it? And he's like, well, screw it. I'm just going to call him that anyways. I'll always know them as Oakland. Wilmer Flores? That's his name?
The guy that's still playing? Yeah, I thought you were talking about a guy that was doing TV or radio.
No, it was a player. I think it was Wilmer Flores. 713-780 ESPN. Couple of other notes from this game. Zach DeZinzo, good game offensively. 2 for 3. Hit the dong in the 7th inning off of Clint Sterner. That's a good game for DeZinzo. Espada's got a tough job right now getting all these guys in the lineup because, like, DeZinzo is not an everyday guy. He's swinging it he kind of been in a little bit of a lull, but swung it good today.
Yep.
Caratini, once Jordan comes back, like, what do you do there? He's been one of your more consistent hitters. Like, Espada's now. The one negative is Christian Walker did leave today's game. He got hit in the hand with a pitch.
Yeah.
Stayed in the game to run, but that's never the litmus test. The litmus test is, can they play defense? He was lifted. So we're going to have to wait x-rays for Christian Walker.
It's a shame, too, because it looks like he's starting to get out of this and start to get, warm up a little bit at the plate. And then you get hit on the hand. And then that's a little bit of a bad luck. But you're right. I mean, to your first point, look, Espada's going to have his hands full. If you've got all these guys that are hitting the baseball, it's a good problem to have. But there are going to be some guys that eventually are going to be frustrated because they're not looking like they don't deserve to play. DeCenzo and Caratini are guys that legitimately have a right to say that they deserve to play. DeCenzo, up until this little bit of a lull, is a guy that's been hitting the baseball, and there's no room for him. Chaz, I kept saying he can't even get any plate appearances. He comes in for defense. They bring him in late in games. He's been drawing walks and laying down bunts, but now suddenly he's hitting the baseball too. So thankfully, it seems like everybody's getting right at the right time. It's just going to put a lot of pressure on Espada.
Yeah, hopefully the Walker stuff is precautionary. That would stink if he's out for a significant, because I automatically think broken bone in the hand anytime a hitter gets hit there, because like we lived through Jeff Bagwell always getting hit in the hand.
There's a million bones in your hand too, and all it takes is to one little bone in your hand can screw you up.
Bagwell's easily the most prominent though in Astro history. He broke it I think twice, and then got that big old pad on there.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's precautionary, because that would throw a wrinkle into things if Walker's out a significant period of time. I guess the obvious play is just DeCenzo there for a while, or you could go Yiner or Caratini. Probably Yiner. If Walker's out for 6 weeks.
Well, it's only because of the fact that Yiner's defense sucks. Otherwise, I would want Caratini to play at first base, but Caratini's your best catcher right now. So then, it probably is Yiner.
Like if he's out for 6 weeks, what do you do at first? I get Yiner and Caratini most starts there. Maybe a little bit.
I think they just flip. I think whoever's catching, the other one's DHing. The other one's playing first base.
Good news. Kawahara and Rome have reported that Joe Espada said that the x-ray on his right hand came back negative.
Thank goodness.
So they'll see how he feels and see how it goes from there. If it's Jordan, he's probably going to be out the rest of the year. If Jordan got hit in the hand and his x-rays came back negative, he's probably goodbye 2025. Probably over. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Pete?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
Hey, last week I called, kind of made the assumption that maybe the Dynasty ship was taking in water. Well, I guess they found some Flex Seal to keep that boat afloat, which is good. I mean, McCullers had a great game today, but I kind of agree with Blankers. I think he needs to, show it over a span of 3 to 4 games. And, you don't have to strike out 12 guys, just strike out, 6 or 8 guys and keep people off the base pads. But very encouraging to see him have a performance like that. Offense has been hitting great lately. Altuve seems to be getting back on track. Pena, I need to see a full body of work, but so far so good. Unfortunate about Christian Walker, but like you guys were saying, test came back negative, so hopefully he won't miss too much. Besides, he doesn't have enough accrued PTO yet, so he can't leave. And who knows, with this offense, once Jordan comes back, and that's spelled Jordan with 3 O's, which stands for out of office, who knows? Maybe they can keep this thing going. Anyway, I like how they played, especially against Seattle. And I agree, Oakland's not the same team, But anyway, hope they keep it going. You guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate the call, man. I like Pete's takes a lot.
Pete's looking for that second Rackham. He's desperately seeking that second Rackham. It was pretty good, Pete, but you're not getting a Rackham. How do you feel about the Flex Seal joke?
Could do better.
I feel like that was right up your alley.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I could hear you saying that.
Thanks. I know.
Do you think so?
I wouldn't go Flex Seal.
You don't think duct tape, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. But I feel like it's in the ballpark.
Maybe.
Of something you would say.
Yeah.
No, I think Pete brings up great
I
points.
am known for the dad jokes, and I don't shy from it. So that's fine.
Yeah, we should lean into it, really.
Yeah.
We should lean into it a little bit more. Maybe have a little bumper for dad jokes. Like, what would be a good bumper for a Blankers dad joke? 713-780-3776. I think that would add a good element to the show. And it'd be us leaning into the dad joke.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm always quick to give them to you guys, and then you give me a 0.5 on them.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do a drop instead of a rank it. I think that'd be better. Let's workshop that. What Hive can opine here. Todd, the show, there's a nice summary of today's show. Yeah, we talked OTAs earlier, Todd. There was no OTA stuff there.
We did, because we were told to.
How much do we attribute pitching injuries to the pitch clock? We argued about this yesterday. Not worth bringing it up again. Injuries will keep Jordan out of the Hall of Fame. I don't disagree.
I mean, we got to see more. I mean, with the entire body of work before we start talking Hall of Fame.
Not a great body, though. It's a bad body.
Yeah, it would just be nice to see a guy that could stay healthy more consistently so that you could get the most out of him regardless of how he finishes his career.
Is this text sincere? All I need to see from Lance is heart and effort. I congratulate him for not giving up. It's inspiring to me.
No.
You don't think?
No,
I think it might be Cal McNair.
That should be /S.
Or it's Cal McNair.
Yeah. And since we're talking baseball, I don't think Cal's chiming in. That's sarcasm.
Does Zinzo go to first or Esoc to first and Cam to third? Well, hopefully Walker doesn't miss games and the x-rays were negative, so that's good. But I think you texted this before we passed along that information. The days of Cam Smith playing on the dirt are over.
Yes, and I don't believe you're going to move Esoc right now either because he's playing really good defense.
If we're workshopping this idea out, and hopefully it's not one that needs to be workshopped out, you're keeping Esoc at third.
Yep, DeCenzo's in the mix at first.
You would have a three-man mix.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be DeCenzo, Caratini, and Yiner.
Correct.
That would be the options. And Dubon played first today, but I think that was because of the lineup. DeCenzo was the DH.
Yep.
You didn't want to burn your second catcher, although Yiner did come into the game to pinch hit. That to me was out of necessity and an emergency. I don't think Dubon would be a factor at second.
No, especially like
first.
The scenario you laid out. If there was any extended period of time that Walker was going to miss, I don't think. And Dubon's too valuable being able to be flexible and play all over the diamond. But Dubon's not going to be a guy that's going to see any significant time at first base, in my opinion.
Texture, well, I want to talk about the pitch clock again, Brad. I missed the show yesterday. We podcasted.
We
ESPN 975. I think it was hour 2. I think it happened in hour 2. You gotta go give that a click. Play the canned laugh like Full House after the dad joke. That's not bad. The little sitcom.
Yeah.
That might be
maybe
worth writing down. My wife hates TV shows that have the laugh tracks.
I'm not big on it either.
She thinks it's cheesy.
Yeah.
I never really noticed.
But you can't, I mean, I think as a studio audience member, I mean, unless there's some kind of instruction manual or something like that, I would be a little bit concerned about how loud you can be.
No, I think there's shows that don't do it in front of a live audience and they play the track. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't like it in sporting events.
A laugh track?
No, the pumping in the crowd noise. There's a lot of teams. Some get busted for it, some don't. But a lot of teams like to pump in the.
That was big during COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it needs to be real.
The Nets got busted for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Y'all have a drop of me talking about Kikuchi last year, and he's not black. That's Israel again. That's a good point. That's a good counterpoint to the Israel is racist conversation. He did like Kikuchi.
He did.
He was a big Kikuchi fan. So another point for Israel. Lance McCaffey is still going to be Lance McCaffey. Come on, he just pitched a Jim. I mean, he struck out 12 over 6. Maybe not a Jim, but he pitched well.
Progress. It's all I'm seeing progress right now. That's at least a little light at the end of the tunnel. It might be a train coming down the tracks at some point, but right now it's a light.
This texture, let's have this conversation in October. What if we did that in sports radio? We're like, oh, we got topic 3 today. Let's wait and have this conversation in October. And we're just silent for the last 2 hours of the show.
It would work really well.
Yeah, we're going to have the conversation
we'd have more
now.
People on Twitch telling us that they could do our jobs.
Who's saying that they could do our jobs now?
I mean, we get the king of critique is telling us all the time about our takes and how we suck, and that I put him in the driver's chair and buckle up, sweetheart, get in here.
Not reading that text. It's kind of racist there, texter. From Rackham Pete. Yeah, you're right. Flex Hill was kind of weak. I'll work on it.
Attaboy, Pete.
It's good to evaluate film and tape and to realize your weaknesses and try to get better off of those weaknesses. We'll say that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Yesterday, Joe Espada maybe threw Jordan under the bus. Dana Brown then today, perhaps throwing Jordan under the bus. Let's discuss next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
How long would Yordan Alvarez be out if he got hit in the hand like Christian Walker did?
6 weeks.
I mean, it's going on 4 weeks and he didn't get hit in the hand.
But we've had hand-to-hand combat before that we didn't even know which hand it was. And how long was that?
I feel like 6 weeks is light.
You do? 2
Yeah.
months?
Maybe light.
Maybe that injury to hand is what Kyle Tucker's injury to bone on shin was?
Yeah. Oof. Maybe. Like it's negative. I mean, that's kind of scary too. Kyle Tucker's x-rays were negative, and you don't need to place him on the injured list because he might be back in 10 days, and we don't want to place him on the IL if we don't need to because he might be back in 10 days. And then all of a sudden, 3 months later, shattered shin.
Yeah.
And then traded in the offseason.
I have zero confidence in anything the Astros tell me or their medical staff diagnose.
Mm-hmm. Same. Hopefully this one's true, though. Yesterday, Espada had something to say about Yordan. Today, Dana Brown had really the same message with the flagship this morning with Salisbury. Real quick, though, this climbing Tiles Hill. We think Yordan's coming back soon. McTaggart thinks he's going to see him by the end of May. And, McTaggart's usually on base. Mm-hmm. McTaggart's, I think, the best one they have over there. On base. Yeah, it was accidental. Yeah, it was accidental. But Climbing's Towel Hill, they wrote an article today. The Astros lineup tweak totally worked, but Yordan is about to ruin it. Is that
I could see that. When you were talking about it last segment, I was thinking about if he comes back and there's more of the same from what we've seen this year. Now there's extreme pressure on Espada because you expect that you're not going to do anything with Yordan and you're not going to sit him out. But at the same time, is it going to be hurting you with your production and all the things that's been going good for the team because you've got capable guys that are going to be sitting out?
I mean, this is clickbait. The Astros lineup tweak totally worked, but Yordan's going to ruin it. Your best offensive player is going to ruin it. Your lineup.
Not ruin it, but I could see it being. I could see people jumping on this if he comes back and he struggles, and then you've seen all these guys that have been hitting the baseball.
I mean, who are you benching, though, at his expense?
I was saying you can't because it's Yordan. But
you're benching somebody at his expense because you're putting him in the lineup. So somebody has to be out of the lineup.
I think that DeCenzo's the first guy that's going to.
He hasn't played a lot.
But he's all the other outfielders are out.
It's Caratini or Yiner.
And I think that between the two, they're probably going to lean on Yiner more, even though Caratini warrants more playing time.
I wonder.
I think that they believe for the long haul that they're going to protect Yiner.
Maybe. I mean, it's been more of a timeshare.
There's a lot on Espada's shoulders with this one.
All right. So yesterday, Joe Espada giving an update on Yordan Alvarez said the team is waiting for him to say he's ready to go.
I said this to you yesterday when I read it the first time. That's absolutely ridiculous to me. That is so kiss the ass and cater and kiss the ring of the guy that you feel is the most capable hitter on your roster, instead of having your medical staff say he's cleared. This is why we constantly are going through, I'm not doing rehab. And then when he says he's ready, you just throw him right back into the lineup because he took BP and because he was in the cages, underneath. It's unbelievable that teams operate this way, but you get it when it's a star player. But on top of that, to come out and say it to the media is a bad look. It's a really bad look, especially for a manager that's looking for credibility that you want to believe is in complete control of your situation.
Okay. That's an interesting take.
Okay.
I mean, because Yordan's going to play when Yordan plays. It doesn't matter who his manager is. Like, Yordan's going to win a power struggle with Dusty.
But you're Joe Espada. You're
Dusty
not Dusty
and Yordan
Baker.
had a power struggle too,
They
remember?
did, but I'm saying, that Dusty has enough skins on the wall and Dusty, I don't think is going to come out and say that either.
Yeah. This was an interesting thing to say. And Dana Brown said the same thing with Salisbury.
I didn't hear what Dusty
same tenor that we're waiting on Yordan to tell us he's ready. Throwing him under the bus might be going too far in that phrasing. Like, I don't know if they're intentionally and purposefully throwing Yordan under the bus. They are, though, putting the ball in Yordan's court.
Mm-hmm.
They are saying by these quotes that he is physically fine, that the training staff, which is questionable at best with the Astros, have said you could play, that he has done the running around the bases. He's taken some fly balls and left. He has been hitting in the cages off a pitching machine. And I don't know if he's seen live pitching yet in those cages, but the manager and the general manager have 100% said the ball is in your court, Jordan. Whenever you say you're ready to play, you're in the lineup, big fella.
And maybe that's the frustration of both guys saying what we've been talking about. Like, he's well over the time that he was supposed to miss already. Like, we've heard, I think Dana was the first to say it, that essentially because of the fact that structurally there's nothing wrong with it and all the tests have come back, that it's how much pain can he tolerate while this thing continues to heal. That maybe it's a combination of frustration and making sure that everybody knows, hey, medically he's good to go. It's how much can he take, that it's on him. So maybe he feels it a little bit more, that maybe we talked about this with guys that aren't in the lineup and playing. How much are they actually doing and how much are they really trying to get back? Maybe there is a little bit of a kick in the ass that says, hey, Jordan, you're good to go. Let's go.
It's so weird. It's a weird deal.
It is, because again, you're paid a lot of money and this team really for the long haul has to have you. What the hell's taking so long?
Dana also in the same breath will be like, well, we only want it to be a one-time thing, not a multiple-time thing. So like he can have more leeway and grace, and basically is what he's saying. But they are putting the ball in Jordan's court
firmly.
Whenever you say you're ready, you're ready. Everything else is every other box is checked. Training staff.
Like you said the other day, when he starts running the bases,
activity, the only box that hasn't been checked is you saying it.
Yeah, like you said the other day, normally the last box you check is when you start running the bases and you start getting back in baseball shape that way. That means within a day or two, you're back in the lineup.
That's crazy. Hive has some thoughts. Also, the timeline on the Jordan thing is interesting. Let's detail the timeline when we come back. Also, Chandler Rome airing out the Astros and their injuries. We'll discuss that when we return as well. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is Jordan the Zion Williamson of Major League Baseball? Superior player, always out. That's from softball mom, Allison.
Hello, Allison. No, because Jordan has accomplished a lot of big-time moments in sports. Zion, the hell of a story. He's more of a myth than a legend because of the fact that every time he gets a chance to perform, he breaks down. So, no, I don't think he's Zion.
Ocho calls him Kawhi.
Well, there's a different story. Kawhi's won a title, has been the lead dog on a title team. Kawhi has proven that when he is healthy, he is a beast to deal with, and he has the skins on the wall to prove it, to where I don't mind that comparison. I hope to God that it doesn't get to that point where you see guys missing the majority of a regular season, hoping that he finds it again for the playoffs. I understand.
It's not a bad comparison.
No, the Kawhi one is more accurate.
Yeah. You're crushing softball mom Allison's take there.
I'm not crushing him. She asked.
You said she was terribly
threw
wrong.
It out. I did not say she was terribly wrong.
I know.
Nice with that.
I'm making it harsher than it was. If it's his call, then Jordan must be the Aaron Rodgers of the Astros. How do you feel about that comp?
I don't think that
Aaron
anybody
Rodgers
is as diva. I don't think Jordan's even close to the diva that Aaron Rodgers is. I think that you do see star treatment across sports no matter what because they're stars. And so you treat them differently. And it's not all guys are treated equally in the locker room and otherwise by the organization. I think Aaron Rodgers is the extreme, but I think it's obvious that they would like to see Jordan playing and that they're putting it on Jordan because you do, whether we joke about Jordan rules or not, you're going to treat Jordan differently than you are going to be treating Rodgers or Dubon or somebody else.
Oh, you mean Brendan Rodgers?
Yeah.
I thought you meant Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no, Brendan Rodgers. No,
Okay,
I think because
yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is completely at the very far end of the spectrum in terms of how diva someone can be.
Does Jordan not love playing the game as much as others? Gets burned out because of the long season.
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I don't see that from him. I don't see Kelvin Cato in him.
Yeah.
But you do have to start questioning some. We do it all the time in terms of some of the injuries we've seen in the past and how sketchy they are.
We would be guessing if we try to define a Jordan work ethic. We're not there. We're not in the clubhouse. We're not in the what he does in the off season. We're not friends. We don't know. We don't have inner workings of the front office or in the clubhouse and all that stuff. The players would know. The players would know that about Jordan. If I had to guess, and again, this is 100% guess because we're ignorant to it. We have no idea. I don't think he has the best work ethic.
I don't think I disagree with you. I mean, I don't see a guy that's going to want to go out and go above and beyond in rehab, right? I think he's going to go through the motions and he's going to, be back when he feels like he's ready to be back, as opposed to Lance McCullers. We talk about his drive to never give up and keep pushing and pushing and pushing to try and get back. Yeah, I don't see that in Jordan.
Jordan is the McCaffrey of Major League Baseball. I think he's talking about Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Christian
See, McCaffrey busts his butt though. He works hard. Now he's always injured. The injury proneness is where the comp is at. But McCaffrey he's
a physical specimen.
Yeah, he is a dude that will have no problem putting in the work.
Right.
When is Altuve going to pump his chest out and start calling out Jordan, Yiner, and Luis Garcia for their work ethic? It's not a bad take, man.
Yiner's definitely in that discussion.
Not a bad. All of them are.
Jordan, Yiner, and who?
Luis Garcia.
Oh, well, I mean, if there's truth to the fact that he's chubby.
You think Carlos Correa would have called him out?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think he would have called out Jordan.
I think Correa is way more vocal as a leader than Altuve.
And
Altuve is a lead by example totally guy, and Correa is more of a guy that's not afraid to back it up with his mouth.
I also think he would do it privately, Correa.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that he aired out publicly against Bellinger. I don't think he would do that.
Yeah, you go out, you got foes and opponents. You can go out with the media and you can go out with the microphone. There's no doubt about it. He'd be vocal behind closed doors.
See, the thing with Jordan though is you don't know how he takes that. Not that he's gonna fight you, but he might shut down. You know what I mean?
But to your point, every locker room's different. And there are guys that are going to get defensive and come out angry and come out sometimes swinging. And there are guys, you're right, that might crawl into a cocoon and basically say, I don't like this. And I don't want this put on me. But at a certain point, and I think in the past, didn't they have a leadership council within the Astros locker room?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. that maybe at a certain point, if this really becomes a bigger issue, that the leadership council or the leaders in the locker room basically sit him down and go, bro, look, we need you. As good as we've been able to tread water without you, if this team has aspirations of going on a deep playoff run, you have to be at the top part of that lineup.
See, I think this is the Jordan experience, though, is that you realize with Jordan, he's going to play 140 games. He's going to get 22 PTO days, and he's going to be there for the playoffs, and he could very well lift you while he's in the playoffs. I think it comes with the territory. If you want Jordan on your team, you have to take on the assumption he's going to miss 20, 25 games. He's going to be there when you need him the most. His PTO time's going to come in the spring or the summer, but whenever he's there for a stretch drive, he'll be there and give you all his attention and focus.
See, I think that the difference is that he's a guy that gets the benefit of the doubt because in the biggest moments when he is in those situations, he has delivered. This isn't a James Harden situation where guys in the locker room get extremely frustrated because you put together one hell of a regular season and then you flat out disappear like a magician in the playoffs over and over and over again, to where guys get tired of it and then they aren't as lenient when it comes to you being on your schedule. But when Jordan has been able to step up almost every time his number's been called in big situations, you do have a little bit more flexibility with him.
Maybe Jordan doesn't trust the Astros doctors either. They say he's ready, but he knows he's not. I mean, it's a hand injury that doesn't have a broken bone. Like, what is it? Arthritis? Like, what could it be?
Funny, Jeremy,
carpal tunnel?
The last time that the organization called him out, whether intentionally or unintentionally with Dusty, he got his interpreter and got the media on an impromptu press conference to set the record straight. I mean, this could be where we're headed now, where Jordan just basically decides, hey, we get the interpreter. I want to let you all know exactly what I've been dealing with instead of the PR staff and the medical staff giving you updates.
Well, he was rejecting interviews for a good while, like this season, like during the Arlington series. I think he finally did speak to media in Tampa. Like, yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing that.
But what it took the last time was something from Dusty where he got the hand wrong, that he decided to come out and set the record straight. Well, set the record straight, big fella. Tell us exactly what's going on.
Altuve went after Lance after Yuli botched a play.
He did.
Yeah, he did. That was the one time ever that Altuve's done that. He'll get at you, but he usually does it behind
I was going to
closed
say,
doors.
in retrospect, he doesn't know where every camera angle is. He tried to do that right in the stairwell of that dugout.
Yeah.
And it was caught on camera. But I think his intention was to do it out of camera range.
We also covered his mouth, if you remember. With his glove.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Like that was
I don't remember that part of it.
I think Altuve's a good leader. I think he is willing to speak up. I think it happens behind closed doors, and then he's not the guy to talk about it. He just doesn't. He's not a very public person. In that specific play, you had to get after McCullers in that moment. Like, that's one where you have to do it
Nip
that
it as
second.
soon as you possibly can.
That's not one where
that'll
you
fester,
wait.
and that can start running rampant.
And even if it doesn't, like, even if you're just teaching Lance a lesson as a young player, that's something you have to do in that specific moment whenever it's in the heat of the battle. I don't think that's something you can wait until after the game.
This is like, you remember what happened this year with Ronald Acuna Jr. When he had, or it happened last year, but it was brought to the attention because they had it happen again this year with the Braves where a guy didn't hustle, and Acuna Jr. basically said, they jumped on me right away. They didn't jump on him until like a day or two later. And then Soto, when he didn't run it out. You've got to address that immediately, or that's going to fester within your other players.
Yeah, Acuna's deal was they went after me, but they didn't go after Jared Kelnick, who was a white guy. That was his deal. He said it was unfair. That was his thing.
Yeah,
that you'll go after the Latin guys, but you don't go after the
right.
American guys.
You have to be consistent. I mean, that's the biggest thing is you have to do this across the board. We talk about, and we're just talking about how star treatment is different, but there are certain rules across the board that you have to emphasize to every single player, or it will run rampant in a negative way quickly.
Do y'all think Jordan is unhappy with his contract? Maybe he signed too early and left tens of millions on the table.
There's no doubt he left money on the table. But he also did that benefiting by getting all the money early and up front as opposed to waiting and playing the waiting game and having to produce along the way. But it's what he wanted. They gave him the opportunity. He didn't have to sign the contract. He did.
I don't think he's unhappy with his contract.
He also didn't get off to a great start.
He definitely left millions of dollars on the table.
Yep.
And look, maybe part of his lack of production was because of hand soreness. And he's like, well, okay, if I'm going to be terrible with hand soreness and I'm getting ridiculed for my play and I'm not putting up the numbers that I want to put up, then I'm going to make sure this is 100%. That way I can put up those numbers.
There's absolutely no doubt that is going to be the mentality of a lot of players when they're scrutinized. And there's guys that want to be known as a gamer, that want to be known as guys that play through it. But some guys don't take too kindly to when they're criticized for not being the player they were before they were playing through it. And that's the next step that you take.
When you can turn around a 100-mile-per-hour fastball 440, take your time. Fair point. Do we need Jordan to win games?
Over the long haul, to be successful in the playoffs, yes. Yes, you do. Right now, they've done a hell of a job of patchworking it together and staying in contention. But for the long haul, they absolutely do. That's why we had the Jordan rules. He's too important offensively. He is the most important offensive player you have.
Yeah, you can get by without him, like, over the course of the regular season. For you, and look, I think that you could even, like, win a bunch of 3-2 games in the postseason. It's unlikely, but I think it's possible. For the Astros to be their absolute best version of the Astros, they need Jordan to be
No question.
good.
No,
And
no
I think
doubt.
it's obvious.
It could be the difference between squeaking in on a wild card or winning the division. And then how far do you think you can go? Because as much as you've been predicated on defense and pitching and putting together runs when you need them, you need the big bopper in the middle of the lineup for average and for power if you're going to go places, and he's proven that.
When your bad kids are sick, do you send them back to school when they feel better or when someone says they're better? You send them back to school whenever someone says they're better. You don't wait on the kids. But Jordan isn't an elementary student. Jordan is one of the best offensive baseball players in baseball, and he's going to do in what he wants to do, and he's going to
It does seem they handle it
have
with kid
Jordan
gloves,
rules.
though.
Yeah, but no one's telling them what to do.
That's what I'm saying. No, I mean, look, I'm going to tell my kids when they're going back to school when I think they're healthy enough. But yeah, the organization's not telling Jordan, obviously, when to come back.
No. Here's a thought. Maybe his hand hurts. Okay, let's look at the timeline of this hand hurting with a hand that doesn't have a broken bone and guess what the injury could be based on the timeline. And we'll hear some of Rome blasting the Astros medical staff too. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Aaron Little on YouTube. Of course, we need Jordan. He's a beast. And the Red Sox need Big Papi. Mr. Mills, one of the best offensive players with the literal worst medical staff in sports. If I were an Astros player, I'd get a second opinion on literally everything the training staff tells me, including a bug bite. Biggest frauds in sports. That's a bit harsh. I mean, they're capable of doing that. Like Carlos Correa would never go into the training staff. He had his own people.
That's right.
And the reason he did that was actually different than he didn't trust the training staff. He didn't want Boris didn't want him in the Astros training staff. He wanted independent doctors, independent rehab people, because they didn't want to get word around on his bad body, which he did have a bad body.
He did.
Failed multiple physicals.
And then remember when he failed it was for different body parts. That was ankle, and we all thought it was the back. And then there was all the innuendo about what happened, how he hurt the back. But yeah, I mean, Tom Brady had his own training staff for everything for his entire career, basically.
Yeah, and then he ended up bringing him into the offices, and that's where it kind of
that's when he and Belichick first credentialed the guy to be everywhere at all times, including the sidelines.
Guerrero?
I think that sounds right. And then it was the TB12 training facility, and he was like the head of all medical. And then all of a sudden, Belichick had enough, and he was butting heads with the Patriots training staff and said, "You're no longer on the sidelines. You're no longer allowed in the facility." And then he and Brady kind of butted heads.
Alex Guerrero.
Yep.
You remember Pedro Guerrero?
Yeah, big Dodger.
Yeah, that was
played Cardinals a little bit too.
Did he? I know him as a Dodger. That was a big Jim Rome thing. Pedro Guerrero. Absolutely, you have to have Alvarez back in the lineup. It's going to be dangerous. He's a big guy that has soft hands. It happens. Maybe Moises Alou needs to teach him a thing or two.
Maybe more soft than just the hands.
What if Moises Alou taught him a thing or two?
Yeah, I mean,
would you take one for the team? He's like, I can't do it with my own. I need somebody else's.
He's not going to watch me or anything, but if he wants me to pee in a cup so that he can tighten up his hands,
He needs it from the original source because he's unsure. He might get lost in translation.
I don't know how.
Take one for the team.
My sourceful water, I don't believe is any more potent than any. So no.
Take it from. I mean, you're taking one for the team for the entire city, the entire fan base. You could be a hero. They're going to put you. They're going to make a bust outside of the dike for you.
Of me,
I'd do it.
Of me with my back turd filling up the water folly outside Minute Maid Park.
I would do it for Jordan.
Okay.
I would do it for you. I would do it for Jordan. I would do it for the Astros. I put on for my city, so I would do it.
You do it for the Cougs.
I do it for the city. Someone relatively close to the team. So okay. So this could be true. It's a texter that's sending us a rumor. So I mean, how much credence does this have? How much credibility does a random texter texting into the Killer Bees at 5:07 on a Wednesday? How much credibility do they have? And are we irresponsible if we spread these rumors?
We're just reading the text line, Jeremy, as you've stated to me multiple times. As long as we're just reading text that we receive, then we're not doing anything wrong.
No, we don't. I'm not a journalist, so I'll read it. Someone relatively close to the team told me that Jordan once dislocated his ring finger, and when he hits, it occasionally pops out and causes extreme soreness. Nothing broken, but consistent soreness. That actually makes some sense. I could see that having some credibility.
But they're saying it's the top of the back of his hand, aren't they?
Dislocated his ring finger.
I don't know, but I'm saying the reports from the team on this latest injury was the inflammation on the top of his hand, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really add up there.
It doesn't.
But it would make some sense as to why he always has hand injuries. He's got like a ring finger that easily pops out of socket.
Well, it's like when guys in sports separate their shoulder or dislocate their shoulder. It'll heal. But now that joint is looser, it's more frequent to pop out, and it's not going to stop until surgery tightens the joint back up. You just got to deal with it.
Where is this text here? Oh, Vermont. Time to remove the ring finger. It's worthless. He could go Ronnie Lott. Just get rid of the ring finger. That way he's healthy all the time. Here's the timeline. The Astros locker put together the timeline on this Jordan injury. Okay. So May 7th, MRI revealed. This is after he landed on the IL, by the way. May 7th, MRI reveals a muscle strain. He will be, quote, swinging the bat by the time we get back home. May 16th, finally hits off a tee. Return is, quote, matter of days. May 18th, no change, trying not to rush him. Jordan's still not allowed to talk to the media. May 19th, Jordan does speak to reporters, says it's getting better, said he played with the hand hurting for a while, reached a point where I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed. So he says hand, not knuckle there, to that textures theory with the ring finger.
Yep.
May 22nd, Jordan is feeling better and has started taking BP in the cage off of coaches. May 25th, he continues to progress. He ran, he hit, he's doing all the baseball activities, waiting for once he feels like he's ready to go, we'll get him in there. And then yesterday, the ball is in Jordan's court. So that's the timeline. Go back to May 7th, where the MRI revealed a muscle strain a couple of days after they said they didn't need imaging.
Yeah, I don't.
Interesting timeline.
It's fishy. It's definitely. And again, normally when the last step before he returns, when he's not going to do rehab and go to rehab games, is the running of the bases and just getting everything back in tip-top shape before you throw him back out there for the next time. And then all of a sudden, I mean, we remembered McTaggart was basically on Jordan watch, and I think he missed a game. And then he was like, hey,
he missed the Tampa series.
Yeah, the Tampa series. And then from there, it was like, well, big homestand coming up with the Mariners, almost like the expectation was we'd see him then. And now here we are, and we still haven't seen him.
Timeline's weird. Timeline's fishy. That's all I'll say. Here was Chandler Rome on his podcast. I forget what the podcast is called. Does a good job on it. Foul Territory. Rome does it with Tyler Stafford. Joe didn't know who that was for a little bit. But anyways, here's Chandler Rome kind of airing it out on the medical staff, maybe some dirty laundry a little bit. The first one was on Jordan, and then it starts to go in on the Astros a bit.
If you cover the Astros or if you follow the Astros for any length of time, you understand that they are not going to tell you much about injuries. They're not going to be specific about a lot of stuff. And they've lost all benefit of the doubt from their fans, from people that cover them. They've lost all benefit of the doubt when they start talking about injuries at this point. So at this point, anything they say about him, like I just kind of let go in one ear and out the other. Like I'll when he's back, he'll be back. So I can't really take much that they say now with a ton of merit. But if you believe what they say, he's got a muscle strain at the top of his hand. He is still swinging a bat, but he does still feel some discomfort while swinging the bat. That's what they say. So he has not progressed to hitting BP on the field. He's taken like soft toss and tee work, but he's still a little bit away. Like I'd be surprised if you see him this weekend against the Mariners, but with the Astros, who knows? They could activate him today and surprise him.
That was last week, of course, but he got into some of the, how the sausage was made. It doesn't sound like Chandler Rome believes the hand inflammation, though.
No, I mean, look, if you're a guy that actually relies on what the Astros tell you, and he went pretty significantly deep into finally airing it out about his lack of confidence and his probably agitation in the way that they handle injuries. I understand it, because you're trying to give the people what everybody wants in terms of what's going on, updates, legitimate facts, and you're getting the beat around the bush, run around treatment every single time. It went from joking and using the term discomfort to the over and over and over again examples of what the hell is going on there behind the scenes, and why are we getting, you tell us one thing and we're now led to believe it's going to be something totally different and catastrophic as opposed to day to day, because you could just go right down the list and name probably 12 to 15 incidents where you're like, what was that? And the Tucker one was one of the latest ones last year, but all the Tommy John surgeries and all the denials and all the making up, almost like saying it's one thing when it's actually another, the pillows and all the other BS. Like, good on Chandler Rome for finally speaking up, because that's a tough road to hoe. And when you're towing the line, because you're going to deal with those guys every single day.
Chandler's kind of a pot stirrer, though. I don't think he cares about that.
Well, once he went through the Verlander thing too, that I think that, that changed everything. But for the most part, there are media guys that don't want to piss off the team that they're covering on a daily basis, their PR staff, because they can make life more difficult for you. And even the coaches and the players themselves can either we're not supposed to talk, or they just choose not to talk or say things in front of said media members that call them out on this stuff. But it's about time someone calls out the medical staff and the PR department, because it's been a joke.
Yeah, here's the second one from Chandler Rome about the just the history, the Astros with their injuries and stuff.
It is non-existent, and the prognoses they give is usually it exceeds what they say, or it's not all the way true. Like the lack of just alignment and communication has been something that has now spanned 3 general managers. It's spanned 3 field managers. So this is not something that is new this year. It's something that has been for a while. You look at their guys, their pitchers that have undergone arm surgery and their return to play. Luis Garcia had Tommy John surgery, I want to say about 14, 15 months ago, and he's had a number of setbacks, not even thrown off a mound yet. Lance McCullers, we've been through how many setbacks he had. Dana Brown admitted last year that they rushed JP France back from a shoulder injury that caused him to tear the capsule in his shoulder and that needed a repair, a surgery. James Click, the former general manager, acknowledged that they rushed Jake Myers back from his torn labrum that he suffered in the 2021 ALDS. Click promised a review of the Astros' return to play procedure at that point. He was fired a couple months later, so I don't know if that review of the return to play procedure ever actually happened. But if you've watched how they've handled themselves and how all these pitchers have setbacks and how all these position players aren't coming back on time, it would seem prudent that they would need to review the return to play.
So that was Rome on that. And then last one with Rome talking about the Kyle Tucker situation last year.
The Tucker contusion thing. I mean, at the end of the day, like it got to be where like they were making him look bad because like fans thought he was out for 3.5 months with a bruise. When, you know, I talked to doctors, I wrote a story where I quoted like 4 orthopedic surgeons who said like, yeah, you know, it's possible to be out for 4. These things can take this long to heal for a bone bruise, but it's not that common. And come to find out there was a fracture in there. So it's just kind of part of the territory covering this team. That's just how they're going to operate. So you kind of have to roll with the punches and go with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, look, again, I like the fact that he's at least come out and said this because we've been thinking it for a long time. Like it has been an absolute joke that we have to sit there and kind of laugh it off every time something that's billed as non-significant becomes very significant, and or the mystery tour of what happened with Kyle Tucker and others when 2 and 2 make 6.
Yeah. I mean, he tweets about it all the time though. Like it's not new. He I guess did it on a podcast form, but he's tweeted about this for years.
Yeah, he also makes, he makes those little kind of passive aggressives where he's like, refreshing that a training staff from another team actually has a press conference to give us information about an injury for a player, because that's not something the Astros do.
No, he does. He anytime another team has like a trainer quote, he'll always tweet that. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What's the fix here? That's what I want to know. Like we can cry over spilt milk forever and all of that. But what's the fix to this? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Trade Jordan, trade his behind, exclamation points. Let's not go crazy. Let's not go crazy. He's still our Jordan. We might get frustrated with him milking these hand injuries and taking PTO days and skipping his towns, but he's still our Jordan, and he changes games. He turned games upside down. He shows up in the playoffs. Let's not, and he's cheap. He's on a super team-friendly deal. So let's not lose our minds. Now, if the Astros are out of the playoff race in like 3 years, okay, might be worth having a conversation then. I'll lock Kyle Tucker. But we're not there. We're nowhere near that yet. Is Jordan a diva? Ask a texter.
Maybe.
It's hard to say no. Like, it's hard to answer this question because we don't really know the severity of the injury, and we can't trust anything about the severity of the injury. Like, if they were 100% truthful all the time and like they were transparent and they're like, look, Jordan just has a really bad hand that pains him a lot, it would be easier to give them the benefit of the doubt and give Jordan the benefit of the doubt. In a lot of ways, Jordan is a victim of the circumstance because the Astros training staff, as we just heard Chandler Rome, and we've talked about it a ton, because the training staff cannot be trusted, we then turn that distrust into the player. And whenever the injury is mysterious, we can't put our fingers on it and really give it an honest opinion.
Look, I think that what Chandler said about the entire Tucker situation is kind of a microcosm of the bigger picture that I think a lot of these guys, even in the locker room, look, they talk to the media. They understand the frustrations. They know and see what's put out there, and they know what's actually going on behind the scenes. And I think that a lot of the guys would love to avoid that, but there's also with that the shadow of a doubt where you start questioning the medical staff. And I think that that's the bigger picture as well that we've been talking about for a year or two now, about the fact that everything should be on the table for review at the end of every season. And when this has been the track record, this has been like the protocol over and over and over again, say one thing and then find out another later on down the road. Well, you've got to try and fix that because it's a horrible look for the franchise, for the people involved, from the medical staff, and more importantly, for the players.
They don't think it's an issue. Like,
which is ridiculous.
I mean, their opinion's different, obviously.
But at the same time, you're not pulling the wool over anybody's eyes when you continually try and tell us one thing and the other thing is true.
Yeah. I mean, no, I agree with you, but their vantage point is different than our vantage point.
Organizations like control, and they are control freaks. And they like the fact that they feel like they can control and dictate the narrative on their players. At a certain point, the players are going to say enough is enough. And you're going to have more like we talked about when Jordan came out and called his own press conference to address what Dusty said. It's going to be a bigger picture than that. When you're going to see more players than not say, we saw what Blanco say, second opinion. But you're going to have guys that are going, I'm going to base mine off the second opinion that I go get from guys that I trust. Because there's just been too many cases of the boy who cried wolf, and they tell you one thing and it's completely different.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Percentage chance that it's a protest for an under market contract. We talked about this earlier. I think it's 0. I mean, Jordan signed the deal, and Jordan has the advantage. It makes him a rich man quicker. He gets money. He gets a lot of money a lot faster because he wasn't due for free agency or even arbitration. That's a non-factor for me.
Look, everybody has choices to make when it comes to their financial situation in baseball, and he chose to take less but get paid up front more, and that's the choice he said he wanted to make. Well, then you got to live by that decision, and if you keep playing the way you're playing, you'll be in for another big contract down the road, but that's the choice you made.
Mm-hmm. Anybody that wants to move on from Jordan is a moron. I would agree. Yep. We live in the energy and medical capital of the world, and yet the Astros can't figure out injuries, and then we lose power for like a month every year. I love Houston. They've been better about that. Power's been better. I didn't lose power the other day when the storm came through.
Austin got hit pretty bad, though.
Did they?
They had restaurants that lost they lost their entire cooler of food. And
well, to be fair, he said Houston, not Texas.
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, though. That stinks. There's no fix if this problem is led by Jim Crane. I don't know if this is a Jim Crane deal. It feels a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's too far up the food chain to go all the way to Crane. But I do think that it's the medical staff and the PR staff.
Mm-hmm, same. The Tucker injury was the nail in the coffin for me trusting Astro injury news. That's fair. Keep Jordan away from Moises Alou if treadmills are involved, and Correa too, unless he wants to break a rib while getting a massage. I think the Alou pee on the hand thing would fix a lot of Jordan Alvarez's issues. It toughens your hands.
So they say.
That was what Alou said. Alou is great.
So he says. Is there any kind of substantial proof that urinating on your skin toughens your hands?
Let's ask Google. Is it true that your hands toughen
when you urinate on them?
When you urinate on them. Let's see what Google AI has to say. No, urinating on your hands does not toughen them. While some baseball players have claimed to do so, there's no scientific evidence to support the idea that urine toughens skins or prevents calluses. Some suggest that urea, a component of urine, may have moisturizing properties, but this doesn't mean it toughens the skin. In fact, urinating on your hands could potentially soften them rather than toughen them.
Maybe more of a fetish than a remedy.
Hmm.
Who knew? Well, at least we checked that before we did any kind of further experimentation.
All right, we can trash that idea.
Yes, great. Yeah. I'm very happy about that.
Trash. I always believed Moises Alou. I have to stop listening to Moises Alou.
A lot of people around here probably created the fist bump when they met Moises Alou out in public.
No, Dusty Baker invented the fist bump.
No, he invented the high five.
He invented both. He did
high
both.
five.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Key from LA, Shohei Ohtani threw a live BP that's bigger news than Alvarez's hand. Not in Houston, dog.
No one cares.
That would be interesting, though, what that looks like again. I almost forgot he's a pitcher because it's been forever.
His bank account doesn't forget. He's getting paid like a guy that also is a pitcher.
He deferred it all, though. Maybe someone needs to put a foot in his that he'll know that he's a player, not a GM or a manager. Here's the thing. Yordan's more valuable than a spotter or Dana Brown. If Yordan Alvarez went into Jim Crane's office today and he said, I'm sitting out the rest of the year if you don't fire Joe Espada and Dana Brown, what happens?
They're both gone.
They're both gone.
There's no doubt about it.
Bobby Slowick would have a new job.
The days of and now with NIL and all the different things, and the transfer portal for college, the days of the coach having the upper hand and winning out are over. They were over in professional sports for a long period of time when the majority, if not now, every guy in the locker room makes more than your manager for the most part. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's where the owner goes, if it's you or him and he's valuable on the field and I'm paying him a boatload of money, or your salary and there are other guys that would love to have your job, you're gone.
A&M outfielder broke his hand, had surgery that night, and played the next day. Yordan Astros could never pull that off. I think that was Lavalette.
Question is that's true?
Uh-huh.
What kind of surgery did you have on your hand?
He broke his knuckle. I don't know if it was like to set it or what, but he broke his knuckle with a hit by pitch.
Uh-huh.
I thought he had surgery the next morning, but maybe it was that night.
That
I don't
still
know.
seems like
And he
to be
played
able
the
to
next
line
day.
up the next day.
Yeah, he was. It's
Even
true
just
story.
with the stitches or
no,
something.
it's a true story.
Wow.
I see. I don't know if they cut into it. I wonder if it. Well, they had to cut into it, right?
Yeah, just to set it, right?
Yeah, I don't know the semantics of the surgery, but it 100% happened. It was Jace
That's
Lavalette.
unbelievable.
Jace Lavalette, who's also to make this even like more of a dog. I'd like to get my hands on this guy type of guy, although he'll be long gone before the Astros pick. The dude's going to be a top 15 pick in this summer's draft.
Yep.
So this is a guy who's going to be a top 15 pick that broke his knuckle, had surgery so he could be in the lineup the next day when he's a top 15 pick. How many athletes are doing that? I have so much respect for Jace Lavalette. I don't know how to say his name. Lavalette. I think it's Lavalette.
I think it's Lavalette.
Yeah, we didn't play them this year because they didn't want to get rained out. They were supposed to, but they didn't.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, the A&M had some bad luck this year.
Well, you start the season as the number one ranked team in the country, and you don't even make the tournament.
Well, they lost their best player the second weekend of the year. Grahovac or whatever his name is. He's going to be a top pick too. Top first round
This year?
type of guy. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they lost him. He's better than Lavalette. And they lost him second weekend of the season. Out for the year. I think it was shoulder surgery. Yeah.
Because that's a tough look when your coach skips out to go to the Horns and you're the number one team in the country the next year, and then you just kind of crap the bed.
I fell in love with Lavalette though. You break your finger.
That's tough as nails.
You have surgery either that night or that next morning, and then you're in the lineup the next day. That's a dude.
That's, like I said, just the fact that if you have stitches in that hand, I don't know how the hell you're playing the next day.
That is a dude.
That's pretty solid.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Cash him or trash him with the Bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? That's next. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. What are you cashing or trashing? Texter said it was a pin in Lavallette's hand that he had surgery on that night, played the next day.
That's just unreal when you just think about it. You still have to put the pin in. I assume there's a drill involved and everything like that, and you have to get under the skin. To have stitches and everything and then go back to hitting where you obviously need all your digits.
Had some knocks, too. I think he had 2 hits.
Oh, my goodness. That's serious dog.
Yeah, Mr. Mills said he had 2
I'm
hits.
a dog.
Yeah, and it was only the SEC
look
tournament.
at AJ feeling
I mean,
comfortable.
it was their season on the line, but it wasn't even like a regional. I mean, this was conference tournament.
That's big time, man. I that's impressive.
And I think it was quarterfinals. Like, it wasn't a semi, it wasn't a final. It was quarterfinals of the conference tournament. Yes, their season was on the line.
You had me out at he had surgery and played the next day. I mean, that's impressive.
Texter, I ran track and did pole vault a week after getting my appendix removed and literally pulled all my staples out doing it. I'm tired of all these soft takes these days. Emmitt Smith played the second half of a game after separating his shoulder. Kirk Gibson hit a homer on one good leg. Only appearance in that series, I think.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan kept pitching after getting hit and bloodied up on the lip from a baseball.
Emmitt did the separated shoulder against the Giants. I think he rushed for like 230 yards.
It's good. You know how you keep a separated shoulder safe? You don't let anybody touch you.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody tackle you. Wussification of sports.
When you do get hit, it does hurt too.
I played the second half of an 8th grade basketball game with a hairline fracture in my right wrist. I don't need to hear about Yordan Alvarez's hand inflammation.
What do you think about that, AJ?
Impressive.
B team, by the way. I hit 400 in high school. I played a full season in high school baseball with a broken thumb, bone chips. I still have the bone chips in there, actually. If you look at my thumb knuckles side by side, this one's 2 times larger.
But you never played, right?
I did play. I hit 400.
You had 5 at bats.
2 for 5, 400.
All right. So was that were those 5 at bats when the thumb was better, or?
No, that was actually not my senior year.
Oh.
That was under year. I can't remember the year it was. Sophomore. I can't remember sophomore or junior. But no,
I would remember.
I didn't play much. Who?
Paulie.
Yeah, but he was TAPS All State.
He remembers
6-man.
every moment of his.
He was 6-man TAPS All State private school
for football.
in Florida. Yeah,
6-man football.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cash him or trash him. What are we cashing or trashing? What do you got?
I'm going to say that the Astros are going to be 5 games up at the All-Star break, and I'm going to double down on it because I feel it more than ever. I love the fact that as much as, and rightfully so, you guys gave me some heat for 5 games. Coming out of that Mariners series where I felt like they should have won every game against the Mariners, and knowing that they're going to start getting healthier, just talking about Yordan, and the fact that guys are getting going, I feel more adamant and stronger than ever before that this Astros team is going to run away with this division, and I feel like they're going to do it by the All-Star break. They're going to be in a position of 5 games or more.
Yeah, I'll trash it. I'm going to stay consistent. 5 games is too much in a month and a half.
Man,
you're running out Lance McCullers, Ryan Gusto, and
you love him.
Gordon every 3 of 5 days.
Yeah, but you got 2 guys at the.
I love him. Yeah, that doesn't mean I trust him every.
You're getting
start.
Arrighetti back. Maybe someday
He might not be back by the All-Star game.
He's just trying to play catch today.
He might not be back by the All-Star game.
I understand, but I think that from an offensive perspective, and as much as we've gone in detail on this Yordan thing, Yordan's going to be back sooner rather than later. Yordan, if he's anywhere close to what he's been over his career, added to this team waking up offensively and getting these guys going that haven't been going, I just feel like the Mariners are nothing that scares me.
Same.
And I think that this team is going to go on a run.
5 is just such a big lead.
It is.
So that's like a 6-game difference between now and then. There's only 2 divisions in baseball where there's a lead of 5 or more.
But this division is weak.
I mean, Seattle's got a pitching staff where they're not going to go on these long.
They've also got
streaks.
injuries with their pitching staff that they're coming back from, and again, some of the guys that Luis Castillo is a guy that is supposed to be, when they brought him in, was supposed to be, one of their horses. He's okay. He's better than average, but
he
doesn't
good.
scare me. I believe I believe in what I said.
All right. How much do you believe it?
Let's see.
I'll try. I mean, Castillo, I think you're selling Castillo short now.
He's not I know you love the term. He's not the ace of that staff. I don't believe he's an ace anymore. I think he's a top of the rotation guy.
That's fine. That's pretty good. You
Yeah.
said he's okay. Okay, and top of the rotation.
I expect
very
guys
different.
that, like the guys that mow down the Astros on a consistent basis on that team.
He threw like 185 pitches in that game too.
Yeah,
You see how many?
which could be damaging for the rest of his season.
I was shocked to see that pitch.
They
count
just
get up
kept
there.
going. Yeah, they were like, his previous high was like 108, and he just kept going.
Yeah, that was nuts. My cash 'em or trash 'em. Big rigs shouldn't be allowed to pass people on the highway. They get in the far right lane, and they all go exactly the speed limit and never pass. I am fed up of all these 18-wheelers getting in my way and slowing my pace down by about 10 minutes. They're like, oh, let me get around this other 18-wheeler. And then they go the same speed for 7 miles. No, all of you 18-wheelers, if the speed limit's 75, all of you go 75. That way there's no need to pass. No one's going too fast. No one's going too slow. No one faster than the other. No one slower than the other. All of you get in the far right lane. I don't even care how many lanes there are. 2 lane, 3 lane, 4 lane, however many lanes they are. You all go the exact same speed, far right lane. Stop impeding other people's speed.
AJ, would you like, you seem to be somewhat of you got some knowledge on driving. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. Because I wouldn't say I'm a speedster or something like that, but yeah, they're just getting in the way, man. So I agree with that. Then get in the right lane. I think that would make the flow of traffic go better.
Most of them go way past the speed limit. The bigger problem you got is the fact that they have no conscience about changing lanes in a moment's notice and cutting in front of you.
What's the harm of, and like there's a few exceptions, like if somebody's stuck on the shoulder or there's a cop on the shoulder that pulled someone over, like you can get out of the lane for a brief moment. That way you don't put them in danger. So there's a few exceptions to the rule. That would be like the most, obvious exception to the rule. But what's the harm of all of them going the speed limit, the exact speed limit? That way they don't interfere with other people traveling. What is the harm in this? This is the greatest take I've ever had. This is by far the take of the century.
Now you're saying in the right lane. Now, when you want to get off the highway too, they're going to be in the way.
They're not going to be in the way. You can find a window. They're not driving. It's not a train. They're not connected to each other.
I don't like it. I'm trashing it.
What don't you like about
Trash? I don't think jamming them all in the right-hand lane is going to solve the problem.
Absolutely, it solves the problem. They're not in the other lanes.
Right, but first of all, you know that they're not going to stay in the right lane.
The law is that they would, based on
and the law is also that you drive 55 or 65, and no one does that.
That's why I'm trying to regulate this. This needs to be done.
Okay.
It needs to be done.
Okay.
I don't understand the issue. Texture, they certainly shouldn't be able to go in the fast lane ever.
They're not supposed to, are they?
They do all the time.
I know they do, but that's my point. For the same reason that you're telling me they're going to all stay, they're supposed to stay in the right lane. They're not going to do it.
I hate your counter argument so much. My counter argument is they break the law routinely, so that you can't put a law in place to say they shouldn't break the law.
Right, because again, unless they enforce the law, which no one does, and obviously they have a hard time even doing it with speed limit, you're not going to stop them from doing it.
It needs to be done.
I feel so satisfied today that you hate everything, my counter argument.
That's like the only time I've disagreed with you today.
And that's not true.
I think it is.
Okay.
We've had a good show. We've been friendly today.
Shocking.
You called me a friend last week.
I did not. There was a mistake.
You did. Called me a friend last week, Gage.
It was a mistake, AJ.
Called me a friend. It slipped out. The truth comes out.
It was a slip.
Dynamic duo.
Like regular vehicles don't do the same thing you're complaining about. Yeah, I guess they do. But if you're,
what was that?
Like regular vehicles don't do the same thing you're complaining about. They do, but they should also be in the right lane. Branham, stop crying about 18-wheelers. Just go around them when you can. That's the issue, is that a lot of times one 18-wheeler is like, I'm going 70. This one's going 68. Let me get around this 18-wheeler, and it takes them 10 miles to get around them. It is irritating. It is frustrating. Get out of the way. Go 70 like your cohort and stop interfering with traffic. It's selfish. It's selfish of you. 18-wheelers. And there's actually, like Blanker said, there's in certain states, I know in Oklahoma, I don't know about Texas, I think Texas, but I'm not 100% sure. You're not supposed to impede traffic as an 18-wheeler, yet they're impeding traffic consistently.
Look, I have issues with the 18-wheelers too, but I'm trashing that. It's not going to, it will never work.
That's why I'm saying let's make it work.
Okay.
Let's figure out a way. I'm going to
get
run.
you a volunteer sheriff's department badge, and you get out there and you get them.
I'm going to run for president, and I'm going to run on this.
You against Stephen A.
I like my chances.
I don't know.
Stephen A is going to beat me in a presidential race.
I hate to. Yes.
What campaign? Which ticket is he on?
I have no clue.
Then how do you know he's going to win?
Because he's got popularity.
Oh,
and he's got exposure.
Please. We want Stephen A to be our president.
I don't. I might actually.
Then you're going to vote
you.
for me.
I might actually vote
because we're friends.
No.
Topher on Twitter. He posted this the other day. Well, Cash or Trash, Topher's Twitter take. If the internet ever loads. Let me get to Espada as well. The internet loads. Joe Espada said we're the best team in the West.
Yeah.
I guess that kind of goes with what you were saying earlier.
Yep. I believe that.
Chris on Astros Twitter the other day. Astros should trade Yiner this year to help them get an everyday left-hand bat. Caratini's more than capable of being the primary catcher and has played well.
I'm not
Cash
trading
or
Yiner
trash.
Diaz this young in his career with this much team control. That's a ridiculously ludicrous take.
I like my big rig take better than this.
All right. Okay.
I don't hate this idea short term, but it's the club control that you have of Yiner that I can't deal. I can't deal Yiner Diaz. Like, he is your catcher of the future, even though we're kind of sour on him right now. And there are flaws in his game. Like, his chase rate is one of the worst in baseball. But who's your catcher next year if you do this? Like, Cesar Salazar be the only one under club control.
Yeah, because we talked about the fact that Caratini's probably getting more money and a starting job somewhere else after this season.
Yeah, you no longer have a catcher in 2026 if you do this. And then the counterpoints, well, we can just sign Caratini. Well, what if he goes to the open market and all of a sudden that contract is massive?
Yeah,
like, you have Yiner pretty cheap.
Exactly.
So if you're looking at it for just this year, I don't hate that take, but long term, I'm not a fan of it. Where's Dr. Dre when you need him? Most 18-wheelers are governed. Well, okay, let's govern all the 18-wheelers at the same exact govern speed. Let's put it whatever we want that governor to be. Put it all at the same so they stop passing each other. Moises Alou impeded all the time. Blankers hates good traffic flow and loves bumper to bumper.
No, I don't.
Stephen A is beating you, bro. Beating me at what? Basketball?
He scored 2 points a game in his college career.
Yeah. Going to include buses staying in the right lane. That's fine. We can keep buses in the right lane. That's fine by me.
Oh, I think the buses have no problem doing it either, because most of the time, if they're carrying kids, they got to be careful.
Yeah, I'm in favor of any big vehicle larger than like a semi.
Big rig drivers are careless. Bus drivers have to be, or are supposed to be.
Well, I mean,
they're carrying kids.
I mean, they've been in wrecks too, though.
They have been, but I mean, not as frequently as like big rigs that are swerving all over the place.
Those are also not the only buses on the road. Like, you get buses on the highway for a long duration. Usually it's not school buses. Like, you have the Greyhound, you have the Metro.
Those buses,
You have the buses that transport people all throughout the country and sometimes to other countries. You get the buses that are peddling drugs into the states. I mean, you got a variety of buses. Give them all governors on the same speed.
Okay.
I don't see anything wrong with this. It's the best idea I've ever had. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What do you nominate for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Stocks finished broadly lower today, about 0.5% for each of the major averages as President Trump threatened further export curbs on key technology goods. That pushed the Dow down nearly 245 points. All the major averages down about 0.5%. The Dow ending at 42,098, S&P down nearly 33 to 5888, and the Nasdaq down 98.25 to 19,100. Now, all this could change as technology stocks are rallying after hours, and Nvidia beating revenue and profit expectations and talking about a surge in demand for its chips, despite concerns about its position in China. Now, yields on the 10-year note, as far as interest rates are concerned, edged up to 4.47%. Dollar firming just a little bit. Oil up nearly $1 to $61.82 a barrel. Gold slipping a little more than $5 after starting on a bounce this morning, ending at $32.94 the ounce. Nvidia, the stock to watch tomorrow, and also the second look at first quarter GDP could be important.
Car wrecks of the day. 713-780-ESPN. I didn't know the 18-wheeler thing was going to be so controversial. Company 18-wheelers have a set max speed. Cool. All the same max speed, no 18-wheeler passing. Pretty simple. Pretty simple to do. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What you got?
Got a couple, Jeremy. First one, Ronnie Simone, second baseman for the Marlins. 3 errors in an inning last night. Hey, it happens, right? We've seen it here at the Astros recently. Don't cry. Don't cry, tear up, and then run to the clubhouse after it happens, and then your manager takes you out of the game. Put your big boy pants on. You're getting paid as a professional baseball player. There'll be brighter days ahead. Come on, man.
It's no crying in baseball. I would have DFA'd that guy immediately.
It's pretty soft.
Can't be doing that.
No, I just there's no place for it. And then you got to have all these players come into his defense, and come on, man. You're a grown-ass man playing professional baseball. Suck it up.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yep. And then my other one, not only is Rory McIlroy skipping Jack Nicklaus's memorial tournament, but Jack had to have a press conference and was asked, how did Rory let you know? He didn't call Jack, didn't check in or call Jack personally when players respect the game and respect Jack Nicklaus. And just through third parties, Jack got word that he might be missing the tournament. It's a bad look coming off a guy that when he's riding high, winning the Masters, he'll do every interview under the sun. And the minute he's not playing well, he doesn't do any interviews, and then he starts skipping tournaments.
So he was scheduled to play?
Yeah.
And then he pulled out
of the tournament. And then they asked Jack, like, when did you know? Did you find out when we knew? He's like, well, I kind of got wind of it, but Rory hasn't called me. I haven't heard from him. And then had to go on the spin cycle of, now I'm a Rory fan, and I'll still be a Rory fan. And I love the way he plays the game. But didn't hear from him.
What has gone into Rory lately?
You won the Masters. You won the career Grand Slam. I don't get it, man. Again, and Jack yesterday had to come out, precursor to this, but had to come out and say, look, I talked to the media. When I played good, when I played bad, you talk to the media. Basically, because Rory decides when he's not playing well that he doesn't want to talk to the media.
Yeah, he's gotten really irritating.
That's soft.
I was kind of pulling for him to win the Masters, and then he's
Me too.
He's starting to get a little baby.
Big
Rory. His wife should leave him again.
God, that's the follow-up?
Why not? It's kind of soft. If you're breaking up with Jack Nicklaus, his wife should break up with him. There's been some like rumors too about the Masters deal. Like he was hugging like other players' wives longer and like more intimately than his own.
Okay.
It was a big deal on TikTok. I'm being for real.
No, I mean, look. I mean, Amanda Balionis had to interview him too, right? There was that rumor last year.
It feels like that wasn't a true rumor. And like she crushed him the other day too. Like she threw shade to Rory whenever Bryson DeChambeau after the PGA Championship, he did an interview with her. And he's like, "Hey, thank you so much. We know some people don't do these." I'm not sure that rumor was legit.
Regardless, I don't care either way. But I mean, look, they chose to try and work it out. So good luck to them. But I don't care. I just care that if you're going to play golf and you're getting paid millions and millions of dollars to do it, you got to talk to the media both in good times and bad.
See, I don't think you have to talk to the media. Like, I'm okay with you not talking. He's an independent contractor. Like, he's not. They don't have a CBA. They're not employed by a team. Like, I agree with that stance. But if you're not going to do it, you should never do it. You can't pick and choose.
Yeah.
You should pick and choose. You have to be consistent. Either you always talk to the media or you never talk to the media.
Right. You can't go on the world tour of the Today shows and the late night TV shows and every interview under the sun because you want to boast in you're winning the Masters and winning the career Grand Slam, but then screech out of the parking lot and avoid the media every time you don't win. Come on, man.
Yeah, you got to pick your choose. You can't waffle. You can't. Oh, I won today. I can speak to the media. I lost today. I can't speak to the media. Do it. Just pick a side. You're not, as an independent contractor, as a golfer, you're not obligated to do it, but can be consistent. I'm going to nominate. How do you pronounce this soccer team's name? Is it Real Betis? Anybody know? Glenn Davis will know. Soccer Matters coming up next, 6 to 7. But the UEFA Conference Final, UEFA Champions League Final today. And Chelsea beat Real Betis, Betis, Real Betis.
Sure.
Real Jerome Betis. Chelsea beat Real Jerome Betis 4-1. Real Betis scored the opening goal of the match. They had a 1-0 lead all the way up to the 65th minute before Enzo Fernandez with the leveling goal, the equalizer, in the 65th minute to knot it up at a goal apiece. And then Chelsea scored 3 more goals on their way to a 4-1 win, lifting the trophy. Real Jerome Bettis, my car wreck of the day.
Okay.
They're my car wreck of the day. Soft Athletes, another nominee for car wreck of the day. Did you see Charlie Woods won a golf tournament today? I'm going to nominate the rest of the field for letting the Nepo baby, Charlie Woods,
Does
win
he
a golf
look
tournament.
like he's already gone through another growth spurt?
I don't know. I didn't watch.
I saw the swing. Someone put on Twitter one of his drives, and I looked and I go, good Lord, from the start of the start of the golf season to now, it looks like he's gotten about 4 inches taller.
Oh, really? He's gotten big?
Yeah.
I need some of his you know my Charlie Woods take, right?
He's not very good.
No, that's not my take. No. It's more of a PGA Charlie Woods take. I'm going to make a TikTok about it here pretty soon at Jeremy J. Branham. I think they should give Charlie Woods the Aaron Judge treatment. PGA. If PGA cares about like the long-term growth of their sport, the visibility of their sport, people watching their sport, their best chance of being big time-ish for golf is for Charlie Woods to be a superstar, right? Can we all agree to that?
Probably right.
Like son of Tiger, the biggest superstar golf has ever had. All of a sudden, here's his son, Charlie, winning majors, would be the second biggest superstar ever in the history of the sport. They need to give him the Aaron Judge treatment. They give him loaded golf clubs that nobody else has. Extra 20, 30 yards, this bigger sweet spot. You give him Goldilocks golf balls, whatever that looks like. You give him preferred lies anywhere on the golf course that nobody else gets. If the PGA really cared about people caring and like rooting and watching their sport, Charlie Woods must be a superstar, and that needs to happen by any means necessary.
What if he just earns it?
Good
There's
luck.
a chance he could.
Good luck.
That's pretty good.
I'm not risking it.
Okay.
I'm not risking it. PEDs, Goldilocks golf balls, big-faced irons, whatever it takes. Charlie Woods has to be a star. What's winning car wreck of the day?
Crying in baseball.
All right, Crown of Baseball is our winner. All right, does it for us. Great job, AJ, last couple of days. We have to dumb it down with Brian tomorrow. He'll be back. He's Blankers on Branham. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 tonight. Glad you're joining us. We have got a lot to get after here tonight. Obviously, we're going to talk some preview about the Champions League. We've got more Gold Cup information and tickets tonight here. Show is always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Keep this number handy, 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN, because that is how you can win Gold Cup final tickets tonight on the show, plus Houston Dynamo Sporting Kansas City tickets as well will be giving out on the show tonight. But we've got a lot to get after, as we all know that in a matter of minutes, the Houston Dynamo will be kicking off at Yankee Stadium as they complete the final two games of a very heavy May month and schedule. And we're not going to mess around here. We're going right to the source. We will go to Yankee Stadium right now. He is Glenn Crooks. He's the radio voice of New York City FC, former coach at Rutgers. Glenn joins us now. Glenn, from one Jerseyan to another, welcome to the show.
I love it when the Jersey boys get together. And as we said before, we were just chatting a little bit, soccer, anything you mentioned to me, Glenn, you bring up any name, place, I'll bring it back to Jersey. It's we are proud of our roots here, especially in the sport of soccer, but great to be with you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on tonight here. And again, Glenn's the radio voice. He'll call the game tonight with Matty Lawrence. New York City FC, 7 wins, 5 losses, 3 draws. They've got a very good home record, 6-0-2, coming off a 3-1 win over Chicago. All right, just give us your sort of Cliff Notes version of this team under Pascal Janssen, what type of team it is. Give my listeners a little feel, as someone who watches this team in and out, about what New York City FC will be about.
Well, like your side, unbeaten in the last 3 games. I don't know what your analysis is of your group, but what I would say with New York City FC under a first-year coach is I think they're starting to get it as far as how he wants to go about things. There's a greater comfort level on the field over these last 3 games in particular. Now, granted, in the Chicago game, Zinkernagel scored 19 minutes in. Chicago's up, but then it's a red card, legitimate call on Gutierrez, and now you're playing an hour of football, a man up, and eventually, you're more times than not going to come out on top. 3 unanswered goals in the second half. But the goals were scored by people other than Alonso Martinez, at least the first 2. One was Monsef Bakrar, who was the striker before Martinez got here. And we're going back to preseason of 24, where Martinez eventually overcame Bakrar because Bakrar couldn't score goals. That's his first goal in 466 minutes. He's a striker, okay? So Bakrar scores, and then Hannes Wolf, who it's his 4th goal of the year, but he had gone over 740 minutes without a goal, and he's a winger. So the big story with New York City this year, and it's really impressive, I think, that they're even in a position they are now with the 7 wins and the 5 losses, 6th place in a conference, is that there is not a supplemental goal scorer to Alonso Martinez, who has 8 to lead the team. And, if you don't have a second goal scorer, and it's nice to have a second and third scorer like the Galaxy did last year. But if you don't have that second one, eventually it's gonna get to you. So that's the one encouraging sign, is those guys got off the schneid a bit there.
Glenn Crooks joining us, the radio voice of New York City FC. Stylistically, what do we see, and how much different is that in the very small matchbox, which is Yankee Stadium? Because obviously you play differently there.
You do, and I think one example is Matt Freese. I've been noticing lately, and I haven't seen every goalkeeper throughout the league and see their distribution when they throw the ball, but I would guarantee there's no one in the league that can throw the ball as far as Matt Freese. And he whipped it over 50 yards and put Agustin Ojeda in on a breakaway. And you've got the short pitch. It's 110 long at Yankee Stadium. And Ojeda started his run on the New York City side of the field, so it was onside. He gets in, he gets fouled. It's a penalty. Martinez converts, and that's the clinching goal, 3-1 against Chicago. So that's one thing I would say about the smaller confines of Yankee Stadium. The other thing is, and I questioned Pascal Janssen this week on it, and he didn't really answer it directly, but there are a lot more long throwers in the league. To me, anyway. You've actually been involved in the league longer than me, but I see more long throwers in the league than I have in the past. It seems like every game an opponent can put it into the mid-6, and it was Andrew Gutman this time. But I asked him, I said, you don't have anybody on your side that can toss it in? He claims that they're working on it because it's a weapon. It's a weapon. So those are two things right there. I mean,
yeah, no question about it. I mean, the long throwing becomes an issue. The Houston Dynamo have Griffin Dorsey who can hoist in the long ball. You get the penalty boxes very, very quick. So box play, obviously, and I know I've heard you talk about this before, is very important at Yankee Stadium. Take me into the goal scorer, Alonso Martinez, because he kind of busted onto the scene. He's a Costa Rican international. Tell us about his qualities and why he's dangerous.
Well, I think number one is that he doesn't let anything bother him. And he's had some moments this year. I mean, he could easily, and when I say easily, you could say, you're exaggerating. He could easily have 14 goals. Easily. Those are the kinds of shots that he's missed, like 2 in the first half against the Fire. If you go back and run the tape, I mean, he's 4 yards from an empty net and he hits it over, and then he hits the crossbar on a wonderful, well-weighted ball that was cut back to him, and all he had to do is follow through and get it. If it's on frame, it's in the back of the net, and he misses both. So he's had several of those. Still leads the team with 8 goals. Now, 3 of them have come from the penalty spot. He's only 3 of 5 from the spot. So you look at all these different things. So I'm talking run of play and penalty area, but it doesn't matter. He told me once, he doesn't speak English. I don't speak Spanish, but we figured it out. That he calls his family before every game, and he said he tells them, "I'm going to score a couple of goals today." So he's a very confident guy. But Glenn, you'd appreciate seeing him in training, and he's a pure finisher. The way he strikes, he really is a pure finisher. Is he a pure striker? He came in as a winger, so he can run the channels. He's got a lot of pace. He's one of the fastest players in the league. You know how they do this mile per hour thing now and rank the players. He's in the top 5. So he's tough to contain.
Does he score most of his goals at home? Because I'm just thinking here, if you're a striker, you might like playing at Yankee Stadium because you are going to get into the penalty area a lot, and you are going to get chances, whatever form they come in.
He scores a majority of his goals at home. In fact, he has scored in 7 of the last 8 home games dating back to last year. And the other thing is 7 of his 8 goals have been scored in the second half. So that sometimes is instrumental in gaining some points and traction as well. So he has scored goals in big moments. He's a handful, and he rides the last line. He just rides the last line. And, if the Dynamo get caught flat-footed, he'll be in behind them.
Glenn Crooks joining us, radio voice of New York City FC, moments away from the Dynamo taking on New York City FC. Nice, refreshing game because we're jumping conferences here for a change, and we get to see somebody a little bit different. If you look at the Dynamo, you've done all your preparation. You're ready to go tonight.
Yeah.
You look at the Dynamo. What do you see from the Houston Dynamo, both in purpose of play and then some of the key elements of the team that you are focused on?
Well, the first thing I noticed, Glenn, is I'm looking at and going through the results, and I can't quite figure out what's going on in terms of the results because some of them are impressive. A home win against Austin, 2-0. That's good against a very good keeper. Then I see a 0-0 draw at Seattle. I see the 2-0 home win against Minnesota. We know that that's a good triumph. We see what they did at San Jose, and that's most recent in order to come back down. Boy, that's the game I'm focused on because you're up 2-0. Now you're trailing 3-2, but you get the equalizer. You know better than me how they feel about that, but I would imagine that's a galvanizing goal for the club to get the road point. And also after it looked like you had control of the match, and Bruce Arena's boys, they can score goals. So but that's the part I am puzzled as to who is going to. I see who your talisman is. I think Ponce, but and then Jack McGlynn. We see what he's doing out of the midfield, and we see Griffin Dorsey on the attack. Beyond that, I'm uncertain as to where the positive contributions come from.
Yeah, well, you pretty much named the big three. I mean, I think Jack McGlynn, to your point, has been a really good signing for the Dynamo. Griffin Dorsey's a huge element to the attack. But I don't want this to be about me. I want to hear from you. So I want to take you into what is maybe a little bit of a league issue. I always talk about the lack of consequence in MLS, and I get it. It's a playoff system, et cetera, et cetera. We want
Oh,
everybody.
you're a pro-rel guy. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not a pro-rel guy, but I'm
Okay.
a pro-consequence guy. I'm
All
not a
right.
pro-rel guy necessarily for MLS at this stage. But I do think the fact of 18 out of 30 teams making the playoffs really does diminish the consequence and the level of consequence. Would you be in favor of making it only the top 7 in every conference getting into the playoffs so that we could put a little bit more consequence into the overall regular season and maybe lift the quality of some of the games due to urgency and obviously consequence?
Oh, I'm on your side with fewer playoff teams. I remember I'm a sports fan, followed it all my life. And when the NHL went to the point where 2/3 of the teams were getting into the playoffs, I remember how disgusted I was with that. So I'm not going to alleviate any of that disgust because I cover MLS and New York City FC by, kind of, just kind of getting around it. I'm directly in favor of what you're saying is limited the number of teams. I mean, look, we grew up in an era where in baseball, it was the American League champion played the National League champion in the World Series. That was it.
Yeah,
and I remember when people were going crazy when they had wild cards. What are you doing? That's breaking tradition. But I know we're going way back there. No, I'm with you. I think I'm trying to think of other things where the lack of consequences. I just have so many guests on the show I do for Sirius XM, and some are from other parts of the world, and they don't quite get this.
No, they're confused.
What's going on?
They have no idea.
But they talk about, and look, pro-rel's never going to happen in MLS. But what does happen in those situations, I'm sure you watched some of these promotion playoff matches.
Oh, absolutely.
That were played recently. The ones in England are the ones that are really publicized, but there's others as well. And
sure,
there's just there's a certain edge to that, or winning the title. What winning the title means. So who remembers who the Supporter Shield winners are? No one. It's like the MLS Cup.
Yeah.
That's who you really remember. If you went on the street and they were MLS fans and you said, name the last 5 Supporter Shield champions, name the last 5 MLS champions, they probably the Cup champions.
I mean,
they'd probably be able to name it.
I get the formula. It's to keep everybody engaged. It's to keep the fan bases engaged. But I think we are diminishing meritocracy. I mean, look, Toluca just won the Mexican League title, and I can assure you in about 10 days, people are not even going to remember who won it outside of Toluca because Mexico's got 2 champions every year. I don't know.
That's a little I've got to tell you something, though, and this is why I think not only supporters, but players, coaches should experience something outside of the States if they haven't already. I was very fortunate to be at the Maradona Stadium for Napoli's win over Cagliari and winning the Scudetto. And
no way.
So, so you experience that. Yeah. And I come back all juiced up. I like going and having those experiences because you come back and you understand. I don't want to put it like we don't understand what passion is, but we don't really to that level.
Yeah, but to be fair, if we're comparing, we have to remember that Napoli is a provincial team. It doesn't have 3 other traditional sports that it's battling. It's just a totally different experience, and that's why there is the depth and breadth of the passion for those teams in those markets. All right, before we let you go, Glenn, just some of your final thoughts on tonight, what you expect to see, and if it's all hitting full cylinders for Pascal Janssen and New York City FC, what will we see? Will we see a very direct team? What will we see?
We're seeing a team that is starting to read the game of football and make decisions based on how the opponent is set up. And this is what I'm excited about, what I'm seeing. You're going to see Justin Hack start at the back. You're going to see Justin Hack, though, when New York City's in possession, you're going to see him in the midfield. And what's happening is they're bumping more numbers forward to get more players in the area so that they have greater goal scoring opportunities. This is just starting to take hold where they're comfortable with this. So it's really been interesting to see that develop. But I think with just one transfer in, a midfielder, Aiden O'Neill, and he's started the last 2 games. He's getting there. He's just arrived, so you could see there's qualities in there that are exceptional. But not having anybody come in off the market in an attacking sense, knowing that Martinez is your only goal scorer, it's really vital that these other guys start contributing. And one of the things is, as you know, the more players you have in the area, the more chance you have to score a goal. It's just the way it is. It's a numbers game. So they're doing that successfully. But like I said, if they read that the Dynamo are a little bit too high with their line, they'll put it into the channel or just directly over the top. So that's what I'm excited about seeing. And I know how Ben Olsen is hoping his team can, continue to develop too. Losing Karaskia, I mean, that's the, to me, that's one of the things that really had to be overcome. I don't know some of the guys that have come in. I haven't watched it enough to understand them. I have watched the last game. So how well they will, replace that ultimately. But I think it's going to be interesting. And I do expect New York City, if they have a good game and a good outcome tonight, I think they're kind of on their way, because Houston's a good side. And I think Houston is probably in a position where they're feeling, after 8 road wins last year, they only have 1 this year so far, if I have that right. So I think they'd like to get that back in gear.
Only 1 road win. They need to do more on the road. Glenn, thank you so much. By the way, we're doing this via Zoom, and I'm looking at your hat, NRBQ. That stands for New Rhythm and Blues Quartet.
You
correct?
know them?
Of
Glenn
course I do.
Davis.
Cactus Music loves me. I'm a rock and roll and music aficionado.
I've always respected you, but it is now I've gained even more that you can talk NRBQ with me. Q, and every now and then they come into the area, and Terry Adams is still part of the band. None of the other originals are there. I miss Al Anderson the most. What a guitarist. But anyway, yeah.
Glenn, thank you so much. Have a great call tonight. We appreciate you coming on very much here right before the game.
Thanks, Glenn.
All right, that's Glenn Crooks, play-by-play man, radio voice of New York City FC. Cactus Music, the best in vinyl and CDs. They're going to be really happy about the NRBQ reference there. So get your best vinyl and CDs down at Cactus Music. Go in there and talk to the staff. They know music up and down, believe me. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with much, much more here. A reminder, Gold Cup final, July 6th here. We'll find out who's going to be in it at Energy Stadium. This is big. It's a year out from the World Cup where we host 7 games. Look, the Gold Cup final, who is it? Is the U.S. in it? We are going to continue to talk about the U.S. roster. Will it be Mexico, the Kings of CONCACAF currently, Panama, Canada, all kinds of options there. But you want to be a part of it. Get your tickets at lsse.net. Let's take a break. We got more to come.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters. Good segment there to start things off from Yankee Stadium in New York here on the show with Glenn Crook. So a big thank you to Glenn. A couple of things we got going here. First off, I do want to remind you, Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. They've got 3 locations. Nico Nico's in Montrose. Now, that's my favorite. That's the legendary Montrose site. They've got 2 others, one in the Woodlands. That's the new one. And then we have one out on I-10 in the Beltway. So Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations. Dimitri is really serving it up with souvlaki, gyros, lamb shanks. Many of you have been going there for years like me. Amazing soups, the pastries, 3 locations. Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe, and LamontBrands.com for the t-shirts and hats and all your printing needs. Okay, so we welcome you back to the show. Of course, the Dynamo in action right now in New York. And coming up in the third and final segment will be Victor Ariza of Deportes Houston. We're going to banter around a number of different topics with Victor, starting with the Mexican national team, the Gold Cup, the firing of Olaf Melberg in St. Louis in Major League Soccer and what that represents and much more. But right now, let's talk about the big one. 2 o'clock on Saturday, UEFA Champions League final. You're going to watch it at Senate Avenue Brewing. That's up in Jersey Village. Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. It's all small batch beer. It's produced there. It's fresh. It's amazing. They've got lighter beers. They got darker beers. They got ales. They got IPAs. You name it, they got it. They're award-winning 2 U.S. Open Beer Championships. Great open space there. 7 big screens for the Champions League. And, of course, their owner, Andrew Mitchum, is a big Dynamo fan and season ticket holder. $2.90 to the Senate Avenue exit. You go 1 block, 16,000 Dillard. Wings, fish and chips, pizza. It's all there. Great healthy food options, as well as a Belugi Bowl on Tuesdays when I'm out there live. So second Tuesday of June, we will be back out there. All right, so what we have this weekend in Germany is the UEFA Champions League final. PSG against Inter Milan. 2 very differing types of teams. 2 very interesting teams in their own right. 2 great managers. PSG's manager, Luis Enrique, he is in a fantastic moment with PSG. He could win the Champions League title without the whole star-laden quality with Neymar or Leo Messi or mostly probably Kylian Mbappe. This is a collective unit. They're young. They're not going to be going away if they retain everybody. They struggled early in this tournament. They then won their final 3 group games. And then once they got into the knockout, it was a blowout of Brest, 10-0 on aggregate. And then they became the Premier League killers, PSG. They knocked out Liverpool on penalties. They then knocked out Aston Villa. And they then knocked out Arsenal. So they knocked out some of the best in the Premier League. Well, they did knock out the best in Liverpool. And they were all pretty tight games. Liverpool obviously was on penalties. Villa was 5-4 on aggregate, and Arsenal was 3-1 on aggregate. So they're doing special things under Luis Enrique. They are the League One winners in France. They won the French Cup over Reims. So they're looking to add the big prize here and the big dollars. And again, I mentioned they are better collectively without, the whole superstar mantra. It was kind of a copy of trying to be like Real Madrid in Spain. It'll be the first Champions League meeting between these 2 teams. It's only the second time that we've had a Champions League final between a French and Italian club. So you have that. And it's nice for a change to not have a Spanish club there and not have an English club there. It's good. I think it's healthy. We saw some differing things here. One thing to keep an eye on with PSG, they've scored first in 7 of their 9 games in the Champions League. So that is something I think that helps you dominate the tactical side of a game. That said, we saw what Inter Milan did behind against Barcelona. So I'm not sure that just doesn't go out the window. They have had the domestic dominance, no question about it. I don't think there's any looking at the past of PSG going into this. That, according to what I read in Paris from the journalist Alex Clements, and there's no leaning back to the past history. Got a real leaner in Marquinhos, their center back, real leader. They have individuals that can make the difference. Certainly Dembele can, Kvaratskhelia, Barcola or Doué, attackers. They are young, it flows, and it's under a manager that I think is in maybe his greatest time right now. And listen, Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal, let's face it, was exceptional. So they've gotten great goalkeeping, and you're going to get the same likely from Inter Milan as well. But this is a final where it could come down to one play. I don't think there's any question. Inter Milan just came off losing the Scudetto. Don't think that's going to have any effect at all. I'm sure they're over that. They're just too experienced to have a memory that's going to affect them. Very, very strong mentally. We saw that in a lot of the prior Champions League games, obviously against Barcelona. And they have it all to win it. There's no question. Their time now under Simone Inzaghi, because they are older. And they have proven that they can counterattack. They have proven that they can score goals when you least expect it. They did it against Barcelona. So, yeah, tough losing the Scudetto to Napoli. No question. By the way, Scott McTominay, the former Manchester United player, the toast of Napoli right now. They won the Scudetto. But Inter Milan knocked off Feyenoord, then Bayern. I mean, these are, Bayern 4-3 on aggregate, and then Barcelona 7-6. That was insane. You watched it. I watched it. Those were just insane games. 7th overall Champions League final that Inter Milan is in. Mentioned. It's a second final for them in 3 years. And it's a pretty remarkable team. Jan Sommer in goal. He's had 8 clean sheets. So you got 2 great goalkeepers in Sommer and Donnarumma. I think wide areas, obviously, is somewhere you're going to really want to watch, because Dumfries and DeMarco were very important against Barcelona. They got forward a lot. How much they get forward, I think, is going to be interesting, because if they can, push back Mendes on that side of the field, Ruiz, Hakimi, Neves, then I think that's good for Inter Milan. But look, those 2 wide guys, DeMarco and Dumfries, can easily slot into a back 5. They can defend deep and then hit you on the counterattack through Lautaro Martinez and Marcos Thuram. Thuram runs the channels beautifully. Martinez has got tremendous movement and timing of runs and provides an option and is a real threat behind the defense. So this is an exciting Inter Milan in that 3-5-2 system. They get a lot of balance out of this team. They can play in more than a defend and counterattack way. I don't think there's any question, although that may be their bread and butter. But I would expect they might invite PSG in a lot in this. And they've proved that they can attack and score goals, and they can come from behind. Good bench, too, with Augusto, Fratese, and Taremi. So Inter Milan, I mean, I could see this going either way. They may have the experience edge, certainly, in this final. And then, of course, you've got, for Simone Inzaghi, Donnarumma in goal, Mendes, Paco, Marquinhos, and Hakimi. I mentioned Marquinhos is a wonderful leader. The heartbeat of this team, I think, is their midfield with Ruiz, Vitinha, and Neves. I think, was it Ruiz? I think missed the French Cup final, but he's back. I think the only little injury issue is hamstring. Dembele, maybe a little bit there. But, they've got a good strike force. Dembele's been running rampant, scoring a lot of goals. He may end up being the Ballon d'Or winner. Who knows? But it's an excellent team. This is going to be a really, really good final. Looking forward to it. And again, I'm going to remind you 2 places you can watch it. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. You can either go to the I-10 and Marquee Entertainment, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, or the one on Dinkins over in the West University area. And then, of course, Senate Avenue Brewing, which is out in Jersey Village. 290 to Senate Avenue, you go north the block. 16,000 Dillard is the location. Really open, great outside area as well. And it's a fun place. It's a mix of all kinds of people, Senate Avenue Brewing, but the beer is amazing. Really, really spectacular. It's all handcrafted. There's no mass production there. They've won awards. They've won U.S. Open Beer Championship medals. They've won Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals, and they know how to make craft beer. And plus, the service is great. I mean, everybody's friendly there, open minds, really good, just friendly people. It's just a fun atmosphere to be. So if you're thinking about a place to go, hit Senate Avenue Brewing. And by the way, second Tuesday of every month, you can join me out there live, and we're going to have live guests out there as well coming up here in June. Once a month, we do a live show out there. So really, really priming for the World Cup and everything going on out there. I saw a wonderful thing with the former Texans man, Jamie Roots, and I just want to make sure I shout this out. I saw it in the Houston Business Journal, and they've done a beautiful thing, Jamie Roots' wife, and I'm just wondering, just looking for a couple of notes on this, but it's all with, I believe, the Covenant House. So it's a really wonderful tribute to Jamie Roots. He was always involved with the Covenant House. That's a nonprofit, obviously. He had the draw to bring people there. I mean, this is a very Cliff Notes version here, but Jamie passed away sadly. But they're doing a really, really nice thing at Covenant House for Jamie Roots, and it's called the Jamie Roots Campus. So they've got a wing of the building. His name's on it, but always was a guy that was willing to step up and support in the community. By the way, when he first got to Houston, he contacted me because we knew each other from Major League Soccer, and we started talking about the international content that would ultimately come to Energy Stadium. And now David Fletcher was with Jamie and worked with him closely, and now he's heading up Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. But you know, you got to go back to Jamie Roots as the fire starter to talking to an owner of the Texans and reminding them that soccer content was going to be very important in the future. And he was right on with that. All right, we're going to take a break. Big thank you to everybody tuning in here tonight. By the way, you can hit me up at Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Any of the likes or comments, I would love your feedback on the show always. You know that. So again, it's Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock or Soccer Matters GD. Okay, Facebook, Soccer Matters, Facebook, Glenn Davis, and then of course we got the Instagram information out already. All right, next segment, Victor Arise and I, we're going to volley around a few topics: Major League Soccer, Liga MX, Houston Dash, where they're at, and a bunch of other things. Stick with us. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, final segment tonight, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. Before we get into our next guest here, really quick, Gold Cup Final is going to be in Houston on July 6th. You can get your tickets at Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net. Do suites there. You can get the preferred parking. You can go with all the perks if you want to go big time and have your friends in a suite. But there's a great chance you're going to see the Mexican national team there, maybe the U.S., although there's some thoughts about the U.S. and Mauricio Pochettino, maybe Canada, maybe Panama, who knows. But something tells me L3 is going to be getting to that final because at current they are the kings of CONCACAF. Again, you can buy your tickets at lsse.net, but right now at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, caller number 4, you get a pair of tickets to the Gold Cup Final at Energy Stadium, the perfect precursor to the World Cup in 2026. Okay, our next guest. He is a great friend of the show. He has worked on this show in the past and helped to build it. He is now with Deportes Houston and CONCACAF. Does a lot of CONCACAF coverage as well. He is Victor Araiza. He joins us now. Victor, thanks for coming on.
Glenn, always a pleasure. Always like to be on Soccer Matters.
All right, jumping you right into Toluca winning the title with Antonio Mohamed. They get the victory over Club America. There's a lot of people very happy about that, quite frankly. Luan Garcia, Alexis Vega, the 2 goals. It's a 2-0 aggregate scoreline. Hector Herrera, the former Dynamo, is a champion now, but just some overall thoughts on the Red Devils winning the title.
Big deal because it breaks the drought of, I think it's about 15 years since the last one. Toluca was sort of stuck there at 10 titles, and nobody really considers them among the top teams all time in Mexico. When you're talking about obviously Chivas America, the all-time winners, and then Toluca amongst those, the historic teams that they've had. Obviously, all the great players that have gone through there. And in recent seasons, they're always kind of there at the top, right? They're always challengers, but they just haven't been able to win one. They finally did. They got Turco Mohamed. He came in at the beginning of the season, and there was like there always is some changes, especially some beloved players. One of them being Thiago Volpi, right? Remember the goalie we saw in Leagues Cup? He could score from penalties. He could score from free kicks. But he's one of the long stalwarts that sort of left the team. Gets a little molded under Mohamed. Obviously, the resurgence of Alexis Vega coming back about over a year ago from Chivas, and all these stories coming together. Mohamed also a 4-time winner now in Liga MX as a coach, 4 different teams. So a lot of stories, but a big one for Toluca.
Yeah, and the fact that he comes into 4 different teams and wins titles makes him kind of a Mr. Fix-It as well. So Antonio Mohamed and then win. All right, so Hector Herrera played in 17 matches. He had 2 assists. He only started 5 times. He was brought there for his experience. He was utilized in a very good way by Antonio Mohamed, which in a lot of ways says the Dynamo made the right move, moving him on, because in defense of the Houston Dynamo, you're not going to pay him $6 million again. You might have been able to renegotiate it, but Hector Herrera is a champion. So I saw some video, and you and I conversed about it, with the post-match celebration on the bus. And I don't know who it is dropping his pants and sticking his rear end out to the crowd. And Herrera's there kissing him on the face. And I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't see Messi doing that. I don't see the greats doing that. But you tell me I'm wrong. Why am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong. I just think it's I don't know. It's Mexican culture too, I guess. I mean, there's Alexis Vega has this nickname of, they always kind of bag on him a little bit for having a big butt. I guess that was one of those. Again, it's hard to see some of these videos and get the full context of what's going on during that parade.
No, I
But
got the
honestly-
full context. I saw his rear end with his pants pulled down. And it's not some.
Well, you know what?
not a
At least
vision
he
I
kept his
want to
underwear
see,
on.
Victor.
At least he
I
kept his
don't want to
underwear on.
see that. Oh,
Well, and look, and those two are the life of the party. So maybe I go to that sometimes, and in the post celebration, and maybe Herrera didn't have as many minutes on the field, but I wouldn't doubt if he had. And look, I'm not on the ground in Toluca, but I wouldn't doubt if he had maybe some role behind the scenes, coaching some of these younger players or some of these players on this Toluca.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. I think that's the added benefit you get with him. If in fact the respect level is there and he wasn't, yeah. So I don't think there's any question. I will 100% stand by his season in 2023 was as good as any single Dynamo player in history ever put together. And I think the one guy you'd probably go to is Dwayne De Rosario, since he played similar in midfield. But I will also tell you, I was on record saying he's not coming back with the same vengeance after that season at his age, and he didn't.
No,
And
well,
he
he's
wasn't
35.
fully engaged. Yeah, and he wasn't fully engaged with the Dynamo. So let's move on. Gold Cup coming to the U.S. Mexico right now, Kings of CONCACAF. They very well could be in that final at Energy Stadium July 6th. They're probably the favorites of the tournament. Any updates on their roster or anything we should be looking at?
I think there's a roster out already that's for the camp here coming up, and then I think this will get solidified with, if America beats LAFC and gets that last spot to the Club World Cup, because that will determine guys like Luis Angel Malagon, the starting goalkeeper, Henry Martin, who's one of the options I still think among the forwards. So we'll see how that affects that. But I think overall, Vasco said, or he's been asked, right? If players have to pick one or the other, which would you prefer? He says, I'd prefer the national team. I know we've talked about that, and
well, of course,
what else is he gonna say, right? But
yeah, well, of course.
But I think I do think Mexico is putting forth at least a face that they want to win this one and sort of build on it going into next year's World Cup.
Yeah, very differing situation for the U.S. Along those lines, as the Kings of CONCACAF, as I look at the U.S. roster, we always have a question mark around the striker position. I think we got question marks about the center back position as well, maybe even goalkeeper. If Matt Turner's our number one, he's not a guy that's playing regularly. But Mexico seems to, with Santiago Jimenez now at Milan with Christian Pulisic and Raul Jimenez. You mentioned to me before we got on the air here that he has 12 goals in the Premier League this year. That's an amazing comeback. So they got to be feeling pretty good about the striker position, which really the number one for a while there was Henry Martin.
Yeah, and especially the way they just kind of, Raul carried them here in the Nations League not too long ago. I think that's another reason. I think 14. I'm looking at the Fulham website. 14 might be the number. Maybe that's all competition.
All comps.
I think he has 12 in the Premier League. But the point is that it looks like Raul Jimenez is back, right? And I think the scare maybe around Mexican fans is, let's just hope this goes through the World Cup and he doesn't get injured or something before the competition, because that seems to be what haunts Mexico, right? When in some of these, but. He seems to be the star. He seems to be the guy that's putting on that role for Mexico, because Jimenez had that goal in the final at the World Cup against Panama, but I don't think he's necessarily proclaimed himself to be the guy with Mexico, or even just have that personality in front of goal that he has with, in Europe with an AC Milan or before at Feyenoord. So I think that's still kind of proving ground for Santi Jimenez. But I think having a guy next to him like Raul that can maybe carry the load, it obviously takes the pressure off. And again, where is, if Henry Martin in this picture, Chucky Lozano coming back in, Angel Sepulveda, who's having a great season with Cruz Azul and top scorer in the CONCACAF Champions Cup. So I do think, the two Jimenezes are going to be the focal point, but let's see if this goal scoring situation in Mexico finally has, like you would say, a champagne problem.
There you go. Well, it is a champagne problem right now with those two, because I think there's a lot there, and there's probably more in store. We're talking to Victor Ariza of Deportes Houston, also writes for CONCACAF. Another story connected to Houston, and I try to bring this up a lot because there's a lot of legs to this, and there's a lot to unpack with this. Vicente Sanchez is now the coach at Cruz Azul. They didn't win the Liga MX title. They lost in the semifinals. They will play June 1st against Vancouver in Mexico City to win the CONCACAF Champions League. Remarkable. Now, here's a guy that was in Houston at 37 or 38. We all watched him and marveled at. Well, I certainly did, and I know others did.
Yeah.
His professionalism, how professional he was. And I used to comment on the broadcast, how wonderful it is for these young players to be in a locker room with this guy, to be learning from him, to be mentored by him. And now he's turned out to be a good coach. And I just sit here and I go, here's another one potentially that got away. And if whoever, the Dynamo brass at that time, how are you not looking at a player like him? And this can go back to other players in the past from the championship team to not be a part of the organization and a missed opportunity. But to that, Vicente Sanchez is pretty remarkable at what he's doing now as a manager after a great playing career.
Absolutely. And I think you hit it on the head there with, his time in Houston. I think, gentleman, he is full definition of that word. Obviously
by the way, if he won a championship, he wouldn't have been dropping his pants like the guys on Toluca.
Yeah, well, different cultures, right? I mean, that's kind of, again, different teams are.
Is that the Uruguayan way or what?
No, I think that's maybe.
I mean, Americans drop their pants too. I just don't think it's. I just don't think it's
I just think maybe that's. And look, let's see, right? If Cruz Azul wins, and I would imagine they have a parade in Mexico City, and we'll see if we see any of these.
I'm not a fun guy. I'm not making it fun.
No, but but I do think it is different managers, right? Vicente Sanchez with the Turco Mohamed. Turco's more of a player's coach, and in that type of personality. Vicente has been more. Of kind of the silent manager when you see him on the sidelines. But look, he brought stability to this Cruz Azul side. That saw Martin Anselmi, who came in with a lot of pomp and circumstance for what he did, winning the Sudamericana a couple of years ago with Independiente del Valle of Ecuador, if I'm not mistaken. And then, first chance he gets to go to Europe, he up and leaves. And this was in January, right? And obviously, at that point, the Champions Cup hadn't started yet, but I mean, this was a big, and Chivas went through the same thing with Gago, right? But this was a big story at Cruz Azul of, how is it that the team is saying, he's still the coach and this guy's at the airport trying to get the hell out of town. Yeah. His release clause hadn't even been paid, but he's on his way out, going to Porto. And then Sanchez stepped in, right? It was the first time he was in this head coaching position. They didn't take off the interim tag right away. I think there was even, reports back then that he wanted some stability. He wanted them to give him the job outright just to have that stability. But now look where they are. They're at the final. They got to the semifinals of the league, and he could be lifting his first title as a manager. So that is one hell of a story.
Nobody's counting Vancouver out, though, either, Victor.
No.
That is one of the big stories of CONCACAF. Big surprise. By the way, staying on managers here, and we only got we got about 2 minutes, so we're going to hit these hard. Olaf Melberg out in St. Louis. What I see there is a club that is ambitious. Not going to sit around. MLS is a league. You can be a coach, and you can be around a long time as long as you be one of the 18 that make the playoffs. For me, that's a real statement that there is an ownership group in St. Louis. They want to win.
And this is just after they had parted ways with their previous coach, right? And like you said, but different teams handle themselves different ways. And I think St. Louis is certainly putting at least that impression that they're not afraid to make changes if they think they got it wrong.
Yeah, they started in MLS with a bang, and then year two nosedived and have already made a coaching change this early in May. Olaf Melberg out. Who knows? Maybe a Peter Vermees from Sporting Kansas City would be the perfect guy to be filling that role.
It'd be a different profile than what they've seen, right? And it would certainly Because St. Louis, I think, has gone more
European.
Yeah, or I guess what's the other coach was South African, Cornell. But I'm saying, but they, foreign coaches. Obviously, Vermees has experience with the league and of course the rivalry, right? St. Louis and Kansas City.
Yeah, he'd be a good choice because it wouldn't be a risk. It'd be somebody that certainly knows the league if in fact you do want to go there. LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. Victor has a few. All right, before I let you go, let's just get a shout out and a little bit of a talk here on the Houston Dash, because you produce their games for Deportes Houston with Alex Parra and Danny, and Laura Gomez. Just fill me in on what do you see from them. I have my thoughts on where they're at, but your thoughts.
It's still a team that's trying to, I guess, figure out things under a coach that's learning. No, it is. And
isn't it perennially that though? Every year we're just trying to figure
and that's
it out.
the frustrating part, right?
Yeah.
Because it is again another season where you're starting over again, and it's a different GM and it's a different manager, and how much can you continue to keep going on this way? Because then I look over here to Gotham FC, and they just won the CONCACAF Women's Champions Cup. They're going to the FIFA, the FIFA tournament now to determine the world champion. And there's going to be a Women's Club World Cup, and they're already qualified for that. And I think of that should have been the Dash. That could have been the Dash because if they just kept the morals,